Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we join George Valentine, here's a tip for car owners. You may be wasting 1 out of every 10 gallons of gasoline you buy due to worn spark plugs. They can also rob your engine of power and pickup. To avoid this waste, let Car Savers check your spark plugs soon. They'll clean them and reset the gap, or if necessary, they'll be glad to install new plugs. It takes just a few minutes to check the condition of the spark plugs in your car. So stop in tomorrow for a Car Saver spark plug checkup at your independent Chevron gas station or Standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now for tonight's story, The Meddler, another adventure of George Valentine.
Hey, Angel, how do you spell inaccessible?
Inaccessible, I think.
What? Who in...
There was no one in the outer office, and I saw the door open, so I walked in.
Oh. Well, you might as well put those suitcases down. They must be heavy.
Thank you. I wish a person could put other burdens down as easily, don't you, Mr. Valentine?
Coffee coming up, Master. Oh, maybe I should have brought another container.
Mr. Valentine, my name is Sally Riker, and I'm supposed to be on a bus going back to college. I'm a freshman at Valentine. But I just had to see you.
Why?
Because I feel as though I'm living under a dark, heavy cloud just before the storm breaks.
Oh, did you have breakfast, Sally?
No, I could hardly think about food under the circumstances.
Okay, well, here.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, this is Claire Brooks, my assistant.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, now, Sally, what's this about living under a storm cloud?
Well, last night I heard a shot. There was no mistaking it. But when I asked about it, everyone in the house just simply clammed up, said I'd imagined things. Even after I saw the broken glass in the French doors where the bullet hit.
You mean this happened in your parents' home?
Oh, no, my father's been dead ever since I was a little girl. My mother works for Mr. Mayhew. She's his secretary. And since it's such a great big house on Fairway Terrace, we all live there, too. Except now that I've grown up, Mother doesn't like me to be around there, and so she sent me to college out of town.
Mayhew on Fairway Terrace. You don't mean Henry Mayhew.
Of course.
No wonder your mother isn't too anxious to have you live there.
Yeah.
Oh, you're wrong about Mr. Mayhew. I know he has a rather romantic reputation, but after all, an actor...
Romantic reputation? He's a middle-aged chaser. As I get it, even his wife is finally fed up with him, going to divorce him.
He's a sensitive man, and people don't understand him, not even Mother. All she thinks of is business. And Mrs. Mayhew...
Yeah, well, never mind, please. What happened last night? Why did you come to me?
Well, I couldn't go to the police, the publicity and all.
Why don't you start at the beginning?
Well, I heard a shot. It sounded as though it came from Mr. Mayhew's study. I ran there, and he was just coming out. He was pale and shaken. But he said there wasn't any shot.
And the broken glass?
His study faces the garden. They're big French doors. One of the panes was broken.
Didn't you talk to your mother?
Well, that's just it. She was very upset, too, but she bawled me out for making such a fuss and said I was to go back to college immediately.
So was Mrs. Mayhew there?
Well, she was somewhere in the house, but I didn't speak to her. And another thing. Earlier in the evening, I saw a man sneak away from the garden. I couldn't see him clearly, but he was a very tall man. Mr. Valentine, something, sinister's going on. And you must find out what it is.
Hey, Sally, you're not worried about your mother being mixed up in all this, are you?
Oh, no, of course not. She's wonderful. She couldn't do anything wrong in her life. But She was so happy to see me when I came home for the weekend. Happier than she's ever been. And she laughed and said maybe next summer we'd go to South America. And then after that shot, she wasn't the same person somehow.
Well, now, look, apparently no one was hurt, and it's not a good idea to go meddling into other people's lives.
But I won't go back to school until I know I can't. Mr. Valentine, you don't have to let them know who you are.
George, maybe you could.
Okay. You stay here with Sally, Angel. You say there's a pane of broken glass in Mr. Mayhew's study, huh?
Yes.
Well, I fixed a broken window once. Maybe I could fix another one. Oh, look out below, Mr. Mayhew.
What? Oh, yes.
Yeah. Sure funny how high up this glass was broken. Good 9, 10 feet. Kids broke it with a baseball, maybe, huh?
That's right. Kids.
Oh, sure. Do it every time. Now, I'll go down and tackle this thing from the terrace side again. My. Sure a beautiful place you have here.
Beautiful place. A home where love dwells.
Yeah. Well, I'd better sweep some of the glass away. Don't want to hurt this rug.
Yes, of course.
Gee, I hate to see nice things spoiled. Like this chair near the desk, Mr. Mayhew. That burn along the back. Must have been a little careless with the cigarette, eh, Mr. Mayhew?
What? Oh, yes. Yes, that's what it must have been, a cigarette.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, wait till I tell people where I've been today. I know a girl says you're the most romantic man on the stage.
Oh, I am a great lover. I understand women perfectly.
Wish I could.
Here you are, Mr. Mayhew. I'm sorry, but I had to wait a few minutes for the druggist to make them up.
Thank you, Mrs. Riker.
Henry,
Oh, that's all right, my dear. The man to fix the broken glass.
I see.
Oh, good afternoon, ma'am.
I'll just put these in the bathroom. Don't want to risk having a sleepless night.
Gosh, lady, you don't know what it means for me to be in Mr. Mayhew's house. You work for him, huh? Secretary? Say, is it true that his missus is going to divorce him? Guess she found out something she shouldn't have, huh?
She's not so pure herself. But suppose you do a little more work and a little less talking.
Oh, well, I'm not butting in now, lady. Just curious, you understand. And, say, when I was out in the garden, right there on the terrace, I found this little gold thing.
Phi Beta Kappa key.
Belong to somebody in this house?
Honorary Scholastic Society? Hardly.
Oh. Well, I'll find out who it belongs to and see if I can return it.
Mrs. Riker?
Yes, sir?
If Mrs. Mayhew condescends to leave her room, tell her I want to talk to her about her favorite subject, honor. Honor is like that glossy bubble that finds philosophers such trouble, whose least part cracked, the whole doth fly, and wits are cracked to find out why.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Lillian, wait!
Who understands women?
I told you before, I do. That's why I'm the happiest man in the world.
My, sure drove off in a temper.
Young man, how did you know about the broken glass here? Who called you? Not that it makes any difference.
Well, if it doesn't make any difference, why answer? Who knows about men, either?
That was very nice of you, Mr. Valentine, to go to all the trouble to return this key to me.
Oh, I knew it must have meant a great deal to you, Mr. Dwight. People say someday soon you'll be giving up your law practice and running for Congress. I'll finally have a friend in high places.
Well, thanks again.
Yeah. That's funny the way I found this thing. I just happened to be visiting the Henry Mayhew home, and the key was in their garden.
Who? Oh, you must be mistaken where you found it, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, no. That's where it was, Mr. Dwight.
I tell you, it's impossible. I don't know the Mayhews and never met them.
Besides, someone saw a tall man, as tall as you, out there only last night.
Get out of my office.
Okay, friend. Take it easy.
You're not just someone who happened to find this. How did you trace this key to me anyway?
Saw your name on it? Check with the Alumni Association?
Oh, spoken like a detective. Well, go back to whoever hired you.
Hired me?
Tell him you were as unsuccessful as the others have been, because there's nothing to find out. Now, I said get out.
Oh, easy. I said relax.
Why?
I know. You're a lawyer. You'll sue me. So long, Buster.
Mr. Valentine, I told you I don't know this Mr. Dwight. And as long as no one was hurt by what you say happened here last night, I see no reason for you to go on meddling.
No, neither do I, Mrs. Mayhew, but I think it's your business to listen to what I have to say first.
Really? Well, I'm sorry Sally Riker went to you. She's too imaginative. She romanticizes things.
Maybe. But if you want to hear my opinion, I think your husband tried to kill himself last night.
Oh,
I say the most comical
Yes.
things.
You don't know how comical. You forget I've been married to Henry for a long, long time.
And?
And I know he would never hurt a hair on his head. He loves himself too much. He's too vain. He's too selfish.
Uh-huh. Well, he seems to be taking your leaving him very hard.
Mr. Valentine, I know he has a fatal charm for women, but not for me any longer. There. Simple enough?
In other words, you don't care.
Come on, he's in his study. Let's ask him.
Well, I don't think putting it to him as bluntly as this
My
is...
husband is a very strong person, really. Henry?
Yes? What are you doing back here, young man?
He's sort of a private detective, Henry.
What?
You've had dealings with private detectives before. Don't be shocked.
But why would a private detective...
His name is George Valentine. And he thinks you tried to kill yourself last night.
Oh, now, that's silly. It's not true at all.
Mr. Valentine says he has some proof for his statement. What is that proof, Mr. Valentine?
Well, where the bullet hit, so high up. If anyone shot at you or if you shot at anyone else, it would never be that high. Not even an amateur would have such bad aim.
Well, that doesn't prove anything.
Well, there's that chair. You were sitting in it. The bullet from the gun you held left that burn. You lost your nerve at the last minute. I even think I could find the gun somewhere in this house.
Of course there's a gun. I was cleaning it last night and held it just the way you described. And accidentally it went off.
Uh-huh.
That explanation seems logical, Mr. Valentine. The whole matter can be considered quite closed now, can't it?
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, I'm a meddler and I'll get out. But if you don't mind, I'm going to check with Mrs. Riker on who to believe and what to believe in this thing.
Excuse me. Yes, hello. Yes, this is Mr. Mayhew. State police? What? No. Oh, no. All right.
Oh, what is it, Henry? What happened?
Lillian Riker. She's had an accident. Her car swerved off the road and crashed into a ravine. She's dead.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. With colder weather here, you've probably already taken steps to protect your car during the frosty days ahead. But did you know that you can buy a gasoline that is also designed for winter driving? One of Chevron Supreme's all 8 high-performance qualities is area blending, which means that Chevron Supreme is specially blended for every climate and area. The Chevron Supreme you buy in Los Angeles, for instance, is refined differently from that which you buy in the Rocky Mountain area or the San Francisco Bay region. For Chevron Supreme, gasoline is always right for the kind of driving you do where you do it. And that's just one of the all 8 necessary high-performance qualities in every gallon. In addition, you get mileage, power, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, starting, warm-up, and acceleration. So for top, all-round driving pleasure, wherever you drive in the West, just remember to fill her up with the gasoline that gives you all 8 Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A highly excited 17-year-old girl bursts into your office.
I feel as though I'm living under a dark, heavy cloud just before the storm breaks. I know my mother isn't mixed up in any of this because she's wonderful. She couldn't do anything wrong in her life. But you must help me.
Well, you've just about convinced yourself that all there is behind the storm cloud is the attempted suicide of a man who also likes to dramatize himself. The aging matinee idol Henry Mayhew, whose cynical wife is finally leaving him. Of course, the girl's mother could help to explain all this, but now she's been killed in an automobile accident. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you know there's need for more meddling in this case.
I went down to identify her. It was Lillian, all right. And she's gone.
Well, what sent her out of here like a bolt anyway, Mr. Mayhew?
She was my strong right arm. Took care of me all these years. Helped me out of scrapes so my wife wouldn't know.
You didn't answer my question.
Oh, I don't know. I suppose she was upset over the way I've been acting. She told me to snap out of it, that I had to snap out of it. I guess she was impatient with me. But I never
I
thought...
see. What do you intend to do now, Mr. Mayhew?
What can I do? Maybe it's some sort of poetic justice. I haven't been exactly a model man or husband, Mr. Valentine. Besides, a man can only fight up to a certain point.
You don't still have any fancy ideas left, do you, Mr. Mayhew?
I don't know what you're talking about. By the by, I've invited Philip Dwight to come over here this afternoon.
Dwight? Do you know him?
Not exactly, but I think I should. Yes, I think I should meet him once.
You know, there's something that's been bothering me, Mr. Mayhew.
Yes?
Both Philip Dwight and Mrs. Mayhew have made some cracks about private detectives. Now, what were they driving at?
I don't know. Anyway, all that is unimportant now. That's all in the past. Oh, stay where you are, Mr. Valentine. I'll see who it is.
Honor is like that glossy bubble that finds philosophers such trouble.
Oh, George.
Yeah, Brooksy.
I came out as fast as I could.
Where's Sally? The poor kid must be half crazy after she learned about her mother.
She's a pretty wonderful girl and brave. I left her with the state police lieutenant.
Well, what about that accident?
Not a single thing to show that it wasn't just that. Apparently, Mrs. Riker was driving too fast and lost control of her car.
She sure took off here in a great big hurry.
Hey, what's going on out here? I came in with a tall, distinguished-looking gentleman.
You did? That'll be Mr. Dwight. Come on, Brooksy. Let's find him before Mr. Mayhew gets cute again.
There, in there. That's Mr. Dwight. And that's Mrs. Mayhew, isn't it?
Yeah, just the two of them. I thought there might have been some bloodshed.
Well, they're doing some pretty fast talking for two people who are not supposed to know each other.
Watch this. See what I mean? Come on. Well, we meet again, Mr. Dwight.
Yeah.
Mrs. Mayhew, this is my assistant, Miss Brooks.
Mrs. Mayhew?
I had the slight feeling that this was supposed to be some sort of showdown or noble renunciation or something. Where's Mr. Mayhew?
I don't know.
He told me to come in here, that he'd be back in a few minutes. Why?
I think we'd better find him.
Henry? I don't know where he could have gone. And I certainly don't see the need for all the excitement.
It's a big house, Mrs. Mayhew. We'd better keep looking.
Look, George, on the night table, a note.
Let me have it, please. Dear Rhoda, forgive me for all the heartache I have caused you in the past. But I still can't let you go unless I go first. This time, I won't miss. Love, Henry.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, he'd never kill himself, I tell you. He wouldn't.
Come on. Hey, this box almost empty. What is this? You take medicine or something?
Sleeping pills. Take only as directed.
What's beyond this bathroom?
Oh, just a little dressing room. It leads nowhere. Henry!
Don't come near her, any of you.
Don't be a fool, Mayhew. Put that gun down.
Stand still. Yes, this is the gun you were looking for, Mr. Valentine. I didn't have the courage to shoot myself last night at the last minute. But this way is simpler.
I'll phone for a doctor, George.
Stay where you are. I don't want to be rescued. It'll all be over in a minute. There were 10 pills in that package.
Henry, please.
No, it's too late. Better this way.
You must listen to me. I want to explain something to you.
Better this way.
Oh, Philip.
Rhoda, darling, please.
Brooksy, get that doctor. Hurry.
Yes, doctor. Sleeping tablets. Please, as soon as you can.
Oh, that's a fine thing.
Oh, I can't help crying, Philip. I know we shouldn't have met the way we did, secretly and stealthily.
Now, don't blame yourself, Rhoda, please.
But I knew what he would have done with his love for scandal. And I didn't want you to get hurt. Your career.
No, we didn't do anything wrong.
I've had enough of that. So you finally succeeded, you poor sap. The stupid way out. Big romance. Only this was a pretty fancy death, even for a character like you. Too fancy. And why you did it before me, a stranger. Unless you wanted a witness. Do you hear me, Mayhew?
Of course I hear you. But let them go on. Listen, let them dig their own graves. Let them keep talking. Detectives could never find out anything like that.
Get up off that bed, you
No,
low-driving phony.
Threw them out.
Get up here.
What's going on in this?
What's the matter?
Mr. Mayhew.
Welcome, mourners. Come in, join the party.
Yeah, it's him, all right. Back from the dead.
Even the devil won't take me. You were always so right, Rhoda. It took quite a build-up to make you believe in my death, didn't it?
What is there?
George, what's going on?
That suicide note, those pills.
Harmless, bad-tasting imitations, Counselor. I'm afraid they only look like my regular sleeping tablets. The druggist did a good job, didn't he? Now, shall we talk about the divorce?
Divorce? You mean all this was just
If you two have been so discreet, my dear. And with my reputation, it isn't easy for me to plead injury, for me to be the aggrieved party.
I'll show you what a plea of
Watch it,
injury
Mr.
is.
Dwight.
Now let him go. Give the witnesses even more to testify about. You two just don't seem to understand yet, that's all. Rhoda, I'm going to divorce you. And of course, if the word alimony is mentioned even once.
George, if you don't kill that man, I'm going to.
You staged all this just to save yourself some money.
I'll see. A ticket to South America. And a delightful blonde showgirl waiting for me there who would be much too expensive for me to afford otherwise, don't you think?
Oh, Buster.
You don't think I would use my talent as an actor just for love, do you? Do you?
What's the matter? You want an answer to that?
No. I mean, of course it's money, to save money. To get my grounds for divorce on that ridiculous wife. Money.
George?
Now leave me alone, all of you. What more do you... What more... Mr. Valentine, come here. I said leave me... Dead? Of course he's dead.
Casey, that's not what I asked you.
Poison. What do you think?
But he said those pills of his were harmless. They wouldn't hurt a
Look,
fly.
Valentine, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a magician. I don't know who switched his medicine around. I don't know who took advantage of a silly suicide to make a perfect murder.
But, George, then the secretary's death must have been murder, too.
Skipper, will you? I'm calling from the office, and I got some visitors coming in.
But what did Lieutenant Johnson say? If somebody switched Mayhew's pills on him so he took real ones...
Brooksy, please, wait. We've already got all the facts we need.
Yeah.
Now, just do what I say and take Sally back to your place fast. And don't let her talk to anybody either. See you later, Angel.
Hello, Mr. Valentine.
Yes, we got your message. We got here as soon as we could.
Yeah, hello. Well, sit down. Make yourselves
Oh,
comfortable.
Mr. Valentine, please. You told me on the phone you knew who killed my husband.
Don't you?
Well, I
Mr.
don't.
Dwight, you're an attorney. You have a clear, logical mind. Examine the evidence.
Well, I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
Well, the date on that box he took the pills from was today.
Well?
We checked up and found that nobody else had delivered any packages to the house.
I don't understand.
Well, I was out there when his secretary, Mrs. Riker, brought in a package for him. From the drugstore, too. That must have been the pills.
You mean she was in on it with him?
I mean more than that. I mean she murdered him.
What?
Yes. It's quite a mess, isn't it? Oh, the police checked up on the drugstore. They confirmed it, too. And nobody ever bought any phony pills.
She always did everything he told her to.
Yeah, and there's her fingerprints on them and everything else. It ties in with what both of them said. He sent her to get some phonies for his little act. And then she brought him real ones instead. Not that I blame her.
But why? Why would
Sally
she...
told me her mother was so businesslike, so calm and reserved.
Oh.
Yeah. In love with him, wasn't she? Just like every other woman he ever met.
He treated her miserably.
Did he? When Sally even told me her mother thought she was going to South America, and the police said she told several other people, too?
She thought Mayhew was going to take her with him?
Well, she agreed to help your husband with this lousy act of his, just so he could marry her.
And then she found he had only one ticket to South America. I remember she was all upset last night.
But do you really think her accident was an accident?
All I know is she just left the house after handing the man the stuff to really kill himself with. Her perfect way of getting even.
And so, that's it.
Oh, no, it's not. Sit down, please.
What?
Well, I just finished a selling job on Lieutenant Johnson. Now I'm going to do one on you. I don't think it'll be too difficult. But this time, I'm really going to meddle for good.
If you aren't already using new RPM, the motor oil that was developed through atomic energy, then you're not using the oil that doubles engine life. Yes, compared with premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM motor oil doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication, more than meets the heavy-duty requirements of all car manufacturers. Get new RPM for your car at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
It's horrible, isn't it? My mother's accident. But it's one of those things you can't help, can you?
No, that's right, Sally.
I can only hope that I can go on and someday make her as proud of me as I've been proud of her.
Your dinner's ready, Sally. Do you want to run downstairs?
All right, yes, thanks. You've both been so nice to me. Mr. Mayhew used to be very nice to me, too. I told you he was a fine, sensitive man. But he just couldn't stand living alone and unwanted, could he?
Well, Mayhew was just weak, I guess. That's why he killed himself.
Are you coming down, Miss Brooks?
In just a minute, dear. Accident. Suicide. So that's what you've been up to.
Well, why not? He left a note, didn't he? Now, does that kid have to know her mother was...
No. Of course, I understand.
Everybody else bought it. They're all with us.
With Sally, you mean? Oh, George. Sometimes I wish you could know how I really feel about you.
Oh, now take it easy, Angel. I don't want to meddle.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Larry Dobkin was heard as Mayhew, Frank Hale as Mrs. Mayhew, Stephen Chase as Dwight, and Gene Bates as Sally. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. As a motorist, you know that the job of a motor oil is to lubricate and protect your car's engine, so you'll be interested in this. New RPM doubles engine life. Yes, compared with premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM motor oil doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. More than meets heavy-duty requirements of all car manufacturers. Get new RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Destination Danger, another adventure of George Valentine.
Senor Valentine, you ask for danger, I have it for you. If you succeed in my assignment, you will be doing a service to many people. If you do not, it is quite possible that your services will be at an end permanently. In the briefcase that was delivered with this note, you will find sufficient cash to cover your fee and expenses, tickets for yourself and your assistant on a Pan American clipper leaving for Panama at 11 o'clock tonight, and some unimportant papers.
When you arrive in Panama, you will find that rooms have been reserved for you at the Hotel Tivoli in Ancon. And, George, we're going to Panama.
Wait a minute, Brooksy. Wait a minute. This sounds like a gag. Let's see what's in this briefcase.
I suppose you didn't notice your initials are on it, in gold. GV.
Yeah, sure, I noticed that. It's a practical joke. It's... Huh?
Well, darling, what is it?
Oh, with all this cash, it'd be an expensive practical joke. Ought to take care of Ali Khan's traveling expenses for a week.
And here are the tickets. To Cuman Airport, Panama, via Mexico City.
Yeah.
A letter of introduction to a Captain Santos Silvera. No address.
Wait a minute, another note. Senor Valentine. The papers you will carry in this case mean nothing. They are only to make you appear as a traveling businessman from the States. Please destroy both this note and the first. A young man at the Tivoli will give you complete instructions. Hasta la vista.
Hasta la vista. Until we meet again.
Yeah, bad choice of words. Up to now, my so-called client and I haven't met.
George, you mean you're not going to do it?
Well, now, did I say that? Sure I am. We got to find some way to spend all this moolah. Yeah, you better run home and get packed, Angel. I'll pick you up on the way to the airport.
George.
Yeah, Brooksy.
You don't even know what we're supposed to do in Panama, do you?
Just relax. We need a vacation anyway.
Where'd you put the briefcase?
The fancy prop under the seat. The letter of introduction is in my pocket here.
Oh. Darling, when the man wrote about danger...
Senorita.
Yes?
Pardon for the intrusion, but do you play canasta?
Canasta? Well, of course.
Well, then, would you care to join two others and me in a game? Unless, of course, you wish to rest.
Well, no, I'm not sleepy, but I think...
Go ahead, Angel. Have some fun. She's quite a canasta player, young lady. You better watch it.
Oh, that is fine. Come, it is a few seats ahead.
All right. I'll be back in a little while, George.
Okay. I'll read the paper and get a fresh cup of coffee from the stewardess. Good luck.
Thanks.
Senor?
Oh, hello.
I hear you say you like another cup of coffee. The stewardess brings some to me. I do not wish it. May I offer it to you?
Oh, sure, thanks.
Oh, not at all. Here you are.
Okay, thanks. Oh, won't you sit down over here?
Gracias. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Manuel Perez. And you?
Valentine, George Valentine.
This is your first trip in the Clipper, senor, eh?
Yeah, that's right.
You're bound for South America?
No, just Panama.
Traveling for pleasure, sir?
Yeah. Well, no, not exactly. Pleasure and business, you might say.
Oh, that is nice. Together, business and pleasure. You are not drinking your coffee, senor?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they serve good coffee on these planes, don't they?
Muy bueno, muy. I've traveled this line many times. I always have found the food excellent. Oh, but perhaps you wish to read your paper, senor.
No, rather chat. Good coffee. You're going to South America?
No, I too am going to Panama.
Oh? But when the stewardess took the information, I thought you said that...
South America eventually, but I'm making a short stop in Panama also. Like yourself, I am a businessman. I have many interests.
Yeah, I see. That's funny. I didn't think I was sleepy. But
it is the steady drone of the plane, senor.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, take a little sleep. We continue our talk later, eh?
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's right. Thanks for the coffee. Thanks for that.
George, wake up.
What? Oh, it's you, Brooksy.
We're almost in Mexico City, darling. That's where we make connections for Panama.
Oh, yeah, I guess I fell asleep.
You weren't sleepy.
I was, but... Hey, wait a minute.
George, what's the matter?
That letter of introduction I had in my pocket, it's gone.
Oh, how could it be?
Hey, the briefcase still down there under the seat?
Well, wait a minute now, look. Yes, George, it's right where you put it.
Hey, I didn't just fall asleep. I was drugged. Yeah, it was in the coffee, that guy across the aisle. Hey, where is he?
George, you're not even awake yet.
Oh, yes, I am. Somebody took that letter out of my pocket while I was asleep.
You must have put it somewhere else, darling. Why would anybody want
it? It was in this pocket, and it's gone. It was that character across the aisle. I'll call the stewardess and have her report it before we land in Mexico City.
Well, she's up ahead. I'll call her, George.
Senor Valentine, you are awake now, eh? You had a long sleep.
Oh, there you are, Perez. Yeah, I did. And maybe it was somebody else's idea.
What? What do you mean, senor? Something is wrong?
Something is missing. Stewardess?
Well, perhaps I may help you to find it. What is lost?
In case you didn't know, a letter from the inside pocket of my jacket.
Oh, senor, it must have fallen out of the pocket while you were sleeping, you know. Would you mind to stand up?
Oh, no, but that won't do any good.
There, you see? Is this the letter, senor?
George, that's it.
Yeah, that's it, all right. But how did it get stuffed down beside the cushion?
Strange things happen when one is asleep, senor. You must have done it in a dream. Well, I am so glad you have lost nothing. We will meet again, no doubt, in Panama.
Yes. Thank you, senor.
Thank you for nothing. I think he took that letter out of my pocket, looked at it while I was out, and stuffed it down there.
But, George, he's so nice, so polite.
Yeah, sure. So's Joe Starling, probably. Now, listen, Angel. Somebody knows more about why we're going to Panama than we do. And when we get there, we'd better have eyes in the back of our heads.
Fasten your seatbelts, please. Everybody fasten your seatbelts.
Oh, Brooksy, I don't get it.
Don't get what, George?
Well, looks like a typical manana routine. Our plane got in at 9 last night.
That's right.
The letter from our unknown client seemed urgent enough. We've been hanging around this hotel all day and still no young man to give us instructions.
Por favor, Senor Valentine.
Yeah?
I hear what you're saying, and I do not blame you for being impatient. But the time is not yet ready.
Oh, who are you?
I am the young man who is to direct you. My name is Carlos, senor.
Well, it's about time you showed up, Carlos. Now, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
I'm so sorry, senor. At this moment, I cannot tell you. But soon you will know everything.
But, Carlos, can't you tell us what we're supposed to do? We've been here almost 24 hours.
As I said, senorita, the time is just not yet. Tomorrow, I think I can take you to the man.
Man? Would his name happen to be Captain Santos Silvera?
Senor, again you ask a question which I cannot answer. Believe me, I will have word to you as soon as possible.
And we're to stay around the Tivoli here until you have it, huh?
Oh, no, senor, no. Tonight you are free. You may do just as you like. You would perhaps like to see the nightlife in Panama City?
Oh, well, that'd be fun.
Well, then I would suggest the Ritz. There is entertainment, music, fine tropical...
Yeah, sure. Okay, Carlos.
Tomorrow I will see you again.
You mean here in the lobby?
No, senor. I will know where you are. Your rooms are 212 and 213.
Wow. You just know everything, don't you, Buster?
It was I who made the reservation. Please, senor, to be patient. Huh? Tomorrow I think your job can be done, and then you may go back to the States as soon as you wish. Hasta mañana.
Well, we're still in the dark.
Yeah. But we know our services aren't needed tonight, at least. So, let's go to our rooms and change, and then see a little of Panama. $212. There's your room, Brooksy. Don't be too long putting on your face.
No, I won't. Knock when you're ready.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Angel. I've been in a lot of rat races, but... Well, what are you doing here?
Oh, senor.
Also, what are you doing with my briefcase? I don't quite remember inviting you to my room.
It is all a mistake, senor. I can explain to you everything.
Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you the girl who asked Miss Brooks to play canasta on the plane last night?
Si, senor Valentine.
Looks like I'm getting famous. Everybody knows my name.
But Senorita Brooks has told it to me last night.
Oh, I see. Well, that explains one thing. But not why you're here in my room.
Well, I've told you, senor, it is a mistake. I think I'm coming to my own room, but when I come in, I find a man's clothes. I think maybe they make a mistake.
Uh-huh. Well, they didn't. Just what is the number of your room?
Why, it is 214, this room.
214. You got a near miss, sister. This is 213. That would make you my next-door neighbor, that way.
I am so sorry.
Yeah, sure. And would you mind handing over that briefcase before you go?
See, I was only trying to find out who they had put in my room.
Yeah, I understand.
I am sorry, senor. Please forgive me.
Yeah, sure. That character dreams up a good story. I better get Brooksy.
Yes, George?
Yeah, Angel.
Come on in. I'm almost ready.
Hey, look, Brooksy, I'm going to take this briefcase down and leave it at the desk for safekeeping while we're out. Meet you in the lobby.
That briefcase? Why? George, there's nothing in it but those silly catalogs. They don't mean anything.
Yeah, that's what the man wrote, all right. But I wonder if he was telling the truth.
But we looked at the stuff. Just brochures.
Angel, on this trip, I've decided that anything can mean something, and I'm just going to play it safe. Come on down when you're ready, and we'll have a look at this place called the Ritz.
Oh, gee, I think this place is cute, George.
Yeah, it is, Angel.
Darling,
Yeah, Brooksy.
you're not even here. You're still thinking about that girl in your briefcase.
Ah, you're so right.
But why? She made a perfectly understandable mistake getting in the wrong room. I'd have picked up the briefcase myself just to see...
Sure, I know. What bothers me is that it all fits into a pattern.
Oh, what kind of a pattern?
Well, don't you get it, Angel? On the plane, this gal asks you to play canasta, gets you out of the way. The guy across the aisle gives me some doped coffee, picks my pocket for a letter.
Oh, don't you think you're dreaming a little, darling?
I'm afraid I don't.
But it could have been just a coincidence. I don't think the girl and the man had anything to do with each other. And that letter could have dropped out of your pocket, and the girl of your...
No shot!
Take it easy, Angel. There's one of those Panama policemen over there in the door. It's all over now, I guess.
Who were they shooting at, George?
I can't say for sure, but look at my drink.
Your glass, darling, it's broken.
Yeah, somebody was a pretty good shot, but not good enough.
Somebody was trying to shoot you.
Looks that way.
Senor Valentine. Senor, I saw what happened to your glass. That was very close.
Wow, Senor Perez. Coincidence that you're here, huh? Came in to offer me another cup of coffee, I suppose.
Those shots, they must have been aimed at you.
I got that idea myself.
Well, if there is anything I can do, perhaps see you to your hotel?
Oh, no, thanks just the same. You see, my friend, I've been doing a little adding up. And I can't seem to get you out of the total.
George, let's go back to the hotel.
Sure. Only I think we'll get that cop over there for an escort. Somebody's looking for my hide, Brooksy. And I'd like to know who it is.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Last Saturday afternoon, my neighbor Whitey and I were driving home from a football game. Whitey'd been rooting for one team, and I was sort of cheering for the other. So as we drove along, we were arguing the game and the talents of some of the players. But you know, the thing that impressed me most was the teamwork. It reminded me of the way that car savers work as a team to take better care of your car. For instance, when it comes to lubrication service, car savers are a smoothly balanced combination. Car savers know where and how much to lubricate. They have factory-approved specifications to guide them, and they have a complete line of the very best petroleum products with which to do the job. And when they're through, car savers sweep out your car and shine up the windows till they sparkle like an all-American. Even Whitey had to agree with me that a team like Car Saver Service and Standard Oil Products is a tough one to beat. No matter where you drive in the West, you'll find the Car Saver team ready and waiting to serve you. Once you get a sample of real Car Saver service, you'll know why so many Western motorists root for the folks at standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're sent off to Panama on a mysterious errand by an equally mysterious client who indicates that the job may have its dangers. Now, after being apparently drugged on the plane and definitely shot at in a nightclub, you're inclined to believe he was right. And still, you've had no further instructions. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you decide to play it safe by staying close to your room until someone makes the next move. So, back at the Tivoli.
Well, Angel, try and get some sleep, huh? See you in the morning.
I'll try. George, let me take the briefcase tonight.
This? Why?
Because somebody apparently wants it. And they'd naturally expect you to have it.
Well, so?
It may be more important than we think, darling. So if you don't have it in your room, they can't get it, can they?
Well, no.
All right, then. Give it to me. I'll hide it in my room until we know what to do with it.
Yeah, okay. But be sure and lock your door tonight, huh, Angel? I don't want you in any danger. Here we are.
I'll be careful. Lock your door, too.
Sure. Night, Brooksy. Well.
Oh, Senor Valentine.
I see I'm holding open house again.
Oh, I'm glad that you come back.
Yeah? What are you doing here in my room at this time of night, Carlos?
Well, you see, I had to see you quickly, senor. The plans are changed. I told you the man could not see you until tomorrow.
Sure, I know.
But now he wished to see you right away, tonight.
Uh-huh. Well, have him come up to my room.
Oh, no, senor. He cannot be seen on the streets of Panama. You must go to him. Now, do you know the waterfront?
No, but I guess I can find it with your help.
Oh, but I cannot go with you. You are to be alone, so there will be no suspicion.
Yeah? Sounds fascinating. Where do I go?
Now, look, senor. There is a freight ship, the Cortez. It's docked at the foot of Calle Ruiz. Now, you are to go aboard and meet the captain.
Calle Ruiz, huh? And that would be Captain Silvera.
Si, senor. Be sure that you take the credentials that you have brought with you. That is all you need to know.
Uh-huh. All right, Carlos. I'll get right down there.
See, I will be down in the lobby to see you when you come back, eh? I hope that you have no trouble on the way there, Senor Valentine.
Yeah, I hope so myself. I've had enough for one night.
Sí. Adios, senor.
I'd rather say hasta la vista. This is Cortez. Here she is. It's dark aboard. I wonder if...
Who is it?
Huh? Where are you? I can't see in the dark.
Call out your name.
The name's Valentine. Are you Captain Silvera?
Well, Senor Valentine. We'll meet again.
Oh, hey, now, wait a minute. You're that guy from the plane. You're Perez.
That is right, senor.
Now, what are you doing here?
You asked for Captain Silvera. I am his friend. Very old friend. I came aboard to stay with him tonight.
Oh, yeah?
See, the captain is not feeling well. He asked me to get from you some papers he is expecting.
Uh-huh. Now, look, Perez, I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you. On the plane, you tried to pick my pocket after you drug my coffee. Now,
senor, please, that is all in your imagination. I put nothing in your coffee. I did not search your pocket. I am your friend and the friend of the captain.
you make it sound all very simple.
But it is. Now, where is the briefcase?
I didn't bring it.
Oh, you didn't bring it?
No, I left it at the hotel for safekeeping. All I brought was a letter of introduction to the captain.
That was quite unnecessary. But he will be very upset if he knows you did not bring the case.
Well, now, that's just too bad. Look, Perez, I'll talk this over with Captain Silvera myself. Where's his cabin?
I have told you he is ill. He does not wish to see you. So you will do as I say.
I will, huh?
See. You will return to your hotel and get the case and bring it back here immediately.
Uh-huh.
If you do not, you are quite apt to cause trouble. It must be here tonight.
Yeah, I see. Okay, Perez. I'll have the briefcase back here in half an hour. Brooksy. Hey, Brooksy. Brooksy, wake up. Come on, put on a robe. Get up.
George, you're all right. You're safe.
Oh, sure, I'm all right, but... Hey, you're all dressed. What's the idea?
I had a visitor, Maria, the girl in the room next to yours.
The one I found snooping in my room? What'd she want?
Well, she was worried about you. She knocked on your door, and when there wasn't any answer, she came to mine.
Oh, I'm sure she was worried about me.
Oh, we had her figured wrong, darling. She's our friend.
Oh, yeah? She didn't happen to get out with that briefcase, did she?
Of course not. It's under my other pillow.
Good. All right, let's see it. There's something darned important about that case, and it isn't just the brochures and catalogs that are in it.
Well, what else could there be? Here.
Good, thanks. Have a look. Maybe we can find out.
You've looked through it before, George, and you couldn't find anything then.
Well, maybe I didn't look very well. Nothing on that side. Nothing at the bottom. Yeah.
What?
Hidden flap down here at the bottom of this section, Brooksy.
Darling, there's some papers in there.
Yeah, I'll say. Now maybe we'll find out what all those...
Oh, George, what is it?
Wow. No wonder a lot of people wanted to get their hands on this thing.
You still haven't told me.
Angel, right here is a very neat blueprint for a revolution, complete with details.
You mean we've been mixed up with somebody who's trying to overthrow the government?
Not here in Panama, Brooksy, a little South American country that... Hey, here, look at that.
Hadn't we better just destroy it, George?
These are plans for revolution, all right. But we're delivering them for the other side. Our mysterious client found out what they were up to in detail, and he wants...
All this is to warn the government of his country.
Yeah, sure. Captain Silvera is to take this plan back to South America and nip a revolution in the bud.
Well, then we better find him right away.
Well, it's going to take a little doing. But I think I know how to manage it. Might put you in a little danger for a few minutes, but it's the only way.
Well, that's all right. What are you going to do, George?
Well, we're going to go down to the lobby and pick up Carlos. He said he'd be waiting there. Then he's going to drive us down to the waterfront, and you can get to work. Tell you how on the way down.
This is as far as we should go, Senor Valentine.
All right. Now, there's the Cortez, Brooksy, right over there.
Yes, I see it, George.
You know exactly what you're to do?
Go aboard and meet this Perez character. Tell him that your life has been threatened and you don't dare leave the hotel.
That I have the briefcase in your room, and you'll bring him to me. You got it?
I've got it.
Good. Good luck, Angel. See you back at the hotel in just a few minutes.
Right, but don't waste any time.
Caray, the senorita is brave, senor.
Oh, brother, she's scared stiff, and I don't blame her. But I couldn't figure any other way to get Perez off that ship.
She's gone up the gangway now.
Yeah, things ought to start happening.
Valentine? Is that you?
Senor Perez?
Huh?
Is Senor Perez there?
Well, what are you doing here?
Oh, Senor Perez.
See?
Mr. Valentine sent me. He can
Cross your fingers, Carlos.
Cross my... What's that?
Oh, nothing. Let's just hope Miss Brooks makes her story stick.
You see. It's very quiet up there in the day.
Yeah, I know. come on, Brooksy, come on. Sell him a bill of goods. Get him to get off.
Senor, they are now. They're coming down the gangway, both of them.
Yeah. Hey, it worked all right. Yeah, they're heading for that car parked over there.
See, it's probably the car of this Perez.
Yeah, it's his car, all right. Hey, there, they're in. Now get ready to run on that ship with me as soon as they're out of sight.
See.
Now, Carl, let's run for it.
Senor, what do we do when we get on the ship?
Find Captain Silvera if he's still alive.
You think maybe they have killed him?
I hope not, but I don't think he's just plain sick. Hey, here we are. Sign on the door, El Capitan. Captain Silvera.
Yes, no answer, senor.
No, we'd better get in there.
There he is. They have tied him up.
I'll say they have, gag and all. All right, Carl, let's start untying those ropes while I get the gag.
Si, senor.
Hurry. Here we are. Captain Silvera.
See, who are you? What you are going to do with me?
Nothing, except get you out of here. My name is Valentine.
Valentine, you are the man from the States. You are to bring...
Some papers in a briefcase, yeah. But I'll have to turn them over to you without the case. Here, this is what you want.
Gracias. I was afraid you might not get through with that.
So was I for a while.
There we are. The ropes are all loose now.
Okay, good. Come on, quickly now. And you'd better go with us, Captain. It'll be safer that way.
Where we are going, Senor Valentine?
I gotta catch up with a goon by the name of Perez before he starts to get rough.
It is quite plain, Miss Brooks, that you and your friend have attempted to play a trick on me.
But I can't see why. George isn't here, but the briefcase you wanted is. You have it.
I have it, see. But without everything it contained when you brought it to Panama.
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. The flap in this secret compartment was not tucked in again after the papers were removed. Where are they?
Papers? What papers?
Oh, you do not wish to tell me, huh? Very well. There are other ways. When the young man returns and finds that you are gone, he will no doubt wish that he...
George!
Easy, Brooksy. Take it easy. All right, Perez, now it's my turn.
What? What do you mean? Why do you...
You put me to sleep once, I'll return the favor. Yeah, like this.
Darling, you didn't have to...
Oh, yes, I did. I aim to keep this guy out of Silvera's way until his ship has sailed. Hello, front desk. I want you to call the police and send them up to room 212. I just caught a man up here trying to kidnap one of the guests. Yeah, that ought to do it.
George, what happened to you after I came back here?
Tell you later, Angel. Right now, I want to make plane reservations back to the good old USA.
If you happen to know a motorist who wants to get better performance out of his car, tell him to fill the tank with Chevron Supreme gasoline, the gas that gives all 8 necessary high-performance qualities: power, mileage, starting, warm-up, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, acceleration, and area blending. You'll be doing that motorist a favor, especially if that motorist is you, by recommending Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
Well, Angel, that's the story. All wrapped up. And a nice piece of cash left over for the fee.
You were wonderful, darling. Figuring out that Perez wasn't the captain's friend at all.
Well, the way he talked to me on the ship did that. If he'd been on the right side of the fence, he would have taken me to Silvera.
Well, it was exciting. Oh, Senor Valentine.
Well, our friend Maria.
Senor, before we left Panama, I have talked to my employer on the telephone. He is very happy that you have completed your assignment so well.
Your employer? Who's he?
The senor who sent you on this case. You see, I came along, too, just for the trip.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, I take back all my bad thoughts about you, Maria.
Gracias. Miss Brooks, would you care to play a little game of canasta?
Well, I don't
go
think
ahead, Brooksy. Have fun. Me?
I will catch up on a little sleep.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by Lloyd London and directed by Kenneth Webb. Gene Bates was heard as Maria, Larry Dobkin as Manuel, Tony Barrett as Carlos, and Ted DeCorsia as the captain. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we join George Valentine, here's something to remember when you buy gasoline. Any gasoline can be made to stress one performance quality at the expense of others, but Chevron Supreme is balance blended to give you all 8 necessary high-performance qualities: power, mileage, starting, warm-up, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, acceleration, and area blending. For the kind of driving you do, where you do it, your engine needs Chevron Supreme gasoline. Get a tank full tomorrow at your independent Chevron gas station or Standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, The Woman in Black, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I need your help. And coming from little Gladys, that's quite an admission. I suppose you've heard about Pygmalion, who barked his shins on his own statue. Well, I seem to be the same thing, girl type. You see, Mr. Valentine, in my vast wisdom and vaster love of money, I have created a monster. And since the monster is a good foot taller than I am, I'm sure you'll appreciate how much I mean it when I say, get here quick. The monster is slipping out of my control. Sincerely, Gladys Jenkins.
Well, this is the address, all right, George.
Yeah, but nobody's lived here for years.
They can't have. All those weeds and the paint coming off. It looks like a castle.
It was. Yeah, that's right. Been deserted since about 1932, as I recall.
How do you know?
Ever since the Bunko Squad or some jealous movie queen took care of him, whatever it was.
George, what are you talking about?
Angel, didn't you ever hear about Gregory?
Oh!
Yeah, sure. Gregory the Great. Gregory the Mighty Soothsayer. Gregory the Widow's Wailing Wall.
Yes, of course. The greatest crystal ball man.
Yeah, that's the one. Gregory the...
What's the matter? George, I don't...
Gregory the Ghost.
What? You mean that old man with the white hair that
Not
just...
so old, I guess. Dyed his hair white when he was 20, they claimed. Increased his powers over women.
Well, he was certainly attractive, if that was really the...
No, it can't be. It can't be. I thought he was dead. Burned himself out. He drank too much.
Well, who you think it was, Julius Caesar? Now, go on. Get out of here. This is private property.
Well, not the sidewalk.
Yes, I know. Forgive me, lady. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. But this is no tourist center. I get sick and tired of people standing there saying the same thing, that's all.
Well, now, that's really too bad.
And no smart cracks out of you either. This is my property here, all of it. J.J. Cleary, Realtors. If you don't believe me, my house is just down the block.
No, of course we believe you, Mr. Cleary, but you mean you own his house, too, Mr. Gregory?
Where do you get that Mr. stuff? Don't insult the mighty G. No, I got an option on it, though. It'll be mine soon enough, don't you worry. And when it is, you can bet your bottom dollar there's nobody like that coming back to this neighborhood.
Okay, but when did he come back?
A couple of weeks ago. Visions of opening up his old temple. The master will once more comfort a long line of rich women.
You sound a little bitter.
Well, why not? He's a fraud. He always was. Ought to be locked up. Between you and me, I've just had a few words with Gregory. He clearly understands that when I get back from meeting with my lawyer tonight, I'll have the legal ammunition to do it.
You mean you've got a big real estate deal on, and a crackpot in the middle of it doesn't help the desirability of property around here very much?
Well, all right. I'm not ashamed of trying to clean this city up, and I'm going to. You can remember that.
Sure. Come on, Brooksy.
And when you see him, you can tell him I said so. Tell him I'll sing at his funeral.
Well, be a good place for a funeral, all right, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder if... excuse me, lady. Could you tell me where...
Oh, I didn't see you.
Well, it's a little dark in here, even without a veil. I was only going to ask
What do you
if
want? Who are you? What do you want with him? Are you a believer? Gregory never sees callers and... Excuse me.
Well, now, look, you... Well, how do you like that, for the love of...
George, there's somebody else behind you.
Huh?
Look at him jump. It's got him already. What good are you going to be, Mr. Valentine? Come on in and relax, suckers. Just me.
Who's the woman in black, Miss Jenkins?
How should I know? Sit down, sit down. This is the boss's old stomping ground, not mine. Ask Joe Brady. He's up on his ectoplasm, if he's out of the hospital.
Who? Now, look, start at the beginning, will you?
Yes, we didn't even know that Gregory was still alive.
Neither did anybody else until I resurrected him. Hit me with the tombstone, will you? Oh, yes, he's back in business, all right. Been making a fortune with his comeback in the East. Want a drink?
No, thanks. Things are muddy enough now as it is.
Look, I'm a press agent who should have stayed with her typewriter, that's all.
Oh, I understand. You mean this comeback of the great Gregory was your idea.
It was my mistake. Oh, I've made a lot of money. Quite all that I want, in fact. And you've got to understand there isn't anything to all those mutterings and predictions and things of his. There isn't. There can't be. It's just a lot of hokum. Dribble.
Well?
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I found him. Just a burned-out bum last year. I built him up. Did the whole thing. Little Gladys pulled the genie out of the bottle.
Well, go on.
Well, don't you see? Now I can't get him back in.
Which way do you mean that?
I mean, I don't want to go to prison.
Oh, I see. Party to a fraud, huh? Debunking his sentimental old clients of their dead husband's estates.
No. He never does anything like that. Or I don't think he does. I just don't know anymore. That's the trouble. I don't even know why we came running out to this city.
Oh, come on, lady. Try again. What is it you're afraid of?
Him. I don't scare very easy, Mr. Valentine. But he used to take everything lying down. Now he just smiles to himself.
Well, that still doesn't explain...
He had a cook, and she talked back to him, and he just smiled. He started laughing, and she had a heart attack right then and there.
What?
I know. You think I'm stupid. Well, he's feeling his oats. He's beginning to make plans. He says nobody's going to stop him. Well, I don't know what sort of thing he really used to do in the old days. Maybe he does have some sort of power.
Oh, now, look,
he has
lady,
disciples that come to him. Like that woman in black out there. You saw her. She sneaked in here to see him 5 times since he's been back. I don't know what he does to people, but they get a funny, fanatic gleam in their eyes. Oh, all right, wise man. Joe Brady's a skeptic, too. He writes bifocal articles exposing psychic frauds.
The man in the hospital?
Yes, he threatened to make Gregory look silly in a magazine article, to expose him.
And the master laughed, I suppose.
He said a man should never act like a cat. That night, Joe Brady, out walking across the lawn here, heard this awful screech. And that's all he remembers. When he came to, His face had been clawed.
Okay, Gladys. I begin to get the idea.
Mr. Valentine, I want to quit my job. But when I speak of it, he says, no, I'll never leave him. Well, what do you expect me to do? Spit in his eye?
And life goes on like a spinning top.
Yeah, sure, you said that before. Now let's clear some things up, huh?
No, young man. No, don't turn on the lights.
For what I have to say, Mr. Gregory, we don't need dim lights, nor incense, so we'll open the windows, too.
No, many people before thought I was a fraud. And they were experts in expressing themselves.
Now, look, I want to talk to you about Miss Jenkins.
Life goes on like a spinning top.
She seems to be afraid of you.
No beginning. No end.
Hey, just what are you up to?
I see what the future holds. I tell it to him who listens.
Uh-huh. What have you been doing lately that has brought you so much money?
Truth.
The cook who died of a heart attack.
Truth.
And I'll go into a trance. I want to talk to you.
Truth.
The writer, Joe Brady, he had an accident.
I don't know anything about that.
What about the woman in black, your disciple? What kind of nonsense did you fill her with?
Like a spinning top. No beginning, no end.
Oh, come on, snap out of it, will you?
No beginning, no end.
Okay. Now get this. Miss Jenkins is going to leave here, Gregory, and I wouldn't try to stop her.
No beginning. Gladys? Leave me? Oh, no.
You heard me, Buster.
Oh, she mustn't. I won't let her. Never.
You have nothing to say about it.
I would not meddle in things that don't concern me.
Why not?
Sometimes we're stricken down for meddling in things we don't understand.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
Truth.
I was talking to you, Buster, about...
Truth. I see it. I tell it.
No, Gladys, I didn't get very far with him either. Gregory the Vague.
Just as I expected.
He's made a lot of money in the last few years, George. Couldn't you find out how?
No, Brooksy, I couldn't. And frankly, I think a lot of this is just so much malarkey.
You're an optimist, my friend. All right, so you're no use.
A temple like something out of India. A woman in black. Life is a spinning top. All the trimmings. Enough to make anybody imagine things.
But I know that, and I still don't know what to do.
Well, now, did I say I wouldn't take your case? All I want is a fresh air viewpoint on this whole thing. Now, Gladys, the woman in black, you say you don't know who she is?
No one does.
All right. Maybe I'll find out. And there's this Joe Brady to see, and a side trip to police headquarters to find out what they have on our boy. Yeah, I got work to do, ladies.
Oh, George,
no,
I'll
you
go
stay here with Gladys. Now, even though I have a hunch there isn't much to worry about, someone just might get hurt. Life is like a spinning top. A temple overgrown with weeds. No moon. Oh, this is just fine. What? Who's that?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. But right now, I'd like to remind you about something you may have forgotten. Something that is mighty important to your safety on the highway. Something that can save you money. I mean the tire switching service that is available at all standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. Nowadays, it's important that you take care of your tires. Proper switching can mean longer life and more mileage. Car savers know how to take care of your tires. They know that rear wheels work harder than front wheels and right harder than left. So they recommend a scientific pattern of switching the tires, all four and the spare, at regular intervals. This distributes the wear evenly and keeps the rubber in the spare flexed and lively. Car Savers will check your tires for cuts and bruises when they switch them, and they'll keep them properly inflated, too. So the next time you're at your favorite Standard station or independent Chevron gas station, ask the Car Saver about tire switching. It's just one of the many services available to Western motorists at the stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Gregory the Enigma, a fabulous crystal ball man who, after 20 years of oblivion, is back in his weird temple, resurrected by a hard-boiled publicity gal. But now Gladys is afraid of him, doesn't understand what he's up to, and so she hires you. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you don't believe in all the trappings you find, except for one real, very real fact.
It's all right, darling. Please don't move.
I never thought I'd say it, but where am I?
Right out on the lawn. I thought I heard you cry out.
Did you see anybody, Brooksy?
No, just a vague shadow disappearing behind those trees.
Yeah, well, there's nothing very vague about this lump on top of my head.
Oh, George, let's get out of here. Let me get you to a doctor.
Whoever had this grudge against me sure used his strength with the right goodwill. To paraphrase our good friend Lieutenant Johnson, this was done with a blunt instrument with intent of mayhem.
Gladys is scared to death. I told her to lock herself in her room.
God, she don't... Sometimes we're stricken down.
What are you talking about, George?
Nothing. Come on, Brooksy.
Come on, where?
Back to the house. I want to have some very definite words with the vague Mr. Gregory.
This looks more like a museum than a library, George.
Wait, I'll find the light. Hey, the window's...
George, look, out there, the lady in black.
Huh? Hey, you, wait!
She was peering in on us.
Yeah. Maybe she was looking for Gregory the elusive, too.
She found him.
Huh? Yeah, in the chair.
Is he? I mean, just sitting there.
Wait a minute now. Hey, Gregory. Gregory!
George!
Wait a minute. Gregory!
Oh, he's alive.
You mean dead to the world.
He's been drinking, that's all.
Uh-huh. The genie is back in his bottle.
So that was the reason for his vagueness before.
Oh, brother, he must have been working on this bun for hours.
Then he didn't do it.
Hey, maybe there is something more than we know going on. Brooksy, you can tell Gladys, the Pygmalion, that her statue is ossified.
Aren't you staying here?
No, I'm off again on my rudely interrupted journey. I want to talk to Brady.
It was very nice to inquire about me, Mr. Valentine.
Well, Mr. Brady, I was under the impression you'd be in the hospital. I'm surprised to find you here at home.
People underestimate the strength of little men. Gregory always did.
Oh. I suppose you can't wait to get even with our mysterious friend.
Oh, no, on the contrary, I have nothing against him. I wish him the best.
Huh?
Don't you see? His is the most interesting case I've ever run up against. I'm not going to stop until I understand it and explain it away. I don't want anything to interfere with that.
Well, tell me, Mr. Brady, just what do you know about Gregory's recent activities?
Frankly, Mr. Valentine, I thought Gregory was quite through before his retirement 20 years ago.
Oh, you knew him even then?
Oh, yes, indeed. And he was very excellent in his field. Quite good, really.
Well, what does he do now?
I'm sure I don't know. But it has come to me that he's made a lot of money. Yes, a lot of money since his, shall we say, rebirth. The ladies still find Gregory quite irresistible.
Yes, I saw one of the ladies back there at the temple.
A lady dressed in black.
Yeah. You know who she is?
A very interesting phenomenon. A true disciple, I believe. Even when Gregory wasn't there, she would come to the temple and walk through the empty rooms, a sort of one-woman pilgrimage.
Yeah. She'd do anything for him, I suppose.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if she already did.
What was that supposed to mean?
My accident, Mr. Valentine. The doctor who took a few stitches on my face was quite a joker. He made a number of facetious remarks about my wife scratching my face and already fancying herself a widow.
A widow?
Yes, wearing black. There was some black lint in one of the scratches.
So that's the way it is.
Of course, I hold no grudges. Each of us fights any way he can. I am Gregory's worst enemy, and I shall solve his mystery. Oh, yes, indeed. In 2 or 3 weeks of investigation. Mr. Valentine.
Sorry to walk out on your friend, but you're not Gregory's worst enemy.
What?
And it's just occurred to me you don't have 2 or 3 weeks. Neither do I. And what's most important, neither does Gregory.
George, where were you? Where have you been?
What are you doing out here, Brooks?
I phoned you at Brady's from a phone booth.
Huh? Why?
Gregory, I'm afraid your diagnosis wasn't quite right. I mean about him being out for hours.
What?
Well, I was upstairs for a minute, and I looked out of the window, and I saw him talking to the lady in black.
Where was that?
Out on the lawn, where we found you knocked out.
Come on.
They separated. I wanted to try to talk to the woman, so I called out to her from the balcony, but she pulled a gun on me.
Say that again.
A gun from her pocketbook. She waved it at me and then ran out across the back lawn.
Well, did you see what happened to Gregory?
Well, he's somewhere in the house. But Gladys was in the kitchen. She saw her, too. George, aren't you going inside?
No, that real estate man, that Cleary, he lives out across the back, doesn't he?
Well, yes. I was going to phone from there, but his house was dark, so I ran down to the drugstore.
Oh, come on, Angel, step on it. Don't you realize? Maybe Cleary is what this is all about. He's the one who said he was out to get Gregory if it's the last thing he ever did.
Well, I told you I didn't see any lights in his house.
Well, I may be wrong. I hope so.
Oh, no. We're too late.
The woman in black.
Dead? You're sure she's dead? She can't be. I could barely see her.
But who are you?
Yeah, your concern is a thing of beauty, Buster, whoever you are.
Look. Her gun is still in her hand.
Well, who do you think I am? I'm the one who shot her.
What?
There was somebody at the door, her. She didn't say anything. She was like in a sort of trance, and the minute I opened the door, she started shooting. Well, what would you do?
Well, what are you doing in Mr. Cleary's house? What are you doing with a gun?
I got a license. I work for him. Private investigator.
Oh.
Sure. To see what I could get on a Gregory guy. That's what Cleary hired me for.
Oh, poor crazy woman. She came here to kill Mr. Cleary, didn't she?
Thought I was him, I guess.
Well, that's it. Where's the phone here, Buster?
Dan Ritchie. It's over there in the corner.
Thanks, Mr. Cleary. That clears up matters fine for the police.
Yeah, I guess so, Sergeant. You have any more questions, Valentine?
No, Cleary. Since you hired Ritchie, and he very obviously shot our mysterious lady in black in self-defense, there isn't very much left to do.
Yeah, it's all pretty clear. I did a fine job, all right.
No doubt about that gun, is there, Sergeant?
None whatsoever, Miss Brooks. As a matter of fact, I think we'll find it was the gun that was used to slug Mr. Valentine, too.
I knew that Gregory guy was no good. I said so all along, you remember? Using a half-crazy woman to do his dirty work.
We found out who she is. Laura Terrell. Used to be Gregory's secretary before he retired.
First she assaulted Brady, and then you, George, when she thought you were crossing Gregory. Then she was going to eliminate the biggest enemy Gregory had.
With her dead, it's not going to be easy to prove enough against this Gregory character to put him where he belongs.
Gregory's still in the house, Sergeant?
Yes. And I have some men around, so he'll stay there.
Good. While you straighten things out here, Sergeant, I think that if I can get Mr. Cleary to help me, I can straighten out Cleary.
Yeah, no doubt now about Gregory Gregory being no use to anybody until morning.
The sleep of the innocent.
He must be insane to do anything like that. He must be. And he'll get away with it. You want to bet?
No, Gladys. Because he should get away with it.
What? It's supposed to be a joke, Valentine?
A very grim joke. Everything that happened here tonight would work just as well if someone wanted to get rid of the little lady in black instead of you. Maybe because she knew too much.
Why, what could she know, George?
Well, surely she couldn't know anything so important that she'd be killed for it.
All right. Let's take a look at a couple of things that don't seem to jibe. Mr. Cleary, Gregory knew that you wouldn't be home tonight. You told us yourself that you warned him you were going to your attorney's house.
Yes, that's right. I remember.
Well, would Gregory then send his disciple to kill you tonight when he knew you weren't home?
Say, he wouldn't at that, would he?
All right. Suppose then that the lady in black was sent to your house by someone who didn't know that. Suppose that was the one fatal mistake you made in an airtight case, Miss Jenkins.
Oh, you're crazy.
Am I? I'm pretty tall for a boy my age, and I was hit on the top of my head. So it was not by a woman, but by a man.
A man?
Yeah, a tall man. Not you, Clary, because you were at your lawyer's. And not Gregory, who was out on his feet. No, a tall, husky man like Richie.
But what could Richie possibly...
Yeah, Miss Jenkins' partner, who made sure you hired him, Clary. He came to you and sold himself on the job, I'll bet, didn't he?
Well, yeah.
It's a lie. I don't know it.
But if he was the one who sapped me, how did the gun get into Miss Terrell's hand? Only one way. Richie put it there, after firing a shot or two from it. And you, Gladys, played the part of the woman in black, not only when Brady got scratched, but tonight to make sure Miss Brooks saw you carrying the gun and headed for Cleary's.
That's right. Gladys wasn't with me at the time. She could have done
It's a lie. You'll never prove it.
Sure of that? The only reason I can see for killing Gregory's former secretary is that she knew he wasn't in any shape to do anything, let alone anything crooked. That if he made money on this last year's comeback of his, Gladys, it was because you're a fraud.
No, stop it.
He only did what you told him to do, said what you told him to say, as long as you kept the genie and his bottle together. Yeah, there's your Gregory the Great. Look at him. Miss Terrell was going to expose you, Gladys, and you had her killed, presumably in self-defense. Probably held a prisoner over there by Richie until the act was all set up, with me as witness number one. Well, the police will find all that money you made out of Gregory somewhere, Gladys. Trace it to you, and then...
I'll kill you. I'll scratch your eyes out.
No, sister. You'll just come quietly and see the sergeant.
George, it was such a silly, dangerous thing for Gladys to do.
She thought she was smart enough, and she and her strong boy almost got away with it. Pygmalion. I only wonder what the statue will have to say once he comes back to life again.
Several leading automobile manufacturers now recommend a heavy-duty motor oil to give top protection and lubrication for today's engines. New RPM motor oil is the answer. It not only exceeds the requirements of those manufacturers, but compared with premium-type motor oils, new RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. For better protection for your engine, get new RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car.
I'm sorry. Ashamed and sorry.
Yeah, well, it's lucky for you that the police did find enough proof to clear you. Richie worked for Gladys, all right.
You didn't know any of those things you told the susceptible rich ladies. Gladys was smart enough to hire a private detective to dig up facts.
I don't remember a thing. All these months. They mean nothing. Oh, but I lived well. She kept me living well.
Oh, well, now look, Gregory, maybe this time you should sort of retire for good, huh?
Life is like a spinning top. No beginning, no end.
And cut that out.
I'll need some money, though. I have an idea.
Huh?
I can still use my occult powers to sell a story to Mr. Brady. How could I never tell the future? By Gregory, the fraud.
Oh, brother, that does it. Let's get out of here, Angel.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Lee Patrick was heard as Gladys, Theodore Van Eltz as Gregory, Forrest Lewis as Cleary, Ted Osborne as Brady, and Herb Vigran as Richie. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. 4 out of every 10 families directly benefit from community chest hospitals, clinics, orphanages, and youth services. It's your community chest. Support it. Pledge a minute, only 1 minute out of every working day for a full year. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we join George Valentine, here's some good advice for car owners. New RPM motor oil doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Compared with premium-type oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM actually cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts. Good reason why you should get new RPM for your car at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, A Crime Too Simple, another adventure of George Valentine.
Man, look at that fog. Great night to play post office.
Shut up.
Least you can see the next pier. That's more'n you could last night.
Shut up.
Oh, look, you gotta keep talking to keep from going to sleep on this watch.
Join the Coast Guard and see the world.
I tell you. Who's your favorite movie actress?
Oh, shut up.
Can't you never say anything but shut up? Huh?
Right at the end of the pier by the fence.
Yeah, I see him. Carrying a rolled-up sail or something.
No, it's not. It's something on a light overcoat. All right, you, what are you doing out there?
Well, he threw it in.
Stop! Hey, you!
Oh, he told you! Well, you asked for it, brother. Got him all right. He's dead.
Give me a hand down here.
Sure. Hey, what was in the overcoat?
Yeah, also dead.
Huh?
Another man. This guy was tossing in a body, all right. Shot, too. Only, sailor, we didn't do this one.
What am I supposed to do about it, Lieutenant Johnson?
Be patient, my friend. You like riddles, don't you? Like puzzles?
Well, not always in the middle of the night.
Miss Brooks, pity those poor newspaper men over there. They have to do this every night.
Man throws a body off the end of a pier, then shoots it out with a couple of sentries.
Yeah, that was his mistake. Picked a spot too close to the Coast Guard section base, that's all.
Sure. And it may be a story, all right, but it's nothing that exciting.
Color, my boy. The feature story, romance, the thrill of mystery.
You sound disenchanted, too, Lieutenant.
The body in the water corpse, was somebody named Ferroni. He was a cook on the boat.
Well, sounds ordinary enough so far.
The whole thing is. Just so happens Ferroni only got in a few days ago. He was working on the tug that brought back the Apperson expedition.
The what?
I don't know. Some bunch of characters just came back from Venezuela. But that's all the newspapers need to climb up on their Sunday supplements.
What was the other corpse, Johnson?
Now we get warmer. Come here. You ever hear the rumors about a guy in town called 3 Grand?
You mean that's a name?
Yeah, I have, vaguely. Don't really know anything about him, though, do you?
I don't need to, my friend. That's him. Corpse 2.
Oh, but George, $3,000.
His price for murder, Miss Brooks, a hired killer.
Nice guy. Maybe those sentries deserve a medal.
Sure, it wasn't their fault. I can't blame them.
Well, what's wrong, then?
Here, look. Found this letter with the killer's identification. Read it.
Thank you for getting in touch with me. From your reputation, I know you're the man to handle my job.
Fan letter to a killer.
I have recently involved myself in a partnership where there's plenty of money to be made if I play it smart in dealing with my partners. I have a plan, but there's a man named Ferroni, a cook, who knows about it. He wants me to pay him to keep quiet. I guess you understand how to earn your $3,000. Ferroni is coming to my place tonight. Instead of me, you'll meet him. And that's all.
Type note, naturally. No signature. Man's not crazy.
And bullet from the killer's gun there killed the cook.
Yeah, one shot. Neat and efficient. Toss him in the bay and forget him.
Certainly simple enough. For once, you have all the facts.
Of course it's simple. 1, 2, 3. But Valentine, don't you catch on why I thought you'd be interested?
Yeah, Johnson, yeah. I'm beginning to get the idea.
Hey, you officer. Your name Johnson?
Huh?
My name's Apperson.
Apperson? Well. And I suppose they woke you out of a sound sleep.
Out of a mug of beer, you mean? All right, so you need Apperson to work out your little problems. Dead people or typhoons, all the same to me.
Hold on, will you, please? You mean you're the head of that Apperson expedition, whatever it was?
Expedition? Just some guys I brought back from the jungle on my boat, that's all. Never met each other until then. I work for a living, Mac.
But what kind of an expedition was it?
I just own the boat, ma'am. Don't ask me nothing. You got the wrong man.
Uh-huh. You just owned the boat and employed the cook.
Yeah. He couldn't fry good hotcakes anyway.
Death makes you real sad, huh? Come here. How about this guy? He work for you, too?
Never saw him. Who is he?
Captain Apperson, whom do we ask about this so-called partnership, this expedition that, of course, you don't have anything to do with?
Well, try Boyle, Frank Boyle. He was along. Big shot lawyer, I think. He's a handy man with words.
I can imagine. Who else?
Well, that boat of mine's only a tub, you know, Chief. Only 3 of us come back together besides the cook and a couple of deckhands. So what's all the fire? Your problem ought to be simple. Whatever it is.
Okay. Get back there with the sergeant and wait.
Oh, sure, mate.
Now, look, Valentine.
Skip it, Johnson. He won't tell you anything. Let me see that note that was on the killer's body again.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah. The note implies whoever wrote it was working on something against his partners, all right? That's what you want to know, isn't it?
Oh, even I'm beginning to get it. A crime that's too simple.
And that you can't solve. Sure, I know who murdered the cook, all right, and who shot down the killer.
But the riddle is, who hired the killer?
Some man has a secret. He's double-crossing his partners, maybe. But the only one who knew the secret was the cook.
Check. So he hires a killer to kill the cook.
Now the killer's dead, so we can never tell who hired him.
I guess now you won't blame me for getting you down here, huh? Ever hear of one like that before?
No, Johnson. From here on, there won't be a single clue, will there? This is the overcoat that the cook had on, the light one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, but...
Let me see that gun. You still got it in your pocket, the killer's gun?
Sure, No, you don't need to worry about fingerprints.
Uh-huh. And he killed the cook with one shot, and I guess squeezed off another at the sentries.
What are you driving at?
Those newspaper men inside. Why not let them help you solve your crime for a change?
George, what are you doing with that gun?
Nothing.
Valentine, what
Take
the
it
name
easy, Johnson. Take it easy. Now you can show the gun around to people. Let them draw their own conclusions.
George,
Come on,
you
Angel.
Valentine, come back here.
You got me into this, friend. Okay, that's my answer. When a crime's too simple, mix it up. Make it complicated.
And what's your conception of a big shot lawyer, Mr. Valentine?
Well, it's generally not of a man who hangs his shingle outside of his own
Captain
house.
Apperson's a fool. So am I, probably, for talking so much. But at least it's nice to pretend you're a big success once in a while.
Mr. Boyle, this isn't exactly what I wanted to talk about. And since my time's a little short...
All right, then, killers. Let's talk about killers. Do you think I'd have enough money to hire one, let alone the good sense not to?
Well, why is it called the Apperson Expedition? What sort of a partnership is it that ties you with a man like Apperson and this third party, whoever he is?
Oh, that? Mr. Eilers. He's the third one. Lived down in Venezuela. Several years, I believe. Rather a sleazy character, too, in case you're interested.
We will be, but right now it's you.
Well, what about it? They don't have a legal partnership or anything. They're just two people I happened to meet down there. Went up country together and came back home together. That's all.
What were you doing in South America, Mr. Boyle?
My health. And I mean the kind in physiology books, not mystery stories. You can ask my doctor if I'm
All right. Take it easy. Found something together, isn't that it?
What?
Down there, the three of you. Word expedition means you plan to go back there together, isn't that it?
Such a brain. You're doing very well.
It's pretty obvious. What is it, a mine? Steel? Oil? Gold? Or maybe some kind of a land swindle that you plan
That's
to
enough,
exploit?
young man. I'm quite familiar with the law, remember? And you're only to inquire about murder. Any business plans I have for the future are quite out of your...
Time's up, Valentine. Well, Mr. Boyle, if you don't mind, we'd like to take you down to headquarters for a few questions.
I know. I'm familiar with the procedure. But don't worry, Valentine. They have no right to find out any more than you have.
Oh, I'm happy.
Oh, is that so? Well, come on. You won't be happy when I get through with you.
Johnson, why don't you let your driver take Mr. Boyle down? You come with us, huh?
Oh, so nobody likes to ride with a lawyer.
All right, sure. Go on. Do you mind?
It might be mutual. I'll see you there.
Well, Lieutenant?
Oh, Valentine. Valentine, look what you've done to me. You and your tricks. Newspaper says mystery bullet. Oh, sure. Somebody noticed the extra bullet missing from the gun. All right, Valentine.
Come on. They're around the corner now.
Huh?
Yeah, come on. Window in the hall looked like it wasn't locked. Yeah, here we are.
You going back inside, George?
Sure, if I can. There we are. Come on, Brooks. Give me your hand.
Okay.
Okay, Johnson, let's go.
So now we're housebreaking, huh? That does it. Valentine, for the love of Pete, you're not going to find anything here. This bird's a lawyer. What kind of clues do you expect to find laying around?
Give me your gun this time.
Hey. Now, wait
Will you
a
do as I
minute.
tell you, please? Of course there aren't any clues in this case. That's the trouble with it. Too simple.
Simple, he says. All right. There you are.
Now, Johnson, listen. This would be a good place to shoot a man, wouldn't it?
What?
Hallway? Sure. And the caliber's near enough the same. Can't tell anyway from the slug.
Now, look out.
Hold your ears.
Oh.
Am I crazy? You just shot a hole in the wall.
Sure, that's number one. What's the matter? Haven't you figured what I'm doing yet? I'm just fixing it so that you, for once, will have a crime solved by itself.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. But right now, I'd like to talk about memory. You know, lots of us have a difficult time remembering things like the number on our license plate, our social security number. Even anniversaries and other important occasions have a way of slipping by forgotten. I'll bet you'd be surprised at the number of people who forget their own birthdays. And I'll bet you'd be just as surprised at the number of people who forget when the oil in their cars is due for changing. The best way for anyone to solve that problem of remembering is to have the oil checked every time you buy gas. The car savers at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations check not only the amount of oil in your crankcase, but they'll remind you about oil changes and oil filter service, too. To keep your car running longer, be sure that your oil is checked and changed at regular intervals. There's no finer engine protection than the new RPM motor oil and new oil filter replacement element that you can get at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Someone hired a killer, one of 3 men. Well, the killer did his job all right and disposed of the only person who might have known whatever secrets there are. But unfortunately, the killer, a mysterious man known as 3 Grand, is dead too. So who hired him? And what are the secrets? Well, if your name is George Valentine, you know that when a crime is too simple, the only way to get clues is to make your own.
George, someone's coming.
Yeah?
A man just got off the streetcar.
Well, probably this Eilers himself. He's been down to police headquarters, I suppose.
Did you check the other cabins in the motel?
Yeah, nobody in. Wouldn't make any difference anyway. Cabins are so spread out.
Hurry up,
Take it easy, will you? Take it easy. There we are.
Any place will do. It doesn't make any difference.
Here, strike a match, will you?
No, he might see it. Hurry up. There's enough light. He'll be here. He'll hear you.
All right. Here goes.
George, listen, what's that?
Little piano over there. Hit the side of it, that's all. Now, come on. Bullet number 2's taken care of. Get back outside. Hello.
I didn't see you there.
Are you Mr. Eilers?
Yes, that's right.
Frank Boyle gave us your name. I'm George Valentine.
Oh, well, I guess I might have known. That police lieutenant told me about you. I suppose you'd like to come inside?
No, this is all right. You've lived in the jungle country for some time, I understand.
Little trip to Bogota down the river for shopping once in a while was about my limit. Oh, but I'm an American, all right. See here, I really answered everything I can think of for that policeman fellow.
Well, I was just curious what you were doing here. You're apparently not visiting friends.
I guess I don't really have...
You know what I want, that expedition stuff.
I don't have to tell you that.
Some way or other, you guys struck it rich. Came up here to organize or sell stock or get equipment or
I
something.
don't have to tell you that. I've worked hard for a living all my life, mister. Don't you understand?
We understand there must be something a little crooked about this whole thing, or you'd be willing to tell us.
No. Look, I'm not the lawyer. Don't talk to me. Sure, there's lots at stake, but I
Why
can't...
do you band together with a bunch of guys when maybe one of them hired a killer?
What?
Why stick together? What are you afraid of?
I don't know anything about that murder. I don't know anything about those things. I'm just a planter. I've worked hard all my life.
All right, skip it. By the way, I noticed a piano in there through the window. That yours?
What? Oh, no. No, belongs to the man who owns this place. My, I wouldn't know one note from an... Why?
Good night, Mr. Riley's.
I could tell you stories by the hour, lady.
I can imagine, Captain.
Yeah, but you wouldn't believe them, huh? All right, now how about a glass of beer?
No, thank you, Captain Apperson. Besides, Mr. Valentine will be back in just a moment.
Oh, sure, the snoop. Now, there's an unpleasant job. What do you bother me for? I got an alibi.
I imagine everybody has an alibi.
Okay, Angel, let's go.
Oh, no. Sit down. Sit down, Valentine. How'd you like my ship? That's where you've been snooping.
Oh, it's a tub, all right.
Of course it is. But you didn't find anything, did you? Yeah, dirty dishes in the galley, that's all. Nothing to find. Now get off your horse and act like a human.
Not tonight, Sailor.
Huh? All work and no play.
And don't get me wrong, either. I'm all through work.
What?
Yeah, you heard me. For further details, read the newspapers. You're one of the reporters who saw that gun the killer used, aren't you? Noticed that an extra shot had been fired.
Yeah, that's right. My paper had a story on it. Mystery bullet stuff. Only we don't like to draw conclusions.
Sure, understand. Here we are. Locker 317.
How come they give you the run of the morgue like this?
So you'll draw the right conclusions. Police said make myself at home.
Friendly thought.
What's the matter? Nothing but clothes, that's all.
Oh, sure. Stuff that cook Ferroni was wearing, huh?
Yeah. Something occurred to me I wanted to check.
Hey, wait a minute. There's a hole in that light overcoat.
Yeah. Yeah, there is, isn't there?
Well, that'd explain the extra bullet. Killer took a shot at him, missed, then hit him with the second one.
Try again.
Huh?
Well, from the location, the bullet would either have been found in him or at least poke a hole in his shirt underneath, wouldn't it?
Yeah. No hole in his shirt, is there?
Not except from the one that really killed him.
Wait a minute.
Light beginning to dawn?
Just means the overcoat wasn't on him when it got that extra hole.
That's what I wanted to make sure of. Looks that way.
But then it means... Listen to this. Killer murdered the cook at a place unknown. But it had to be a place where he wasn't wearing his overcoat.
Uh-huh. Gives us a new lead, doesn't it? Killer put the guy's overcoat on him afterwards, when he carried him out to toss him in the water.
But inside, don't you see? Indoors. Someplace where his coat could be hit separately by a first wild shot.
Proves the cook was murdered indoors, huh?
Well, it was a cold, foggy night. What else?
A note was found on the killer's body. I think the police will give you the exact text of it now.
They will, eh? Well, that's great. Only, that wasn't quite what I meant.
Huh?
How come you're handing me all this on a platter? Or is it on a slab?
But look at these stories. Where did the murder take place? In whose home or boat or motel was the little blackmailing cook met and surprised with the gun of the mysterious $3,000?
Oh, it's all there, all right, Johnson. Hook, line, and sinker.
But, Valentine, if anybody ever finds out that you fired that extra bullet through the coat, I'm liable to be... Oh, I don't know.
Promoted, maybe?
It's neat, all right. The guy hires the killer to take his place when the cook shows up to be paid off. Well, it's where the guy lives, naturally. Or the guy doesn't know where the actual murder happens. Why would he? He's out setting himself up an alibi.
All three at least pretend to have alibis.
So now, he starts getting panicky. The murder was indoors. He must have done it right here in my house where he met him, he says.
How to make a crime solve itself.
Valentine, maybe I love you after all. Come on, what are we waiting for?
Think they've all had a chance to read the newspapers?
Sure, my friend. One of those three men has had a chance to try to cover up what he thinks was the killer's work.
That is the idea, Johnson. One of them has covered up a bullet hole.
I don't understand. What are you doing there? I told you I don't play the piano.
There it is, all right. I'm not surprised.
What? Where'd that come from?
Bullet, Mr. Eiler. Splintered the finish, too.
Well, I don't know how it got there. I've never noticed it. I've only been in from Venezuela a couple of days. I don't even understand what's going on.
Take it easy, relax. You just got crossed off the list.
You monkeys, you got no right aboard this boat.
That's what you think.
Oh, that's
All right, cut it out. Stop it, will you? Two down, Johnson. Bullet hasn't even been touched. And it was there where Apperson would have found it, all right.
What bullet? What kind of a frame are you guys trying to...
It's a nice black one, friend, only apparently it's going to fit a lawyer instead. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle!
Don't waste your lungs, Johnson. Come here.
Find the bullet?
No. He's puttied up the hole where it was.
Well, that's it. Simple crime, and we finally got a simple answer. Only what do you suppose he could have...
Hello? Hello there.
All right, Boyle, put him up.
Oh, I thought I heard someone. I was out back in the garage getting my car.
You won't need it. You'll ride in ours.
What? See here. Put that gun down.
No, you don't. Mr. Boyle, it gives me great pleasure to tell you that you're under arrest for...
What? Now, stop it. I was just on my way to see you.
Huh?
Yes. Look there, on the wall. You see that putty?
Yeah.
I just put it in. I think someone must be trying to kill me. Here, look at this. I found a bullet in my wall.
Valentine, I'll murder you. Make a crime simple, huh? Now look what you've done.
Johnson, I know, but don't blow your top.
Shenanigans all over the place, and now what happens? Not one of them suckers. Not one of them tries to cover up for what he thinks is the work of his killer. Oh, Valentine, for
Would it
2
change
cents,
your
I'd-
opinion if I told you our stunt really worked?
Huh?
Yeah, sure. Get them together. I'll show you. So now you all understand that this whole bullet business was really just a phony.
I've never heard anything so irregular in all my life.
Oh, now don't get righteous, Mr. Boyle. We had to pull it to make sure one of you didn't try to cover up.
All right, so we didn't. So what?
Well, we're firmly convinced that in the circumstances, if one of you hired the killer, he would have covered up. So it's quite simple, isn't it? None of you hired $3,000.
Valentine, for
Take
the
it
love
easy,
of...
take it easy, everybody. One of you is going to go to jail, all right, for murder. But you see, something else has been bothering me. That's why you've all kept quiet. 1 man out of 3 was a double-crosser. So why won't the innocent ones help us?
But we don't know anything about that.
Oh, there's a good reason, all right.
I can tell you, that expedition scheme they've got must be as crooked as a corkscrew.
Oh, it is not. Oh, a little irregular, perhaps.
Skipper, will you? Sure, I thought of that, Johnson, and apparently a lot of money's at stake, too. Those reasons help, but they're not the big one.
And what might that one be?
Fear. Well, from now on, 2 of you have nothing to be afraid of. The killer's going to hang.
Killer, what are you talking about?
Captain Apperson, as I said, 1 man was a double-crosser. He hired $3,000 to kill that cook. But of course, it's none of these men, because the man who did the hiring is now dead. Yeah, that's right. Shot down by a couple of sentries. Little identification job for you, Johnson. So, anybody ready to talk now?
Well, see
wait.
here,
What else, Valentine?
Okay, point 1. 2 of you are afraid of the third because he's the professional killer. He's the mysterious $3,000 who decided this looked like a good little group to join, I guess.
How about the murder?
Probably killed the cook, all right, then waited for his employer to show. Said, here's a body, you get rid of it. Poor guy had to. But a professional wouldn't choose a place like the pier next to the Coast Guard base, would he? Unless he sort of hoped his employer might get shot down.
But how would he know that? How would he know the guy would...
Johnson, he wouldn't, but it was worth a try. Slip his identification and stuff into the guy's pocket. Well, it paid off, that's all. If it hadn't, he probably wouldn't have taken the next step. Wouldn't have slipped into the personality of the man who hired him.
Okay, Valentine.
Shut up,
you're
Apperson.
Pretty bright.
You want point 2, Mr. Riley? How difficult it would be to assume the role of a lawyer? Or a sea captain? But on the other hand...
Lay out!
Oh, thank heaven. He said he'd shoot like that if we told. He said he'd do the same to my family. He said...
Now, take it easy, take it easy. It's all over. Nobody's hurt except him, Ireland's $3,000, or whatever you want to call him, but... Oh, Valentine, are you lucky? Pulling that one out of a hat.
Why, Johnson, you mean you still don't know what the clue was?
Huh?
Let's see if Brooksy got it. She went to grammar school.
Next time you need gasoline, remember this fact. Chevron Supreme gives you all 8 necessary high-performance qualities in correct balance. Power, mileage, starting, warm-up, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, acceleration, and area blending. Not 1, not 2, but all 8. Yes, for the kind of driving you do, where you do it, fill up with Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car.
Well, of course, George. I knew there was something wrong about that man when we first talked to him.
Well, he had kind of a wild plan, but it might have worked, you know. Once the real Eilers was dead, the other 2 guys weren't too hard to keep quiet.
I wonder if they'd ever really let him be a partner in that expedition, whatever it is.
Maybe. There was plenty at stake.
Now, look, I don't care about that expedition stuff. What it is or why. How did you guess?
Well, Johnson, the explanation had to be something like what it was. Once I realized the man who lived in the jungle was a fraud.
Yes, the real Eilers lived in Venezuela for years, remember?
And yet that guy told us he did his shopping down the river at Bogota.
Well?
Oh, Lieutenant, really? Anybody knows that Bogota is clear across the mountains. It's the capital of Peru.
Oh, Brooksy.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Kenny Ray as Apperson, Stephen Chase as Boyle, Parley Bear as Eilers, and Forrest Lewis as the reporter. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. In 1 minute, a child will be born who needs a community chest home. In 1 minute, you can help. It's easy. Pledge a minute out of every working day for a full year. Support your community chest with one gift for many services. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. For the kind of driving you do, where you do it, your engine needs a gasoline with many different performance qualities. That's why Chevron Supreme gasoline was designed to give you not one, not two, but all 8 high-performance qualities. Starting, warm-up, acceleration, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, mileage, power, and area blending. They're all yours in every gallon of Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. No Way Out, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I guess I need your help as much as anybody ever did. I'm scared. I'm in something up to my neck and I want to get out of it. But if I do, I'll be killed. And if I don't, I'll probably be arrested. I live at 1003 Ransom Place, but don't come there. Please meet me in Morgan Park tomorrow noon. I'll be sitting on the 3rd bench inside the Rand Street entrance. And please don't act as though you knew me, or something bad might happen to both of us. Yours truly, Larry Baker.
Third bench. Oh, there he is, George.
Yeah, must be our boy, all right, Brooksy. Let's park on the other end of the bench.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Mind if we sit down here?
Oh, help yourself.
Thanks. Larry.
That's all right. Oh. You're George Valentine?
Yeah, that's right. This is Miss Brooks.
Don't look like you're talking to me. Act like you're talking to her.
Brother, you are scared. Okay. Brooksy, I'd just like to know what this is all about.
I think Larry's going to tell us, George.
Yeah, but I got to make it fast.
All right, make it fast, but start from the beginning.
I will. I was working in a lunchroom, short order cook, making $42.50 a week.
Yeah, go on.
A man who'd been coming in once in a while talked to me one day. Said he was opening up a dry cleaning place. And how would I like to manage it?
That sounds like a good break, doesn't it, George?
At $200 a week.
Wow, I'll say it's a good break.
Keep looking at your girl. I don't know who's watching. If they knew I told anybody, they'd kill me.
Okay. Brooksy, I wonder why they'd want to kill Larry.
I'll tell you. A couple of weeks after I took the job, a fella came in and said that every few days a man would leave a package at the shop. I was to hide it overnight. And the next day, another man would be in to pick it up.
George, that store must be a front of some kind.
That's what I mean. And the man told me if I said anything to anybody about it, the boss would see to it that I'd be bumped off so fast I wouldn't know what... Wait a minute.
What's the trouble?
That guy walking up this way. Hold it. Make love to your girl. Act like you're engaged or something.
Well, this is an opportunity I didn't expect. Put your arms around me, George, darling.
Okay. Look, Angel, what's wrong with Santa Barbara for our honeymoon? I know a nice little place.
All right, Bunny. I'll go anywhere you want to go. Because any place would be wonderful for a honeymoon as long as I'm with you, Bunny.
Gosh, that's swell of you, Angel. You're wonderful. Bunny yet. Couldn't you think of any other name to call
We'll
me?
talk about the honeymoon later. He's gone, Larry.
Yeah, I know.
All right, then. Let's have the rest of it. Have you been getting these packages?
Not yet, Mr. Valentine. Another man came in yesterday and said the first one would be delivered to me this afternoon at 4 o'clock. That's why I wrote to you.
Uh-huh. Well, we'd better be there to see what your man looks like. What's the address of your shop, Larry?
It's 119 Murray Street. But look, you can't be in the shop. They'd suspect something.
We won't come in. We'll look on from across the street.
Mr. Valentine, I know this is something crooked. And if the police get onto it, I'll be arrested. I tried to quit, but they wouldn't let me. There's no way out. This man said I'd have to do what they tell me to, or...
Just take it easy, Larry. We'll try and find your way out.
Larry, I'm sorry I'm late with your sandwiches, darling.
That's all right, baby. I got another half hour before I have to go back and open up the shop. Sit down.
Okay, darling. Oh, Larry, what's the matter?
Don't look now, baby. But the people on the other end of the bench are Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks.
Oh, you've told them?
Yeah. I guess they're going to try to help us.
Oh.
Don't you look either, Mr. Valentine. This is my wife, Sally.
I saw her coming up the path, George. She's sweet.
He's okay himself, Angel. Yeah, I think we'd better be across the street from Larry's shop at 4 o'clock.
George,
Yeah, Brooksy.
just how long do you think we can sit here in your car in a loading zone without getting a ticket?
Just where do you think is a better place to watch what goes on over there in Larry's cleaning shop? Besides, if I get a ticket, Johnson will fix it.
What's Lieutenant Johnson got to do with this case?
Nothing yet. But I've got a notion that if we can't find some way to help Larry out of his mess, Johnson will have something to do with it.
Oh, Larry seems like such a nice boy. I hope
Wait a minute,
nothing...
Brooksy.
What?
That big black sedan that just pulled up in front of the shop.
Oh. Man getting out with some suits to be cleaned. Oh, but that wouldn't be a package. Larry's...
Angel, does anyone have to carry a package in plain sight to prove he's got one?
Oh, I see what you mean. He's gone in.
Yeah, what time is it?
It's, 5 after 4.
Uh-huh.
George, what are you writing?
License number of that car. I suspect anyone who goes in there.
But, darling, it's a big car. The man's wearing a chauffeur's uniform. Probably someone just sent him in
With some suits to be cleaned, yeah. That could be a good cover-up if this is a hot racket.
But what could it be? Narcotics?
Narcotics, smuggled stuff, plain payoff, who knows?
He's coming out again, George.
Yeah, that didn't take long.
Well, he was certainly in a hurry.
That's right. Come on, let's get across the shop.
George, the suit you brought.
Oh, yeah. We've got our cover-up, too, haven't we? Let's go.
There's Larry behind the counter.
Looking just as if he'd seen a ghost. That must have been our man, all right. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Got a suit here to be cleaned. Was that it, Larry?
Yeah.
Did he bring the package?
Yeah.
Well, come on, let's see it.
No. Look, Mr. Valentine, I know you're trying to help me, but I got to think about Sally. If anything goes wrong...
All right. What kind of a package was it?
A big envelope. I don't know what's in it. I'm going to do just like they said, because if anything happens...
I know
to
what
Sally...
you mean. So we'll try it the hard way. What about this man who hired you to run the place?
I don't know anything about him.
Well, he must come in and give you your salary, doesn't he?
No. He sends it to me in the mail.
Uh-huh. What's his name, Larry?
It's Hilton. Sam Hilton. That's what he told me.
Where does he live?
Haven't you got one of the envelopes your pay came in?
Yeah. I got one in my pocket.
Well, come on, let's see it.
Oh, I hope nobody catches me showing it to you.
Nobody will. Let's have it.
Well, okay. Here.
Here's a return address, George. Number 6, Berwick Towers.
Uh-huh. Swanky address, all right. Put that down someplace, Angel.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Mr. Valentine, what are you going to do?
Drop in at Berwick Towers?
But don't tell him I said anything.
All right, Larry. Go ahead and do just what you were told to do, and I'll see you tomorrow. Tonight, I'm going to pay a little visit to your boss.
George, Mr. Hilton isn't home, and I'm glad.
Yeah, Angel? Why?
Because I don't know what you could say to him if he were in. Anyway, why did we have to come tonight?
Oh, I don't know. Just a social call.
George!
Yeah. A man who doesn't lock his door deserves visitors. And with my curiosity...
George, we're not going in there.
No, we're not. You're going to stay out here in the hall and stand watch for me.
Darling, sometimes I think your curiosity...
Call out if the enemy approaches, sentry.
Please be careful.
Now, where's the light switch? Right there. Here we are. Wow. Nice room. And a nice big desk. Might be just full of information. Memo. The boss says to stay out of sight until... Hey, Brooksy. Why'd you turn off that light? I can't see...
Turn it off, George. I'm out here in the hall the way you told me.
George, darling, it's me.
Oh, that sounds just like the girl that called me Bunny this afternoon.
Oh, stop. That was because...
And according to the grammar I studied, you don't say it's me, you say it's I.
George, at a time like this. Oh, are you all right, darling?
Oh, sure, Dandy, just fine. Both of my heads are just fine. What happened?
I don't know. I heard you ask me if I turned the lights off, and I said I didn't. Then I heard a kind of a hollow thud.
Yeah, that was on the one head I had then, Angel. Didn't you see anybody?
No, but I heard somebody. It was dark when I came in the room, but I heard somebody running, and a window slammed.
Window?
And then
Yeah, window. That one. Probably leads out to the fire escape.
You think Hilton was here all the time, George?
I don't think your hootie hit me. And I also think the man who hired Larry Baker isn't just playing kid stuff.
So?
So? I'm going to get back to Larry and Sally. Tell them what they're up against.
Of course, that's a good idea. Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning?
Yes, darling. Or rather, this morning. It's after 1 o'clock now, and the Bakers would be asleep. And besides, I'm a little tired of holding this handkerchief on your head. It'll only need about 4 stitches.
Okay, you win, Angel. But first thing in the morning, I've got to see the Bakers. Because whoever Larry's mixed up with is playing for keeps.
Yes? Yes, just a minute. What do you... Oh, Mr. Valentine. Miss Brooks.
Hello, Sally. May we come in?
Wait, yes, but I...
Don't mind the bandage on Mr. Valentine's head, Sally. Last night he got into a little accident.
Oh.
Has Larry left for work yet?
Sally, what's the matter? What's happened?
Larry's in jail.
In jail? Why?
The police just called me a few minutes ago. A man was shot in the store, and they say Larry did it. Oh, please, Mr. Valentine, can't you help us? I don't know what to do.
All right, Sally, all right. At this point, I don't quite know what to do either. But I told you both yesterday that I'd help you, and I will. Come on, Brooksy. We got to get down to police headquarters.
return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When you're driving out on the highways this month, you're likely to see an outdoor poster that says, "Battery down? We charge 'em up." And that's Car Saver's way of reminding you during the month of October that for fast, efficient battery service, your independent Chevron gas station or standard station is the place to go. If your battery needs a boost, Car Savers are the people to see. Or if your battery has seen better days and just won't take a charge anymore, then Car Savers are the people to see about a brand new Atlas battery. Atlas is the battery that's packed with power to give you good, fast starting and also supply power for your radio, heater, or other accessories. Atlas batteries are backed by a written warranty that's honored by 38,000 Atlas dealers from coast to coast. And if you're budget-minded, like most of us, you'll be glad to know that you can take several months to pay. So next time you're out on the highways, enjoying a ride in the country, or just taking a short trip in your own neighborhood, look for the Car Saver sign that says, "Battery down? We charge 'em up." That's your reminder that for all types of battery service, whether your battery needs a drink of water, a speedy recharge, or even if you need a brand new Atlas battery, the place to go is your independent Chevron gas station or standard station. The people you'll see are Car Savers, the folks who say and mean, "We take better care of your car." And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A very frightened young man sends for you because he suddenly found himself right in the middle of some kind of racket. With almost nothing to go on, you set out to help him. And just when you found out that the people he's mixed up with are really playing a rough game, the young man himself is taken to jail for shooting. But if your name is George Valentine, you'd like to talk to your client and find out just what he has to say about it.
I didn't shoot him, Mr. Valentine. You got to believe that.
I didn't say you did, Larry. But if I'm going to help you, I've got to know what you know. Now, who did shoot him?
How can I tell you that? I wasn't there.
All right, now just calm down and tell me what happened, will you?
I went in to open up the shop at 8 o'clock like I was supposed to. When I opened the door, there he was, lying on the floor, groaning and mumbling something about getting a doctor.
What did you do?
I knew he must be hurt bad. And I knew the fastest way to get an ambulance was to call the police, so that's what I did.
I see. Did you know who this man was, Larry?
No. Well, I don't even know what he looked like. He was lying face down on the floor. There was blood all around him. And I don't think you're supposed to touch anybody like that until the police come.
The police will find out who he is anyway. Oh, by the way, what about the package you got from that chauffeur yesterday? Was that gone when you got to the shop?
I had it.
You... What?
I was so scared. I thought if I left it in the shop, it might be stolen. I'd be blamed. So I took it home last night and kept it under my pillow. I had it with me when I went in this morning.
Yeah? Where is it now?
Well, it's...
Look, Larry, I know you're frightened about everything. You thought the police might tie you up with that, too. But you'd better tell me.
Well, before the police came, I hid the envelope under the rug in the shop near the big chair.
Okay, good. First thing I'll do is try to get you out of here. Just take it easy.
I don't want to get out now, Mr. Valentine.
Why not?
Well, I'm pretty safe here. But if I get out, they'll be after me. I know they will, and
Valentine.
Lieutenant Johnson.
You've had time enough for the kid. Come on out. I want to talk to you.
Okay. Take it easy, Larry. I'll be back.
Thanks, Mr. Valentine.
All right, Valentine, come on. The kid confess?
Confess? To what?
Oh, look, Valentine, I've got a job to do.
So have I. Did you locate the Sam Hilton that Baker was working for?
No, disappeared. No trace of him.
Find the gun that shot was fired from?
No, but we will. This Baker had plenty of time to hide it someplace before our men got there.
This Baker didn't hide it any place, Johnson, because he didn't do the shooting.
Oh, no?
Oh, no. Got an ident on the guy who was shot yet?
Sure, from his fingerprints. Joe McMath, small-town hood around town. Couple of arrests.
Yeah, that makes sense. You don't mind if we stop in the receiving hospital and have a look at him, do you?
For what? Look, Valentine, you know something you're not telling.
Sure I do, Johnson. I know a kid is being framed, and you're helping to do it. Now, wait till I pick up Brooksy, and then we'll get over to the hospital and have a look at your victim.
Oh, nurse.
Yes? Oh, Lieutenant Johnson.
This is the room you've got McMath in?
Yes, that's right.
He conscious yet?
Not yet, sir. He's had a sedative.
What'd the doc say? Will he live?
Oh, yes, he's going to be all right. Bad wound in the shoulder, but he's out of danger.
Thanks. Well, you two wanted to see the victim step in. Though I can't for the life of me see why.
Thanks, Lieutenant. You're so obliging. Come on in, Brooksy.
But, George, I don't
I don't
think-
care for hospitals either, Angel.
Just wanted to prove the man your client shot's still alive, I suppose. Valentine,
Hey, Brooksy.
Yes. I know what you mean, George.
Hey, wait a minute. What?
That hospital 90 isn't quite like a chauffeur's uniform, but you couldn't mistake that face. Hey, Johnson.
Look, what are you getting at?
Oh, somehow we connect that face with a big black sedan. Wait a minute. Yeah, here it is. Would you mind finding out the registration on this license number?
Huh? No, look, I'm not the Motor Vehicle Bureau.
No, but you might possibly get to be an inspector before you retire for having a wonderful brain. Just check with me at the office when you get the information.
Oh, that must... I'll get it, George.
Okay, Angel.
Hello, George Valentine's office. If the job's too tough for you to handle...
Oh,
you-
Miss Brooks, will you stop that foolish chatter?
Lieutenant Johnson.
Yeah, let me talk to Valentine.
He's busy right now. May I take the message?
All right, that license number your boss wanted traced.
Yes?
The car's registered to Mike Lazzetti.
Mike Lazzetti?
Big Mike Lazzetti? Hey, Angel, give me that phone. Hello, Johnson.
Yeah? I thought you were busy.
I'm going to be in just a few minutes. And, Lieutenant, maybe you will get to be an inspector.
George, Mike Lazzetti, the big gangster. He owns the car that brought the package to Larry's shop.
That's right, Angel.
So it is a racket.
Right, a big racket. And you can cross off the narcotics and smuggling. That character is strictly a numbers racket, man.
George, where are you going?
Brooksy, I got an idea. I've just discovered that Larry's boss isn't this Sam Hilton at all. So, I'm going to a little office back of a large pool room and see his real boss, Big Mike Lazzetti.
Yeah, come in.
Thanks.
Yeah? Who are you?
What
What do you want?
Well, you see, I'm new in town, Mike. I just come in from Detroit a couple of weeks ago. Name's Gray.
So?
Well, just trying to make a few connections out here, Mike. All of a sudden, I find I'm in a position to do you a little favor. I hope you'll remember me for it.
Anybody does Big Mike a favor gets remembered. What is it?
Well, I guess you heard about a friend of yours getting plugged this morning, Mike. Guy named Joe McMath.
Yeah, I heard about it. Too bad. Good guy.
Don't know, never met him. But I guess you know the cops are holding a young guy named Larry Baker for the shooting.
Yeah? What's it got to do with me? Say, who are you, anyway?
I happen to know one of your boys, Sam Hilton.
Yeah?
Yeah. I figured I'd tell Sam about this first, but I couldn't locate him. So I thought I'd better get to you fast.
Well, come on, what is it?
I still get that favor?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The Baker kid says he didn't shoot McMath, and the cops can't prove that he did. But he claims something was dropped in the store this morning that'll prove who did.
Huh? Look, friend, you say you want a favor from Big Mike, but you tell me nothing. What you say is nothing.
Yeah? Suppose this Baker punk says one of your boys did it.
Then he's crazy.
Sure. He's crazy as long as he's in jail. But suppose he wasn't in jail.
Wasn't he? You mean he's out?
Not yet, Mike, not yet. But the cops can't get anything on him. They're letting him go. I listen around, I hear stuff, see? I understand he told the cops he'll bring them something that'll pin the rap on somebody.
Yeah? He's not out yet, huh?
Not yet. The way I get it, they're springing him at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I kind of got an idea he might go back to the shop to get that evidence.
Yeah. Yeah, he might do that.
Yeah. Well, I just thought you might like to know, Mike. I'll come back later for that favor. And don't forget, boss, the name's Gray.
Yeah, fella. Come back in a couple of days. I'll do you a favor.
Thanks.
George, you're all right.
Step on it, Brooksy. Get down to headquarters as fast as you can. I've got to make a deal with Lieutenant Johnson.
Valentine, you're mad, and I'm mad to even consider it.
All right, Johnson, all right. Now, let me ask you this. Have you got any evidence that Larry Baker shot McMahon?
Well, no, not yet. But we will. We can hold him for 72 hours on suspicion.
Of assault with intent to... Yeah, I know. But how'd you like to get the guy who really did the shooting, Johnson, and clean out a big racket at the same time?
Well, sure, How? Do you think it'll work?
I don't know, Inspector.
Lieutenant.
Oh, sorry. Just looking in my crystal ball, old boy. You see, I'm going on the theory that a big crook can't afford to leave himself in a bad spot. How about it, huh?
Oh, I suppose so. Here's Baker's cell.
Good. Hi, Larry.
Hi, Mr. Valentine.
Come on, they'll let you out of here.
That's right. Come on, son.
But look, Mr. Valentine, I don't want to get out now. I told you.
I know what you told me, Larry. But you're getting out anyway. You're going to leave here at just 2 o'clock. And at 2:15, you're going to be back in your shop.
I don't want to go out. Please, can't you understand? I know what they'll do to me.
Just a minute. Valentine, you've been hiding something. Who are they?
I didn't have any idea until a few minutes ago, Johnson, but I think I do now. And you can't play it any other way. Now, look, Larry, you asked me to help you out of a spot.
Yes, sure I did, but
You won't get hurt. Nothing will happen to you. Just go back to your shop.
Okay, Mr. Valentine. I'll go back to the shop if you say so. But I'm just hoping I'll be around to tell about it tomorrow. Hello? Yeah, that's right. Well, no, I'm sorry. We're not open today. No, I don't know if we'll be open tomorrow either. No. I'm sorry.
Who are you talking to? Hang up that phone.
Yes, sir.
All right. Give it to me.
Give you what? I don't know what you mean. We're not open. There isn't any money.
I don't mean money. You know what I mean. Listen, punk. You came back here to get something you were going to turn over to the cops. I want it. And don't forget you're talking to the boss.
Boss? I don't understand.
Look, don't play dumb because you ain't. Hilton said you was a smart kid. You know what happened to McMath, don't you?
Yeah, but...
Sure you do. I took care of him because he was holding out on me. I brought him in here this morning before you opened the shop so as I could get the payoff, though, but he wasn't here. He didn't leave it like he said he did. He double-crossed me. You see what happens to people that cross Big Mike?
You mean you're the...
Shut up. Now, what did I drop in here this morning? What did you find? Give it to me.
But I haven't got anything, I tell you.
Oh, yeah? Well, maybe this'll convince you. Now, come on, hand it over.
Suppose you hand over that gun, Mike.
Huh?
No tricks, you covered.
What? This is a trap.
You're right, Mike. It is a trap. And you've already done me that little favor. I'll take the gun.
What? You said you was from Detroit.
Yeah, I know. Little white lie. And the name's Valentine, not Gray. Here you are, Johnson. One shot fired from his gun. And I think the boys in ballistics can tie it up with a bullet that came out of McMath, don't you?
All right. So a guy attacked me and I winged him. Self-defense. They can't send me up for that.
Oh, yes, they can, Mike, when McMath talks. Thing called assault with intent to commit murder.
Oh, and that payoff envelope you thought McMath stole, Mike. Young Larry here hid it under a rug. It's full of names, including yours.
So you see, Busty, you don't have to do me a favor. You're going to do everybody a favor by going out for a good long stretch.
Mr. Valentine, you mean I'm out of this?
That's right, Larry.
Oh, that's great. Except I'm also out of a job. I don't know how to tell Sally.
Well, don't tell her yet. I've got an idea kicking around in the back of my head that... Well, look, Larry, meet me tomorrow noon on that same bench in Morgan Park, huh?
Oh, sure. Okay, Mr. Valentine. I'll be there.
Compared with premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM motor oil doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Your car needs that kind of protection, for new RPM cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts. Get new RPM for your car at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
Valentine, you mean I'm going to get to be a cop?
That's right, Larry. At least Lieutenant Johnson has made arrangements for you to go to police school, start out as a rookie. The rest is up to you.
Oh, boy, you don't have to worry about the rest, Mr. Valentine.
I know I don't. Now, suppose you go on home and tell Sally.
I sure will. Thanks for everything. Bye, Miss Brooks.
Bye, Larry. Good luck. George,
Yeah, Angel.
do you realize this is the same park bench we were sitting on when we first talked to Larry Baker?
Oh, yeah, sure.
George,
What?
here comes that same man.
Where? Oh, no. Look, that's not the same
It is
guy.
too, George. Quick, put your arms around me.
Oh, all right, but this is so silly.
Oh, Bunny. I thought we'd have to wait until next year to go on our honeymoon. But I think this is wonderful. Yes, Bunny. I will marry you tomorrow.
Oh, brother, how crafty can you get? Come on, Angel. Let's go get some lunch.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by Don Clark and directed by Kenneth Webb. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Jonathan Holt as Larry, Louise Arthur as Sally, and Ted DeCorsia as Mike. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Let George do it. The Eight Ball, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, there's no finer, no more exclusive little town on the map than Summer Springs.
You're not selling them real estate, Nielsen.
I'm writing this letter, Vic. Be quiet. Shut the door, will you, Emmett?
Sure, Nielsen. Boys are a little noisy. Guess the luncheon's broke up.
Civic League. Just a lot of talk. None of them will ever do anything but the three of us. Always away, isn't it?
I don't know. You've only written one sentence.
Shut up, Vic. And Summer Springs. Perhaps you visited the hotel here yourself, Mr. Valentine, but at least it's a sure thing you've seen the outrageous charges the federal grand jury and city newspapers have been making about us.
Now, wait a minute, Nielsen. I'm still not so sure this is the right way to go at this.
Here, the mayor speaks.
Well, now, Vic, you're a lawyer. Would you hire a man you'd never seen to investigate your own backyard? Now, there's a man I know, a fine detective, who would be only too glad to come down here.
Fine detective like that police force of yours, I suppose. Can't see what's under their own noses.
Well, I'm the responsible one, and it seems to me that I
Emmett
should...
Wall, his back's to the wall, and his head is all full of surmises.
Now, see
You've
here,
got
Vic,
to stop being cautious sometime, Emmett. In my bank, I make decisions, and I make them fast.
Yes, but
I
I'd rather...
agree with Nielsen, Emmett. If we don't get an outside investigator quick, the grand jury will do it. I say let's us find out first. Clean up our own town.
Objections overruled. Now we're getting someplace. Mr. Valentine, I'm enclosing railroad tickets. A public-spirited group, of which I am the head.
Three of us. Don't we sound fancy, though?
Expects your immediate presence. It has been alleged that Summer Springs is being used as the center of payoffs for the big city collection racket. That our fair town has a jackal in its midst, and it's your job to find him. There. I do it?
That's all right.
Now we'll get some action. I'll mail this right now. Only, see here, both of you. Nobody knows about this but the three of us. Remember, nobody else knows about Valentine.
They made a reservation for me at the Summer Springs Hotel, Brooks, so you can phone me up there.
George, why can't I go with you? Just because they don't expect me
Look,
to
it's a
come...
5-alarm fire all set to go off, and you know it. Summer Springs is going to be hotter than
But
the 4th.
nobody knows about you, just the men who rode.
Angel, I'm looking for a guy who poses as respectable, a big-timer who hasn't been identified. And if you were there, I wouldn't be able to duck as fast.
But
when
there's
I have
nothing dangerous if nobody knows.
Hey, wait, Mr. Valentine.
Huh? Yeah?
The baggage man pointed you out.
Yeah?
I need your help. I need you a lot. I got a case for you.
Sorry, I'm tied up on one.
My, grandmother's dead.
Oh, that's too bad.
My grandfather killed her. Used an axe.
What?
I'm not interested.
You see, my aunt's insane, and what happened
I doubt
was
if you ever had a grandmother, Gorilla Boy, or even a mother. Now say it in English and fast, because I'm not going to miss that train.
I got $1,000 here for you to take my case. I could think of one.
Uh-huh. You mean if I don't take the train?
I don't mind. I can tell it to you on the way to Summer Springs.
That's where you think I'm going, huh?
No, just where you think you're going.
So somebody else does know.
Hey, Buster, get out of my way before I miss
Stay
that.
away, I'm telling you.
Oh, no, you
George,
don't.
look out!
Yeah, easy. We're attracting attention.
A corpse would attract more.
Who hired you?
$1,000. Trip ain't necessary. Stay home.
Okay, maybe you're right, mister. Too late now anyway. There she goes.
It's a sooty kind of a trip. You wouldn't have enjoyed it.
Uh-huh. Shall we go count the money?
Sure. My name's Lemuel. You're a smart guy. I thought you'd see the light.
Yeah. I hope you do. So you get to go after all, Angel. Yeah, you get to drop me off in Summer Springs yourself. From the car.
Not much of a hotel, is it?
For a fancy town like this, no more potted palms than usual.
Do I get to come in with you?
Sure. Lemuel kept me off the train, didn't he? Okay, then the more casual, the better.
You mean whoever hired him won't be expecting you to show up now?
I mean, Lemuel isn't in condition to report for a
I do
while.
not care what the union says about chambermaids. I have an opinion, too, you know. Have you been a clerk for 12 years? Well, have you? Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Be just a moment.
Oh, no. Finish the phone call.
Now, listen. I don't care how many chambermaids you've known. Do you run a laundry service or a... Oh, hold on, will you? I'm so sorry. Now, what was it?
George Valentine. I've got a reservation.
No, I won't call the manager. He doesn't live here. What was the name, sir?
George Valentine.
Let me see. Yes, he's in his room.
What?
At 350 pounds, I told you, not 340. Oh, for heaven's sake, hang on, will you? What's the matter?
Well, I asked...
Oh, yes, it was George Valentine you asked for, wasn't it? Well, he just checked in a few moments ago. Yeah, he's in his room. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's room 419. It's the elevator to the right.
But...
thanks a lot, Buster. Come on, Angel.
You see, my dear fellow, if the chambermaids don't count the towels every day...
But who is it, George? If somebody took your room...
I don't know, Brooksy. Looks like they're still one step ahead of us, whoever they are. It's a cinch Lemuel couldn't have revived in time.
Well, whoever the impersonator is in there, he doesn't seem to answer very fast.
Come on. Sure. Of course he's dead. Hey, shut that door.
There's no gun. I don't see
Shut
a
the
gun.
door, will you? He's shot, all right.
George, he's about your same build.
Huh?
Around the same age.
Yeah. There's a briefcase over here under the bed.
It's a sample case, isn't it? The kind salesmen carry?
Neckties. Nothing but neckties.
Look, George, there's a key on the floor next to it.
Here, let me see. Yeah, to another room, 631. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah. Card in his wallet. Sure, of course. Harold Stark, Sure Silk Tie Company from Salt Lake City.
Necktie salesman. Only suppose he came in on the train tonight, George.
Yeah, sure. Single guy, looking generally my type. You mean suppose he got picked up by somebody watching the hotel here, somebody expecting me?
So they kill him and put him in your room?
Wait a minute. Let it ring.
We ought to talk to the clerk, to the bellboys.
Now listen, whoever shot this guy did it and ran. Okay, then so will we.
George, that's crazy.
Is it? I was hired to find out who a big-time collection man is in this town, right? Only whoever it is got one jump ahead of us. I can't even start working until I get out from behind the 8 ball, can I?
Oh, George, that phone, it keeps ringing. Somebody's going to hear it. And... What are you doing?
I'm putting my own wallet, on the body. What do you think?
No.
You take this, guys. Go back to that drive-in on the edge of town. Run a fast telephone check on him. Harold Stark, Salt Lake City.
The clerk knows we're here. He'll keep ringing.
Wait till I grab the neckties. We'll dump them in the alley. And I'll be out from behind the 8 ball if I'm dead, won't I?
George.
I'll be free to find out those guys who hired me. So come on, give the police a chance to find the body of George Valentine.
Yes, come in, Mr.
Valentine, I told you. Your name is Nielsen, isn't it? You sent for me, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Well, don't look like a ghost, like you're scared.
What do you want with me?
What's that?
Why do you keep your hand in your pocket?
Because I want a cigarette. See? Oh. Now all I want is a little talk, Mr. Nielsen. With you and Mr. Vickery and Emmett Wall, the mayor.
You know all of our names.
Well, sure, of course. Here's the letter you wrote me. Oh, hey, I'm beginning to get this. Have you just had a phone call or something?
Yes, I have, as a matter of fact, from Vickery. He happened to be at police court. For once, they work fast in this town. A patrolman has reported the murder of George Valentine.
Okay, sit down. I'll explain if you will.
I have nothing to...
Buster, I'll use your phone. Prove it to you. The police here in the city. I know you've never seen my face, but they can identify my voice for you.
Here, let me have it.
No. Hello?
George?
Oh, yeah. What'd you find out, Brooksy?
I found out that you're crazy, absolutely crazy.
What?
Darling, I tried to contact those people in Salt Lake, but I can't. I mean, I got the company all right, but nothing about Harold Stark.
Why not?
They've never even heard of him. Nobody by that name has ever sold neckties. Don't you see what you've done? Throw away that wallet, George. The man who was killed was a phony. You can't be somebody that doesn't exist.
All right. I believe you. I agree you're Valentine.
Then you realize how fast I gotta work, Nielsen. I told you what Miss Brooks said. The body was a plant of some kind. This thing gets deeper every minute.
And you haven't even started your investigation.
Whoever the man is I'm after is calling the shots in advance. And you claimed only 3 of you knew about me.
Yes, I understand. You think it's one of us. But I'm afraid it doesn't make much difference if I do help you now.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Mr. Valentine, I'm not a cowardly man, but I'll admit, when you knocked on the door...
Yeah, sure, you were scared to death. But what's that got to do with...
Valentine, I don't think you realize yet just how far behind that 8 ball you are. That same patrolman who found the body also saw a man and woman throw away a briefcase in an alley.
Huh?
You and Miss Brooks. There was identification with the neckties. At the door just now, I thought you were the man every policeman in town is looking for. Harold Stark. He doesn't exist, you say? His description is yours. And you know who you are?
Never mind. I get it. I dug my own grave, didn't I? Yeah. I killed George Valentine.
Well, Valentine, for once it seems the police wasted no time discovering a mistake, that George Valentine was not killed.
Well, that's nice to know. You mean they re-identified that body I found?
Clarence Prell, up-and-coming accountant. His name's been mixed up in this thing already. He's been making a tremendous amount of money the past few years. Just possible our big shot is already dead.
Well, why would this man, this accountant, have the identification of Harold Stark on him? Who killed him? Who put it there? Who put him there in my hotel room?
Now, listen to me, Valentine. You can get to work now. You're off the hook. They know it's not your body.
Now, look, I've been in trouble because it wasn't kept secret that you three were hiring me. Is that right?
Oh, there you go again. We're honest. Stupid, yes, but honest. None of us are mixed up in any rackets.
Okay, skip it. But even if the big shot isn't one of you, you're now in the way, aren't you?
What?
Well, maybe I'm wanted by the police, but if the killer with Strong Boys knows about me, he also then knows about you. Yeah. Lock your doors tonight.
Shh. Turn out those lights.
Huh?
A car just stopped out there. I could see the lights blinking.
Take it easy, Nielsen. It's only Miss Brooks. I'll see you later.
Oh, George, sometimes I think you're the 8-ball.
Angel, the heat's on the big shot, whoever he is, a lot more than it's on me. Come on, we're going in here.
Where, the drugstore?
Yeah. Got a nickel in your purse?
Yeah. Why don't you go straight to the mayor himself?
Brooksy, I need a little more time to work alone. You're going to give it to me.
What?
The mayor's got his own ideas. I've got mine. But if I don't work fast, a lot of people are liable to get hurt. Hello, operator. I want a policeman. This Mr. Rex will do anything to cover his tracks before a full investigation.
George, what on earth are you doing?
Hey, police, look. I just heard that thing on the radio. I mean that description of that guy and that girl, that Harold Stark with the girl who was dressed... Well, slow down. How can I? I just seen her, the girl, having a soda... Hey, what's her name here? Oh, yeah, Clushimer's drugstore. She's wearing
You
a
rat. You
brown
conniving,
coat. Hey, you better
low-down-
come and get her quick.
George Valentine, of
At
all the
least you
dirty
won't get
tricks.
hurt, Angel. Tell him to look for me any place but the Summer Springs Hotel, room 631. Now, you play 8-ball for a while. $6.31. Key fits all right. Ouch! Where are the lights in this plane? Oh, no. How long have you been dead, Baldy? Huh. Just about as long as the other guy, I guess, huh? Only what's your name? You the real Harold Stark? Are you the... Hey! Oh!
I didn't go out with him. You said I went out with him. Who said that?
You did. I know you.
Who said that?
Oh, what in the...
You.
Hey, where am I?
Who? Come on, tell me.
Hey, who in the name of...
Shut up. People in the next room.
Hey, Lemuel.
Yeah. It's a lousy hotel. They let anybody in.
I thought I knocked you out of the picture before once.
We're even. I didn't hit you hard enough either.
Yeah, you're out of condition, Buster. That's bad. You kill that guy?
I was with you and another Tom. Don't talk so loud.
All right. Hey, wait a minute. What are you trying to... Hey, get out of my pocket. What's the idea?
There's a gun in your stomach. Don't argue.
Well, why put a gun in my pocket, too?
It's empty. Don't get your hopes up. Be quiet.
Another wallet, too. If you think you can frame me for killing this guy, whoever he is, you're crazy.
I'm not. Cops don't kill cops.
What?
Can't you tell Flatfeet when you see him? His name's Harold Stark. An eye that got shot. Like you're gonna be.
Oh, so that's it. Yeah, sure, there is a Stark, a detective. Came to town acting like a necktie salesman, huh? Ouch. Just let me get in that chair, will you?
Sure. You're fixed. You got everything.
Wait a minute. 2 guns. 2 guns I got in my pockets.
Not so loud. There's 2 men dead, aren't there? You're a bright boy, a real up-and-coming eye. Dead eye.
Yeah, sure. The real Stark dead in this room. That accountant named Prell dead in my room.
So come on, bright boy. Get on your feet.
Yeah, sure.
Look out. Get away from that phone.
Hello, anybody?
Yeah, that's better. Here now, talk to the wire. Dead like you are. Now on your feet, like I said.
Hey, listen. The people next door, they've stopped talking. Yeah, they heard me. Look, Strong Brain, you're a sucker. Who do you work for?
I didn't hear nothing.
2 guys have been murdered. First the detective here, then Prell. Somebody's going to swing for it.
Now, shut up, like I said.
Hey, what's going on there? Can people have no privacy? You're listening. That's what you're doing.
Oh, for the love of it. Walk, will you? Go on the door.
All right. Plenty of standing room. Don't shove.
Well, what are you listening to? You think you hear something of all the nerves?
Now, out the door.
Okay. Just thought you might not want the guy who's coming down the hall to see you.
What?
Oh, it's only the desk clerk. Get back in there.
What's going on here? What in the hell is this? What do you think you're doing?
Come on, get out of the way, fast.
Let go of me, really.
Down here, would you? Okay, he's not going to shoot.
Shoot? What kind of a disturbance is this? This is not the sort of hotel you could... Wait a minute. I've seen you before.
Yeah, you're the guy who gave out my description, I guess.
What? No, I didn't give any description. Oh, you're the laundry man. Oh, no, that's what I was talking about. I remember. You're the... Oh. Well, see here, there was a mix-up
Come
on
on,
room.
skip it. Just show me the fastest way out.
Get that gun away from me.
That big man in there. Was there anybody with him when he came into the hotel?
What? Well, no. Yes, I mean, yes. There are several men down the lobby. I don't know who they are. You're wanted by the police. That's all I know.
The back stairs, then. Where are they? Come on.
I won't help a criminal.
Come on, don't argue, friend.
Well, all right. Here, duck in here. There are several policemen in the hotel, too. There are cars at the alley entrance.
You're going to find me a way out, so stop shaking. I didn't kill anybody. The police don't think I did.
Why not?
Now, look, you. I'm just the guy behind the 8-ball, see? There's a big crook in your town, Clarence Prell. You know him?
No.
An accountant. Man in a nice spot to take payoffs coming in from the city. But Prell is dead, so he's not the crook.
What? Oh, for heaven's
Find
sake.
me a way out of here, or people will be wrong. They'll think he was the crook. They'll say he killed a detective named Harold Stark who was on his trail.
Let them say what they want.
They'll say I killed Prell, maybe in self-defense. But I was real smart and collected all the evidence, including the guns. Then poor Valentine. He was on his way to get himself out of trouble with the police when something happened to him.
You're mad. You're worse than the laundry people.
Now, look, Buster, I'm telling you all this so you'll help. It's a frame-up, see? To get rid of 2 private detectives and take the heat off by making Prell look like the big shot. A triple play.
Here we are. Here, give me a hand with the window.
Okay. Only 6 stories up. I forgot my umbrella. I can't jump, Buster.
No. Look, out there, you see? To the side. It's an old fire escape. It hasn't been used since we built the new wing, but it comes down in the service yard. This is the side street.
Yeah?
Well, go on. How much help do you need? Oh, there's no one down there. Here, you see?
Yeah, sure, I see. Little rusty, though, isn't it?
Well, what do you expect? A red carpet?
I expect you to go first. Lead the way.
What?
It just occurred to me it's not so bad being behind an 8-ball. If you've got the cue in your hand.
Mr. Valentine, for the love...
Remember the gun, Buster. Lead the way. Now tell me, why do you call me Valentine? Why not Prell or Stark? Or any of the other names thrown around tonight?
Well, back there, Lemuel called you Valentine.
How do you know his name?
Well, I'm a hotel clerk. I see lots of people.
And that switchover of rooms today. I don't see how anybody could have done it but the hotel clerk himself.
Well, but what on earth are you talking about?
Human nature. How you and your boy Lemuel found out about my coming here.
How I?
An accountant sees lots of people, sure. But a hotel clerk sees a lot more. Now, who's in a better spot to receive payoff deliveries on the QT than the man behind the desk?
I'm going back.
You're going nowhere. Now, listen, Buster. It had to either be one of my 3 clients or you.
What?
Yeah, so take human nature again. It couldn't be one of them, or why get me in it? But they did write the letter right after a Civic League luncheon.
What do you mean, human nature?
I mean how people mail letters in hotels. In a hotel, you just hand the letter to the clerk to mail, don't you?
Get out of my
way.
way.
No, you don't.
I'm going back.
What's the matter? Don't these rusty stairs go on down there? Do they just fall off in the dark someplace?
That's you who's going to fall off in the dark.
Not even afraid of the gun, are you? You already know it's not loaded. Just evidence to be found on the patsy.
Look out. Don't.
This is where you get racked up, 8-ball.
Back to George Valentine in just a moment.
Do you remember a tune called One for My Baby? It ended with the line, so it's one for my baby and one more for the road. Well, you can feel sorry for a tenor on a record who drowns his sorrows with one more for the road. But when you're actually going to drive, one more for the road is something else. If you drive, don't drink. If you drink, don't drive. Not unless you want an ambulance for a chaser.
But, George, how did you get off that fire escape? It was rusty. You would have fallen through. That's why he led you out there. What he expected you to do.
Hey, slow down, will you? How'd you get out of jail, Angel?
Oh, George, please, I want to understand.
Oh, he was a guy, all right, the hotel clerk. Yeah, he kept the job so nobody'd ever guess, as well as because it was such a perfect spot for payoffs. He knew the heat was on when he heard I was coming, and Lemuel couldn't stop me. He had me all set for a double fancy frame.
But that other detective.
Well, the mayor said he wanted to handle things himself, didn't he? But he knew a man he wanted to hire.
Harold Stark, posing as a necktie salesman.
Yeah, that accountant had been working with the clerk on the rackets, so he figured he'd make him fall guy. Strictly from desperation, Angel. But it all might have worked.
But you would have died accidentally, fallen and been killed, and that would have been the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Only how on earth, after you knocked him out, how did you get him off the fire escape?
How did you get out of jail?
Well, you saw him. That big, good-looking policeman.
So what? You said you didn't tell him anything.
No.
Well?
He was very sweet. Well, I mean, after a while, there was no reason to hold me. In jail, I mean.
Oh, why, Brooksy.
And, well, why should I tell you if you won't tell me? Good night, Georgie.
Let George Do It is a weekly presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Murder for Two, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, my sister Ruth Jennings needs your help desperately. I've tried to get her to write you herself, but she's too upset, and she has reason to be. Her life is being threatened, Mr. Valentine, and she's helpless to do anything about it. Please don't tell us to call the police, because they and the courts have done all they can. Please come to see us after my husband has gone to work tomorrow morning, anytime after 7 o'clock. I don't know what you charge, but I'm enclosing a money order so you'll know how badly we need help. Sincerely, Eunice James.
$14.81. This is the house, George.
Yeah, I guess it is, Angel.
I know what you're thinking. How could anybody who lives in a place like this send you $200?
Well, people fool you sometimes. Maybe they're living out here on the wrong side of the tracks and saving their money for a better day. Well, $200 is $200. Let's see what's up.
Okay, I'll ring.
I don't quite get it, though. She said in a letter that the police and the courts have done all they can.
Well, at least that makes it sound legitimate, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose it's legitimate, all right, but...
All right, what do you want? Well, Valentine.
Lieutenant Johnson, what are you doing here?
I might ask you the same.
And you might get an answer. I have a client living here.
Name of?
Ruth Jennings. But don't you think you might be a gentleman and answer Miss Brooks' question?
All right, come on in. I have a client here, too. Except when you have them, they're usually alive. When I get them, they're always dead.
Mrs. James, I know you've told Lieutenant Johnson everything you can, but I figure I might be helped, too. After all, you sent for me.
So, would you tell us just what happened?
Well, it was about 8 o'clock this morning. I heard little Emmy, that's Ruth's baby. I heard Emmy crying, and I wondered why Ruth hadn't got her bottle. I went into the room, and...
That's when you found your sister had been killed?
Yes, the baby was in the bassinet, and she was there in her bed, and there was blood all over. I went to her, but I knew it was too late.
Tell me, Mrs. James, didn't you hear a shot at any time?
No, I don't think so. Sometime during the night, I heard something that sounded like a car backfiring, but I didn't think anything of it. I went right back to sleep.
And was your husband here?
I didn't call him. He was in his bed. It was dark, and... Please don't suspect Bert. He'd never do a thing like that.
Mrs. James, in your letter, you said your sister's life was being threatened. Somebody wanted to kill her. Who?
Her husband, that's who. They're divorced. He wanted the baby. He said if she didn't give him the baby, he'd kill her, and he did.
Mm-hmm. And were your sister and your husband on good terms?
Of course. Oh, Bert was always telling Ruth to get a place of her own so we could have our privacy. But he's a very calm man.
Yes, I understand, Mrs. James. Now, Lieutenant Johnson tells me the shotgun that killed your sister was found at the foot of her bed. Did your husband own a shotgun?
No, he didn't. He didn't even like hunting.
Did your brother-in-law own one?
Oh, I'm sure he did. He was quite a hunter. He used to go out in the desert all the time to shoot rabbits.
What's the husband's name, Mrs. James?
It's Lou. Lou Jennings.
Uh-huh. Where does he live?
We don't know that. All we know is that he works at a lunchroom on Barton Avenue. Nick's All-Night Cafe, it's called.
You have the address of the place?
No, we don't. We weren't interested. Ruth was trying to get Lou out of her life entirely.
Yes, I understand. But you feel very sure that...
Valentine.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Come on out here. I want to talk to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. James. We'll see what we can do. Brooksy?
All right, George. Goodbye, Mrs. James.
Goodbye, Miss Brooks. Mr. Valentine.
Any leads, Johnson? Any fingerprints on that shotgun?
No.
What time was she killed?
Doc says somewhere around midnight. Now, look, Valentine, I realize you had a client, but your client is dead, murdered. So you don't have a job anymore. And when there's a murder, we have some people called the police who handle these things.
But, Lieutenant...
That's all right, Brooksy. I understand what the good lieutenant means. Okay, Johnson, it's your baby. Good luck.
Well, thanks. For once, you're using sense and staying out of my hair. Be seeing you, I'm afraid.
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant. Sorry I can't give you a hand here. Let's go, Angel.
But, George...
So long, Johnson.
George Valentine, sometimes I can't understand you.
No? Why not?
Well, in the first place, it isn't like you to walk out on a case, and in the second place, you took $200 from those people, and you should...
No, don't get in an uproar, Angel. They'll get their money's worth.
Huh? What do you mean? How?
Oh, I just have a feeling Johnson could use a little help, even though he doesn't seem to think so. Besides, I like to earn my fees.
So, what are you going to do?
So, I'll take a little trip out to Nick's All-Night Cafe. Want to come along and have a hamburger?
Hello? you are the people who want to see me?
Yeah, you the owner of this cafe?
That's right. I'm Nick.
My name is Valentine. And, Nick, this is Miss Brooks.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
What can I do for you?
Well, you have a man by the name of Jennings, Lou Jennings. He's working here, huh?
Oh, sure, that's right.
Well, we'd like to talk to him, Nick.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but this is not possible right now. Jennings, he's on nights. He works from 6 in the evening to 6 in the morning.
Uh-huh. Did he work last night?
Oh, sure.
Did he leave here any time during those 12 hours?
No. No, I don't think so. Why you look for him?
He's, connected with something that happened last night, Nick.
Say, tell me, was there any time that he might have left before 6 o'clock this morning without your knowing?
No. Only during the time I take my wife home. About 12 o'clock. She helps.
How long were you gone then, Nick?
I don't know. Maybe a half an hour, no more.
George, that could be it. They don't know exactly what time the murder took place,
Murder?
remember?
Is that what you say? Oh, if he's mixed up in the murder...
We don't know that he is, Nick, but we want to find out. I suppose you have his home address.
Oh, sure. It's on the... wait, I look in my book. Oh, yeah. Here it is. On Elizabeth Street.
1036. Okay, thanks.
But, Jennings, I don't understand. You mean he could be mixed up in a murder?
It's quite possible he isn't, Nick. Matter of fact, I have some other ideas myself. Okay, Brooksy, you go back to the office and wait for me. I'm going out to Elizabeth Street and have a chat with Lou Jennings.
Yes?
Hello, Lou Jennings.
Oh, goodness, no, you have the wrong room. My name is Ferris, Oscar Ferris.
Oh, I'm sorry, but Jennings does live here.
Yes, a second door down the hall.
Oh, thanks. Think he's in now?
Well, now, I really wouldn't know about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, sorry to bother you. Thanks.
That's quite all right.
Yeah?
Lou Jennings?
Yeah, that's right.
Mind if I come in?
No, wait a minute. Look, what...
Thanks. My name's Valentine. Just want to ask you some questions.
What kind of questions?
For one thing, I'd like to know where you were last night. All last night.
What do you want to know for?
Want it straight?
Well, sure,
okay.
But I...
Because something's happened and the police think you're responsible.
What do you mean, something has happened?
I suppose you know your wife's been murdered.
Oh. Yeah?
Just, oh, yeah. You don't seem very surprised or upset.
Surprised? Sure I am. But I'm not very upset. She's pretty nasty to me. Wouldn't even let me see my own kid.
Yeah, I know that. Did you kill your wife, Jennings?
No, of course I didn't kill her. I got an alibi, you know.
Oh, yeah, sure. It looks that way. But where were you while your boss was away from the cafe last night?
Well, I was right there all the time.
Oh, yeah? Any customers?
Yeah. A couple of guys come in, but I didn't know them.
Oh, that's too bad. Might have given you a perfect alibi.
Don't worry, I got one. You don't think I could get over to the James house and back and kill my wife besides while the boss was out there?
Maybe not. Look, Jennings, don't be surprised if a Lieutenant Johnson comes by to pick you up.
I got nothing to worry about.
Okay. And since you didn't kill her, got any ideas who did?
No. What would I know? Unless that dirty brother-in-law of hers...
Say, Lou, I got a good way to get rid of those... Oh, I didn't know there was anybody here.
It's all right, Jim. It's all right. Come on in. This is Jim Grayson, Mr. Valentine, another hash slinger. Lives in the next room. We both work nights. Valentine is kind of a private eye or something, Jim.
Private eye? But what...
He tells me my wife was killed last night.
Ruth? Gosh. She was?
Yeah. Somebody didn't like her and just bumped her off, I guess. You, think I'm crying?
No, I know how you felt about Ruth.
All right, gentlemen, all right. I'm afraid I have to go. I just can't stand your grief. And, give my regards to Lieutenant Johnson, will you, Jennings?
George.
Yeah, Angel?
I've been very patient. But would you mind telling me what you're doing?
We drive to Nick's Cafe, and you don't go in. Then you start driving to James' house.
Where I also won't go in. Well, here we are.
What are you trying to prove, George?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Took us just 15 minutes.
So?
So, Lou Jennings didn't kill his wife.
And would you mind telling me what process of deduction brought you to that conclusion?
Simple. The boss was away for half an hour. Jennings was there when he got back. If it takes 15 minutes each way to the James house, how would anyone have time to get in and out of a car on both ends?
And murder somebody besides I know. Then who did?
I don't know yet. But I just want to check up on another hash slinger after he goes to work tonight.
Another one? Who?
A fellow by the name of Grayson has the next room to Jennings in that rooming house. They might possibly be in cahoots. He said something that didn't sound quite kosher while I was out there.
Such as?
Such as, I got a way to get rid of those.
Those what?
That's what I'd like to know. Because maybe he didn't yet. We're going to take another little trip out to that rooming house tonight after Grayson goes to work. And Brooksy, maybe we'll find out.
Well, that was easy enough, George. Don't any rooming houses ever lock their doors?
I guess not, Angel. Well, this is Jennings' room. The next one is Grayson's. For the moment, one of my two candidates.
But whatever he'd found a way to get rid of, maybe he did.
And maybe he didn't. No light under the door, so he's out all right. Well, here we go.
Must be a light switch someplace.
Wait a minute. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah. Always feel like a criminal when we walk into somebody's house. And George, what? Oh.
Yeah. It's Jim Grayson, all right. But I'm afraid he can't help us much with a bullet through his neck. He's dead.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication. Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. A man murders his wife, or so the police think. But if your name is George Valentine, you can't just figure out how he could possibly have done it in the short time for which he doesn't have an alibi. You suspect an accomplice, the man who lives next door in his rooming house, a Jim Grayson. But he can't tell you anything now because he's dead. Maybe that washes up the case. Maybe Lou Jennings killed the man he hired to kill his wife. But you don't think so. Somebody killed Ruth Jennings, and somebody killed Jim Grayson, but...
Who? That's what I want to know. Who?
What about Lou Jennings, George? You thought maybe Jennings and Grayson were in cahoots, and if they...
Miss Brooks, Lou Jennings couldn't have killed this guy. He's in custody. I picked him up this afternoon.
You've got Jennings in custody for what?
Suspicion of murder.
After what you found out, George, Lieutenant Johnson will have a hard time proving that, won't he?
Wait a minute. Just what did you find out?
That it was practically impossible for him to have murdered his wife. Matter of chronologics, old boy.
Matter of what?
Nothing. Just proves that when you go to school, people who didn't can't understand you.
But I did go to... Hey, Valentine, where you going?
Like I said about the last one, this is your baby, Johnson. See you later.
But...
Don't make like a goat, Lieutenant. Stop butting. Goodbye.
George.
Yeah, Angel.
You didn't have to be quite so disagreeable to Lieutenant Johnson, did you? He's been nice to you.
Yeah? When? Mention once.
I can't. But the stairs are the other way, George. Why are we going...
Just a neighborly call, that's all.
You know who lives in this room?
By name only. Met him this afternoon. Timid little character by the name of Oscar Ferris.
What are you trying to...
Yes?
How do you do, sir?
Oh, how do you do? Oh, you're the man who was here before.
Yeah, that's right. My name's Valentine, and this is Miss Brooks. Mind if we come in?
Well, what can I say? But I don't understand.
Just wanted to ask you a question or two, that's all. Like, did you hear a commotion in the next room any time this afternoon?
Oh, goodness, no. Was there one?
You've been in your room here for the past few hours?
Yes, of course.
You know the man who lives in the next room?
Oh, yes. Fellow by the name of Grayson. Rather a nice chap, I think.
He was a nice chap, you mean?
What's that? I'm afraid I don't...
Mr. Grayson is dead.
Dead? Why, he seems such a healthy sort of man. I can't understand.
What's your business, Mr. Ferris?
Me? Well, I'm retired, so I don't really have any business anymore. I devote most of my time to church work. I teach Sunday school, you know, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just surprised that you didn't hear all the noise in the next room. The police have been there for quite a while.
The police? But why in the world would the police be interested in Mr. Grayson?
Well, I guess they wouldn't if he'd died a normal death, Mr. Ferris. You see, he was murdered.
Murder? Oh, good grief. Oh, that's horrible. But I can't understand why I didn't hear a gun going off, and right in the next room, too.
Oh. No, I can't understand that either, Mr. Ferris.
Oh, goodness. I wish I could be of some help.
Well, perhaps you can. You know, sometimes just a little information helps the police quite a lot. You wouldn't mind going down to police headquarters with Lieutenant Johnson and telling him everything you know about Grayson, would you? And about Lou Jennings?
Lou Jennings? Well, what's he got to do with all this?
Maybe nothing, Mr. Ferris, but after all, he's Mr. Grayson's neighbor in the room on the other side.
Oh, yes, I see. Of course, you mean Jennings might be involved in this thing some way. Where is he?
He's down at headquarters already, Mr. Ferris.
Oh, well, of course. I'll help all I can.
Good, thanks. Hey, Brooksy, go next door and tell Lieutenant Johnson that Mr. Ferris is anxious to cooperate. We'll see you later, Ferris.
George.
Yeah, Brooksy?
You picked up a paper from Mr. Ferris's table when he wasn't looking, didn't you?
You notice everything, don't you?
Well, why'd you pick it up?
Oh, my gastronomic urge got the better of me, Angel. It was a menu from Nick's Cafe. It sort of intrigued me.
Oh. All right. Be an enigma. You think he knows anything?
I don't know. I just can't understand why he didn't hear anything in the next room, that's all. Even if you're reading next week's Sunday school lesson, you could still hear... Hey, wait a minute. Get in the car.
George, what is it? You got something?
Probably not, but it's worth a try.
What are you going to do?
Go back to the James house?
Where Ruth Jennings was killed?
Yeah.
What good will that do?
Maybe nothing. I don't know. Just trying to tie in some loose ends.
But, George, if you think Jennings and Grayson were in cahoots and Grayson killed Ruth Jennings... No, I'm all tangled up.
I'm sort of tangled up myself, Angel. We might find something that'll help us untangle. I hope. I'm sorry we have to get you up at this time of night, Mrs. James.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Valentine. Lieutenant Johnson was here a while ago, too, but he left.
Is your husband home now, Mrs. James?
No, he isn't. He was here, but he left about 8 o'clock. He was going out to play poker with some friends of his.
Well, we don't want to keep you up, but we didn't want you to be wondering what was going on. I'd just like to take a look around the back of the house, if you don't mind.
Oh, I know. That's all right.
Just to get one thing straight, you feel sure that the person who killed your sister came in the back door some way? Is that right?
Oh, yes. I locked the door before we went to bed. But in the morning, the back door was unlocked, and Bert always goes out the front door when he leaves for work. That's a snap lock.
Ah, yeah, I see, Mrs. James. Well, thank you. And don't be worried if you hear us poking around the backyard, will you?
Of course not. And, I do hope you can find out who killed Ruth.
Well, we'll try. This way to the back door?
Yes, right out there. I'll let you out and lock it after you. Unless you need me some more.
No, I'm sure we won't, Mrs. James. Good night.
Good night.
All right, George. Would you mind telling me just what you hope to find out here? Is it... Do you think the murderer lives here? Do you think Bert James...
Angel, please. I haven't the slightest idea. It's a shot in the dark.
Well, as long as we don't get shot in the dark.
Always knew there'd be some use for this pencil flashlight you gave me for Christmas, Brooksy.
Well, I thought it
There
might
we
be.
are.
A chicken house. I don't see... You're not going in there.
Sure. And you're going to stay outside and wait for me. Outside, you. Inside, just us chickens.
George.
Wait right there, Angel. Be out in a minute.
Please hurry, George. I don't like it.
Oh, shut up. It isn't morning yet. Well, look, this is just a flashlight. It's not going to hurt you. Now, let's see. Sacks of feed. Nothing behind there except crates. It's probably a wild goose chase anyway, but... Uh-oh. Hey, it looks like blood. Uh-huh. And on the inside. Brooksy, I got something. Duck down, Brooksy. Don't let them see you. I'm coming out.
Hurry, George. Somebody...
Keep down, Angel. We're going to get out of here.
You think it's Bert? Think he's been outside the house here all the time?
Could be. I don't know. Probably saw the flashlight and heard the hen setting up a row. It's fairly dark anyway. We'll make for the back of the yard. Come on.
Yeah, okay, George.
Take it easy now. Don't make any noise.
Well, how can you help it when you...
All right, stand still, you. I got you covered.
George, that sounded
Yeah,
like...
how could you mistake that voice? Okay, Johnson, we'll go peaceably.
Hey, what in the name of heaven are you doing? That's Valentine, isn't it?
Sure, Johnson. Brooksy gave me a flashlight for Christmas, and I was just trying it out.
Look, Valentine, didn't I tell you this morning that we have some people called the police who handle these things?
I know.
What were you doing in that chicken house?
Just being a good scout, trying to give you a helping hand, Lieutenant. Now all you have to do is find the hands that were in these blood-stained work gloves, and the hand that held this flashlight.
You found those in there?
Yeah, that's right, and I'm turning them over to you for evidence. Might check the prints on that flashlight, too. Now, will you do me a little favor?
Yeah, what?
Let's have a little party down at headquarters. Would you mind inviting 3 people in for questioning?
What 3 people?
Lou Jennings, if you're not still holding him. Oscar Ferris, who lives in his boarding house. And Bert James, if you can find out where he's playing poker.
Valentine, are you nuts? Jennings has a perfect alibi. We've released him. Ferris is a little Sunday school teacher who wouldn't hurt a flea and... Oh. You think...
Sometimes I do. I have an idea one of those 3 is going to give us a tip to 2 murders. See you at headquarters in half an hour.
Okay, right in here, Mr. Ferris. Guess you know Mr. Valentine. He wants to ask you some questions.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Valentine?
Hello, Mr. Ferris. Yes, I wanted to ask you how long you've known Lou Jennings.
Oh, I don't know. 6 months, I guess.
Mm-hmm. How'd you meet him?
Why, in the cafe where he works, I think. Yes, that was it. I was saying that I had to move. And he told me he'd get me a room in the boarding house where he lives. He was very nice.
Do you know Jennings' wife, Mr. Ferris?
No, I don't. I believe they're divorced.
Look, Valentine, you're acting like the DA. Just what do you...
Just a second, Lieutenant, please. Ferris, I gathered you must be pretty good friends since Jennings owed you money.
Owed me money? Well, what do you mean?
This? I picked up this menu from Nick's Cafe when we were in your room this morning. It says, when you get back from your trip, I'll see that you get your $1,000. And it's signed... Lou Jennings.
Oh, yes, that. Well, I did advance Jennings
You
some
didn't
money.
advance Jennings anything, Ferris. That was the money you were to get for killing his wife.
Killing his... Well, what do you mean?
Just what I said. You killed Ruth Jennings, Lou Jennings' wife.
His wife? Wait, no, Why, that dirty rat. He didn't tell me that...
He didn't tell you what, Ferris?
But I didn't know it was his wife.
But you did know it was Grayson when you killed him, didn't you? He'd heard you make the deal with Jennings, and you were afraid he'd spill the whole thing.
Well, Jennings got me into this. He told me it was some woman who had an incurable disease, and her husband would pay $1,000 to have her done away with. Told me just how to do it. Why don't you get Jennings?
We've got Jennings in the other room, Ferris.
Why, that dirty rat. He never did pay me. All he gave me was $50 on account.
Yeah, well, you won't need money now. Maybe Jennings will only get life. But you'd better be deciding what you want for your last dinner.
George, why did you suspect Ferris in the first place?
Oh, because when we asked him if he heard a commotion in the next room when Grayson was murdered, he said he hadn't heard a gun going off.
Oh.
I didn't say Grayson was shot. Then that note from Jennings on the back of our menu, that didn't taste good to me.
Yeah, I know, but why did those things in the chicken house prove anything against Ferris?
Well, he must have been a very careful guy, Brooks. He didn't want to lose anything. He forgot that inside those work gloves, he'd carefully marked OF for Oscar Ferris.
Oh, but you suspected Grayson once before he was killed. What did he find a way to get rid of?
Warts.
Warts?
Yeah, he had a bottle of stuff on his dresser with a big label. Now you can get rid of warts.
Oh, big clue, huh?
Yeah, big clue. Oh, look, Angel, it's all over. We've made $200. It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
And we're two sleepy people, but too much.
Too much what, Angel?
Don't you ever remember any old popular songs, darling?
Two sleepy people, but too much in love to say. Oh.
Darling, you remembered. You're wonderful.
When your car begins to squeak and rattle, it's saying money, 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 money. And it's a reminder that 60% of all auto repair bills are the fault of irregular and poor lubrication. You can avoid those repair bills and at the same time enjoy smoother, quieter riding the year round. Just come back to your independent Chevron gas station or your standard station every 1,000 miles. Here, chassis lubrication is another car saver service that is done thoroughly and correctly. The car savers check more than 50 different trouble points, and they follow a lubrication chart that is designed specifically for your car. Another important thing, they do a neat, clean lubrication job. So if you've already driven 1,000 miles or more without a chassis lubrication, why not ask for this car saver service tomorrow? Ask at your standard station or your independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie as Lieutenant Johnson. Michael Ann Barrett was heard as Eunice. Anthony Barrett as Lou. Howard McNear as Ferris. And Jack Crucian as Nick. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. The Public Eye, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, my husband is Farrell Pearson, so I'm sure you'll realize at once the importance of my letter. If you've lived long in this city or state, you must be aware of his position in politics as well as in business. Unfortunately, when you're in the public eye as we are, You're also at the public's mercy. A reputation of spotless integrity sometimes needs protection from the dangerous, selfish fools who do exist in this world. Mr. Valentine, we need your protection immediately. Come as fast as you can
to our home. And please, please, don't mention this request to a single person. Sincerely.
Well, there. You've mentioned it to me, haven't you?
Mr. Pearson, it concerns you.
Of course, young man. I didn't mean to bar your path. Come in.
Oh, thank you.
We're very busy here, you know. People constantly coming to the door. Always something. It's a great trial. No one realizes.
Yes, it must be. Well, what is this matter that your wife...
The letter? No, don't bother me. I'm a very busy man, just on my way downtown.
But it says you need protection.
My dear Miss Brooks, Farrell Pearson needs only the protection of his own conscience. It's not for us to admit to fear, is it, Mr. Valentine? That's for the ladies.
What?
Spoken like a fool? All right, have it your own way, but whatever it is, you take it up with my wife.
But don't you even know...
She handles all these little matters. Besides, I'm giving a speech tonight. So nice to meet you both. Come again sometime.
But wait a minute. If you can't be bothered, at least tell us where your wife is.
She'll take care of it. She always does. She's standing right behind you. Goodbye, dear.
Hello, Mr. Valentine. This way, please.
Oh, I didn't notice you were there, Mrs. Pearson. Sorry.
It often happens. In here.
Your husband's study?
No, mine. Sit down. I can give you 15 minutes.
You can?
It takes 2 secretaries just to handle mail alone, and booking his speeches gets pretty involved. And Farrell's thinking of running for office again, you know.
Yes, so I've read. And I've heard some of those after-dinner speeches of his, too. Lots of words and big smiles. And very little else.
Well, we're not here to argue politics, are we, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, I'm not being nasty. I'm just curious, that's all. He's the great purity man. Only passing him just now, he smelled a little more human.
I assure you my husband only drinks at his doctor's suggestion for relaxation.
Oh, yes, I'm sure, but we'll skip that. Why are we here, Mrs. Pearson?
He certainly didn't seem to be worried about any threatening person.
He doesn't know as much about it as I do. I've handled all the details.
I gather you do that about everything. What are these details?
We have a country place in the 5 Lakes resort area. Spend the weekends there. In exactly an hour and a half, Mr. Valentine, you are supposed to meet someone by the name of Baines. He apparently has a room at the 5 Lakes Hotel.
Baines, huh? What am I supposed to do? Read his fortune?
Here.
It's a printed note. 6 o'clock tonight, room 20, 5 Lakes Hotel. Expect to make the delivery then, signed Baines.
Obviously a false name. Whoever it
Hold
is.
it, please. Make delivery of what?
Mr. Valentine, I'm asking you to serve as a representative in my husband's place. You're more used to this sort of thing.
Well, now, let's be a little more honest with each other. Your husband's being blackmailed, is that it?
Well,
So what's the delivery? Pictures? Letters? And how much money am I supposed to take along to pay for them?
$50,000. We just don't have that kind of money.
Well, who does? Yeah, it must be quite a skeleton in the closet.
You're supposed to find out more about this man, Baines. What he's doing is against the law. There must be some way to stop him without paying him so much.
Look, lady, what is the skeleton? What else has this guy written?
You don't have to know anything about it. We're in the public eye. Everything we do
I
is...
do, and never mind that we stuff. You're trying to wash your husband's dirty linen, and you know it. Now, what did he do? Take one too many, get his snoot full, get his picture taken, or did he...
It's a woman. What do you think?
Well, it was pretty obvious, Mrs. Pearson. But I do think you better tell us.
Oh, I don't know. He does drink too much sometimes. He gets mixed up with people.
A woman named Baines?
No. Baines is apparently a man who knows about it, that's all. He wrote and said he knew. My husband told me that what Baines said was right.
Okay, guy working with the girl. But who's the
I don't know anything about her. I don't want to. It was last weekend. He went out one night and... Well, it's all over.
All right, Mrs. Pearson. I'm beginning to get the idea. Great guy, your husband.
It's not his fault. He works so hard. He tries not to drink, but once in a while...
What I meant was his handing it all to you.
Yes, when we saw him, he talked as though it wasn't even important. He didn't look that way, I know, but even so...
Her name is Estelle something. I knew about it. I couldn't help knowing. Why shouldn't I handle it? He can't afford to be seen anywhere doing anything.
Can't even pull his own chestnuts out of the fire, huh? Any guy who walks into one like that...
No, listen, please. You've got to understand. His career is the most important thing in the world to us. I've been his secretary and his wife for years.
You've learned how to grit your teeth and only think of the career. Is that right?
I wish you'd leave your detecting up to getting him out of this.
All right, Mrs. Pearson. We all have to live, I guess.
There isn't much time. I'll tell you what I know. And there have been phone calls from Baines. I have some numbers. If you could check them before you talk to him.
Miss Brooks will do that and phone me. Now, put yourself together and run over those facts straight. Your pure and shining husband is a dope, Mrs. Pearson. But never mind. There's a girl named Estelle. Baines? Mr. Baines. All right, be hard to get. Hey, Baines. Aren't you curious whether I brought the suckers 50,000 or not? All right, come on out of there. Don't be so bad. Will you?
All right, come on.
Oh.
Wake up, sweetheart. This is no park bench. Come on.
What are you talking about?
On your feet. You're cluttering up the rug.
Oh, lay off, will you? I like it here.
I haven't got all day. Now, come on.
Take it easy. You Baines?
I'm Chester. Who's Baines?
Guy who hits people. Good host, friendly type.
Here, take a drink of this. Make you speak English.
I'd rather stay ignorant. Hey, let go, will you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine. It's a job, that's all.
Oh. You the one took my wallet?
Yeah. No good pictures, anyway.
A couple of George Washington.
I didn't touch your money.
All right, Buster, all right. Who are you? What's going on
Chester,
here?
not Buster. I'm the house dick.
Oh, sorry, friend. Well, look, what became of the guy who took this room? His name's Baines, or...
You already said that. It's a little hard to recognize him.
Huh?
Must have been quite a fight you guys had. What'd you hit him with, a grand piano?
What did I hit?
Look at him. Dead on a mackerel.
Now, listen, I was unconscious, wasn't I? So he got smacked over the head. That doesn't mean that I did it.
Doesn't mean anything. You could have been faking, could have passed out. I got a job to do. Got to call the cops.
Look, I just walked into this frame-up. I'm just a patsy, that's all.
I don't add any farther than 2 and 2, Mr.
Well, then get away from that phone. Here, let's take a look at this guy's pockets.
No, you don't. Now, who you working for, Mr. Valentine?
Somebody never heard of fair employment practice.
Will you tell me what you do know about this?
Sure, less than you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What else can I do? 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 If you didn't kill him, you're at least a material witness. We've got a hotel reputation.
But I got a job to do, Buster.
I'm sorry. Hello, desk. Chester here. Get me the police in town. Step on it. You better tell the boss
makes
to
all
come.
of us sorry, Buster. How to make friends and influence people. The rug's all yours, house dick. I went out the fire escape.
George, you crazy,
5
stupid...
lakes. In a burg like this, I'd be locked up for weeks.
Oh, you'd rather have months for resisting arrest.
Be quiet, Angel. I got the wallet off the other guy.
Baines?
Yeah. That really is his name, apparently. He lives down the road here.
But aren't you going back to see Mrs. Pearson? I mean, she got you into this. She must know more than
I'd rather
she was...
see this Estelle. She sounds like the type we could get a little farther with.
Did Baines have any letters about her, or pictures, or...
No, but that doesn't mean anything either. He'd no more bring that stuff to a meeting like that than I'd bring the money. Here, turn right. Guy owns a garage.
A garage?
Yeah, that's what his wallet says. But I'm a lot more interested in his house on Pine Road. That's where it is. If he knew enough to blackmail Pearson, then what do you want to bet we'll find Estelle right there in his
George,
house?
it's Pearson we should find. He left their house before you did. He could have been the one who came up here to Five
The
Lakes
big
and...
politician slugging people and framing murders? Try again, Angel. I got a hunch this case isn't going to be as simple as any way you look at it.
Estelle, I never heard of such a person, I tell you. What's this all about?
But this is where Baines lives, isn't it?
For 25 years, and he's never been out of the place. That make you happy? And you needn't look like you don't believe me either, because I know. I'm his wife.
You're...
Huh?
Oh. Now, what's happened? What is it?
You'll find out later, I guess, Mrs. Baines. I was just in a hurry to locate this place.
Estelle, I know. You told me. Well, take it from me, mister. Baines ain't the type to get mixed up with any girl. Besides, in a town this size, I can write you a guarantee there just ain't any such person as Estelle anybody. Never was. Not even among the weekend people.
You mean you know everyone and everything?
Listen. What's that? Sirens, ain't it? Must be the sheriff's call.
Okay, Mrs. Baines. Thanks anyway.
But wait, listen. Mister, please. Baines ain't in trouble, is he? What is it? Will you please tell me what...
Lady, I wish I had time to explain, but I don't.
Come on, hurry up, George.
But my husband...
I'm sorry, lady. Maybe he was in trouble, but he's not anymore. Those sirens, I'm afraid, are for me.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Do you know how long it's been since your car's battery has had a drink of water? Batteries do get thirsty, you know. And unless the water level is checked every 2 or 3 weeks, you may be heading towards trouble. You see, lack of water is one of the biggest reasons why they get weak. That's why it's a good idea to let the car savers check your battery regularly. They like to take care of your battery because it's just plain good business for them to help you avoid the nuisance of a feeble battery or the expense of buying a new one. Car savers also make a hydrometer test of each cell, and that gives you an exact check on the health of your battery. Above all, they watch for corrosion, because a corroded cable won't let even a good battery deliver full power. All this special attention to details is just part of the vital car saver service offered you at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. If your name is George Valentine, right now you'd just as soon it weren't, because George Valentine is the man who slugged a resort hotel house detective and ran away from arrest for murder. The murder of Mr. Baines, a blackmailer. No, you don't enjoy being a fugitive, particularly when you don't know whom to trust.
There, that's the Pearson place. His wife said they come out here every weekend.
I don't see any lights.
Yeah, but I was with her, you remember? And she said she'd take a taxi out later to meet her husband here.
Yeah, but I don't like it.
George, there are lights, see?
Huh?
On the side.
Pearson. Side porch. Just getting out of his car.
He's going in the house. Oh, George, you've got to see him. He's the only one who can tell you about this Estelle and about Baines.
If there is an Estelle, who says there is one?
But Mrs. Pearson said...
And Mrs. Baines said there wasn't. Angel, listen, when the politician's wife got us into this, she was so busy trying to hide her feelings and overlook her husband's escapade
That you think maybe she didn't know the truth herself? That the blackmail really...
Yeah, something like that. He was pretty anxious to avoid us, I noticed.
Well, but that's all the more reason for going in there and talking...
Sticking my head in a meat shopper, you mean? Pearson may be a fraud, Brooksy, a bag of wind who should have stayed in a locker room instead of foisting himself off on the public. But he's still got influence. He could still get me thrown in jail so fast I wouldn't even know what happened. And never get a chance to find out what happened either. Come on.
What? But, George, if you
Pearson's
really think...
inside now. No, his car, Angel, not him.
His car?
Yeah, the plates. Ever see an ambitious big shot with such a long license number?
Oh. Or such a short car.
Yeah. Oh, 5 Lakes Garage. That's not an agency. They don't sell cars at the... Wait a minute.
Here's the flashlight, George.
Thanks. Registered owner Anthony J. Baines.
It's Baines' car.
Come on, let's get out of here.
But why would he have
Step on it
Baines?
fast. 5 Lakes Garage, huh?
Where? Oh, George, you're not going to the middle of town. Baines' garage is right in the middle
Oh,
of
yes,
town.
I am, Brooksy. Because the only reason I can think of for Pearson driving a car from the garage is that Pearson's own car is in that garage. Here we are. Alley down to the left.
Wait a minute, George.
Huh?
Policeman.
Duck in there to the left, quick.
Have any luck, Sheriff?
Yeah, not so far.
To find him first myself, pay him back for that shiner.
Shiner, huh? Chester, you got goggles. If you wasn't so slow on your feet, you wouldn't have
Oh,
it.
shut up, will you? I'm gonna break
Hello.
Evening, ma'am.
Could you tell me which way is Elm Street?
Why, sure, lady. It's right
Wait a
down-
minute. I saw you under the streetlight. You were with a man, weren't you? Where is he?
What? Oh, yes. I mean, I was walking alone and I stopped a man to ask him about Elm Street, but he didn't tell me. He just kept on going.
Hey, what do he look like? Tall, sort of young, husky, dark coat?
Yes, that's right. Why?
It's Valentine. Come on.
Who? Well, he went down that way to the right. He seemed to be in a
Yeah,
hurry.
thanks,
But
lady.
where's Elm? Oh, dear.
You're standing on it, lady.
Get into the alley, George. Hurry.
Relax, Angel. The bloodhounds went that way.
Oh, George, hurry up with that lock. Now they'll be looking for me again.
There we are. Back into the garage.
Yeah. You want the flashlight, George?
Yeah.
Hey, there aren't any cars on the service.
Hold it. There is one back here.
Where? I don't see.
Through the window. The door must be from the lube rack on the other side.
Oh,
Separate parking garage.
black sedan.
Uh-huh. The cobwebs you can't. Yeah, look. Nice gilt initials on the door. FP.
It's Pearson's car, George.
Tucked out of sight. Nothing much wrong with it, except that headlight.
What?
Yeah. The fender's a little smashed in front.
Nobody's been working on it. Why would Baines hide that car back here and... George, are you smoking?
No, I'm not. Too much gasoline around and oil on the floor.
Well, it is smoke, George.
Huh?
It's coming from the wall.
Hey,
Let's
get out of here. Run, Brooksy. Oh, brother, that does it.
Oh, now you're not only wanted for murder, but they'll think you started that fire, too. Oh, George.
Don't
what
talk so much, Angel. I'm going to start a fire, and right now. And at last, I think I know who's going to burn.
Well, I don't recall nothing on the front pages, mister.
Might have been about a week ago, friend. Must be in your news file someplace.
A week ago,
Yeah,
George?
files ain't complete, you know. People come in, tear out crossword puzzles.
A week ago was the night Pearson went out, wasn't it? When his wife said the whole business started? And the great man soaked up a few too many and got in trouble?
Here, try these. Guess you must be the people who make up them puzzles, huh?
Oh, I confuse myself more, Buster. But, Brooksy, suppose he didn't get mixed up with a girl that night. Suppose the garage man was blackmailing him for something else. Something even more dangerous for a guy in the public eye. Something that would cause a broken headlight and a
Wait a
smashed
minute, George. Wait a minute.
Yeah, hold your breath. Looks like lady found a bargain there.
Second section, George. A story about a bus driver getting off a bus.
Huh?
You were right. It must be. Around midnight. There were no witnesses, and police have no leads. It was the bus driver's own fault, apparently, only that was it. The man was killed, George. Run into and killed by a hit-run driver.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Pearson.
Yes, it's... Oh, Mr. Valentine, where are you? What on earth goes on? The police have been here. They're looking for
Take
you.
it easy, take it easy. I've been out with Estelle.
You who?
That name you dreamed up.
I don't understand. Estelle was the girl that Farrell said
All right. So he dreamed it up. I don't care. It was the obvious thing to tell me. People think blackmail girl a lot faster than they do blackmail car.
Car? Mr. Valentine, for heaven's
Hit
sake.
and run, lady. A week ago. Your husband's car. Well, I just wanted to tell you I've seen the evidence. It got burned up, of course, before I could show it to anybody.
I don't understand.
But I still saw it.
Mr.
So I thought I'd better
Valentine.
tell...
Give me that phone.
No, wait.
Now give it to me. I can still handle some things in this house.
Hey, what's going on there?
I am. I just got back from downtown, and see here,
Listen,
Valentine.
be quiet, will you? Downtown, huh?
Valentine, I've got to see you. It's not clear exactly in my mind what did happen last week.
Sure, you drink so much. Save the stories. I'll see you all right.
But get over here. Don't just...
I'll see you in cabin 10, Paradise Motel. And I'll give you 10 minutes to get here.
What? Paradise Motel?
There are too many cops around your place for my blood pressure. But don't bring any of them with you.
Why on earth would I?
And don't play so dumb, and don't send your wife. Because get this straight, friend. My assistant, Miss Brooks, isn't with me. Never mind where she is. But she knows what I know. And if you try anything funny, she tells the newspapers.
Valentine.
Yeah, you're being blackmailed, all right, Buster. This time by me. Come in, Mr. Pearson.
Get back in there, Rover.
Well, Chester.
A surprise, huh, smart boy? It's me.
How did you crawl out of the woodwork?
I crawled after you, stupid. I've been following you. My friend, the deputy sheriff, is out waiting in the car, but he says I can have you first.
Now, look, muscle-bound.
I want to ask questions. I'm not interested in that. Crimes, you solve them. Me, I just don't like to get poked on.
Buster, listen. I'm expecting a guy named Pearson.
Sure, a big bag of wind. I know him, but that's not my...
He's got the answers. You want the answers, don't you? Look, I poked you and got you into a little trouble for letting me loose, but
no,
that doesn't...
I'm not interested. Besides, Pearson won't tell you anything. Wife's the only one with any brains in that family. I know. She built him out of a silver voice and a hollow leg. But he couldn't even remember what time it is, let alone...
Oh, shut up, will you? There is somebody outside.
Yeah, the deputy sheriff. No, Mr. Valentine, I'm afraid your party's over, so pick up your hat. Look out there.
All right. I'm not going to try anything this time. Besides, I'm wrong, huh?
What do you mean?
About Pearson. About everything. Another way it could work, isn't there?
Oh, get ya.
A garage man was the blackmailer. That's all I know for a fact. I saw the notes. But I don't know who they were addressed to. Say, where did you meet Pearson's wife? How long have you known her?
What?
Oh, yeah. I pick up as I go along. Just trying to emphasize, that's all. Well, it's 12 minutes now. Nobody's shown up. Guess she talked Pearson out of coming. Or is he out there? Which one do you work for?
You'll say almost anything, won't you?
Getting interested, huh? I was hired for a patsy to walk into a ridiculous setup where I'd be charged with the murder of Baines. I advertised, so I asked for it. Only it's not as silly as it sounds. He was a blackmailer, and in the circumstances, if I kept my mouth shut, I'd get off on self-defense.
Go on.
Oh, you like this, huh? All right. The only trouble was I got stubborn and knocked you out before Chapter 2 could be organized. I tore around, spotted the hit-run car, and figured it out before the garage could be burned. Now, I'm on a Step 2. I don't cooperate. Like I point out that arranging Baines' death was an almost impossible job. Except for somebody on the inside of the hotel like you.
You talk too much. I tried to get you to listen to me, but...
Sure. Johnny on the spot, that's you. Always. Right there in Baines' room. Right there, just greeting the deputy sheriff at the time of the fire. Right here, right now.
Never miss a trick, that's me.
Now, which one do you work for? The stupid husband who goes on a secret tear once in a while and can't remember? Or is it you and the wife? Is that the way it works? I suppose I can find out easily enough. Just see who's out in that car waiting for you.
Get away from the door.
All right, it's the wife. You and her, huh? What happened? Two of you in the car that night when you hit a man and ran? Is that the secret that's so important?
Just step over this way, detective.
Getting mad. I'm getting close. Big secret to keep from Farrell Pearson. That career his wife makes so much of. She wouldn't want to risk her hold on him, I guess. Only what percentage do you get? How do you and listen...
Oh, shut up. You said too much already.
Yeah. Hey, you picked the wrong boy when you got me.
We don't have to keep you.
Oh, relax. I figured that out. I know what you think you're going to do.
I got a job to worry about. You're under arrest.
Say it real quick, then shoot fast.
Get moving, I told you.
Resisting arrest. Too bad I had to shoot him, Sheriff.
Stop reading my mind.
It's in Braille. How can I help it?
You ask for it.
Look out, you. Yeah, phone. Reprieve.
I'll take care of it.
This was your mistake the first time, remember? Oh, brother, saved by the bell. Thanks, Brooksy. You rang me just in time to... Hello? Brooksy?
Hello? Is this Naples Laundry?
George, Mr. Pearson keeps calling.
Let him solve his own problems. He's had the wool pulled over his eyes so long it hurts.
He's pulled some wool himself, George, thinking he can run for office.
I know. Dumb guy who'd just like to be able to drink with the boys and can't. Or couldn't until his wife went a little too far trying to protect her pitch.
I wonder if he ever did fully realize what was going on. I mean, her and that Chester and that hit and run that might have exposed them, but he just thought it was another problem. Let his wife take care of it.
Well, she took care of herself, I'm afraid. Letting dumb Chester pull a murder to get him out of the spot they were in. But Pearson didn't have anything to do with it. Gullible, that's all. A dope. Let his wife wear the pants.
What?
Yeah, make a career out of him. Make money out of him. Make a sucker out of him.
Well, it seems to me if anybody was picked for a sucker in this case...
Never mind. Besides, I'm different. I'm not in the public eye.
I know. Private. Keep out.
Listen to the difference. In a few seconds, you will hear Geiger counters measuring automobile engine wear. The engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, which make it possible for the Geiger counters to detect wear as it occurs. You will hear authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engine between major overhauls due to lubrication. First, let's listen to the Geiger counter slowly click off the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of a premium type oil, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard Geiger counters clicking off the scientific proof that new RPM motor oil is years ahead. Yes, new RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Daly is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Herb Butterfield was heard as Pearson, Georgia Backus as Mrs. Pearson, Noreen Gamil as Mrs. Baines, Bill Conrad as Chester, and Franklin Parker as the sheriff. This music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Christmas in January, another adventure of George Valentine.
Looking for a picture, lady?
Oh, hello, buddy. Hey, how much is that one?
This one?
Yeah.
The oil painting in the building? It's a street in Paris.
Looks more like Oswego.
No, somewhere on the left bank, I presume. You see, the painter lived
never
in
mind the travel notes, Jack. Just how much, huh?
Well, I'm afraid it's probably a good deal more than you could afford, sister.
Buddy, you see that big white convertible out there at the curb?
Yeah?
Well, is it yours?
Oh, well, I didn't mean exactly
What do I
that.
gotta
I was-
do? Wear tights?
Oh.
The name's Charity Dufresne. I'll buy you a seeing eye dog.
Oh, Mr. Frayne. Well,
Yeah.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. Gosh, I've even got pin-ups of you myself. Holy smoke. I guess I've seen every one of your pictures 3 or 4 times.
Well,
I
then you should pay
didn't
more
know that-
attention to details, like my face. Now, come on, fan club. How much, huh?
Huh? Oh, the picture.
Yeah.
Well, look, if it's for your own house, I mean, you would... who sent you to this place?
Don't flatter yourself. It's a junk shop. And don't worry, I won't tell anybody. I want to buy a gift, that's all.
Oh, I see. Well, if you're giving it to someone you like,
I know what kind of a picture it is. I'm giving it to somebody who should use it as a winding sheet, I hope.
Oh, yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's very appropriate. It's $250.
Here, Jesse James.
If you'll wait just a second, I'll wrap it up for you so nobody will notice.
I'll
the price.
wrap it myself, thank you. I brought my own stuff. This, buddy, is going to be something real special. You know who it's for? An octopus. You know what it's for him for? A Christmas present. Yeah, in January.
Yes, that's my dear Charity. As wholesome and appetizing as a tube of ant paste. Oh, but she adores me. Worship is the proper word, perhaps. She's like a yo-yo to which I hold the string.
Yeah, sure. But, look, she got out of the car, Mr. Wick, and walked into the shop.
My
Then-
dear Mr. Valentine, you will keep your eye on the doings of Miss Charity Dufresne. How about that, Miss Brooks? Did he just watch the doings, or did he let his eye wander to what's already been done by her beneficent creator?
Well, I was right there with him. She's very attractive, but
I'm trying to tell you what she did, Mr. Wick, if you'll just let me.
Would you like a drambuie, either one of you? The only drink worth drinking. Because, like a woman, a drink should be stimulating to the senses, but easy to see through. Jukes, where's that bottle of drambuie you brought to town from the hovel? My country place, Mr. Valentine.
well, no thanks. Really, Mr. Wick.
How should I know, boss? I've been busy with the lights.
Look, Mr. Wick, I'm trying to give you a report.
Of
Will you?
course you are, my dear man. Of course you are. You heard her call me an octopus, you said. Isn't that wonderful, Duke?
Yeah, I guess so. You mean one of them things
Don't you
with
wish
eight-
you had thought of it? Jukes is so prosaic when he calls me names. Used to be a mule skinner's apprentice, I believe.
I was a male nurse. I was studying to be a pharmacist.
Yes. Let's not bore the people, Jukes. Just run and fetch them a brandy.
My name is really Anthony.
Of course, dear boy, they understand. Mr. Valentine knows a Jukes when he sees one. Now hop.
All right, boss. I'll see what I can find.
My companion, isn't he delightful? The jester, the court fool. And I'm tied to him like a millstone. I've been ill, you know, so my wife hired him to fetch and carry. And then when I was helpless and at his mercy night and day, she ran away. Makes a rather charming story, don't you think? I call it the Frau's Revenge.
Yeah. I didn't even know you were married, Mr. Wick.
Oh, miserably. Don't you ever read my column? Good heavens, man, let me inform you. It's the sort of rounded anecdote Walcott would have adored. She was my secretary, you see, in years past, until in my bestial fashion I decided I could save a good bit of expense if I married her and stopped her salary. However, fate in his hairy-handed way...
Never mind. I've heard enough vocabulary for one day. I'm a busy man, Mr. Wick. You don't want to check over my report? Okay, forget it. Goodbye.
I could recite your stupid report by heart, Mr. Valentine. I asked you to observe the suspicious actions of Miss Dufresne.
Look, she only bought a picture. I wouldn't have taken the job if I'd have known you just wanted me to snoop.
An original oil painting of a Paris building and street. Now tell me, there was a lamp in the background, wasn't there? And 2 children rolling a red hood.
Well, yeah, that's right.
Of course, I don't suppose you noticed the name, the artist's signature.
Well, it was kind of a funny painting. Didn't mean anything to me. Something like Petrillo, that's all I made out of it.
What?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Oh, Mr. Valentine. Oh, my poor little yo-yo will be spinning so fast she won't know what hit her.
What on earth are you talking about, Mr. Wick?
It will all be in print, dear one. I never give away the end of a story before it's written. Tell me, do you think green lights will look well on a blue Christmas tree?
A what?
Mr. Valentine, you have your check. Goodbye. Out at the hovel tonight, it's Christmas, didn't you know? Yes, in January. Now get out of here. Run along. I'm a busy man.
Not so fast, Buster. Not so fast, please. What's the big joke in this picture deal? What kind of a stunt are you up to? You dragged me into being a party to something I know nothing about.
Curious. Life and death, Mr. Valentine. The death of pride. The world is a yo-yo, didn't you know, for a man like me? So read about it tomorrow in my obituary column.
Christmas in January, yo-yos, paintings. What kind of a loony character?
Oh, Trio, George, that's it. And he painted Paris streets and buildings.
Huh?
And you said she bought it for $250.
Yeah, that's right.
An original painting by Otrio.
Huh?
Would you like to find out just what kind of a snide story Mr. Wick is getting ready to write? That I'm afraid we helped him to write?
Now, look, don't rub it in. What don't I know, besides everything?
Come on. We're going to a real art store, George.
Huh?
Because you want to bet the lead of his story will be all about Miss Charity Dufresne buying a fraudulent painting? Well, darling, a real Utrio should sell for at least $15,000 or $20,000. And not just on Christmas.
$17,250.
Yeah, well, look, friend, we already know that. We found it in a catalog at one of the other places we went. But
There's lots of new interest in your trio right now, you know.
But that shop we told you about, it must sell fake paintings, isn't that right?
It must. It does. Copies and imitations. But it doesn't always bother to mark them as such, well, like the one you saw.
All right, but Brooksy, look. So the dame bought him a fake painting for a gift on a fake Christmas. She doesn't like him anyway.
On a fake what?
Oh, well, never mind. Enough people are confused already. But look, Angel, I don't understand why that should make the old goat so happy. How my telling him about it would give him any hold over her.
Mr. Valentine, I, too, am an ardent reader of Francis Xavier Wick, his column, his books.
Yeah?
He has a passion for what he calls the rounded anecdote, I believe.
Huh?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about, but mine is the gallery which owned the original of that Utrio painting, you know, the real one.
Of course. That's why we came here out of curiosity to confirm that price of $17,000.
Yes, and you leave in greater curiosity, too, young lady. And I'll be worse off than you are, because I sold that real Utrio for just that price and sent it out not 2 minutes before you walked in to a man who phoned. The old goat himself, to Francis Xavier Wick.
What?
He said he wanted it wrapped as a Christmas gift. He was going to present it to a woman named, Charity Dufresne.
Oh, look, Brooksy, we're out out of order. Curiosity killed a cat.
Shh, George, that woman's coming back.
Mr. Valentine, Mr. Frayne seems to be busy right now. She's on the hall telephone, talking to an art dealer back in town.
Oh, yeah. Well, we only came out here to the hovel to find out...
Oh, you're quite welcome. There have been guests coming and going all evening. It's Christmas here, didn't you know?
How could we forget?
Mr. Wick was ill at the real Christmas time, but of course he can't celebrate it unless he can get out of bed, unless he can dress up as Santa Claus.
Oh, well, that explains part of why...
Unless he can give presents and receive them in person. Wouldn't be Christmas without people, would it? Wouldn't be anything without people, would it? Around him all the time. His court, his fools, his... Oh, well, come in. Join the party. The great man has just served liqueurs. Perhaps you'd like some. Join me in a creme de menthe. Maybe you'd rather have hemlock.
Oh, wait a minute. Look here. We know we're prying. We only want to find...
You came out to warn Mr. Frayne that Mr. Wick... What he was up to, of course. Well, I'm sorry. She's already found out. She's crying with embarrassment, and she's at the telephone trying to buy the most expensive painting in the gallery for Mr. Wick.
Oh, it makes less and less sense.
You see all the paintings around here? Mr. Frayne has bought many of them. Real ones. Thousands and thousands of dollars of gifts to him in years past. So this year, she got caught trying to give him a pony, that's all. I'm not sorry for her.
I get it. She hates him. But why does she give him things at all? Hey, what's he do? Blackmail people?
Oh, blackmail. Mr. Valentine, he tortures people.
I say, have you seen him anywhere? He served the drinks and then went out for a minute, and I've got to be running back to... Oh.
Mr. Keller, of course I haven't seen him. I've been here for an hour myself. He hasn't even spoken to me.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Wick. I didn't know.
Hold it, please. You're Mrs. Wick?
Well, who did you think I was? A dear, dear friend like Mr. Keller here? Like Charity Dufresne? Mr. Valentine, do you know what this man gave my husband tonight? A Cadillac.
If you don't mind, Mrs. Wick.
Oh, yes, it embarrasses him. It embarrasses all of them. Well, come in here under the Christmas tree. If you can stand the hideous green light, I'll show you the biggest pile of loot
Mrs. Wick, forget it, will you please?
Christmas
I'm not
in
interested.
January. Christmas for Santa Claus. Diamond cigarette lighters, statues, paintings, money. And all from torture, Mr. Valentine. Just lying there. I saw him just lying there, the door to the bathroom, and that hideous Santa Claus.
Be quiet, Mr. Frayne.
Lying on his face, the side of the door. Wick, Francis.
Here, I'll give you a hand.
If I could turn him over, he must have fainted.
Wait a minute. Yeah, we'd better move him. But if his pulse means anything, Santa Claus Wick is dead.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Did you know that 60% of all auto repairs can be avoided? Yes, 60%. When motorists follow one simple rule. Bring in your car for chassis lubrication every 1,000 miles. When you get a chassis lubrication for your car at your standard station or independent Chevron gas station at regular intervals, you're money ahead. These men service more than 50 different wear spots that can cause trouble when neglected, and they take the time to do it right. It's a car saver service that assures longer car life and a smoother, cushioned ride free of squeaks and rattles. And note this, if your car has an automatic transmission, you'll get the correct factory-approved fluid for lubricating this precision-made unit. So avoid repair bills. Keep your car young. Every 1,000 miles, get chassis lubrication service at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Francis Xavier Wick, the columnist, the gossip, the collector of rounded anecdotes. The man who this year was celebrating Christmas in January. And why? Apparently because he likes to collect presents, too. He wouldn't miss Christmas for anything. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you wouldn't either. Yes, by now you've learned enough about the man in the Santa Claus suit to know that his vast collection of friends and retainers are not exactly loyal to him. In fact, one of them has just murdered him.
Murder, George?
Well, there's no blood, Angel.
No marks on the back of his head under the
Don't
cap.
touch him, Mr. Keller. I'll do that.
Whatever you say. It wouldn't be surprising if he were murdered, I suppose. People all around him, always with him, and yet easily the most disliked man in the world.
You should know, Mr. Keller. I understand you gave him a car tonight as a gift.
I'd rather not incriminate myself, if you don't mind.
Well, I don't like to disturb the mask and whiskers, but...
George!
Yeah. His face. It's not Mr. Wick at all.
It's the court jester, the fool.
It's Jukes who's been murdered. Poisoned. Look at his face. But where is Francis Xavier Wick?
But I saw Wick, I tell you, before he put on that ridiculous costume. Or rather, he had just part of it on.
When was that?
Half an hour earlier, I suppose. I don't know. It was before Mr. Frayne got here.
What about the other guests? The people who brought all those other presents?
They'd gone. They'd already left.
Just who are you, Mr. Keller? What are you doing here?
What? Good heavens, man. I'm a banker, but that doesn't have anything to do with it.
For some reason, you give huge gifts every Christmas to Mr. Wick. Just like Mr. Frayne, like the others.
Well, stop harping on it. It's a fact, that's all. I'm certainly not going to explain it. Why should I? I didn't try to kill the man.
Well, somebody who was left in the house must have.
All right. But it's Jukes who's dead, not Wick.
And you can't even tell me when they changed parts, when Jukes started playing Santa Claus?
No. What of it? Charity Dufresne told you where we all were, and now confirm it.
Mr. Valentine! Mr. Valentine!
Yeah, right here, Mrs. Wick.
The little summer house. The studio. Out where he does his
All
writing.
right, come on, now get your breath. What's the matter?
I found him.
You what?
My husband. He's unconscious.
Oh, leave me alone. I'm fine, I tell you. I'm
darling.
fine. I'm fit as a grave digger's shovel. Ooh.
Poor thing.
Twisted my ankle when I fell, that's
Here,
all.
sit down.
Now, stop pawing at me, Janet. You're my wife, not my
All
secretary.
right, stop talking, you two. The side door out there's open, and there's blood on the floor where you were.
Blood is from my head. Very high quality. I fell because I was struck, and I was struck because the worm turned. That's why.
The worm?
Miss Brooks, all my life I've pampered myself by having a retainer. Someone night and day, like Janet here.
Francis, please.
I've never been a well man, and besides, it amuses me to watch lackeys work.
Buster, why don't you...
It was Jukes who hit me, you cretin. Who else would it be?
Oh, yeah, Jukes. Go on.
I was wearing a Santa Claus suit, as I recall. Where is it? On him, you say. He called me out here to the studio. He knocked me out. A child could deduce that he took my suit. Now you wake me up saying he's dead. Well, so be it. Oh, wretched, rash, intruding fool, farewell. Thou wert taken for thy better. Well, don't stare at me. I'm disappointed in him, that's all. But we shouldn't judge the worm just because he turned. The temptation was just too great, I suppose. There's over $100,000 worth of gifts in there under that Christmas tree, and a brand new car outside to make a getaway in. Can you blame him for wanting to step into my shoes?
Okay, Mr. Wick. 2 and 2 is 4. He knocked you out intending to take your place so he could collect the last couple of gifts and get by the servants on his way out.
Only who poured those drinks, George?
I didn't, I assure you.
Jukes did. It must have been he. That's when I came into the house, and I was so upset because he wouldn't even speak to me. I thought it was you, Francis. He passed around drinks and wouldn't even speak to me.
And I suppose you wept copious tears into your usual creme de menthe.
Well, it's logical he would have served drinks to cover not talking.
And they were left standing. I remember that, too. He left them for quite a time to open a present. Anyone could have touched them.
Well, what's the matter with you?
I was thinking what a beautiful story it will all make, particularly the ending.
Well, laugh out of the other side of your face, Buster. Somebody wanted to kill you and didn't succeed.
Exactly what I mean. That's the most fascinating part. Read my column tomorrow, young man.
Oh, I'll give you something to read. You too, Mrs. Wick. There were only 3 people who could have tampered with a drink. You, Mr. Keller, and Charity Dufresne.
They both hate Francis. I'm sure either
And
one
Keller
of them...
and Charity both agree they were together all that time.
Oh, George.
Yeah, that's right. You heard me. They gave each other alibis.
Listen, that must be the police car coming. I'd better get over to the main house to... George, grab her.
Why? Police will be here in a second. She won't go far.
Oh, what on
Besides,
earth?
I want to straighten this guy before they come.
Oh, you mean you're going to carry me back to the house? Good. I don't want to miss any fun, and my ankle won't stand.
$100,000 worth of gifts from people who hate you. But it isn't blackmail because you give them gifts, too. And you make them play a farce like this Christmas in January.
Mr. Valentine, I'm so pleased that you figured me out. People are contemptible. I despise them.
Oh, yeah, famous people, rich people. You like to watch them suffer.
I know where their bodies are buried. Keller, Charity, all of them. Blackmail? No. I've never threatened anything. We just exchange gifts. And the most contemptible and amusing thing about people is their willingness to believe that I ever would write what I know about them. They're afraid. They never know. And so they really are blackmailing themselves.
I think you must be the most horrible man who ever lived.
Skip it, Brooksy. Come on. He's cleared it up. Let's go.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
So long, Wick.
No, Valentine, wait. You're not going to leave me.
Why not? Oh. Because somebody still wants to kill you?
What?
Well, that doesn't bother you, does it? You were laughing about it a minute ago.
Ridiculous, of course not. But now, see here, with this ankle...
You're
I can't
comfortable. Just relax. Police will get around to you later on.
No,
Maybe.
Valentine, no, you don't.
See you in the morning. Read my column for the last chapter. Well, Brooksy, this is one case that I don't particularly care if I ever...
What's the matter, George?
Wait a minute, listen.
Just the police car on the driveway, that's all.
Oh, I'm way, way wrong. That guy's quicker than I am.
What?
Hey, what in the name? Here.
George, there's somebody...
Oh, no. All right, Mrs. Wick.
George, look out! She's got a gun!
Drop that thing, lady. Drop. That's better.
Leave me alone. You get out of my way.
Going back out there to that studio with a gun, huh?
He can't do things like that to people. He can't treat them.
What? You mean he can't treat you like that?
I don't care about me.
George, look at her eyes.
Mrs. Wick, listen to me. You're going out there because you think he killed Jukes, isn't that right? You don't know how he could have done it, but somehow you think he must be responsible.
You said yourself the other 2 had alibis.
And if you knew that you didn't do it, then you assume that he has to be behind it, like he's behind everything else in the world, sticking in pins.
Let go of me. I've got to know
Well,
what...
come on, then. I'll take you there, without the gun. We'll wrap this up before anybody else gets hurt.
Francis, Georgie's on the floor. What's the matter with him?
Perfectly all right, young lady.
Francis, you're white as a sheet.
Oh, don't go pawing at me again. This stupid man running off and
I'm not
leaving
stupid
me.
anymore, Buster. But here, get up. Come on now. Yeah, you're all right. All right, one thing at a time. Jukes killed himself.
What,
Oh, the police will be there. There'll be all kinds of evidence, fingerprints on the glass. You figured that out, too, didn't you, Wick? Isn't that the story you were going to write? We're laughing about?
Mr. Valentine, I shall write my friends in Scotland Yard about
No,
you.
no, wait. Why on earth would Jukes kill himself?
Mrs. Wick, do you drink green creme de menthe?
What? Oh, well, yes, but...
Jukes took over Santa Claus' beard in order to get away with his sack full of loot, right? He'd already slugged your husband here. Well, how do you think he felt when you walked in the door?
George, I don't get it at all.
Mrs. Wick, it was only a matter of minutes before he knew you'd recognize he wasn't the right guy, despite the pillows and beard. So maybe the ex-pharmacist got a little desperate. You never drank your drink, by the way, did you? I remember you holding it.
You mean it was poison? You mean he was
Janet,
trying...
will you let the man talk? His syntax is execrable, but his logic
It's all a
is...
guess, but it's a good one. The connoisseur here likes Stromboli. Like women, it should be strong to the senses, but easy to see through.
Oh, quote.
But Jukes would know about that. Playing Wick, he'd make his own liqueur, Drambuie. But he left the drinks for a few minutes, you said. And the drinks were in by the Christmas tree.
George, what in the name of the world are you talking
By
about?
the Christmas tree, Brooksy. And when he picked one up, he picked up the wrong drink. The creme de menthe meant for you, Mrs. Wick.
Oh.
But we can check. We'll find out.
But how could he mistake a green creme de menthe?
I know, yeah. Drambuie is almost white. But there were only green lights in there on that Christmas tree. Don't you know what happens to anything green when it's matched by a green light? The color cancels out. It turns white.
Bravo, Mr. Valentine. A very well-rounded story. White Christmas in January.
Yeah. And much to my regret, there's probably nothing I can hang on to you, Mr. Wick. All right, come on, Mrs. Wick.
Oh, no, you don't, Janet.
He doesn't have to order you around, you know, not anymore.
What?
Janet.
Maybe he wouldn't have to pick on other people if you could control him, the people he despises so
Janet,
much.
Janet, come back here. Don't leave me.
You know, he'd already figured this crime out. So a few minutes ago, why did we find him so scared? Why?
Janet, will you do as I say?
The acid bath man who's had a lackey attend him night and day all his life. Always people.
Janet, don't listen to him.
Haven't you ever wondered about that, Mrs. Wick? And why his hatred of people? You've been his wife, but I'll bet you haven't even noticed. He never gave you a chance to. All you'd ever have to do to gain the upper hand is just walk away from him.
Janet, come back here. Don't leave me. Come back.
I must go back.
Look, he's a case. Can't be without people. Terrified of being alone.
Janet,
Remember
don't
that.
listen to him.
Okay, Mrs. Wick, go on back. You can have him.
Oh, George, I don't envy her the job.
Yeah. Well, he's rounded out his own story, hasn't he? Letting us see such a queer pair of clay feet. Well, he won't give Christmas parties anymore, I bet.
George, that color business.
Hmm?
I mean, well, it proved to be true and everything, but you're so unobservant generally.
How did I get it? You really want to know? Well, Brooksy, in there by the Christmas tree earlier, I happened to notice something, that's all. Something about you.
Me?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Then later on it clicked. The color of your eyes. What that light did to the blue in them.
Oh, George, really? Well, I never see you noticing.
Well,
and
I did. I like to look at you.
Oh,
Do it quite often, as a matter of fact. Is that all right?
oh, darling. You know something?
Hmm?
I'm not even going to tell you that my eyes are really hazel.
Listen to the difference. In a few seconds, you'll hear Geiger counters measuring automobile engine wear. The engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, which make it possible for the Geiger counters to detect wear as it occurs. You will hear authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engine between major overhauls due to lubrication. First, let's listen to the Geiger counter slowly click off the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of a premium type oil as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard Geiger counters clicking off the scientific proof that new RPM motor oil is years ahead.
Yes, years ahead. New RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine is brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Larry Dobkin was heard as Wick, Lee Patrick as Janet, Shirley Mitchell as Charity, John Daner as the salesman, and Ted DeCorsia as Keller. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
personal notice. Danger is my stock in trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Knock on Wood, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, I need your assistance most desperately. I am a landlord. Oh, yes, one of those poor malign creatures who happen to own a building. Happen to? No, I'll be honest. It's my life, the culmination of my desire, my only love. And I'm sure you'll forgive my sentimentality when you realize it is none other than the Alfred J. Liggett Golden Tower apartment building. Oh, yes, I am Alfred J. Liggett. Well, Mr. Valentine, a person of much lesser achievement is threatening my horizon. To be blunt about it, my very reputation itself is in imminent danger. Please come quickly. I am desperate. Never in my life has my entire fortune been so threatened. You see, I have been a very lucky man. Knock on wood.
I'm sure this is the right door. Knock louder, George.
Yeah. Pretty plush around here.
Yeah.
It's a quiet house, mister. No need to make a lot of racket.
Huh?
Boss will hear you. No need for excitement.
Are you the janitor?
Guess you dropped that cigarette wrapper by mistake.
Oh, no, we didn't drop anything.
Try to keep it nice and clean. Tenants like it that way. No pets or children, you know. Wastebasket at the end of every hall in case you have any more trouble.
Oh, Mr. Liggett?
Oh, Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks, come in quickly, please. Yes.
Sure. We just been blackballed by your janitor.
Newton. Oh, he's a wonderful fellow. Salt of the earth. Old-fashioned conscientiousness. You don't find them like that anymore. Keeps everything clean as a whistle, night and day.
I can imagine. The Golden Tower must be a very homey place to live.
Why, thank you, Miss Brooks. Oh, yes, indeed. We pride ourselves
Mr.
on...
Liggett, what's your problem? You wrote you've got trouble. What is it?
Mr. Valentine, it's the 15th floor, apartment A. Oh, my, I'm at a complete loss.
Well,
I made a dreadful mistake 2 months ago when I leased it. And now he's come back again. He goes away for a time, but now he's come back again. Mr. Valentine, I tell myself nothing will happen. I've always been very lucky. Knock on wood. But no, it's gone beyond mere hoping.
What has? Who has? What are you talking about?
To be quite blunt, I am persecuted and beset by an undesirable tenant.
Oh.
But the complaint isn't really mine, you understand. I'm I'm very tolerant.
Well, I'm sure you are.
But it's the tenant in 16A, the next floor, right over him. And there's the rub.
Look, Mr. Liggett, you've lost me.
One of my oldest tenants, 16A, a most delightful woman. So wealthy, but no sham, no pretense. And naturally, I must consider her first, mustn't I?
You've got problems. You figure them out.
Mr. Valentine, listen. She complains. And I don't blame her for complaining. This man who lives under her, he's a lot more than just a trial and a nuisance.
But what on earth could you expect us to do?
Well, he's a lot bigger than I am. Bigger than Newson, or both of us rolled together. I want you to talk to the lady. That's Mrs. Fairchild. And then talk to him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Liggett, but this
man is a criminal. Doesn't that interest you?
A criminal?
Yes, he is. Since he swindled me into a lease, I've discovered he's actually been to prison. Yes, twice. He's a gambler. He's notorious. And to have him right here in my beloved tower, he calls himself Side Bet Sinclair.
Oh, Side Bet Sinclair.
Ah, his name does mean something. Oh, yes, there, you see. And Mr. Valentine, this person has clearly stated that if Mrs. Fairchild dares to complain about him once more, he will wring her neck like a chicken.
Excuse the bathrobe, lady. Would have worn my good one if I'd have known you was coming. One with eggs Benedict on it.
You get up a little late, Mr. Sinclair. So do your jokes.
Well, I live like a king. What do you think? Been to Santa Anita cleaned up. Back to collect a few debts, that's all. Why not enjoy yourself? Only live once. You should see my bathroom. That's my office. Oh, I tell you, I never had it so good.
Yeah, well, I'm only here because I'm sucker enough to...
Because
to
of
listen.
her up there, old Lady Fairchild? Boy, have I got those people buffaloed. What did she say about me?
Well, we decided to reverse the order and ask you first.
I can imagine you're not much to live over.
Wring her neck. I'll wring her neck. That's what I'll do. I'm straight with the law, Valentine. Everybody's happy except the ones who owe me money. Oh, now relax. Have a bottle of soda pop.
I beg your pardon?
I got an ulcer. Serve root beer at parties. Big, riotous underworld parties. And you know what they're like. You've been to movies.
Is that a complaint?
You know what she does? She knocks like this. Raps on the floor, see? With her cane. I tell you, it kills people. You wouldn't believe it.
I think I might. Okay, Buster, it's just a joke to you, huh?
Well, what's it to you? This is a pretty silly job you're doing, you know.
Never mind. At least I could enjoy throwing you out if I had to.
You're pretty funny yourself. You think I'm a little out of my class here, huh? Well, you want to make a little side bet on what you decide to do after you talk to her? Or on whom is liable to get killed by who?
Oh, go take your bath. Come on, Brooksy.
Oh, these crispy crunches. I just love them for breakfast, don't you?
Sure, Mrs. Fairchild. Just adore them.
I'm saving the box tops, you know. Not much left for a poor little lady like me to do. People don't realize.
We only wanted to know about Mr. Sinclair.
Yeah, and then we'll leave. Quickly.
Oh, no. You stay and talk to me. That's what you'll do. Soon as I finish my breakfast, we'll all have coffee.
About your complaint regarding Mr. Sinclair, just
Oh,
what is it?
Sinclair, you know, he's an awful man. He's simply awful. And poor dear Mr. Liggett worries about it so. I tell you, sometimes parties down there last until 11 or 12 at night.
Sounds pretty sinful.
Mm-hmm. I beg your pardon? Young man, you're not defending
Oh,
it.
no, of course not. But he himself doesn't drink, apparently.
Oh, no. They're not that kind of parties.
And this place has such thick carpets and heavy construction, I can't imagine you can hear much from down there, can you? For instance, his radio was playing just a second ago, but I don't hear it now, do you?
Oh, but you can hear it with a glass on the floor.
What?
Well, you put a glass on the floor and put your ear down against the glass. Didn't you ever do that?
Well, for the love of...
Oh, aren't you old enough maybe yet to admit it? Well, here, I'll show you.
I'm sorry, lady, but that does it.
Oh, but it just take a minute.
Never mind. Come on, Angel, we're getting out of here. I want to go down and knock on the wooden head of that landlord.
No, wait. I'm showing you. Oh, my, and the things I can hear. Aren't you interested in that? Things about the underworld? Here, help me. I'm not very steady.
I'll bet they talk mostly about women.
Mrs. Fairchild, I wouldn't care if they talked in pig Latin to the ghost of Julius Caesar.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. You don't care that he's liable to wring my neck? Is that it?
Here, sit down again. I'm sorry, but frankly, Mrs.
No,
Fairchild...
I'm all right. Yes, wring my neck. Now, I know it's silly, but it is exciting, don't you think? And for a lonely woman, there's so little excitement.
George, catch her. She was wobbling. I knew something was wrong with her. George, I'll phone Liggett to get a doctor.
Skip it. She didn't faint. She's dead.
All right, Doc. Hurry it up. Rest of the crew will be here in a minute.
She was just talking to us, Lieutenant.
I know, and down she went. Well, at her age, what do you...
Nothing to do with it.
Huh?
It was the milk, not age. That's my first guess. Smells like it.
What do you mean, Doctor? She was only eating cold cereal.
And milk. With enough poison in it to kill off a herd of buffalo.
poison, whole bottles that way. And it must have been delivered early this morning and sat outside her door where practically anybody could have got...
about the underworld.
Huh?
What she heard. She was a snoop. I wonder if she really did hear anything important, Brooksy.
What you heard might have been the reason for this, you mean?
Hey, where you going?
To bring a guy up here, Johnson. A guy who just might have been kidding about something he really meant.
Here we are, George. Oh.
Hello? You coming to see the great side better, too?
Yeah, ring the bell, will you?
That's what I'm doing. Your eyes bad or something?
I'm in a hurry, that's all. Here, let me
I
get...
don't hear the bell. What did he do? Disconnected or something?
A little disconnected himself.
You a friend of Sinclair's, Buster?
The name's Hale, if you don't mind. Hale, but not hearty. He doesn't have any friends. I'm a new lawyer. I collect debts for him. I'm crazy.
So am I.
So is he. Got more people owing him money than the Department of Internal Revenue. He thinks it's funny. He thinks everything's funny.
Yeah, well, there's a little matter upstairs you might not laugh off. Sinclair, where are you? Hey!
He must have gone out, George. He's certainly
Stay where
not...
you are, lady.
What?
His office is in the bathroom. The bathtub.
Yeah, well, excuse me.
What are you talking about?
Telephone, reading stand, cigar, and all.
Yeah, and the radio. Only it's not playing now, is it?
Holy mackerel.
Don't touch him. Yeah, side bed himself. Taking a bath.
But here, help me. The guy...
You can't help him. He's dead. And he didn't just drown, either. When a radio is fixed like this and falls into a bathtub, it's called electrocution.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of the new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication.
Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. If you want good luck, then knock on wood. That's what Mr. Liggett does, the proud owner and manager of the beautiful Golden Tower Apartments. And look at the luck it brings him. The woman in 16A, Mrs. Fairchild, is killed by poison. And now, only a few minutes later, another of his tenants, a slightly different sort of person known as Sidebet Sinclair, is dead, too, on the 15th floor. Only this wasn't a poisoning. If your name is George Valentine, the way you'd put it is that when a radio is fixed like this and falls into a bathtub, it's called electrocution.
It's called murder, you mean? Well, where is it?
Through here, Johnson. Here we are.
That's what it was, all right, Lieutenant. Radio falling in a tub gives a shock big enough to kill off a herd of buffalo.
You're repeating yourself, Doctor. You said that about Mrs. Fairchild's poison.
Still true. Oh, not that you could get that many buffalo into a bath.
All right, all of you clear out.
Oh, is that man dead?
Not you, Doc. Stay there. I just phoned for an extra crew to help you.
I just want to know.
Come on, everybody, please. Nothing to be curious
This
about.
is the building we live in. What's going on? We certainly deserve an explanation.
Did any of you see anybody come into Mr. Sinclair's room in the last quarter hour? All right, then, all right. It's all under control. Nothing for anybody to worry about. That's it. We'll call on any of it that we need. That's it.
You'd better get that lawyer, though, Lieutenant. Mr. Hale, that friend of Sinclair's.
Oh, yeah. Take care of it, Sergeant. Oh, brother, what a day this is turning out to be. No sooner one
Take
happens...
it easy, Johnson. It's all under control. Nothing to worry about.
Valentine, I admire your courage, but there isn't time for sarcasm.
Why not? These two deaths are certainly linked up together, aren't they?
Course they are. Simple as a Chinese puzzle. A snoopy little woman and a big-time gambler. I'm just surprised they weren't both murdered the same way.
Now you're doing it. Okay, Johnson, but look at what you know so far. The old lady did hear things, maybe, from Sinclair's apartment here. And Sinclair himself must have certainly had enemies.
So Sinclair was up to something, and Mrs. Fairchild heard it, and it was so important that the person who was involved killed both of them. Sure.
It doesn't make much sense, does it, George? Sinclair was too smart to go yelling about things, and she wouldn't have understood anything she heard anyway.
Well, they're tied up together in some way.
Both done in by the same crackpot, if you ask me.
Huh? Who let you in?
Oh, hello. The janitor, Lieutenant.
Name's Newton. Your sergeant called me. Only I got work I should be doing. Every fuse box in the whole place blown out. You know that? Lucky it didn't catch the whole building on fire. That's Sinclair.
Wait a minute. What did you say about a crackpot?
Just what the other tenants are saying out in the hall. Nice, peaceful place until you got here. Everything neat and clean. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Some madman or lunatic.
Well, don't wave your finger at me. I'm not going to argue with you.
Well, I am. Newton, who delivers the milk here?
What?
Facts, come on. Who delivered a bottle of Dutch Farm Guernsey to Mrs. Fairchild's door upstairs?
Same man's done it for 10 years. Who do you think?
I've already started on that line through the dairy, Valentine.
Name's Frank something. Makes a lot of deliveries in the building. Too dumb to be mixed up in anything.
You see him come in?
Of course I did. I see everybody come in.
You what?
You heard me. Nightman's been sick the past week. I've been on duty.
Where?
Lobby. Propped up in a chair right next to the elevator.
Well, whom did you see?
Nobody. Milkman, that's all. What of it?
Inside. Somebody from inside.
Maybe. And the milkman's probably all right. So somebody must have tampered with that milk in the hall after he delivered it.
Lunatic. Crackpot.
And today, maybe the same person came in here and gave Sinclair's radio a shove. Only that'd have to be somebody who could come in without surprising him, right?
He always left the door open.
That's not what I mean. Somebody who knew his habits, that's all.
Like the other. Somebody right here from this building.
From it? You mean in it, don't you? In it. Right now.
Now, look, Mr. Valentine, I can't help you tie these two things together. You're trying to add sheep and goats. That Fairchild
From you,
woman...
I just want to know about Sinclair, Mr. Hale.
Well, Lieutenant Johnson just ran past me there in the hall, and he didn't ask
Well,
me.
he decided he'd better run a fast check of the other tenants. Mr. Liggett's with him.
People hated Sidebet. I told you that.
A lot of characters in debt to him, huh?
Sure, with plenty of reason to kill him. Self-defense practically for anybody to kill Sinclair. A very unpleasant man. Gambler who always collected. Had a smile like a death warrant.
You're his lawyer. You should know.
Just got the job, miss. Big money. I'm a man with ideals.
Big money, sure. But stay on the rails. Any of those characters in the building in trouble with Sinclair?
You mean any of them live here? No, I don't think so. And if one of them did do it, how do you explain that woman upstairs
He doesn't yet, Mr. Hale. One thing at a time.
No, both things at once.
Stubborn type, isn't he?
I don't believe in crackpot killings.
There's a neat, simple explanation for everything.
Mr. Valentine! Mr. Valentine!
It's Mr. Liggett, George.
Right here.
Mr. Valentine, 16A, 15A.
What's your trouble, friend?
What am I going to do? My whole life,
what
my
about
building...
16 and 15A? Get your breath, will you? I thought you were Johnson.
I came to get you. He's downstairs in 14A. There's another woman there. Dead.
The woman in 14A. Who was she?
A woman, that's all. There's no possible connection. She's a school teacher, Mr. Hale, and she lives here.
Hey, wait a minute. The elevators are down this way.
No. This is faster. You don't have to wait. Just straight ahead. It's the way we went before.
But what happened to this woman? What did she...
Strangled. Just a few minutes ago. She'd just gone to answer her door, apparently, and someone was there. And it happened. A few minutes ago, I tell you. There's someone in the...
Calm down, will you, Leggett?
Here. This door.
What's this? Fire stairs?
Yes. Come on. Be careful of the railing.
Hold it.
Go on, Valentine. The stairs are too
Wait,
narrow.
I said stop, both of you.
Yes, but Lieutenant Johnson is...
He'll live without us for a second.
You like the view or something? You trying to make yourself dizzy looking down?
Skip it, Hale. I used these stairs before. Now, this is an inside fire escape, isn't it? Only those doors to it aren't locked.
Well, not in a building like this.
Where does it end? That's what I'm trying to see.
At the back hall, by the alley.
Is that door locked? Down there, I mean.
Well, no, as a matter of fact. Oh, for heaven's sake, Valentine, at a time like this...
Somebody could have come in this way last night, couldn't he? To climb up here and tamper with some milk without being seen? And down below, Newton in the lobby by the elevators wouldn't have seen him.
All right, you solved it. Now let's get out.
Okay, let's move. 3 murders, all in a row.
You think he'll stop at 3?
Oh, be quiet, both of you. I can't stand it.
Liggett, what are the rest of the facts on this?
Leave him alone. He's knocking on wood to stop a 4th.
Please, I said.
Concrete place like this, he'll have to use his own head.
Stop. Don't talk like
that. Maybe you're right. Maybe there will be a 4th murder.
What's it? No, there can't be. Lieutenant Johnson has more police coming. They'll be here any minute.
Wait, Mr. Hale. Don't push.
But isn't this the door to the next floor?
It isn't marked. Neither are the apartments, I noticed. Just A, B, or C.
But of course it's 14. Come on, hurry up.
I like it better here. So do you guys. Besides, whatever 4th murder there is liable to be right here, isn't it?
What did you say?
Oh, come on. Let's keep on moving downstairs.
But this is the floor.
Mr. Liggett, you're liable to be the 4th corpse unless you shut up.
Bravo.
Listen, I'm not interested in that 3rd one. Because that's a murder that'll convince everyone forever that these are some sort of madman killings. Right? 3 in a row running right down a building?
Of course it's a madman. But what did you say?
So suppose instead it was just a brutal, cold-blooded job to make people think that. Now, come on, downstairs.
Yeah. Mr. Valentine...
this woman was strangled, though. I'm interested in that. There are tests they can run, you know, on a man's hands. If they can do it soon enough.
Would you please explain what you're talking about?
Mr. Liggett, you're a superstitious guy, aren't you? Knock on wood. And you own this building.
For the love of...
I'm making sense, friend. Just like this fire well does. Meaning that an outsider could be the murderer.
Meaning me? Well, so could anyone who lived in the building or owned it.
I don't think so. Hale, your so-called client Sinclair had an ulcer, didn't he? I guess he might have had milk delivered every night, too. Seems logical. People who plan a killing by poison usually don't make mistakes, I know, but they could if they didn't live here. If you walked up these steps last night, for instance, and counted as you walked, and made a mistake, and discovered it today, and corrected it by killing Sinclair, you pretended you were just going into his place, Hale, when we bumped into you there. Easiest thing to do, I guess, if you're caught just on your way out.
Liggett, what would you think of a detective?
Oh, be quiet. Sit down. Yeah, we'll all just sit here. On the 12th floor landing. Yeah. 16, 15, 14, 12.
Well, you know, it's so difficult to rent. Many buildings...
Yeah, I know, but Hale here didn't. Counted the floors and ended up 1 floor too high. Put poison in the wrong bottle. Mrs. Fairchild's. Didn't skip 13. No, 13th floor. Should have knocked on wood.
Yeah, what's that?
Oh, some of those extra policemen, I guess. Maybe there's a lab man with them, Hale. We can sit and wait for that test I talked about.
You're saying I did it? Any number of people could have...
All right, we'll wait for the proof.
Ridiculous. We will not. I'm getting out of here.
Mr. Valentine, don't let
Get
him
out
go.
of my way, or I'll...
No, Buster. You You wouldn't pull another desperation murder with all those witnesses coming up, would you?
I said...
All right. Just take it easy.
No, he can get out in the hall. He can take the elevator to another floor. Why, he can...
Oh, no, he can't. The elevator won't work.
What? What do you mean? Of course it'll work.
No, it's an electric elevator, isn't it? Now, don't get sore, Hale. You did it yourself, you know. It was your murdering Sinclair half an hour ago that, well, as Newton put it, blew out every fuse box in the joint. It's a little ironic, isn't it?
But, George, how did you guess there wasn't any 13th floor in that building?
That's quite common, Angel. Keep your eyes open. Notice the elevator buttons next time. Only, maybe you won't notice if you climb up the fire stairs.
Well, I don't understand how Hale could have...
Well, on Mrs. Fairchild, he made the mistake.
Oh.
Wrong floor, wrong bottle of milk. Seems he was the one who owed Sinclair all that money. And he was afraid for his own neck, so he decided to kill him. Next day, he did. Only we practically caught him at it without knowing.
Well, he didn't act nervous or anything.
Hale was desperate, Brooksy. Yeah, we would have found out it was a mistake in pretty short order, you know.
So he slipped off and committed another murder just to cover...
Sure, the bloodhounds would have gone off in the opposite direction fast. Maniac on the loose. No time to look for rhymes or reasons.
But he wasn't nervous or anything. I mean, I noticed he got lost in the shuffle there for a few minutes, too, but I...
Well, why does a murderer have to act like one? People don't always betray themselves, you know. They don't spill their emotions all over the place.
Don't spill their emotions all over... Oh. Well, some people certainly don't.
I don't know why you always expect them to.
You don't think I'm going to rise to that, do you? Well, I can sit here just as cold-blooded and showing nothing.
You sure, Angel?
For just about that long every time. Never longer. I hope. Knock on wood.
When you're out driving on the highway, there's nothing like having a clean windshield and a clean rear window every mile of the way. For clear vision, ahead and behind means greater driving comfort as well as greater personal safety. And helping you have clear vision is a speedy service offered to you at all standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. Here you'll notice the men take pride in doing a thorough spick-and-span job on your windshield, and they're glad to offer you this service whenever you want it with no obligation on your part. Windshield care is but one of a number of car-saver services that are given as a regular procedure at these gas stations. Use them every day, and every day you'll enjoy your motoring. And remember, you're never far from an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Owing to the illness of Robert Bailey, the part of George was played tonight by Ken Peters. Virginia Gregg is Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie is Lieutenant Johnson. John McIntyre was heard as Hale, Howard McNear as Liggett, Jeanette Nolan as Mrs. Fairchild, Joe Duvall as Sinclair, and Fred Howard as Newton. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Tune on a Triangle, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, that ad of yours gets me. No job too tough for you to handle. Well, I don't believe it. I got a tiger I'll bet you can't handle. Yeah, you read it right, a tiger. So unless you're just whistling in the wind, stick around your office tonight. Meet me around 7:30. I got a wife and kids to worry about, so don't fail me. Signed, Jerry Briskin.
Signed, Jerry Briskin.
7:30.
No, around 7:30.
Uh-huh. How many stripes on a tiger?
40, George. He's only 40 minutes late. That's not so bad.
Probably hired Frank Buck instead. Yeah, we make a lot of sense, too, don't we?
Huh? Want to play gin rummy?
Oh, why is it, Brooksy, we never get letters to tell anything? He's got a case. Why doesn't he say so? Change his mind, maybe. Who knows? Jerry Briskin. Want to bet he never even shows up tonight?
$5. I'll bet $5.
Give me that phone. Hello?
Valentine, is Briskin.
You're late.
I just want to make sure you're still in the office. I got held up. Couldn't get into your building because of the crowds.
Slow down, will you? What crowds?
Look, just sit tight, will you? I'll be right there. Honest, I will.
Sure. Bring your tiger, too. But what's this
Oh,
about?
just a crowd. I don't know. Something going on. Police and everything. But I'll come around the back way.
Hey, look, Briskin, you...
Well, you owe me $5, don't you?
Not yet, I don't.
What are you going to do? Jump out the window to avoid paying me? Oh, George, what's going on?
I don't know. Street seems to be roped off down there.
There are no fire engines.
Yes, there is. One small one. See it?
Yeah.
And they got a searchlight pointed at
What in the name of...
Brooksy, look. Around there to the right.
It's a woman on the ledge. She's the one who screamed, George.
That's not all she's doing. Hey, look at the way she wobbles.
They've got her in the searchlight. She's going to...
Here, maybe she can hear us from here. Hey, lady.
Still 10 or 15 feet away.
Lady, can you hear me? I'm over here. Hey, look, this way, will you?
Oh, George, she sees you. She stopped moving.
Yeah, hello there. Now, look, keep your eyes on me, lady. Don't mind all that noise down there. Now, keep your eyes on me and just keep moving toward me. It's all right. The ledge is wide enough for you to get here.
No, I won't. George, she wants to jump. She wants to kill herself.
Look, lady, nothing can be as bad as this cold wind up here. Now, come on, easy does it.
Don't come near me. Oh, George, what can we do?
I'm all right. I'm fine. We're not scared.
Oh, Brother Looney is a coot.
Oh, listen, people are coming out in the hall.
Yeah, and it's liable to scare her, too.
What are you talking about? I've walked all the way around the building. Do you know that? I bet you would be afraid to do that, wouldn't you?
No, I don't think so.
George, what are you doing? Get back in here.
I don't get dizzy very easy. But I'm probably not as clever as you are.
Oh, George, please. Are you coming to walk with me?
Yeah, sure, that's it. Little stroll in the park.
I've never been dizzy. There's nothing to this, see?
Look out, lady.
Don't have to hold me.
My, you're good looking, too, aren't you? Only.
Oh, it's all right, lady. Those are just firemen to the rescue in my office, that's all. Come on now. Easy does it.
Yes. Just another step. Only I feel so...
Hey, look, I got you. Oh, lady, what a time to faint.
Hurry up, George. Here, I can help you.
I got her all right.
That's it, boys. Get it. Get that picture.
Photographers. Hey, clear out of here, you guys. This
All right,
is no
hold
time
up
to...
a little higher, will you? That's it.
Where have I heard your voice before? Come on, Buster, give me a hand
My
with
name
this.
is Briskin here. Now remember, boys, when you write captions, call her the Tigers of the Trapeze, world's greatest aerialist.
World's great... Hey, what in the name of
I
heaven...
told her I wasn't scared. Were you, darling?
Huh?
No, don't drop me. Hold me tighter. That's it. The lady fainted.
Publicity. So that's it. Why, you
That's
dirty...
it, that's it. Get it, boys. Get him, too. Get the expression on his face. Ah! Wonderful.
And thank you, Fearless Fosdick. Oh, now let me go, Valentine. Let go, I said. She got plenty of money. 100 ain't enough for you? Okay, we'll make it 2. It's worth it.
Press agent, $5,000 couldn't stop me
Look,
from
stop it, I said. I got a wife and kids.
Oh, you shut up.
It's a job, that's all.
I got rid of them all, George. She went down to buy all the photographers a drink.
Oh, she did. Bully for her.
Now, look, Valentine, you can't sue her. You just get laughed at.
Buster, for 2 cents.
Okay, so you look a little silly in a few front pages. It's publicity, ain't it? And for you, too. She's pulled that stunt in every city she's played.
You mean you pick a sucker in every
No,
town?
no, they walk around the building, it's all. You were something extra. Oh, come on. How could I resist that silly ad of yours? Hey, how about the feint she pulled, huh? Oh, I tell you, she's a great little artist.
Briskin, that silly face of yours
All right,
is about to be...
pay you $250. Will you cut it out?
Huh? Wow. Brooksy, I thought you said you got rid of everybody.
I am here, yeah. But I wait.
Well, let me go.
Go on, friend. Beat it.
I wait to see you. You hold her.
Huh?
I follow. I am here. I see everything. Who are you?
A man going crazy. Beat it, you big moose. The party's over. Go on, get out of here. Get lost.
Hold it. Hello? Your name's Fedor, isn't it?
Yeah. Leave us alone. I see how this man hold her.
In the name of
Wait a
heaven.
minute. Fedor's her husband, I think. 3rd or 4th. It's living fast.
Well, husband. Another tiger, I suppose. Well, look, Fedor, just shut the door quietly, and don't get your tail pinched as you leave.
George!
Oh, yeah. Upset about something, aren't you, Fedor?
I traveled 200 miles to get here. Who are you?
You said that before. Never mind who jealous. Is that it? Didn't like the way I held it.
I can see. I have heard the talk. Who are you?
It was his idea, you know. Yeah, that's right. This guy, this Jerry Briskin. He and your wife are just like that.
Who?
Probably her lover, for all I know. So long, everybody.
No, wait. Fedor, I'm very pleased to meet you. I mean, well, I got a wife and kids, you understand? I'm your wife's new press agent, that's all.
Keep talking, sucker.
I do not understand.
Neither do I, big man, but then I only met your wife tonight when he brought her here. So, you know how these things are. Talk it over with him.
Him? Blitz?
Valentine, this guy had an accident once. Fedor, my name is Briskin. Our new press agent, that's all. Look out!
George!
Hey, cut it out. Wait a minute. Cut it out, you guys. You crazy big baboon. What's the idea?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Leave me alone.
Leave you alone? What about me?
He is the one. You said he is the one. He and my wife.
Oh, well, it wasn't true.
He just made it up.
I don't know anything about your wife or about this guy who deserved to get kicked around a little, so who cares? Or for that matter, about any of this cockeyed business.
I am sorry, I said. I am so tired. I travel all day. I make fool of myself, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. So, good night.
Valentine Fedor's her husband, Estella's husband. That's her name, Estella. Only had an accident a couple of months ago. That's as I understand it.
Yeah. I am strongest man in circus.
Uh-huh. Only you got dropped on the head.
Oh, be careful, George.
Look, he's been in a hospital. Hasn't been with the circus.
Look. I don't care who's been where. Now, get out, both of you.
Please. Please, I love her. She's my wife.
All right, sure. That's great. That's fine. Every man to his own mistake.
On the telephone, she said she's too busy to see me. She's my wife.
Well, take it up with Dorothy Dix.
And now you say that
Fedor,
man...
we've been through that. He told you it wasn't true. It's not me. I'm a press agent, not her partner.
Her partner? So?
Oh, now, look, both of you.
Be
Will you
quiet.
please?
She work with partner now. Is that true? There is partner?
Look, will you just leave me out of it, Fedor? I work for a living.
No, tell me.
Get your hands off him. What do I have to do? Point a gun at you two to get you out of here?
Okay, Valentine, we'll leave. I'll go first.
No, not yet.
Okay, if you guys think I'm kidding.
No, please. You don't have to threaten. I'm sorry. It is lonely in hospital. I'm all confused. I need help.
The man's bored with your story, Fedor. So long, Valentine. I'll send you a check in the morning.
Wait, I say. Mr. Valentine, you don't have to get behind your desk like that.
I don't, huh?
I don't know what to do, but it would be easier with gun.
Oh,
watch him! Watch him!
Hey, get away! Gun.
Right off. Cut it out, you. Yeah. Easier with gun. Yeah. Thank you. Goodbye.
Put that gun back here before I...
Holy smoke. There is a lover, you know, and Feder's got your gun. Now look what you started.
Look what I started. What did you say?
Well, somebody's liable to get murdered.
Well, brother, I should have finished this part of it earlier, shouldn't I? All right, Brooksy, don't look at me like that. First a sucker, then a sourpuss. I know. I just don't like being thrown into the middle of a three-ring circus, that's all. Not with all the animals running loose.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Ever stop to think about where your motoring safety begins? It begins with the condition of your tires. One of the best ways to assure your highway safety is to have your tires properly inflated and inspected once a week at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station. Here, the car savers watch carefully for nails, glass, and other blowout makers, and they find these blowout makers embedded in tires of 2 out of every 3 cars. Another reason is that a tire 1/3 underinflated will wear out twice as fast as it should. So, to add thousands of miles to your tires and for your safety and peace of mind on the highway, use this free car saver service once a week. If your tires haven't been inspected recently, drive in tomorrow at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. A press agent named Jerry Briskin gets you mixed up with a woman named Estella, Tigress of the Trapeze, world's greatest aerialist. Yes, if you happen to be George Valentine, and sometimes you wish you weren't, you're picked for a sucker in a publicity stunt. The only trouble is you can't get out of it because the Tigress has a mate, and he has your gun. Well, it isn't the price of a gun that bothers you. It's the thought that you may never get it back because sooner or later it may be tied up as Exhibit A in a murder case. And so you decide you better find out about the corpse elect. Who it might be, for instance.
Step on the Mac, I can tell you that. It ain't no secret.
All right, this way, ladies and gents. See the girly show.
A partner, huh?
Ask Estella herself. She'll tell you who her boyfriend is. Today's boyfriend. Quite a man-eating tiger, that girl.
She's doing her act over in the main tent, huh?
Yeah, great performer, lady. Great.
What's the name of this partner?
Estella, she's got nerves like iron. A picture of her walking around the outside of a building in the newspaper. You seen it? What's the matter, Mike? You got nausea or something?
It makes him dizzy just to think about it. Just tell us where we can find this partner of hers.
Well, he's busy catching her, naturally. That's the act. That's always been her act. 3 flips and she lands in his arms. A lucky stiff king for a day.
Hey, right this way, gents. See him shimmy and shake.
His name's Forelli. Flying Forelli.
Flying Forelli? Bah, couldn't fly a kite. $60 a week bum, but big and good looking. All her assistants have been bums. She's the act. Top number in the business. But I could tell you a lot better if I could look in your tea leaves.
Oh, you're doing fine, thanks. Circus must be a small world.
There's something in store for you, dearie. What could it be? Just give me a chance to read your... Well, ain't that pretty?
Yeah, lettuce leaf. Nice and green.
And so easy to read, too. Mister, Fedor, he was one of her assistants once. Big, stupid thing. Always jealous like that. But a bark don't mean a bite.
Her husbands don't last long, huh?
Well, nothing happens to him, if that's what you mean. Fedor's the only one got dropped on his head.
Yeah, and about that time, she was getting sick of him, I bet.
George, what are you driving at?
Oh, it was an accident to Fedor, all right. You don't catch me gossiping about my dearest friends.
No, I'm sure.
You, worried about something happening? Why don't you wait outside the big tent for Stella herself? Or go over there in that palace she calls a dressing trailer. I can tell from the music she'll be on in a minute.
I'm not that worried, thanks.
Oh, don't want to get mixed up yourself, huh? She won't even see Fedor now. All through with him. So he won't come out here hanging around too close.
I know he won't. Okay, thanks, lady. You fill me in.
How do you know it? What's to stop him? Who reads the tea leaves? You or me?
Neither one of us. The cops I already sent for.
Trappy. That's quite an act she's got.
Yeah. Even wears a tiger skin.
Yeah, not much of it. George, what did you mean back there asking people about Fedor as though you thought his accident...
Nothing, Angel. I won't question his accident. And I think he's ugly, too. But when you throw away all the trimmings, this is nothing but a love triangle. Check?
Well, nobody will thank us for interfering.
Yeah, not even Briskin. And he's on the outside. But you know, sometimes in a triangle, Brooksy, the guy who looks like a villain is really the one who's liable to come out on the short end. Oh, here we are. Come on.
Well, she's not even through taking bows yet. Look at her. Blowing kisses
Never mind. We'll do without. Uh-oh. Here he comes.
Oh, the other part of the triangle.
Yeah.
He doesn't stay for the applause, I guess.
Uh-huh. Kind of in a hurry, too. Excuse me, Mr. Ferrelli.
Sorry, no time now.
Hey, wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
But I want to talk to you.
I'm sorry.
What on earth? Now he's running, George.
Got out fast, didn't he? Looked like he'd seen a ghost. Say, maybe there is something brewing
George,
out here.
behind you, look out!
Oh, no. Ooh. So I get the gun back after all. Over the head.
It was Fedor, George.
Oh.
You were in the way, and
I heard you.
I'm so happy you can hear. You can join the party.
Who let you in, Lieutenant Johnson?
I let myself in.
George, Fedor didn't drop the gun. He just hit you and kept on running. He was chasing Ferrelli.
You send for cops to find a big homicidal nut running around loose. So who has to do the work? Me, naturally.
Hey, one at a time, will you? What do you mean? You got him?
Yeah, just this second. One of the boys reported.
What happened?
George, what happened was murder.
Murder?
Well, I had to take care of you first, naturally, and so I stayed with you. And you were here in the infirmary when I saw Lieutenant Johnson, maybe half hour later.
Sure, but... Huh? Oh, he caught him, huh? Simple as that. Fedor shoved me out of the way and went after Ferrelli and got him. And now you've caught Fedor.
George, it's not that simple. I mean, it's Estella who's been murdered.
Right here, sir. Through the gate.
What's over there?
Elephant, sir.
Oh.
Where's Estella's body? It's not out here in the dark.
Back in the trailer, George, your dressing room.
Hold it. I'll tell you later.
Well, look who's here. The moose.
Fedor's not saying much, sir. He can't. Neither one of them can.
Neither one of them?
Sure, Ferrelli, too. Apparently he came scanning over the wall in the dark and Fedor after him. All right, come on. Come on, get on your feet.
Yeah, give me your flashlight.
This is very interesting, Valentine. Estella was struck over the head with a blunt instrument 5 minutes after you were. Boy always brings her coffee right after her act, and there she was.
Wait a minute. Look at these two guys. Ooh, pretty bloody.
That's how we found them. Guard heard the shot.
Grazed Fedor's leg. They were fighting over the gun.
They were fighting, period.
Husband and lover. Sure, fighting. Still at it a few minutes ago. Well, what's the matter, Valentine? Don't you get it?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it all right, Johnson. And it isn't simple at all. Fedor was chasing Forelli 5 minutes before Estella died. Now, later on, we find they've practically been killing each other. So how could either one of them have killed Estella?
Oh, please, boys. No pictures, I said. No pictures. It isn't good for the circus.
What's the matter, Briskin? For once, you don't want publicity for the tiger?
Look, stop it, will you? I got a wife and kids.
Get your pictures later, boys. Let's get in here.
Okay. Sure. Quite a night, huh, Valentine?
You should know. You started it. This where she was found, Johnson?
Yeah. Okay, Sergeant, you can let those punching bags sit down.
Wait a minute, somebody. I'd like to say something.
Well, it speaks. Make it snappy, Forelli.
He wasn't with me all the time.
Huh?
What's that?
No, you see, I spotted him in the big tent at the end of the show. You see, one of the clowns, he told me that Fedor just found out about who I was and everything. Anyway, I see him come after me. I know what kind of a guy he was from Estella, but he don't catch me. I mean, well, I run, but it was not until 10 or 15 minutes later that he caught up with me.
So you weren't together when she was killed. Now we're getting someplace.
You're a real nice guy, aren't you, Forelli?
Huh?
Now, you listen to me. You ran, and then you skinned over a high fence to hide in that elephant enclosure. In the dark. And in the dark, he wasn't following you. But somehow, later on, he just managed to find you anyway. Lucky, maybe.
Well, I mean, he must have a... Well, you see
No, not that simple. A couple of nice guys. You want to try to hang it on him now, Fedor?
I do not understand.
Hey, this room been gone over yet?
For fingerprints, sure. No prints.
That's not what I meant, Johnson. The drawer and this bureau sticks.
Let me see.
I can do it all right.
All
thanks.
right, so it sticks. It's been shoved in too far.
That's what I mean. Been slammed in. Somebody in a hurry, wondering what's inside. Nothing.
Jewelry. Where's jewelry?
What's that?
Jewelry. Bracelets around the neck and things. I'm her husband. I know that. Everybody knows that.
Jewelry, huh? Pretty wealthy, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute, you guys. The stuff isn't there. Whoever killed her must have taken it. I mean, that's why she was killed. Holy smoke, that spreads this case wide open.
A robbery, killing? I don't believe it.
Oh, why not? Means lots of people could have done it. If these two guys were really fighting at the time
And
anyway...
you've got a wife and kids to worry about.
What?
What's the matter, Briskin? I make you nervous? Press agent. But you really admired that Estella, didn't you?
What? Oh, wait a minute.
Skip it. If this wasn't a robbery killing, then it was a real cold-blooded murder. Gloves, so there'd be no fingerprints. Something stolen to make it look like robbery.
But that'd rule out the hotheads over here, too. Neither one of them was in the mood to be cold-blooded, even if they hadn't been together at the time.
A while ago, I said it was a triangle, and I still stick with it. All right, Fedor, your wife was going to throw you over, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was very wealthy, a lot more than just jewelry.
Yeah, but I never seen any of it.
Forelli, you were the current boyfriend. But if you had half a brain, you could see the handwriting on the wall. Even if you became the next husband, you wouldn't have lasted very long either. Nobody does. And you wouldn't have seen any of the fortune either.
You can say that again.
Valentine, what in the name
I'm trying
of
to play a different tune on the triangle, that's all, Johnson. Okay, Forelli, let's get back to how Fedor found you in the dark. Why you tried hiding from this monster in a place where nobody could even hear your call for help.
But I don't know he was so close. I don't know he could see me go over the fence.
Then how did he know you did? How did he know where to find you?
But I did see him. I was right behind him. Oh, no, he don't.
Oh, well,
Wait.
now, come on. Make up your minds, boys. Fedor, you used to be Estella's assistant, didn't you?
What?
Uh-huh, the fortune teller told me. Estella's act always used an assistant. But in my office, you said, does she work with a partner now? Is it true there's a partner? Big surprise.
Did he say that?
So maybe yours was the act, Fedor. Murderous husband on the loose.
But I wanted
Taking
to kill
pokes
him.
at people like me and Briskin, so there'd be no doubt about it. Plenty of witnesses.
But he did try to kill me.
Sure, an act to set this all up. Because who'd suspect two guys fighting for their lives of taking time out to sneak over here and kill a woman in cold blood? Time out, team, then back to the fight.
Team? No, listen to me.
The Triangle Club. The two sides of it nobody ever suspects. You two deliberately messed each other up to make everything stick.
Two sides? But I hate him. He tried to kill me.
Husband and lover against the wife. There's one for you, Johnson. You better find out fast who inherits that dough those guys couldn't have got their hands on any other way.
Oh, he didn't. That's a stupid guy. He don't mean what he's a dumb, ain't you, Fedor? You big crazy.
Shut up! Get your hands off me!
That's it, boys. Go at it again. Sure, he's so dumb he said you did it.
I did not. He did.
Shut up, loudmouth!
He said you did the actual killing.
He did it himself.
Hey, look out! Get him off me!
Well, throw up a chair, Johnson. We got a ringside seat. So, we'll just wait for a decision.
Then it was really Fedor who killed Estella.
Yeah. Oh, boy, what a fight. Only I'd had a camera.
Both of them were guilty, Angel. They cooked it up together.
Well, might not have happened if Mr. Briskin here...
Oh, yes, it would have. The publicity stunt didn't have anything to do with it.
Sure, just a neat twist that they'd figured on a triangle game.
And it might have worked. They might have got away with it if our friend here hadn't picked me for a sucker. Got us mixed up in it.
Sure, that's right. So you're not sore anymore, are you? Holy smoke, it's a job, that's all. I got a wife and kids.
Oh, Buster, you're a broken record. My wife and kids, my wife and kids, my wife and kids. That's all you say.
Valentine, you stop it.
Huh?
Well, it's just a shame you don't say anything intelligent like that once in a while. What's the matter, darling? Your cat got your tongue?
Listen to the difference. In a few seconds, you'll hear Geiger counters measuring automobile engine wear. The engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, which make it possible for the Geiger counters to detect wear as it occurs. You will hear authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engine between major overhauls due to lubrication. First, let's listen to the Geiger counter slowly click off the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of a premium type oil as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard Geiger counters clicking off the scientific proof that new RPM motor oil is years ahead.
Yes, years ahead. New RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie is Lieutenant Johnson. Anthony Barrett was heard as Briskin. Lillian Bayef as Estella. Bill Conrad as Fedor. Jack Crucian as Forelli, and Noreen Gamil as the Gypsy. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. Except today. If you've got a job that's too tough for you to handle, then it's too tough for me. Merry Christmas, George Valentine. And don't bother me with details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Santa Claus in Glass, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
Stabbed, I said. Stabbed. Stabbed. This bird's been stabbed.
What do you say we should do, George?
Listen, Johnson, I don't want to work on Christmas any more than you do, but will
Did you tell him that's the way we found him,
Hold
George?
it, Brooksy. I can't hear you. Yeah, that's right, Johnson. He was all trussed up and everything, but... What? Head? What head? He doesn't have one, naturally. That's the point. The knife must have... Oh, I get it, Johnson. Okay, see you later.
Well, George?
Hey, what happened to the radio? Oh, there we are.
For heaven's sake, it's almost 3 o'clock. What did he
He
say?
says, his wife says, just put some stuffing where the butcher tore the skin and shove it in the oven.
Oh, thanks.
I thought you told me you knew how to cook a duck.
Well, I do, stupid, but the skin's too tough to sew. It just never occurred to me to use stuffing at both ends.
Relax, I said. You know, I like the way you base that critter. Just like my mother used to do. Efficiency and tender care. There's a real art to it.
Oh, I'm full of old-fashioned virtues.
You know, it's funny the things you remember about Christmas. We always had the whole family for dinner, including a spinster aunt who played the little star of Bethlehem on a cornet.
Cornet. We had a second cousin who yodeled after his third eggnog. Oh, George, after all this time, there's still so many things we don't know about each other.
Angel, come here. Come on now, put that spoon down.
Yes, darling.
Well, the mistletoe is in the other room, and the kitchen is not very romantic, but, well, this has been a pretty swell Christmas. The best we've ever had together. So, all kidding aside, thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. You're very welcome.
Now, we still have some work in there setting the table.
Yes, George.
And some more music to hear. Enough to last us till next year. What's the matter, Brooksy?
Oh, George, I can't help thinking. I know it's Christmas, but that silly ad you put in the paper, don't bother me with details.
Oh, nobody even read
It's
it.
just daring people to bother you,
Look,
George.
it's afternoon already, isn't it? Has anybody been
George, don't answer the door. It's too early for anybody for dinner, and it's too late
Hey, this is your apartment, not mine. Nobody knows I'm here.
Christmas is for us, George, and for happy people. It's not for trouble and danger and all that.
It's for a little faith in human nature, Angel. Everybody else feels the same way we do. What do you want to bet this is only a... Well, hello. Who are you?
You were looking in the keyhole.
Yeah, that's right. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, same to you. But aren't you liable to get hurt doing that?
No, not today. Nobody takes offense. Peace and goodwill.
Look, who are you, friend? What do you want?
Nothing. I don't want nothing. It's just Merry Christmas.
There you are, Angel. See what I told you?
I'm the new elevator man. My name's Ferdy.
Oh.
And according to my list, your name is Miss Brooks. But don't think I haven't noticed you already. Hey, you're a lucky man, sir. I said to myself, now there's a young lady with mistletoe in her eyes.
Excuse me. I mean, thank you. Just a second.
Hey, it always gets them. Never fails. Mistletoe in their eyes. They kind of like that kind of talk.
Okay, so you're a student of human nature. Where did she go?
Here, it's all wrapped. I meant to give it to you earlier. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Oh, wow. A little present for the elevator man. Now, ain't that a surprise?
Oh, yes, Ferdy, isn't it?
I'm afraid it's not much.
Don't
but
you
it's-
apologize, miss. Most exciting things come in little packages, I say.
Oh, yeah, sure. I say that, too. Well, your problem's settled now, friend, so we'll see you later, huh?
Hey, wait a minute there.
Oh, George, who else did I forget to get?
Search me.
Hold it. I said I got a package delivery.
I'll take it. I'm your man.
Package? Who's it for?
Mr. Eric Suchek.
For him, huh?
Who's Eric Suchek?
Down the hall. He's an older man, sort of continental. I don't know what he does. I've never really talked to him, but he's very interesting looking.
Down the hall, you say? Which door?
I'll take it for you, Mac. I'll take it.
No, you won't. Special delivery service. Besides, I'm out for my own tips.
Mr. Suchek's asleep. He told me to take anything that came for him.
Asleep this time of day? You sure?
Well, you guys figure it out. Come on, Angel, back inside.
Wonder what it is, George. Such a fancy wrapping.
I don't know, but curiosity.
Let's
kills
have
cat.
it, Mac. I ain't got all day.
Suchek's an actor or something, or used to be in Europe. It's probably something romantic from a woman.
Yeah. Now let's have the package, Mac, and here's your tip.
Hey, what is this?
George, look,
It's a present the lady just give me. A necktie, I suppose. They always are. You need it worse than I do, Mac.
Well, it's a little irregular.
Suchek will make it up to me. Merry Christmas, folks.
Well, the holiday's getting a little commercialized.
Did you see? He gave him my necktie, my present. He just gave it away.
Well, he expects something better out of Suchek.
We shouldn't have let him do it,
Well, it's
George.
none of our business, Angel.
That elevator man's up to something. I know he is. George, what do you suppose was in that special package?
Hey, stop it.
How do you do? Season's greetings, that sort of thing.
Thanks. Who are you?
You don't mind if I step in for just a moment, do you?
What?
Thank you so much.
Sure. Come right on in. This is Grand Hotel.
I beg your pardon. Oh, yes, I see.
Well, I'm so glad somebody does.
Farnham is the name, Leopold J. Farnham, and I assure you I'm more embarrassed than you are. I say you're having duck, aren't you? I can smell it.
I doubt if there's enough to go around, Mr. Farnham. Maybe what you're looking for is a Tom and Jerry.
Oh, no, please. I didn't want her to see me, that's all.
Her?
I'm so sorry. It's perfectly all right, really. I was just, I was on my way to Suchek's apartment.
Suchek, huh?
Yes. Oh, he's quite a popular fellow. The old world charm, the gaiety, the hand-kissing, that sort of... But your neighbors, you know him, of course.
I'm beginning to want to. What's this, who's this her, Mr. Farnham?
Oh, just someone I saw coming off the elevator. A little social faux pas, nothing more. I wanted to keep the day happy. She's gone down the hall now anyway, and I can slip to the stairs.
But tell us why you wanted
Much
to...
obliged, and I hope you enjoy that duck.
The Mad Hatter.
Darling, what's going on?
Wait a minute. A lot of mink coat down the hall there.
Oh, knocking at Mr. Suchek's door.
Yeah.
So that's the woman Mr. Farnham was talking about, George.
Guess so. Come on, Angel. If other people can play games, I guess I can,
Now,
too.
George, you stay here. Don't you dare get mixed up in
I
any...
just want to tell her she's not knocking loud enough.
Eric? Oh, Eric.
Excuse me, but I heard the elevator man say Mr. Suchek was still asleep.
What? Who are you?
This is Mr. Valentine, and I'm Claire Brooks. I live next door, you see.
But asleep? Right after 3 o'clock. What went on here last night? A party? Oh, of course. The man with all the friends. The idol of the dowagers.
Well, they were very quiet. I mean, I heard people leaving his apartment long before midnight.
My apartment, you mean? But it would be decorous, wouldn't it? He's always so decorous. The model of behavior.
Did you say your apartment?
Of course it's mine. Quite a big one, you know. You don't think he could afford it, do you? I'm Mrs. Suchek.
Mrs.?
Or doesn't he tell his neighbors about his wife? Would it spoil that beautiful aura of tragic, unemployed European? Oh, you think I'm really nasty, don't you? I traveled a long way just to wish him Merry Christmas, that's all. And the roads from the country house are such a fright, such a dreadful...
I just think you didn't knock loud enough. Mr. Suchek. Hey, Mr. Suchek, wake up.
He's really a light sleeper.
Mr. Suchek.
George?
Well, now take it easy, both of you. But hurry up with the key, will you?
Well, I've got it here someplace. I never use it except when I entertain in town once in a while myself. Such a big place, but he takes care of it for me. At least he does that.
There, is that one the key?
Oh, yes. Here. Eric! Eric! Where are you? Eric!
George, stop her. You look for him.
Well, it's her house, not mine, Brooksy. Hey, what's the matter with you anyway? What do you expect her to find?
He's not here.
Oh.
Went out someplace. Okay, Mrs. Suchek, we'll just mosey
He
along.
was here an hour ago.
Huh?
I had my chauffeur phone to make sure. Had him pretend he was somebody else. Eric doesn't like to be surprised. But I was going to surprise him anyway. That's why I couldn't understand that sleeping business.
Funny he didn't wind the clock.
What did you say?
The clock had stopped last night, I guess.
Milk is still on the back porch.
Look, his clothes are here. Oh, he just went out someplace.
Why,
His bed hasn't been slept in.
Well, he went out last night, then. There's nothing to get all excited
Don't
about.
leave me. Please don't leave me.
All right, Mrs. Suchek. But what are you so nervous about? Why do you think something's wrong?
Oh, it's Christmas. I don't want to be alone. Oh, I don't know why I didn't stay in the country. There's a wonderful party out there. 16 people for the weekend. And the roads are so frightful. I always give huge parties on Christmas. It's one of the nice things about inheriting a lot of money.
Why worry about a husband you don't like, anyway?
What? Oh. Well, why not? I never know what he's up to. My friends in town think he's wonderful and so charming, and he's always getting into confidential little deals with them. My friends, mind you, not his. All so rich, and he just loves rich people.
All right, let's get off the subject. Turn on the radio.
Listen. I used to be a musician, you know. A very bad one. Studied in Paris. Yes, Mr. Valentine, I'm very nasty. I'm sorry. I'm worried about him. We're so far apart, and he's up to something. I don't know what it is, but it is Christmas.
Oh, Mrs. Suchek, did you say your husband didn't have any money?
What? Well, really, he's not a little boy, for heaven's sake, running around without pocket money. He does get his allowance. No, he doesn't work. Just charming, that's all. It was different 20 years ago. Over there, he was an actor. But then they closed the theaters in Europe. You can't live on pride forever, can you? Oh, run along, you two. This is absurd and ridiculous, and I'm tired and would like to take a nap.
Okay. Come on, Brooksy.
George, I ask about money because he's got a bank book in there on his desk.
Huh?
And it shows a balance of several $1,000s, all deposited in the last few months.
Nosy.
But he has notes about meeting people at all hours, too. Deliver shipment to Joe at 3 o'clock. Steamship docking at 7 a.m., Pier 52. Get bids from jewelers on... Anyway, that kind of...
Skip it.
But shouldn't we say something? And shouldn't we ask about that man who was just up the
Leave her
hall?
alone, Brooksy. We don't know what kind of a guy her husband is or what he's up to.
I wonder if she does. Oh, are you coming, too?
Yes, it's cold here. I don't like it. I'm going to run down to a hotel.
Okay, which one? I want to phone you after I've had a little talk with the elevator man.
Yes, he was so positive about Mr. Suchek being asleep.
Never mind. See you later, Mrs. Suchek.
Oh, wait a minute. Miss Brooks, you didn't see a mirror in there, did you? The room beyond?
What?
A mirror, a hand mirror. I left it here the last time. It's gold, it has my initials. And there's a diamond thing. Well, I guess it's just mislaid or something. It's not important. Never mind.
George!
Hey, what's the matter with you, friend?
Nothing. I'm all right.
Pretty, you were just
We
lying
checked
there
both
with-
elevators, couldn't
I'm
find
fine, I tell you.
But look at your room, all your presents.
Leave me
are all-
alone. And thank you. Merry Christmas.
Oh, yeah, very merry one. Buster, who hit you?
Nobody.
You didn't catch that mouse with cheese.
Nobody. I told you I'm all right. Leave me alone.
Oh, yes, and nothing's going on today, and I suppose Mr. Suchek is fine, too. Your big operator friend who sleeps says you.
I didn't do nothing and nobody hit me.
All these presents. But where's that package of Suchek's, the one you took delivery for?
George, it's not here, is it? Is that why somebody hit you, Ferdy?
I don't know a thing. And I'm sick of this job anyway, so goodbye and Happy New Year.
George, what's going on? What is it?
He's not sick of this job. He's just got an angle and a better one. Come on, back up to the lobby.
Angle. Everybody's got an angle.
But you were right. Somebody must have taken the Suchek package away from him, Brooksy. What the heck kind of a thing this is?
Excuse me, Mac.
Okay, don't mention.
Hey, wait a second. You live around here? Know where I can find a guy named Suchek? They got a package for him.
Oh, no, not another
Let me
one.
see.
Sorry, it's insured.
Well, I could take it for him.
George.
This ain't no Christmas present, buddy. It's from Holland, insured for $5,000. Just tell me where...
He's not at home.
Says you. I got a phone number on him. I'll find out. And you look so trustworthy.
Well, we're telling the truth. He's really
I
not.
know, lady. Just give me the package. What do you think this badge and gun is for on us?
Hello? Yes. Hello?
Not at home, huh?
George.
What number did you dial?
Armored delivery, Mr. Suchek.
Oh, yeah, I was expecting you to call. You have a shipment for me.
Number upstairs. What'd you think, wise guy? Well, there's no apartment number, Mr. Suchek, so if you'll just tell...
I don't want it, please. I don't want that one. Not today.
It's marked special.
I'm sorry. I am home, but you'll have to wait delivery until tomorrow, please.
Okay, sir. Not at home. The things people will pull. And on Christmas, too.
George, we were just upstairs. He's not there.
Quite an operator, Suchek, for a man with no dough, no job, just a lot of connections through his wife. $5,000 packages. I don't blame Ferdy for getting interested.
And one of the packages is missing.
Yeah. Let's go see this mighty man. Find out what he is up to behind his wife's back.
See him, but he's
Double
not...
phone, Angel. It's simple. That's why she thought he was home, too. Her chauffeur phoned earlier, remember?
Double phone?
Yeah, like some doctors have. A special service. Same number in 2 places.
And he doesn't want people to know. Well, George, it sounds to me more like a double life.
Uh-huh. And one of them's not so good. A studio on the top floor, according to the phone company. Not quite as fancy as the apartment.
Oh, but it'd be a lot more convenient for meeting the kind of people you wouldn't want in your wife's place.
Oh, I don't know. They got him listed as being in the import-export business.
Phew.
Hey, look who's here.
Hello, Mr. Valentine. Been waiting. I saw you drive up and look around outside.
Mr. Farnham.
And you know my name now, huh?
No, I don't have much time. Yes, of course I do.
Well, I came to see Suchek.
Yes, I know. Naturally, you came because of his wife. She's a strange woman, but you decided she's unhappy and upset about her husband, and you wanted to help her.
Well, you know everything.
I've also found out you're by way of being a detective. I assure you I've hired plenty of them myself in the past few weeks. So I thought you might respond to a Christmas present.
$100 bill?
Now, I can prove to you that I am perfectly honest. That's more than we can say for Suchek, don't you think?
You didn't act like it. The way you ducked to avoid her...
It's not very easy for a man who's in love with a woman whose husband... Well, anyway...
You mean you and Mrs...
Oh, yes. Yeah, of course. She was with me here just now to talk to one of the boarders in this place and to one of my detectives.
Just now. Look, Farnham, what are you
Now,
up
she's going to meet me at the train, and I don't want to keep her waiting.
Detectives watching Suchek? Those packages of his, this double phone? Did you find that he's a crook?
I'm trying to explain nothing to you. That's what the $100 is for. I don't want her to be any more upset or to know any more than is necessary.
Buster, I'm getting sick and tired of all this fog. Maybe Suchek himself
I
can
don't
tell me.
even know whether he's up there or not. That's not the point, you see. If there's anything crooked, we will turn it over to the police naturally.
Then what is the point, and why did you have detectives?
Don't you understand the whole thing? Oh. Rich, proud woman who wouldn't divorce her husband because, in spite of everything else, he was so decorous. Well, but why that phone? Why these surreptitious visits here? Flowers and wine and perfume. Now, good heavens, you weren't born yesterday, were you? Ah. You hear that? Suchek doesn't play the piano.
Another woman.
Now, I'm sure you understand. It's Christmas. Mrs. Suchek knows all she needs to know now, so let's have no more trouble.
Sure. Okay, Farnham. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Brooks. Come on.
George, he's right. You're not going to go in
Upstairs,
there.
I said, come on, fast.
What you want?
To see something with my own eyes, that's all. Don't mind if I come in, do you, Mr. Suchek?
Get out of here.
I'm another detective. They've been haunting you, huh?
Well, what are you talking about?
Nothing, I guess, nothing. But it's a woman's place, all right, isn't it? Yeah. Curtains, perfume. Sort of simple taste,
I beg
but,
your pardon.
That her picture over there? Where is she, in the other room? Oh, hey, look. You gave her a gold mirror, didn't you?
I told you to get out of here.
Now, take it easy.
Now get out of here, I said!
George, you idiot. Going in
Never
there
mind,
and
never mind. I'm all right. Come on, find me a phone.
We're going home.
Not until I've got Johnson to pick up that woman.
What?
You heard me, Mrs. Suchek.
I had a lot of trouble, Mr. Valentine. I got her off the train all right, but the lieutenant says she can sue our shirts off.
Thanks for bringing her here to Miss Brooks' apartment so fast, Sergeant.
Hey, you better get down and prefer charges.
Yeah, sure, and thanks again.
Hello, Mrs. Suchak.
You're insane, of course. I'm insane, too, leaving my country place today.
No, you're not.
Don't open your mouth to me, young man.
Take it easy now. Take it easy. Where did you get the package?
George, it's the same original one. The one that
It would be an understatement, wouldn't it, to say that's none of your business?
Okay. Mr. Farnham gave it to you.
How helpful. Now, will you please explain
At least
what...
he's the only one who was around here to have known that Ferdy, the elevator man, had it.
What?
Well, that's past history, not important. You're quite a guy, your friend Farnham. You meet up with some choice men.
Mr. Valentine, I really think you are insane. I haven't the slightest idea of what on earth you
I
think
noticed
you're
before that package has no return address on it. Also, pretty fancy wrapping. Now, a member of a family never thinks of a return address. And, of course, you've got it again, so what is it? Your Christmas present to your husband? Like a bomb, maybe?
Mr. Valentine, we used to be very happy until I became wealthy. Until he became worthless.
I know. Like a fish out of water. Both of you. Living high, wide, and handsome.
Let's unwrap it, lady. Yeah, it's me. Been waiting for you to get back, Valentine. I thought you'd figure it out.
Thanks, Ferdy. But is that gun necessary?
Yeah. I want the package, lady.
No.
Give, lady.
Buster, you're not a very bright man. All day you've been out for a fast buck. Well, this isn't it.
Is that so?
Give that back. Mrs. Suchak, I'll have to admit I'm a little curious myself.
Yeah, that's more like it. Here we are.
A Santa Claus.
How about that?
Paint's all chipped. Looks European.
Glass. A glass Santa Claus.
Well, Mrs. Suchek, I was curious, too. But more about the way you and your husband apparently treated each other. You can't live on pride forever, you said.
I don't want to talk about my husband.
I know. And Farnham took you over there, and some boarder gave you the gossip. Some detective who'd watched your husband sneak in there once in a while on holidays.
Please.
And I went over myself, and I heard a phonograph record playing piano music. You used to play the piano, didn't you? Studying music in Paris?
George, it was a phonograph?
That's what first tipped me. Noel is a French carol, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
About how Christmas isn't for trouble or danger.
That's what you think.
Oh, you'll get out of this.
Santa Claus is hollow, ain't it?
What?
They smuggle things in hollow things, don't they? A big operator like Suchek.
Oh, look out! He'll break it!
Good night, stupid.
Oh, grab it, George! Oh. I couldn't reach it in time. There's nothing in it, though, is there?
There's not much in Ferdy anymore, either. Oh, now, please, Mrs. Suchek, stop it.
Sorry. I can tell.
Listen to me. Quick. Did Farnham produce a girl who lived in that studio today?
I don't want to see her. I don't want to know who she...
Would your husband give a mirror with your initials on it to somebody else? And that lush apartment of yours down the hall. He hates what that stands for as much as you do, doesn't he? Oh, but you've both got to be so proud. But I'll get back to that other place, the other woman. The secret, simple thing in his life he escapes to sometimes, because I saw it. Yeah, I barged in. But I didn't see her.
You what?
But I saw her picture, all right. Yeah, a lovely blonde girl. Her clothes are old-fashioned. There's a French taxicab in the background. Why don't you understand, Mrs. Suchek? That double life of his is about as sinister as this memory, this Santa Claus you picked to give him for Christmas. It's a picture of a girl who looks just like you about 20 years ago. Mrs. Suchek, the other woman is you.
But, George, she's changed so much.
Well, both of them did, Angel. They were miles apart, I guess. Only still not quite ready to forget a dream of what they used to be like, even though they wouldn't admit it.
But all those packages of his, the other ones, those phony-looking shipments back and forth from Europe.
Darling, your imagination's as bad as Ferdy's, the ex-elevator man. Hot goods, smuggling. Where do you get all these ideas? Why not believe the facts? The phone company said he was a small-scale importer. Now, express companies don't smuggle for people. A man could get a bank account from an honest business he was building up on the side. A man with the right background and rich friends to deal with.
Yeah,
You listen to too many radio mysteries. Oh, I know I'm not clairvoyant. It was Farnham's behavior that made me curious, that's all.
You mean being so anxious to make sure that Suchek never got the sentimental gift from his wife? The Santa Claus from their first Christmas tree together?
Uh-huh. And then asking us not to dig any deeper. Not wanting her to see any more over at that studio than he'd already arranged for her to see in here.
So you just barged right in. Oh, darling, you're wonderful.
I'm lucky. I knew when Suchek hit me, nobody would have been that mad except a guy caught with his own sentiments down. Besides, you told me a long time ago, Christmas isn't for bad things.
And you told me it's for a little faith in human nature. And you had it. And Mr. Suchek's getting on his feet again, and his wife is opening her eyes. And they're really back together now.
Sure. It's for happy endings.
It's for mistletoe in the eyes, George. I like that line. Well, you needn't turn your nose up at it. Not after all you've done.
Okay, Angel. I'll turn my nose down again. Come here. Yeah, you're right. Christmas is for not being bothered with details like the smell of burning duck.
Merry Christmas, everybody. This is John Heaston, hoping that your Christmas day was everything you wanted it to be. Hoping you were with family and friends, and that you've heard from loved ones who were too far away to make the trip home. But just a moment, here's a friend of yours, George Valentine. Tonight we'll introduce him by his real name, Robert Bailey.
Holiday greetings are not my stock in trade. But if you think the job's too tough for me, well, I have news for you. Friends, it's wonderful. It's wonderful to be on the air with you this Christmas time. So, speaking for myself and for everybody in the cast, all I want to say is, we just hope you've had the nicest, happiest Christmas ever.
Now here's a word from the sponsors of Let George Do It, from the Standard Oil Company of California, and from the men at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. Here's what the message says. This is the fourth Christmas time we've been on the air with you. So at this very special time, we feel we're talking to old friends when we say to all of you, heartiest Christmas greetings. And thank you for listening. Good night, friends. Be with you again next week. Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Irene Tedrow was heard as Verna, Bob Griffin as Suchek, Larry Dobkin as Farnham, Barney Phillips as Ferdy, and Bob Bruce as the messenger. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock in trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Cause for Thanksgiving, another adventure of George Valentine.
Hello?
Dear Mr. Valentine.
What? Hello?
Quiet. I'm 10 years old.
Lieutenant Riley, is that you?
Well, it's not Tom Turkey. Listen, my friend.
You sure it's not? What's that 10-year-old stuff? Hey, you've been jumping the gun on the cranberry sauce?
All right. I'll say it straight. I'm phoning on behalf of a little boy 10 years old.
Well, that's better.
No, it's not. It's worse. Said little boy could no more write you a letter than he could hope to choke. I doubt if he can write.
What's the matter?
He can't talk either.
Huh?
You heard me. I said he can't talk. Oh, I don't mean there's anything wrong with him, or maybe there is. I don't know, but... Look, Valentine, get over here, will you, right away to my house?
Well, sure.
But I warn you, friend, this little boy never heard of Thanksgiving. If you're going to help him, you'd better bring your brass knuckles.
Where is he, Lieutenant?
Oh, Mrs. Riley's got him in there trying to coax him to eat. But the only time he'll take a bite is when she's turned her back.
Oh, is he? Where'd you get him?
One of the boys in my department picked him up early this morning at 3 a.m. on the waterfront, the warehouse lane.
Oh, I see. A little on the tough side, huh?
Oh, they all are down there, like a bunch of dirty seagulls and scavengers running loose. We can't even find out who he belongs to.
Maybe nobody. And only 10 years old.
Listen, this sergeant of mine in a squad car nearly runs him down. See, the kid was racing across the empty street, not even looking. Well, Mike gets out to help, naturally. The kid wasn't hurt, but he swung on him. He tried to get away, scared to death, and clawed and scratched. And then Mike realized the kid wasn't talking. Not a sound.
Now, that's the part I don't get. Clear it up, will you, Riley?
Well, Mike couldn't even find out where he lives, so he brought him in. My friends, that boy hasn't spoken one single solitary word since. Hardly a noise out of him. Oh, except maybe to cry a little. Only he stops that when you look at him.
But, Lieutenant, he's probably a mute.
Oh, 2 doctors were out from juvenile hall to look at him. One of them said the kid's faking, but they both agree there's nothing wrong with his vocal cords.
What's the other doctor say?
Psychic shock.
Oh, you mean he can't talk because of something that happened to
Well,
him?
they're not sure. They say it'll take time to be sure. I've arranged for the hall to take him over to try to find his family, if there is one, to feed him and...
But that takes time, like you say, days, weeks.
Now you get it, pal, and the doc says it'll help him a lot better if we could work fast. Because the most likely thing is that last night he saw something. Was mixed up in something that scared the blue blazes out of him, and he was running away.
A little before 3 a.m. last night, huh? Saw something.
Yeah, but what? Nothing happened down there. Nothing was reported. My department can't just go bursting into a... Huh? Well, hello there, Sonny. Hello. You finally ate something, did you?
Such big eyes. He listens, but he doesn't listen.
Yeah. Come on in here, son. Come on. These are friends of mine, see? Ah, now, wait a minute. Don't jump like that. I'm not going to bite you. Come on in here
Skip it, Riley. What time is it?
Huh?
1:45, George.
Oh, good. Hey, look, kid, how about coming with me? I've got an extra ticket to the big football game. Well, I'll get you to meet Big Mike Marilewski, the All-American. Maybe you can even sit on the bench with the team, huh?
George, he's just more frightened. He's crying.
You see? You can't get him interested in anything.
But a boy in a football game? I think the doctors are...
Oh, it's Thanksgiving. I mean, a kid belongs in somebody's home on Thanksgiving. Well, are you going to just sit there, Valentine?
I know, Softy. I know. We've got work to do and fast. Come on, Brooksy, take the kid's hand. We're going to go straight at this, at the waterfront. Warehouse Lane. Yeah, great place.
Plenty of freighters tied up, but no people.
Ship chandlers. You must have spent some time around there, haven't you, kid? How about the candy store?
You're wasting your time, George. It just seems to get more and more tense.
Yeah. Well, this is where he was picked up, right here.
Oh, relax, honey. Don't just sit there
Running
and look...
from right to left, so he must have come from this way. Okay, let's move on a little. Cobblestones by the empty warehouse, huh?
George, look at him. It's this direction, all right. George, look out for that boy in the street.
He's driving on the right side of the street, jerk nose.
Ooh, lovely neighborhood. I wonder if that boy would know anything about our friend here.
Hey, that's an idea. Wait a second. Hey, you, Shorty.
Oh, you want to argue about it? Yeah, jerk nose.
Come here, you.
Hey, let go of me.
Hey, Shorty. Shorty, wait.
George, come here. I'm having an awful time holding.
Oh, look, kid, stop it, will you?
He wants to run, too, George.
Yeah, now easy, that's better. Yeah, he'll get away from us if I try to catch up with that Shorty. Look, Brooksy, look, there's a settlement house over there at Murphy's. You know him. Take the kid over there and wait for me, will you?
Oh, sure, George. Maybe they'll know something about
I
him.
doubt it. 3 a.m. last night. But farther out there on the pier is where it happened, whatever it was. So me, I'm going to take it on foot by myself.
What? Hey, look out.
All right, Shorty, I got you this time.
Get your paws off, jerk nose.
Cut it out.
Get
Now, cut it out. I just want to ask you something. You know that other kid I had back in the car there? You know his name?
I never seen him before. I ain't done nothing.
What's your name?
I don't know. Let go.
You kids running loose out here by the ships last night?
I was up on the moon eating cheese. Let me go.
Oh, brother, great tribe, aren't you? Stick together. Never tell anybody anything. Oh, now, look, kid, I'm not a cop or anything. I just want to find...
Hang on to him. Hang on to him there. Don't let him loose.
Oh, no, you don't, Shorty. I got you.
Hey, don't let him loose. There we are. Hold him and let me go through his pockets.
Hey, wait a minute there, Skipper. What are you talking
Box
about?
of cigars. Left him out on deck. Stolen.
I didn't steal
He hasn't got anything.
No, he's too big anyway. You're not the one.
Not what? Come on, Shorty, get out of here. You no help.
I told you, jerk nose. Yeah.
Water rats. Same the world all over. All the same. Good cigars, too. First mate, give them to me so I'd let him stay uptown.
Wait a minute, Skipper. Wait a minute. Were you looking for another kid?
No. Yes.
Something stolen last night, you mean, huh? During the night?
Cigars? No, this afternoon, a few minutes ago. Come up like rats up with the horses. I tell you, it's awful. Marseille, it was my last port. Same thing, same the world over. Nobody stops them, nobody can stop them. Kids.
Hey, wait a minute, Skipper. This your ship tied up here?
Yeah, leaky old tub full of potatoes. Frenchmen like potatoes.
Uh-huh. Looks about ready to sail. Were you here last night?
What are you peddling? Dope, punch boards, cheap liquor?
No, listen, will you? You have trouble with kids getting aboard, huh?
Characters like you in every port, too. Dock loafers. Always got a deal. Sure, I have trouble. That's the customs pier watchman. Nobody can stop them. You see those big rat guards? Right over them like monkeys.
Uh-huh. Did some kids get aboard your ship last night?
No. Now stop pestering me.
Are you sure? Around 3 a.m.?
Fight was on the pier, not the ship.
What fight?
Oh, ask the pier watchman. He's the one spreading the story. Couple of bums, I guess. I don't know. My old deck watch was sound asleep, of course.
You didn't see it?
No. Yeah, I don't know. Woke me up. I yelled, shut up, out of my porthole, went back to sleep.
Hello there, Skipper. I'm so glad to catch you.
Huh?
Oh, what now? A sailor comes ashore.
I'm just going to take a minute. It's about a woman, you see. Oh, that I see, and so nice. But right now, I want to
Get what I mean? Dock loafers, all trying to sell something. Now it's telephone numbers. Go on, Baldy, get out of here.
Wait a minute. I've seen this guy before.
Well, it's not mutual. Skip, if you just listen
His name's Salvori, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I've seen him in lineups. Are you around here last night?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, it's a great neighborhood. Salvori, the big operator. Last trip he was here selling raffle tickets for a three-wheeled automobile.
Oh, but Skipper, listen.
Thanksgiving, they say. Well, thanks and good night. You pester him. I'm going backwards.
Yeah.
Hey.
Look at that, will you? Is that what you wanted to see us about, Salvori? That crowd down at the pier?
Something's happening.
No. I got no deal to make.
Come on, let's take a look.
Afternoon, friends.
What's going on?
Don't suppose you have 50 cents or so? See, I know a pal of mine. See, he was going to buy me Thanksgiving dinner, you see.
Never mind that. What are those men doing down by the water?
Fishing, sorta. 50 cents is about all it would take, though, you see. Now, this old pal of mine, he would have spent $5, you know, mince pie and the works, you know. Said so last night.
Hey! Hey, down there, hey, you!
Now, listen, Buster, did you say last night?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Hey, sailor!
No, it seems to me that... Hey, look out there!
Salmori!
Well, he left in a hurry, didn't he?
Body, skipper! Got a body! What? Just fishing him out. Guy floating with a knife in him.
Guy float... Yeah, with a knife.
Holy smoke.
Yeah, see, that's what I tell you. You see, a pal of mine, he was going to buy me a Thanksgiving dinner, see? Only instead, it looks like he got in a fight about 3 a.m. last night, I figure. Yeah, and got murdered, see? So, tell me, how's about the 50 cents?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When new RPM motor oil was developed in the laboratory, it was subjected to the most rigidly controlled tests that modern research could devise, and it proved tops, the oil that doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. The next question was, would it live up to these tests in your car? Tonight, you'll hear the answer from the crews of 2 actual test cars in the heart of downtown San Francisco. Following is a special transcription made during the road test period. We switch you to test unit number 1 and research supervisor Carl Watson in San Francisco.
We are making rather slow progress heading west along Market Street. Test unit number 2 is behind us in the traffic. We're driving under the same kind of stop-and-go conditions that you do, the toughest kind on engine wear. It's our job to see if new RPM will back up our laboratory findings. I'll switch you now to research engineer Bob Burchell in unit number 2. He'll tell you about these special cars and the data we are recording from the instruments. Go ahead, Bob.
This is Bob Burchell. The engines in this test car and test unit number 1 ahead of us are both equipped with irradiated piston rings, just like those in our laboratory test engine. They also have Geiger counters attached so that we can hear and record wear as it actually takes place. We are making a comparison test. Test Unit 1 is using new RPM, but in this car we have a well-known conventional oil in the crankcase. It is one of the best premium type oils. Naturally, I can't reveal its brand name. Now, I'll hold the microphone closer to the Geiger counter, which detects minute particles of metal as they wear off the irradiated piston ring. Hear that rapid clicking? That means a comparatively high rate of engine wear. Now I'll switch you back to Carl Watson for a comparison with new RPM motor oil. Number 1.
This is Watson again. You hear that slow click of the Geiger counter? That is an outstanding low wear rate count. It's new RPM under the same condition type oil you heard about a moment ago. Day in and day out, mile after mile, the counters have clicked off the same story. The results we got in the laboratory tests on new RPM motor oil are checking out on the road.
Proved in the laboratory, supported in severe road service. That's new RPM motor oil. The oil that cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine, a boy 10 years old who's been scared to death, who either can't or won't talk. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you begin to understand the reason when you see the neighborhood in which he was picked up by the police. You understand a good deal more when you see that the body of a man has been fished out of the water off the pier. Yes, now it's certainly a case for Lieutenant Riley.
Oh, but what a case. They don't get solved around here, my friend. They just happen.
Okay, Riley. Did your boys pick up that bum, the guy who sniffed?
Oh, he won't know anything. Nobody does. The name of the corpse is Lefty Sims.
Well, you seem to know something.
Well, everybody knew him. He's a common thief, that's all. Few big jobs, but nothing to steal down here. He usually worked the city. This wasn't his territory.
Your doc says the time's about right. Been dead since last night, around 3 or 4, maybe. Killed and then tossed in the water. What about the pier watchman? He must have...
He covers 5 warehouses. How could he see anything? And everybody off duty for the holiday.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Riley, what's this stuff?
Where the fight happened? It's a spot of blood, I figure.
No, look closer. Powder. Little pieces of broken glass.
What? Hey, here's some more of it.
Yeah. Oh, Doctor.
Huh? Yeah, Doc, come over here, will you?
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant.
You thinking what I am, Riley?
Yeah.
What is it?
Hey, here, take a look. White powder. And on a pier where boats...
No, it's not.
Huh?
Talking about dope, aren't you?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
False alarm, huh, Doc? Well, it might explain why there was a fight, what was going on out here.
Something of value. Yes, of course. Smuggling, you think, huh? Peddling, or...
Yes, I'll do the thinking, Doc. You just tell me.
Myosin, perhaps. Something like that. I can run a test.
Myosin.
It's valuable. Didn't I say that? Drug of some kind. Cure people instead of making them sick. Worth a lot more than dope, too. Easier to market.
Yeah, same thing. Only more in the big time.
Did that watchman say there were any kids on the pier last night?
Valentine, I'm trying to get the doc here to talk English.
Did the watchman see any kids?
No.
Okay, so long.
Wish I could help you, Miss Brooks.
It's all right, Mr. Murphy. Come on, Sonny.
The settlement house here is pretty badly undermanned. A cleaning woman will be back tomorrow. She might know something about the boy here. But in this neighborhood...
Well, thanks again. Come on, Sonny. Car's parked over this way.
Brooksy!
Well, it's about time.
Come on, get out of the street, you and the kid.
What?
Never mind any place. Here, duck in the alley.
What?
In this neighborhood, Angel, I don't want to...
Who was that?
I don't know. Packing crates you can't see. He's gone now.
George, what's happened? What's going on?
Simple, Brooksy. Nice, simple case. My guess is the kid here was an eyewitness to murder. It'll be a simple case if he isn't murdered. Oh, kid, please talk. Please tell me, will you? What did you see last night? Look, nobody's going to hurt you. I won't let him. But you must have seen things like this plenty of times before, kid. I don't mean murder, but you grew up in a tough place. And you're not going to do anybody any good if you just...
Yes, he just cries. George, I'm taking him home. You can solve your own fancy waterfront murders.
Okay, I'll leave him alone. But which one are you covering for, kid? Only a few men around that pier last night. Which one is that important to you? All right, maybe you've given me the answer at that, without talking.
Says you. You admitted you saw your old pal Lefty, didn't you, before he was murdered?
I tell you.
Come on, Riley, along the deck here.
Now, look, I promised me a nice Thanksgiving dinner, you see, Lefty does, see? Come past walking up to the pier and never come back.
But didn't he say who he was coming out to meet? Didn't he?
Here we are, Riley. Let's go in here. Hey, Skipper, this your cabin?
What? Oh, no, mine's forward a ways. It's all right, the owner's cabin. Nobody ever uses it.
Just want a place to talk.
Already said all I'm going to say.
Come on, you two, Skipper. The name is Stogue, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. Here's the other one. Bring him in here, Sergeant.
Let go, man. Let go. Mr. Salvori. Now I have to stand rats on my ship, eh?
Picked him up in the neighborhood, Skipper.
That's all for now, Sergeant. What about the kid, Valentine?
Oh, he's all right, Riley. I I left him in my car out on the street.
So because my name is Salvori, you think...
You were around here last night, too, weren't you?
Always around. Tess dock loafers with deals.
Yeah, but don't try to cover up so much, Skipper.
What? Now, listen, all of you. We can't find anybody else with a chance of being out here last night but you three.
I was on my ship. Talk to this peddler.
I said don't cover so much. Salvori's a friend of yours.
Sure, everybody's a Salvori's friend.
Except the law. Now, look, this is a smuggle case.
A what? Not on my ship. I've never brought any...
Lefty, the man who was killed, knew his way around the city. Salvori, you're the big waterfront middleman. And, Captain, you've got a boat.
See what I mean? Cops, they got brains.
Enough to spot an ideal setup for smuggling. Captain Stogue, you bring it in. Salvori picks it up, gets it through customs, and Lefty fit it in someplace in the city.
I think you're crazy.
Somebody was waiting a little while ago to waylay Miss Brooks and a kid who was an eyewitness.
Brooks?
Skipper, you're too fat to run down an alley like he did. Sure, I heard his steps. Sniffy just shuffles. So tag, Salvori, you're it. Because now I know why you ran the first time when we saw the body. It's what proves you guys work together.
No, I know you're crazy.
Because on the pier earlier, you came up yelling to the skipper something about a woman. Well, the woman must have been Miss Brooks. You'd seen her with a boy. The witness the two of you have been trying to find. Sure, Skipper, you were looking for boys when I first met you, too, weren't you?
My cigars. That's all, my cigars.
Never mind, Salvori. The kid out there is going to give us the whole story, and a lot straighter than you ever would. Because I finally figured out his whole story.
I never been mixed up in no smuggle.
Sure, and never in a fight or used a knife. Why did you do it? Lefty try a double cross on you, too? You're under arrest for murder, Salvori.
Come on, I'll take him out for you, Riley.
Let go.
You take the other two.
But I'm not mixed up in this.
Material witness and accessory for you, Captain.
No, please, no.
Come on, out the door. Meet you on the pier, Riley. Here, you, Salvori, wait a second.
Nobody's going to arrest me.
Salvori!
Grab him, you idiot! Hold it!
Come on, there he goes, down the plank.
Yeah, headed farther up on the pier, up toward the warehouse.
Salvori! Do you think the sergeant saw him?
Yeah, sure. He'll get him all right. Well, that was a nice act.
Yeah, good idea. Now, come on. Car's back the other way.
Yeah. Hey, did you notice that empty cabin on the ship?
Yeah.
Grease stains on the pillow? Yeah, empty, huh? I'll bet Salvori's even been traveling with the skipper. Sure, it's a smuggling ring, all right.
Still confused, aren't you, Riley?
Huh?
Oh, it was originally a smuggle, sure. But never mind. You'll never prove anything on this bunch unless you catch him in the act. And, Riley, we're going to do just that.
Well, it's the only car in the street.
Uh-huh.
We're close enough. But it's been 5 minutes already, Valentine. If this hunch of yours is going to pay off, it better
Gotta
start.
give us time to run the other way, hasn't he?
I don't see how you can...
Oh, no, I didn't expect a gun.
Come on, around the side of the building.
That's my car, Riley. I hope somebody's going to pay for it.
Hold it. There he is.
You're wasting your time, Skipper. The car's empty. You hear me? The kid's uptown. It was a trap, Skipper.
Be careful. He's got the corner of the building there to duck behind.
The only one who'd stick his neck into our trap is the one who did the stabbing, right? The one who has to get rid of the kid, the witness. So we don't even need to ask the kid now, do we?
Look out! I got him.
Lieutenant Riley's still at the hospital, George. He says he'll get his confession from Captain Stogue, all right.
Keep it down, will you? The kid's in there. I'm trying out a system. We write each other notes. What about the smuggle stuff, those drugs? They searched the ship yet?
Yes, they've already found some drugs hidden, but I don't understand. What did you say, writing notes?
What don't you understand? How the smuggle worked? With a thief, a middleman, and a skipper involved? With drugs that couldn't be sold in this country except through the proper channels? But would sell for a fortune in Europe or on the black market?
Oh, you mean it was to be smuggled out of the country?
Mm-hmm, that's right, Brooksy. And Lefty, the guy who was killed, stole the drugs and delivered them last night. But he got a knife instead of a payoff. And the kid saw it.
George, you mean the boy talked? He's all right?
I guess he will be. See, I was afraid he was, well, maybe the skipper's son or something.
Yeah, I know. It's psychic shock, his refusal to talk.
But he's not. He's only known him for a few weeks. Kid didn't even know where he fitted into the plan until a few days ago.
Oh, George, for heaven's sake.
See, he doesn't have any parents, Brooksy. He's just a waterfront kid. But not nearly as tough as he acts. What's missing in the smuggle setup? There's customs on the other side, you know. Who gets the goods into the other country, off the ship?
The boy? You mean he was a part of it?
Nobody can stop him all over the world. Up and down like monkeys. Perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you'd been with me, you should have noticed. Empty cabin on the ship with grease stains on a pillow. But Salvori is bald. Yeah, we better buy some shampoo for that kid, by the way.
He was aboard that ship.
Yeah, he saw the captain go ashore to meet Salvori and Lefty. He saw the murder. Then he broke out and got away.
George, let me talk to him. This ridiculous business of writing notes...
Oh, sure, he'll talk now. Just been scared to death, that's all. All he wanted was to be happy. He was expecting to be happier than he'd ever been before.
George, if you don't stop playing clairvoyant...
Well, the captain's the only one who could have brought the kid. Therefore, made him afraid, made him run ashore. Therefore, Brooksy, the skipper was it. Well, don't you remember how the kid reacted when I asked him to go to a football game? Just puzzled?
George, he is writing.
Sure he is. Gives me more time to look the words up in the dictionary.
Hello, mademoiselle. Oh!
Sure, Angel. That's why I wouldn't talk before. He wants to stay in this country. Afraid we'd find him out. He's from Marseille. He's French.
Oui, Marseille. Mais j'aime l'Amérique. Et monsieur, il dit que... Hey!
French. Here, give me the pencil. And the dictionary. You think you could stand a turkey dinner, George?
Turkey? Oui.
You see? One language. Oh, I guess it is Thanksgiving, isn't it? And now we got a pilgrim on our hands, Angel. A hungry little pilgrim.
Tonight, earlier in the program, you heard how road tests jibed with laboratory results in the development of new RPM motor oil. You have been taken step by step along the path followed by our scientists in bringing you this new oil years ahead of its time. From the first survey to determine what the ideal motor oil should be, through the ultimate proof in an automobile engine, you've heard the new RPM story firsthand. Now discover it yourself, firsthand. It's sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer is Lieutenant Riley. Alan Reed was heard as Stogue. Dick Ryan as Sniffy. Anthony Barrett as Salvori. Jeffrey Silver as Shorty. And Stephen Chase as the Doctor. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Your community chest helps care for homeless and neglected children in your own neighborhood. Community Chest Child Care Centers operate year-round. This year, make sure you give enough to your community chest to help all year. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice changes my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. A Visit from Merlin, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, perhaps you have heard my name, Arthur Thurston Renwick, or just the Renwick collection of medieval art. I don't like violence or violent people, so you can imagine my shock at the following episode. A stranger, Mr. Valentine, and I am habitually kind to strangers, ventured into my somewhat unusual domain, Renwick Manor. A little man in a tattered coat. Due to certain circumstances, I was in the position of feeling it necessary to give him a small gift. But before I could complete this friendly gesture, the man halted me. He gave me a gift. It was a 10th century dagger, Mr. Valentine, stolen from my own precious collection. The dagger was covered with blood.
My husband isn't here, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Renwick.
This is certainly an unusual house you have. Oh, George, look. A real suit of armor.
Not my size.
Miss Brooks, it isn't a house. It's a castle. You should join my staff on dusting days. You'd find out. He built it on the ruins of some Spanish grandee's old fortress. That's why it's so English.
What?
Oh, don't mind me. You live out here on the ocean, buried in the Middle Ages, and about that far from civilization, with nobody to talk to but King Arthur and all those...
There seem to be plenty of people here now.
Visiting day, Thursday. My husband is a frustrated professor, and so the curious come in to track up the floors and pretend they're interested in his lectures.
Wait. There's a little man standing there. I'm sure he was. Short, tattered old coat. Right in there, behind you.
I didn't see him.
He was there. I'm sure he was. All of you, I'm sorry the tour is over. Excuse me, but the visiting hour is done. It's the hour when we lock the castle gate. I am nervous. This little strange man, he haunts me. But why? Why? And where did he disappear, Mr. Valentine? How?
Look, Mr. Renwick, I think you'd better start at the beginning and
You
tell
met
us...
my wife. She's sarcastic and complains, but we really get along quite well together. You've seen my house, my castle. It's strange. And you say I'm eccentric. And of course I am. The antiquarian. The man who ran away from the present.
So we see.
Miss Brooks. I think what I'm trying to tell you first is that despite all this worship of the past, the Middle Ages, I'm not crazy. A man with a love, yes. A man to be laughed at, no.
Nobody's laughing, Mr. Renwick. But this dagger
Now,
you talk
here's
about...
what happened. This is a very peaceful place, actually. My only regret is the lack of interest shown by other people in the gray, dusty part of the history that's my specialty. So you can imagine my reaction about 2 months ago when a man, one of the usual Thursday visitors, spoke up and corrected me on a point of English history, pre-Norman, of course. Well, I investigated. The man was quite correct.
That's the same little tattered man?
Yes. And when he showed up again the following Thursday, I complimented him. He only shrugged his shoulders, went off snooping around some more, looking at everything. That's it. He only looks. He seems to want to study over everything I have, my entire collection.
Wait a minute. Hold it a second, will you, please? I did a little research myself. You have right here in your house several $100,000 worth of gems, early bracelets, crowns, that sort of
Mr.
stuff.
Valentine, I may be eccentric, but I'm no fool. The gem collection is not in the house. It's in the keep. Yes, real authentic stone walls over a dungeon, that sort of thing. But guarded by my own private guards, and they use the latest locks and latest guns, I assure you. Bonded men who've been with me for years, listed with the police so that not even they could get away with anything. No, it's not theft I'm afraid of.
But the dagger was stolen?
Yes, from this case, right here. But it's the man I'm afraid of, Mr. Valentine. You see, he came back and came back. The guards had several run-ins with him for trespassing. But he always had an excuse. Then finally one day he asked me for a job. The day I wrote you.
A job doing what?
Lecturing, Miss Brooks. He wanted to take my place as guide. Imagine. Well, his knowledge is sufficient. But of course I refused. But I was embarrassed. He has strange eyes. That's when I felt I might give him a gift. Perhaps get rid of him once and for all.
Only instead he handed you the dagger with blood on it.
I've never seen a man look so offended and angry, but only in his eyes. He said he belonged here. Here, I locked the dagger up in this cabinet. It's right.
It's empty.
Well, looks like he got it again, huh? You're sure this is where you...
Yes, I locked it up myself. But I'm not surprised. No. Why should I be surprised? He said I had gone too far. I had turned him out. I had collected too many treasures of the past. I'd lived to regret it.
Hey, wait a minute. What kind of a thing is
Mr.
this?
Valentine, I think I expected this. That it would disappear again.
You did?
I don't know what compelled me. Yesterday, as he left, I spoke one word. I said, Merlin.
You said what?
Merlin. You heard me. I called him that, and he smiled.
You mean Merlin, like the sorcerer at King Arthur's court?
Stop looking at me that way, both of you. We don't know what's possible. We haven't even scratched the surface of the Middle Ages, the superstitions, the beliefs. Of course, I don't think he's really Merlin. But he follows me. He watches me. Why? He's always here. Why? And his peculiar knowledge. Why? How? I tell you, it's right from the other.
Keep your shirt on, boss. We got him.
What?
Yeah, we got him, I tell you. The little squid. Nobody in the crowd here today even noticed. He's in the town jail.
Jail?
Just a two-bit light finger boy, that's all he is. So cool off. It's all over. You Valentine?
Yeah, that's right.
Joe's my chief guard. But Joe, you shouldn't have...
He was in the crowd again, boss. You seen him. But he lifted one of them old salt shakers off of the mantle. And both of my boys seen that. Yeah. Pretty neat, huh? 6 months for theft. That'll keep Merlino out of your hair.
What?
Huh?
What did you call him?
Merlino. Says he's a member of the Magicians Union. How's that one for laughs? Oh, the boss is a nervous Nellie, that's all, Miss Brooks.
So I gather.
Here, only a couple of cells down this way. Nice to work for, you understand, but a little on the crackpot
This
side.
Merlino seems to have him scared pretty badly.
I don't know why the boss bothered you, though, Mr. Valentine. If I couldn't handle a guy like him with both hands tied behind
Okay. I just want to talk to this guy.
Yeah, well, yeah. Here he is. This is where he was locked. He was locked.
That so? Where? I don't see anybody.
Now, Joe, cool off.
Yeah.
I didn't turn him loose, I tell you. I don't know how he could get out.
Oh, a great sheriff, you...
Joe, let me ask the question.
No, neither one of you are going to. I was home eating supper. You bring a man down here for me to lock up without charges or evidence. Don't blame me if he...
Without what?
Without evidence, he said.
Huh? What?
Yeah, here's Merlino now. Well, what's all the lather about? I guess I forgot to lock that cell door on you, huh?
No, you locked it. But I was hungry myself. I'm just on my way back.
Yeah, but if the sheriff locked the cell, how in the name of...
Please, young man. I just walked out. I'm a magician.
Is that so? Well, this time...
Way off, Joe. Cut it out. Sheriff, you said there was no evidence. Clean that up, will you?
Well, we searched him when he got here. So did the guards. Just waiting to tell you, Joe. There wasn't any salt shaker on this guy.
What? But I seen him take it myself.
We searched, I tell you. There wasn't.
Of course, it's none of my business. I'm just a visitor in your town. Live at the boarding house, as I told you. Suppose I have been kind of a pest to Mr. Renwick.
But if you ask me, Sheriff, if anyone is stealing out there, well, his guard here, he's the one I think you should serve.
What? Why, you little half.
Hold it, Joe, easy.
What?
Oh, what's the matter?
Salt shaker. In my pocket.
All right, sleight of hand artist.
But I haven't been near him.
That's right, Valentine. He hasn't. Not even bringing him in.
I told the boss I'd get rid of you. I will. I'll show you some magic
Let go, no, stop it. No, you'll be
Joe,
sorry.
cut it out,
Stop
Joe.
You'll be sorry. Now, stop it.
I'll put rabbits in your hat. You can cut it out. Cut it out. I'm the sheriff around here. Now beat it, all of you. Magicians, private cops. Go on, get out. Get out of my hair. Well, there's your teletype, Mr. Valentine. I guess I'd better run the little guy out of town for him, but I kind of hate to. Landlady says he's real nice.
Depends on who you talk to, doesn't it? You don't suppose Mr. Renwick and his guards are trying to frame him for something, do you?
They're all crazy out there for my money.
Yeah, Chicago says he served a sentence once, small-time theft.
He didn't steal today, I'm sure of that.
They say he worked carnivals in the Midwest for a while.
Why is he here? Oh, George, it's getting late.
Yeah, come on.
You want me to go back out to the house with you?
Well, if he wouldn't just shrug his shoulders and walk off like that, it's Merlino I'd like to talk to.
Sheriff! Mr. Valentine, Sheriff!
Mr. Renwick!
What's the matter? What's happened?
He got it. He got every bit. It's gone.
What's gone? Hey, stop shaking. What are you
The
talking
gem collection, the bracelets, jewelry. Merlino's taken everything.
Oh, brother. I thought that place was impregnable.
So did I. But not against a man like him. I told you.
Take it easy, will you? There's nothing supernatural about...
Yeah, the gems were off in that crazy stone place you call the Keep, weren't they?
He said I owned too many things from the past. He warned me I should have...
All right. Get back in the car. Come on, let's go. We'll find out what happened, and it won't be magic either.
Won't it? Mr. Valentine, I know how he managed it. My wife saw from her room upstairs, over the wall in the moonlight. Yes, I think we found that dagger again, too.
What?
She saw it and came running and screaming. Joe's body, up there, in the moonlight, with the medieval dagger in it.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. New RPM motor oil doubles engine life. That's right, doubles engine life in the toughest test a motor gets. What is this toughest test? Here's another first-hand report on new RPM to tell you. We take you now by transcription to California Research Corporation's laboratories at Richmond, California. The next voice you hear will be research engineer Primo Pinati.
After an intensive study of engines brought into repair garages for overhaul, we were able to determine the causes of engine wear. The next step was to decide on the conditions under which new motor oil formulas were to be tested. We wanted to develop our new oil under conditions simulating the toughest test an engine gets. Tonight, we are going to show you how we arrived at that decision. Ed Welshmeyer, senior engine operator, and Link Mers, engine mechanic, are ready with the test engine. Now here is research engineer Mark Savage, who will take over the story.
The engine you hear is equipped with a piston ring which we had specially treated at the Oak Ridge Atomic Plant. Soon you'll hear a Geiger counter clicking as it measures the amount of treated metal worn from the ring. The greater the wear, the faster that Geiger counter clicks. I see Mr. Pinati signaling the hot engine test is ready. Hot operation is the kind you get on long trips, highway motoring, and hill climbing, the kind most motorists believe to cause the greatest wear. But let's let that Geiger counter give us the facts. Hear those slow measured clicks? Not much wear taking place there. You are listening to the popular belief about hot operation being exploded. All right, now let's switch to a cold engine operation. This is the condition you have in your engine under normal, everyday short hops, stop-and-go driving, motoring through traffic. Hear that faster clicking? Yes, that's what we found. When it comes to engine wear, cold operation is the toughest test a motor gets.
And in the toughest test a motor gets, new RPM cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts. doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Stop in for the new RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A man named Merlino, just a small-time magician, a smiling, limping little man who says he doesn't want to cause anyone any trouble. But he warned Mr. Renwick that the millionaire had collected too many valuable mementos of the past. Now, the most valuable ones have disappeared, and he warned the hot-headed guard named Joe not to try anything rough with him. But Joe did, and now the method of theft has been explained, for Mrs. Renwick has seen Joe's body. Joe has been stabbed.
It was just as plain as daylight. I went up to my room. I looked out. He was there on the roof.
Oh, what good does a guard do up on a roof, Mr. Renwick?
But the iron door down there is always kept locked.
I came running to find you as fast as I
George,
could.
how could Merlino get through the door and up here to stab the guard?
How does Merlin do anything?
The name's Merlino, Buster. Calm down, will you? Just show me where this body is.
It's right out there. You can see it.
All right, Mrs. Renwick. Get out of the way, please. Let me get through.
There. It's right. George.
Yeah. I don't see a body.
It was. I could see. I'm not lying. And the knife in the moonlight.
Disappeared. I'm not surprised. Merlin could easily...
Oh, stay where you are, all of you, will you? Pretty clumsy magic, I'd say. Here's the knife right here.
What? Let me see.
Stay where you are, will you? Yeah. Joe's body's disappeared, all right. But it must have been a hasty job. A good sorcerer would have wiped up the blood.
Yes, Valentine, the blood's Joe's, all right. Doctor says he's sure. There was a record of Joe's type in the files.
Okay, come on.
But where, George? Why would anyone move a body
Get
after
rid of
they...
the evidence, Miss Brooks.
But the knife was left behind.
No fingerprints, no nothing.
Mr. Renwick, come here, will you?
What is it?
My men are going to start searching your whole place.
They won't find anything.
Yeah, that fog coming in off the ocean, I know.
Look, Mr. Renwick, I think it's about time you and I stop this silly, superstitious...
Mr. Valentine, I don't want to sound like a fool. I don't want to believe such things. I don't.
But you think we'll never find the body and we'll never find Merlino again?
I know you won't. I can't help knowing it. He disappears. He makes things disappear. I know how it sounds. But he got what he came for. He carried out his threats.
You've been in the Middle Ages too long for... Look out, Angel.
Well, I'll be...
Hello there. Did someone call me? Call Merlina?
I said answer my questions.
Please, gentlemen. I don't know anything about bodies. Out of my line.
Oh, for Pete's sake, you admitted you were around here, didn't you?
Of course. There are things here I'd like to steal, but not tonight. No, really, I haven't done anything. You've searched me, haven't you? No keys, no jewels. Ask my landlady. I was with her at the time this poor man was killed. I'm afraid if I did it, I've committed a perfect crime.
Hey, Sheriff! Sheriff, come here!
Well, spot of blood on the garage floor.
Yeah, and tire tracks.
Renwick says this is where they kept that farm truck.
Only now it's gone.
Where's Merlino, Sheriff?
He's taken care of, don't worry.
The perfect crime, step one. Come on, let's go. Sure. Just ditched it in the woods, huh? Not so far from the house either, in a straight line.
Now, this is the truck, all right.
Here's the flashlight, George.
Okay, let me do this.
More blood, all right.
What?
Couple of little spots.
Yeah, only no body.
No, but there's room for it to have been carried there, right?
Sure. So from here we move on foot, backwards, back the way this truck came.
It's perfect, all right.
Oh, yeah, sure. There were the tracks in the road.
But they're insane. I can't prove they're Merlinos.
Of course not. But they're deep, He was carrying something. They don't come back, so he probably walked back in the rocks. That's the fast way.
And this is the only place you can get down to the beach easily from the road, too. To this cove. Deep. Heavy tides. The perfect place, all right.
To carry a body, to throw it in the ocean.
It's a hard job to convict a man of murder without a body.
Well, you'll find other evidence. Merlino can't
Oh,
just...
yes, he can, Angel. Because what other evidence?
He even hinted at an alibi. Didn't you catch that?
Everything he's done is practically a confession. But you don't think we'll find fingerprints in that truck, do you?
But if he hid the things he stole somewhere around there,
You
then...
don't think we'll ever find them either, do you?
He's not supernatural.
I don't know what he is. Oh, come on. It's practically dawn. Let's go back. Maybe we can shake it out of him. A little better than my jail, huh? Out of the original old Spanish place. Regular dungeon for the Inquisition.
You have to climb down here now. I gave the sheriff my key when he locked him up, Mr. Valentine.
Damp earth floors. I hope he's got pneumonia by this time.
Here, I'll reach that. You seem a little calmer, Mr. Renwick.
I've been with the sheriff's men all night. Yes, I've about decided your perfect crime theory is correct.
Solid iron door. Oh, wait till you see the walls. Solid rock all the way around the cell. 6 feet thick and no windows.
Merlino,
Yeah, he's done it again. He's gone.
It's impossible. Everything he's done is impossible. A human being couldn't get out of there.
I had the only key myself. Valentine, for
He's
the
a cripple. He couldn't run very fast. Come on, let's get down to the beach before Merlin climbs back into the Middle Ages.
There he is, George.
Yeah, he's running.
Some cripple. Fakes everything, doesn't he?
Well, he's got a big head start tearing down the sand there.
In this fog?
George.
Lord, where is he?
He was at the end of the cove
He
there.
disappeared right into the fog and the water.
Come on, run. No, along the road, this way.
But Valentine...
Sure, Merlin's a ghost, all right. What's beyond this cove? Another one, isn't there?
Well, sure, you can't see it from above. Just a couple of 100 yards.
Better load your gun, then. This is no ghost we're after now.
Hey, there's a boat there on the beach.
Yeah, a little tiny one. Think one man could carry that, Sheriff?
Sure, easy.
So back at the other place, those heavy tracks could be made by a man carrying a boat instead of a body, huh?
George, what on earth are you driving at?
Brooksy, there hasn't been a single bit of magic performed tonight. It's all been illusion.
Says
Things
you.
are impossible. Okay, I believe it. They are impossible. You just turn the checkerboard around, look at the black squares instead of white.
Watch it. This is rock. You might slip.
George, now you're crazy.
Almost, but not quite. Now think back, Brooksy. Everything Merlin has done. Steal a dagger, plant a salt cellar on Joe, break loose from jail. Get at Joe on the roof, spill his blood. Then let Joe's body be seen and then make it disappear.
Hey, wait, there he is. Coming out of the water.
Sure, of course. He swam around those rocks, that's all.
Stand still. He can't see us. He'll come this way to the boat.
That's right. But I better warn both of you. Don't be too surprised when you see it's Joe himself.
What?
Shh, here he comes.
Hey! Grab him! Look out for that gun!
Let go of that!
Oh, no, you don't!
Sakes. Every bit of the loot right there in the boat. Enough crowns for a whole chest.
Sure, for the big king here.
Shut up.
The bright boy who figured it all out. How to rob his boss without having all the bloodhounds in the world after him.
Okay, you got me. So what?
So I want some more. You hired Merlino, didn't you? To put the scare act into your boss. To set himself up as the man of mystery. To brag that he was out to rob him.
But, George, the murder, or what Mrs. Renwick thought was one, and the blood.
Oh,
and the
sure, Brooksy. That was the neat part. Joe knew her habits. When she'd be likely to look out and see him lying there playing dead. And he cut his finger, spilled some blood, maybe.
Too bad I didn't use yours instead.
Nice little trail of blood, yeah, Joe. So there'd be no doubt in anybody's mind that Joe the guard was dead. Nobody looked further for the man with the loot. You and Merlino working together. And then he lets himself look like the suspect. But I'll bet in the final pinch, Merlino's alibi would have been perfect, Sheriff. He would have got off the hook, joined up with Bright Eyes here, and Renwick would have thought it was all magic.
I almost did myself.
George, if Joe did all that, well, he could have let Merlino out of that dungeon thing, too. I mean, chief guard, he'd still have a key.
The biggest impossible of all, yeah, sure. Only where's Merlino now? And why let out a guy whose story is all fixed, alibi and everything? And why do you suppose Joe here didn't leave hours ago in his little boat? That must have been the plan.
I don't know where Merlino is. I don't care.
Well, I do. It's the difference between a grand larceny rap and a bigger rap for murder.
What? Now, look, friend.
Only reason I can think of Joe sticking around is he liked the jewels all for himself. After all, he was dead. And Merlino could always disappear by
I didn't
magic.
touch him. I didn't.
It was risky getting down to that dungeon, Joe. But it would have been riskier bringing Merlino outside to kill him.
Oh, no, that's
And of
not
course,
so.
that was a quiet place. And nobody would ever think of looking under... Nice dirt floor, wasn't it, Joe?
No, I didn't.
Sheriff, I told you Merlin was a ghost. Maybe we better do some digging there before he puts a haunt on King Arthur's castle.
And there he was, Merlin, buried in the loose dirt in the floor of the castle.
Merlin. The name's Merlino, Brooksy.
Well.
And anyway, the story's all over. Oh, I don't blame you, though. I was always a sucker for that stuff, too. The knights and the charges.
I bet
and...
Mr. Renwick isn't. Not anymore, I mean. I bet he takes up stamp collecting after this.
Oh, I sell out to the British Museum. Yeah, King Arthur himself. You know, I always imagined myself as more of the Sir Gawain type.
What?
Yeah, well, as a kid, you know how kids are.
George, he was romantic. Gawain was the one who was always rescuing a damsel or making love to some maiden.
Oh, no, not always. He slew dragons. He sat at the round table and... Oh, what's the matter? What are you laughing?
Oh, round table. Oh, I was just thinking. When it comes to romance, darling, you're more of a square.
Oh, great.
Earlier in the broadcast, you heard California Research Corporation scientists explain the conditions under which engines show the greatest wear. Cold operation, the kind you have in your car during short hops, stop-and-go driving in traffic. In tests that simulate these conditions, new RPM motor oil was compared against the best conventional premium-type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. The results were amazing. New RPM cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts. It maintains the low oil consumption of average engines twice as long. It's sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for new RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Daly is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ted Osborne was heard as Renwick, Howard McNear as Merlino, Florence Ravenel, Mrs. Renwick, Ed Max as Joe, and Joe Duvall as the sheriff. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. It costs less to keep a boy out of trouble than to pay for his stay in reform school. It costs less to help a family now than to pay for a family breakup later. It costs less to prevent trouble, and that's what your community chest does. Community chest gifts make a big difference in dozens of ways. Give generously. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Cover for an hour. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Valentine, that's you, isn't it? You're him. I didn't want to call a cop. It just happened. How could I? I don't want to get mixed up, but danger's your stock and trade.
Hey, wait a minute. Slow down. Who are you?
Oh, Joe. My name's Joe. Holy gee, Mr.
The
Valentine.
Blue Dart Delivery Service.
Huh? Oh, the hat. Yeah, that's me. My name's Joe.
You said that. Sit down and
But it's my job, too. That's the trouble. I'll get fired if the boss knows I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do. Man's gonna be slaughtered, I tell you, beaten up.
Stop it, will you? Sit down.
No, I can't. I'm in this ticket agency to pick up a delivery for across town, see? And I overheard this guy behind me. Hey, is this clock right? Is it 12 o'clock, really?
Yes, of course. And stop waving that envelope.
Oh, this hasn't got anything to do with it. That's just a delivery. You come with me, Valentine. I'll tell you all about it.
For the last time, Buster, will you?
I'll get fired, I tell you. It'll take me an hour to get back. And this guy's gonna get beaten up any minute. My girl's, now she's understanding,
Look,
but...
will you just tell me what happened?
Well, this guy's behind me. There isn't anybody. It's lunchtime, see? Oh, look, lady, could you possibly... I know it's asking a lot, but...
Here. Give me that.
My girl says I just gotta keep this job. Gee, thanks, lady. Boy, a guy in my position gets himself into all
Look,
kinds...
take it easy, will you? She'll deliver it for you. Only start making sense.
Huh?
Take a deep breath. Relax.
Oh, yeah, sure. Get myself collected.
Yeah, that's right. Now, you were saying you heard somebody's going to get beaten up.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Mr. Valentine, you are!
George. Oh, George, can't you hear me?
I'd better get the rest of this tape off of him, Miss Brooks.
Oh, George, what happened?
Yeah.
Darling.
Yeah.
Here, get up in the chair. Yes.
You wouldn't ask a flat tire what happened, would you?
What? But you were tied up. You were in the closet.
Here, drink this water, Mr. Valentine.
George, this is Mr. Varney.
How do you do?
He just moved into the office down the hall. He helped me get the door open.
Varney. Hey, you see anybody?
You mean in here?
Yeah.
Well, that delivery boy, I bumped into him in the hall. Miss Brooks told me about him, but I didn't think anything. What kind of a building is this, anyway?
George, he must have just done this to you and then run.
The boy. Let's call him a man. In fact, call him several other things. Why? Would you tell me that? What was he after?
I don't know, George. Nothing's been touched.
Oh, yeah, that's what you think.
But it hasn't. Your desk, the files, nothing.
Oh, now, wait a minute. A guy just doesn't walk in.
Sure, George. The furniture's all in place. He didn't pry into anything.
What about the mail? Case is pending.
Nothing except bills this morning, and there aren't any cases.
You mean this man just came in and beat you up and tucked you in the closet and left? What kind of a building is this?
Oh, what? Look, thanks a lot for helping out, friend.
Well, sure, but if I were you, I'd take out insurance.
Thank you, Mr. Varney.
Oh. Hey, didn't he notice anybody else come in here besides that Joe?
No, George. Neither did the janitor. So it must have just happened because somebody bears you a grudge or...
Well, and why did he tie me up and tape me in the closet? Now you better guess again. Oh, hey, wait a minute. 1:15?
Mm-hmm. I noticed it was just 1 o'clock when I came back.
An hour. Joe was up here at 12. Oh, brother, we've got a case now, all right. Only what is it? 1 hour missing, Brooksy. And who used it for what?
No, Mr. Valentine. I assure you the Blue Dart Delivery Service does not employ anybody by the name of Joe. It has not employed anyone by that name, and it probably never will. Furthermore, I don't need to look it up, and you needn't look upset, because why? Because the Blue Dart Messenger boys are all girls.
Hey, Brooksy, what about that envelope you delivered for Joe?
George, it was just an ordinary...
Well, where'd you take it?
The other side of town. 306 Surety Trust Building.
Whose office?
Well, it looked very nice, George. Mr. J.W. Wagner, some kind of investment counselor.
Investments, huh?
Only he was out to lunch, so I left it with his secretary.
Yeah, it was a pretty thick envelope. Could have been papers or letters, maybe.
Your money. But what do you think...
Angel, When a phony like that Joe wants somebody else to make a delivery for him, what's the first thing you think of?
Blackmail?
Uh-huh. And what's the second thing you think of?
Blackmail.
J.W. Wagner, huh? Let's see if he echoes when you ring him.
My dear Mr. Valentine, what kind of a case is this that you're investigating?
Look, let's not embarrass each other, Mr. Wagner.
You see, I've never heard of this Joe person you describe. He's not my sort of client at all.
The envelope did have your name and address on it.
Of course, my dear, and we'll go into that.
Look, Mr. Wagner, tell me about your business. It doesn't seem to surprise you to have an envelope like this from somebody you never heard of.
I often have deliveries, bonds, that sort of thing. But it doesn't show a return address, does it?
Okay, you have wealthy clients. You handle all kinds of things for them.
Well, for myself, too. I can afford a few hobbies. I'm not poor.
Not slow, either.
I couldn't be tricked into telling you anything that's confidential. Investments are.
Would you call blackmail an investment or a hobby?
Mr. Valentine, I wouldn't show any connection with this thing no matter how long you stall. But for heaven's sake, open it, will you?
George, wait.
I assure you I haven't even had a chance to open it myself.
I know it's the same envelope, George. I dropped it getting out of the car. There's the spot I got on it.
Uh-huh. Well, the seal's not broken either. It hasn't been tampered with.
All right, so it's the same envelope. Now, will you two open it?
Okay, friend, okay. The same one, all right, so here goes.
Paper. Just blank paper.
Now, what in the name
That does it. First, it's a blank hour you complain of. Now it's blank paper. Good day, Mr. Valentine.
A wild goose chase. A wild goose chase.
All right, Lieutenant Riley. That's all it was, sure. This Joe just wanted Miss Brooks out of the way for a while.
But why did that envelope have Mr. Wagner's name on it?
Because his office is on the other side of town, that's why. Pick any office out of the directory. It's an old stunt.
Okay, Riley, okay. So Joe sent Brooksy off on a wild goose chase that took her at least an hour. Then he went to work on my eye.
Ooh, you know what beefsteak cost this week? You better find out, son.
Oh, that's very funny. The point is, he taped me. He gagged me. I couldn't hear. I was in the closet. Look, Riley, don't you get it? Whatever happened during that hour, whatever Joe did it for, happened in my office.
Thought you said nothing was touched.
It wasn't. And we went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
Then what do you come to me for, asking me
Riley, listen, please. Somebody must have wanted to use my office. Something must have happened in my office during that hour, and that's...
And so you want to know who got killed this morning? Well, nobody. Nowhere. No place in town. Valentine, you just lost an hour, that's all. I haven't heard any complaints, and I had to work from 12 to 1. You slept.
Oh, Riley, sometimes...
Sure, we'll look for this boy, Joe. But you just relax, son. Forget it. Maybe somebody just used your office to telephone South Africa. You'll get the bill soon enough.
George, when we get in the office, I'll call and get something for that eye.
I ought to get something for both of them. I'm going to go through this place with a magnifying glass, and I'm going to... You hear that?
Our office.
Oh, Miss Brooks. Miss Brooks.
Hey, what in the world are you...
It is you, isn't it? I saw you from the door, the glass.
What are you doing in there? Who are you?
Oh, and gosh, kid, he told me you was sick.
What?
I'm Sue, public stenographer. You know, down at the corner. Oh, I seen you lots of times, honey, eating lunch at the drugstore.
Yeah, I guess so. Now pull yourself together.
Well, he said I was to take letters. I went in, and there was a letter from somebody's Aunt Nellie.
Letters? Aunt Nellie?
Well, I mean, he wasn't there, only there it was on the desk. Well, I thought it was kind of funny because his wallet was right beside it,
Hey,
too.
come on.
So, I mean, I didn't see him then, at least...
look, the joint's been torn apart.
Oh, I know. Gee, it looks awful. Oh, honey, listen to me. I just got this call. You see, only a few minutes ago.
What call? From whom? Clear it up, will you, Sue? Can't you
Well,
be a
he
little...
said you was sick. I told you. He needed a stenographer.
Who did?
The one whose wallet... Oh, honey, hang on to yourself. He's good looking, too, like the picture in the wallet. Oh, look out there, mister. It's behind the...
That's a man. On the floor.
George, don't go any closer, honey. Don't. It's him.
Never saw him before. It's not Joe, Brooksy.
Oh, don't you understand? It's his picture. picture in the wallet. His name. It's him. Called me only 15 minutes ago. It's your boss, honey. It's Mr. Valentine lying there. He's dead.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Every day in the week, you'll notice more and more motorists stopping at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. Of course, for that's where you get Chevron Supreme, the gasoline that makes your car run smoother and more powerfully than ever before. And that's because Chevron Supreme is super refined to prevent power-robbing gum from forming in your car's engine. Most raw gasolines contain impurities that form gum. The only way to get rid of the impurities is to refine them out. Chevron Supreme is super refined to stop engine sticking gum and to give your car all the extra power it can handle. That's why motorists say Chevron Supreme gives them that new car feeling. Try it in your car tomorrow. Enjoy full mileage in the kind of driving you do. Get super refined Chevron Supreme at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. Here you can be sure of quality products and top service. Clean restrooms, for example. And here's where they say, and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It's a well-covered hour, all right, only the body lying there on the floor of your office didn't get there during the missing hour, did it? So you still don't know what happened between noon and 1. But there's plenty happening now. In fact, it's been a busy day, and if your name is George Valentine, you're probably less surprised than Lieutenant Riley when he hears that the body lying there, that man who has been shot to death, is you.
Say it slowly, I said, slowly, in one sentence.
Well, I don't know who's who. I mean, I couldn't tell.
Oh.
All right. You don't need to pop your eyes at me. But I got this phone call, you see. I'm public steno in the neighborhood. And then this man on the phone says he's George Valentine.
Go on, Sue.
Well, he says you were sick, Miss Brooks, and I knew who you were. You see, Lieutenant, sometimes me and her eat lunch at the same... All right.
Well, get to the point.
Well, so I just pick up my pad and pencil and come up here. Well, I open the door and, it's a typhoon's been here.
Now, look.
And then I look behind the desk and I practically drop my... Well, anyway, it's the same man.
Yeah, now, look,
Only then Miss Brooks and this Mr. Valentine come along. So if you think it isn't natural to be confused...
Yeah,
when it could
thank
happen
you. Go have a cup of coffee, honey. We'll get in touch with you. I know it was once a... She's confused.
Well, it was the proper identification card, all right, with a picture of him, fake signature.
Whoever he was trying to pass himself off as you, George.
Whoever he was is easy, Miss Brooks.
What do you mean?
Jimmy Hank's a small-timer, the boys tell me.
Well, it begins to fit then, doesn't it? How did the boys have it?
Sure, confidence game, blackmail. That's his specialty. You hit the nail on the head earlier.
Joe slugged me to get the office for an hour. Then I suppose this Jimmy Hanks came up and used it, posing as me.
Well, he didn't get shot during that hour. The doc agrees on that.
So maybe this time he was up to see me or to look for something. You know, in a blackmail or shakedown, people don't get killed unless something goes wrong, do they?
Yeah, hey, you over there.
Mr. Varney, Lieutenant.
Okay, Mr. Varney. Didn't you see anybody else down this hall?
I told you, Sergeant, I've been busy moving my furniture.
A swindle
in
of
and-
any kind usually means more than one person. There's got to be somebody around to be took. Now, you must have seen somebody or heard somebody
If I could break my release, I would. I tell you, what kind of a building is this?
Just
No.
answer it straight.
No, I tell you, no. How many times do I have to tell you?
Skip it, Riley, skip it. Thanks, friend. Let him go.
Yeah, all right.
Hey. Aunt Nellie.
Huh? Aunt who?
Aunt Nellie, let's stick to her. The letters Sue noticed, remember?
George, there were several. A couple of others had slipped off the desk. It was a bundle of letters.
All from Aunt Nellie?
I read most of them. They're just short ones.
But that's the only thing in the office that wasn't here before, right? That's what our little friend Hank's alias Valentine must have been going through before he was shot.
Or whoever shot him took them off his body and went through 'em.
A bundle of letters from Aunt Nellie. Yeah, blackmail?
George, I think there may be what went wrong.
What do you mean, Angel?
Well, suppose it was a blackmail case or a shakedown or something, and the important thing was some letters.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody killed Jimmy Hanks and then ransacked this office, obviously, and didn't take the letters.
Supposing that they were the wrong ones.
That's right. That's what went wrong. Somebody had switched letters or palmed off the wrong ones on somebody.
Wait a minute,
because they're nothing. Just notes about a garden and recipes from an Aunt Nellie, some lady who lives in Honolulu.
Let me see those
and
letters.
They're not important to anybody. They can't be.
Miss Brooks, sometimes it takes an expert.
Lieutenant, look at the envelopes. Who's going to blackmail anybody with letters dated 1851?
Huh?
All right, come on, get in there.
Hey, what's going on out there?
Sergeant, what's the matter out there?
I'm not resisting. You can't make me resist. I know my rights.
Joe!
They picked him up spending money like confetti, Lieutenant.
I was not. I was just...
brother, let me handle this guy.
Oh, now take it easy, Mr. Valentine. I didn't hit you very hard. I tried
no,
not to.
Buster, not half as hard as
Wait a minute. I taped you up comfortable, didn't I?
Delivery boy, huh?
Oh, that was just an act. Only job I had in weeks. I'm an actor, see? And
You're a what?
Sure, that's what I am. Used to wrestle on television. Now listen to me. I did it just for $100, that's all. If I'd have known what kind of job it was going to be,
You'd have asked for more, I know. What kind of a job was it?
Just what I did. Shakedown. Some kind of shakedown, I guess.
How do you know? You're a hired hand. Who hired you?
He did. What? Him. The one lying there. I don't know anything. He could tell you all right. If he wasn't so dead.
That does it. That does it. Checkmate. Ring around the rosy.
Now, look, Riley, I know it's that kind of a case. Like what I still want to know what happened in the missing hour. But if we stick to what we've got, maybe we'll find out. Now, look at these other ones. This other envelope, Brooksy.
It's just a wrapper, that's all.
One of Aunt Nellie's letters was in it.
All of them must have been in it. To carry the letter, sure. But look at the coat of arms, Riley.
Yeah?
There wasn't a new Cosmopolitan Hotel in 1851, was there?
What's that?
But there is now. Right here in town, right around the corner, the new Cosmopolitan.
Here. Room 714.
Yeah, give me that phone.
Yes, hello. This is Mr. Cruikshank speaking.
Hiram J. Cruikshank from Bangor, Maine.
Yes, that's right. Who is this? Are you from Maine?
Look, I just talked to the desk. They said you were 714. Now, how long you been in town, Mr. Cruikshank?
Well, I'm just leaving, you know. Picked up my tickets at the station. Oh, a week. Yes, week, I guess. See here, I'm busy with a caller just now. Who is this?
Well, look, this is George Valentine speaking.
Who?
I said
I didn't quite get the tone of your voice, young man.
George Valentine. And before you take any trains this afternoon, you...
Valentine. Well, how do you like that?
Huh? Hey, what? Mr. Cruikshank. Hung up. Come on.
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Cruikshank hasn't checked out yet. I'd know because he raises a fuss every time he turns around. Only has one arm, but you ought to see him count change with it. Nearsighted, but you ought to see him add a bill over your shoulder.
This Cruikshank's a tightwad?
Oh, no. Only expect 6 or 7 cents out of a nickel. Bellboy's delight. Here in town to make some kind of a deal, they say.
Yeah, what else do they say?
Down to the right now. Here to sell something. Did it this morning. Came in looking like he swallowed the mint.
So Cruikshank's here to sell something and did.
George, the letters, he must be the one who...
Excuse me, this is it. Now watch this. Callers, he'll say. Someone from Maine? Then who are they? What do they want? Man has to watch himself in this part of the country, he'll say. Man has to be careful how he...
Yeah. Man has to be careful, all right.
Dead. Slugged from behind with a lamp, I guess. Deader than
George,
Kelsey.
I've seen him before, I have.
Yeah.
In the office, a week or so ago. I didn't think anything of it, but it was Mr. Cruikshank, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, what's all this?
Well, he wanted somebody investigated. You weren't there, George. He didn't tell me anything, just said he'd get in touch later if he needed you.
Didn't tell you anything, huh? Nobody tells anybody anything in this
Skip
case.
it, Riley, skip it. Look at the room. It's been combed over just like my office.
I know it. So has he. Look, pockets, everything.
Yeah?
Yeah, but nothing taken. At least not the usual. And the keys, the travel folders. Wallet isn't even
It was
touched.
all packed and ready to leave.
That all there is?
You mean on him?
Yeah.
Sure. A wallet, Rotary Club. What more do you want? Hey, listen to this.
What is it?
What?
It's a copy of a letter he typed several days ago, apparently. It says, I have the cover in question. You have the money I need.
Cover?
How many more words do you need for blackmail? It says, my agent will get in touch with you at the earliest convenience. Considering the value of subject, I'm sure you will have no objection to meeting my price. Hiram J. Crookshank.
Agent? Sure, of course.
And this letter, my friend, was addressed to Mr. J.W. Wagner.
Wagner?
Yeah, and it's the same one, all right. Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. The sale was made. This sharp little boy from Maine came out here and sold this stuff.
Hey, let me see the rest of that.
Because there, my friends, is a check. $50,000. Oh, Wagner handles investments all right.
It's made out to him, to Crookshank.
Signed by Wagner, dated to date for $50,000.
Wait a minute. What else is in his pocket?
Don't heckle me, son. Hand me that phone. Hello? Hello? Huh?
Oh, Lieutenant, I was just going to ring the room there.
No, all right, Sergeant, get off the line. I want to make a
We
call.
checked the hotel personnel, sir.
Yeah.
No one seems to have noticed anyone unusual coming in or going out.
All right, Sergeant, I want to make
The
a call.
boys found the gun that killed Jimmy Hanks in the alley behind Mr. Valentine's office building. Thought you'd want to know there weren't any fingerprints on it.
And I thought you'd want to know you'd be pounding a beat unless you get off this phone. Now get me Wagner. J.W. Wagner. Yeah, investments. Oh, sure, the kind of clients he has.
Riley, will you stop going crazy? Just give me that stuff in your hand. The keys, travel folder, the check, the letter.
Now, wait a minute. Where you going?
To put your jigsaw together. There's one thing missing.
What? But he don't answer. This guy...
Of course he doesn't answer. Come on, Angel. We're going to catch a train. Yeah, here we are. Compartment 2, Grace.
George, I know Mr. Crookshank said he'd picked up his tickets, but why on earth would anybody take them?
Hold it.
There, it's empty. Of course it's empty.
Now the light's on, fans on, blind pulled up. Well, sit down, Angel. Relax.
Now the train's already moving.
All this time I've been trying to figure what happened in our office during that hour that was missing. But it wasn't that at all, was it? Joe's slugging was just to keep me out of the way for a while. It was what you did that was important, Brooksy. What he got you to do.
Oh, Sue!
Come in. Come in, Sue. Shut the door.
I didn't expect
I know. Surprise.
Mr. Valentine?
I guess the gun could have gotten in the alley by your tossing it out the window of my office, couldn't it?
What?
Jimmy Hanks. You killed him. We got there just after it happened. And you pulled a fast story to cover.
What? Miss Brooks, you seen me eating lunch. We're practically friends. Explain to him what happened.
One-armed men don't type professional-looking letters, Sue.
Well, of all the
Okay, now
nerve,
let's stick to Jimmy. What was he, a partner, boyfriend? Confidence game expert you called in when you thought you'd stumbled into a good pitch?
No.
Because that's what happened, isn't it?
No.
Crookshank called you to write a letter, that one to Wagner. And you got all excited and went to work, called in Jimmy. Then when Riley let you go today, you had to go out and kill Crookshank, didn't you? He's the only one who could have tied you up in all this.
Sure. Hotel personnel didn't notice her. A public stenographer's nothing unusual around there.
Yeah, that's right, Brooksy. Oh, no, you don't, sister.
Jimmy double-crossed me. I had to, but it was his gun. Stop it. Let go of me.
Yeah. Now, that's better, lady.
Crookshank was a blackmailer. You seen that letter, you know what I mean. Of course, I got big ideas. He was in town to sell a bundle of letters to a big shot. You know, one of them boys with hobbies on the side, J.W. Wagner. And when I got an inkling how much money he might pay...
What did you and Jimmy intend to do?
Well, Crookshank wanted Wagner investigated. Make sure he had money. Went up to hire Mr. Valentine, but he wasn't in.
Last week in the office, of course.
Well, he'd seen you, Miss Brooks, and I knew who you were, but he'd never seen Mr. Valentine. He just pretended Jimmy was you.
So he investigated Wagner and wrote a phony check.
Yeah, $50,000. How to swindle a swindler. Sure, we wanted to get a hold of them letters.
So you could hold up Wagner later on yourself.
We were so smart. Crookshank fell for it, we thought. He took the check, but worried if Wagner would get the letters all right. That's all Jimmy hired Joe for.
To get Brooksy to run a dummy envelope over to Wagner's office?
Yeah, Jimmy got Crookshank to phone Wagner's office. The secretary said, sure, Miss Brooks delivered the package all right. We wanted our amateur blackmailer to leave town happy. We wanted time to shake down Wagner ourselves.
What went wrong? You completed the deal. You got the letters.
That's when Jimmy turned on me. Tried to make me believe the amateur wasn't so amateurish. We gave Crookshank a phony check. He gave us phony letters. They weren't blackmail letters at all, he said. Nothing but stuff from Aunt Nellie, he said. Jimmy thought you were mixed up in the double cross.
So you had a big fight in my office, and he ended up dead. And then you tore the place apart. And I just telephoned Crookshank, and he was probably pumping you full of questions, and you killed him.
Yes, stop it, will you stop it?
You thought you were out swindling a swindler. You thought you were broke and had to swipe a train ticket. When all along you had a $50,000 investment in your hands.
What'd you say?
Yeah, that's right. A cover, Sue, is something that collectors buy. It's an envelope with a valuable stamp on it.
Oh, there they are, George. They're all still in the wastebasket.
Well, your office has been locked, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, look at this. Listen. 1851. Hawaiian 2-cent. Unwatermarked. $15,000. That's the blue one. And the same year, 5 cent.
There are 3 envelopes. Well, together they must be worth even more than $50,000.
Uh-huh.
That crazy little girl thought she'd stumbled into a sale of blackmail letters.
Well, it seems to me that crazy little girl must have been a pretty vicious sort of... What are you looking at me for?
I don't know, Mr. Varney. But for a while, I thought maybe you had something to do with this.
Me? Now, see here, I just moved in.
I know. You're right. She was awful.
Awful amateurish. Awful stupid.
Mm-hmm. Scares you sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, she had the wrong kind of boyfriend. Oh, George. Sometimes...
Huh? Hey, wait a minute. What are you...
Oh, go on, Miss Brooks. Kiss him again. You know, I think I'm going to like this building.
You're driving along the highway and everything's fine. You don't need gasoline and you don't need oil, but you would like to stop at a service station where you could be pretty certain of finding a clean restroom and where you'd be welcome without feeling you had to buy something. Well, you shouldn't have to go far. What you're looking for is an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station. And wherever you drive in the West, you're never far from one of these. Here, the restrooms are cleaned thoroughly, inspected often, kept well supplied with soap and towels, and you're welcome to use them any time. So keep this in mind next time you go for a drive. For a clean restroom and a friendly welcome, it's a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station. Here, too, you can be sure of getting quality products like Chevron Supreme gasoline and top service. For here's where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Shirley Mitchell was heard as Sue, Joe Forte as Wagner, Tom Tully as Varney, Stanley Farrar as Crookshank, and Jack Lloyd as Joe. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. High Card, another adventure of George Valentine.
Well, it's 10 o'clock already, gentlemen. Shouldn't we... I mean, my watch says 10. Chester has the cards and...
Sure, what are we waiting for? We're going to do it, let's get...
No! No. Ames, Salto, this is crazy. It's insane.
Was your idea, wasn't it, Norton?
Yes, but a man's guilt is no more to be bandied about.
Oh, get off the words.
There's the good name of the man to be thought of afterwards.
Let's get it over with now, now.
It's all right. How about you, Chester?
Huh? What? He's had a good many, Mr. Norton. I'm not sure that
I'm all right. Yes, I'm all right.
Okay, give me those cards.
Spread them out on the table.
I know what I'm doing. Well, hurry up, huh? We'll get it over with, the four of us.
We'll need a piece of paper. Envelope here in your jacket. Do you mind?
Of course I do, if it's got my name on it.
Valentine. George Valentine.
What?
Oh, your wife's letter. From somebody named Valentine.
If I'd know her friends.
Here's a blank sheet, club stationery. Couldn't we get on with the...
Dear Mrs. Ames, I am so sorry to hear of your concern over your husband. Naturally, I will do whatever I can to help. Sincerely, George Valentine.
Give me that.
But...
Concern. How do you
For
like...
heaven's sake, stop the stalling, both of you. Will you get...
All right. I draw one. Go on, draw a card.
Me? Go on, Salto.
All right. 9 of diamonds.
Yeah. Norton?
9 of clubs.
9 again? Give me one of those. Jack. Diamonds.
All right, Chester. Chester.
Huh?
Your turn. Draw.
Oh, I'm all right. Draw? Oh, yes.
King. King of hearts, look. Chester drew the king of hearts.
Shut up.
You understand, Chester. High card.
Yes. Yes, the paper.
Here. You can use the pen.
I'm all right. I, Jeffrey Chester, hereby confess 1 year ago to this date, it was I who murdered Miss Dorothy Pullman.
It is after 10 o'clock now, Chester.
I'd like to have a drink or two. I'll have to run down to my boarding house. There's a bill I should pay.
The watchman's spare gun is in the locker room, and it would look better if you did it at the same place that...
Leave him alone, Salto.
I'm all right. I could run downtown first, then come back, have the drinks, if I could borrow your car, Mr. Ames.
Sure, Chester. Let's go over and get you my car. Sure.
Thank you. You don't have to worry, any of you. I'll be back. The club bar, drinks. We always had two, she and I. But I'm all right. You can mail my confession of guilt to the police. I got the high card. I'll be dead by midnight.
Where are you, Sylvia? It's the big idea, that letter in my coat pocket. Miss Valentine, who is he?
Honey?
Oh, there you are. So sorry to hear of your concern over your husband. Of all the meddling...
Please.
Hello?
This is Mr. Valentine. Miss Brooks, my husband, Mr. Ames.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Ames?
Huh. With my foot in my mouth. Just who are you?
Did you have a nice time, darling? Where have you been?
Huh? Oh, over to the club. Yeah, they let me in. Just Playing a little cards, that's all.
Look, Mr. Ames, I had a letter from your wife.
My wife
I'm
is
only...
leaving me. What difference does it make? Go on, get out. She's hired snoopers before, my friend.
Victor, you can't.
Oh, shut up.
Listen to me. You were beaten up the other night.
Get them out of here. Get yourself out of here.
Oh, no, you...
Stop it. No, listen.
What's the matter with you, friend?
Victor, that was your car, wasn't it? Driving away?
Yes. Yes, I loaned it to. Somebody needs it for a while tonight. He's got some things to do.
Mr. Ames, I know I'm butting in, but your wife has been worried, and I'm only
Please.
here.
I'm going back over to the club. There's nothing anybody can do now except to make things worse.
What? Darling!
Send him home, Sylvia. I'll take care of myself.
Oh. I put your letter in his pocket on purpose, Mr. Valentine. He'll never listen to me or believe in it.
It was certainly an understatement when you said he was upset.
Yes.
But you haven't said why yet. Now, just what's going on tonight, Mrs. Ames? Where's your husband really been?
I don't know. Playing cards, I guess. He doesn't generally, but no harm could come out of that, could it?
Maybe not. You said he'd been beaten up.
Oh, yes, I know he's in danger.
Well, go on. Your husband's a lawyer, isn't he?
He was until a year ago. His practice disappeared on him.
What do you mean?
Suspicion, distrust, whispers. This is a small town, Mr. Valentine. A very nice town. My husband used to be a very nice person.
What happened?
Have you ever heard of the Dorothy Fullman murder case?
Well, yes, I think so, only I don't remember the
It was
details.
never solved. She was murdered, beaten up. It was horrible. They never even found the weapon. Police, experts, everyone's been over it 1,000,000 times. It was a whole year ago. They'll never get a confession from anyone.
Mrs. Ames, was your husband...
My husband was very nearly tried for that murder.
Oh, I see. But then if he weren't tried, then...
There are people in this town who really believe that he killed her. Who'll always believe it. There wasn't any actual evidence. But the circumstances... horrible, sordid, awful.
Now, look, Mrs. Ames...
Mr. Valentine, we have children. I'm taking them away. I have to. He won't leave. He's so mixed up, bitter. I don't know what he'll do. It keeps getting worse and worse.
All right. Now, just take it easy. I'll go after him, see if there is anything I can do.
You'll never listen to me.
Brooksy, stay here, will you? Get her off to the train. Mrs. Ames, just tell me one thing, will you? Do you think your husband killed this Dorothy Fullman?
Mr. Valentine, I don't want anything worse to happen. That's all.
I say, excuse me. You're Mr. Valentine, aren't you? George Valentine?
Yeah. I was looking for the club doorman.
My name is Norton. This is quite a pleasure. I've heard of you. Seen your name here and there.
Oh, is that so?
See here. Join me on the veranda for a cup of coffee, will you? Hospitality of our little club isn't
I'm
much,
sorry,
but-
Mr. Norton. I'm looking for a man named Ames.
Oh, yes, Victor Ames, splendid chap. Haven't seen him in some time. Might be here later. We can wait together.
I said I'm sorry, Mr. Norton.
Well, I certainly don't intend to be pushy. Oh, wait a moment. Perhaps I should be a bit more honest and say there's a little matter I'd like your advice on.
I'd still go looking for Mr. Ames.
Even if I said the little matter concerned Mr. Ames?
You twist my arm.
Then we can do better than the veranda, I think. People there. There's a lounge in the locker room.
All right. Through here?
To your left. Generally closed at night, but there we are.
Okay. Now, what's the story?
Nothing so very important, but sit down.
How'd you know who I was out there?
Well, Ames had mentioned your coming.
You said you haven't seen him lately. Try again.
Really, Mr. Valentine,
Hey, who's that?
Hey, anybody in here? Locking up.
Blue shirt. Private police?
Just a moment. Yes, he is. Mr. Valentine, let go of me. Well, what are you doing here?
What do you mean?
Stop it. Who are you?
Hey, what is it?
Jimmy, I found this man.
Break it up.
Break what up, John?
I found him in here. I left my wallet in my locker.
All right. Oh, it's you, Mr. Norton.
He was snooping, Jimmy. Now my wallet's gone. He took it. He must have.
Oh, brother.
What am I supposed to do?
Search him. Oh, but he won't have it, will he? That's not the way they work. But he's trespassing. You can lock him up for that. I'll see the steward. Prefer charges.
I'm sorry, Mr. Norton.
What?
I said I'm sorry. You're not going to prefer anything. Good night.
Jimmy, my father was the founder of this club. When I issue an order to one of the paid employees, I expect that...
Yeah, sure. Issue away. Only someplace else, huh? I'll handle this end. Good night, Mr. Norton.
Jimmy, I have never in my life been... Good night. Yes, good night.
Well, that was something.
Okay, Bud. Hand it over.
What? Oh, now, wait a minute. You don't mean you believe that old school tie is gagging about... And still you boot him out?
The wallet, Bud.
Oh, sure. Mine. Here. Credentials. The works. Good enough?
Oh. Well, I didn't exactly figure. Valentine, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Only look, Buster, why? Why'd you treat him like that? Will him like lettuce before you even know what he had to say?
Because I have no use for the high and mighty Mr. Norton. And don't worry, I won't get in trouble either. He maybe don't know it, but he's being eased out the side door of this club anyway. All 4 of them are.
All 4? Will you clear that up?
You ever hear the Dorothy Fullman murder? Well, that nice, dignified man there, that Norton. For my money, he's the one that killed her.
All right, so you've got your opinions, Jimmy. It's just an opinion.
I'll stick to it, Mr. Valentine.
But there wasn't any concrete evidence against either him or Victor Ames. And what did you mean, all 4 of them? And why did Norton want to stall me like that? That's all he was trying to do, keep me away from something.
You're the detective, mister.
Excuse me.
Huh? Yeah, hello, Mr. Chester.
Oh, Jimmy. Just standing here having a couple of drinks. I was downtown. Yes, that's done.
Looks like you've had enough.
Oh, no. I'm all right. I'm fine. I'm all right.
Sure, Mr. Chester. See him?
Oh, that guy?
He's one of them.
Say it faster, will you?
One of the 4. Dorothy Fullman was murdered in her house just over the bluffs across the golf course.
Yeah?
They never got enough evidence. They never will. But the police did prove that it couldn't be anybody else. It had to be one of the 4 men mixed up with her.
Who are they?
Mr. Norton, Ames, big fool, always in trouble. Another man named Salto. He asked me he couldn't have got to first base with her. And Chester there.
Oh, I get it. Not much left of Chester, is there?
All of them have changed. But he don't even know what he's doing anymore.
Nobody will confess, no evidence.
Oh, Jimmy, come here.
Now, excuse me, Stewart, back to business.
No, I'm right behind you.
Huh?
That's Victor Ames with him, isn't it? With the steward? Sure it is.
Valentine.
Yeah, we catch up again, friend. It's a busy night.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Jimmy, there's trouble in here.
What?
The card room, the one with the back entrance. I put those cards in there myself just this evening. Valentine, I've got to see you alone.
Hold it, will you? Go on, Stewart.
This deck of cards. Some men have been playing in there, apparently, or drawing high man or something. Well, what is it? What's the matter? Well, sir, it's more puzzling than anything else. At a club like this, someone was being dishonest. A rather hasty job, but here you see, this deck has been marked.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. In the average car, believe it or not, there are something like 7,000 separate parts. But no single unit needs more exacting care than the automatic transmission. It can be damaged by just the smallest amount of dirt. Low fluid level also would be harmful to this precision-made unit. Now, if your car has an automatic transmission, here's the way to keep it in order, to avoid trouble and expensive repair. Have this vital part checked every 1,000 miles at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station. Here, the men are carefully trained in the care of automatic transmissions. It's important to have the fluid drained and refilled at regular intervals. Superior care of automatic transmissions is another car saver service at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine.
9 of diamonds.
9 of clubs.
Jack, diamonds. Your turn, Chester. Draw.
Yes, I'm King of Hearts. I hereby confess 1 year ago it was I who murdered Miss Dorothy Fullman. I got the high card. I'll be dead by midnight.
Only if your name is George Valentine, all you know is that Dorothy Fullman murder case has never been solved. That there were 4 suspects, but the police have despaired of ever finding out who her murderer was. Yes, all you know is that Mrs. Ames was worried about the strange behavior of her husband, and more recently that 4 men have been playing cards in the back card room of the local club, and that the steward says the deck of cards is marked.
No. No, they can't be. Give me
Hey,
those.
take it easy, Mr. Ames. Let's see, Stewart.
They're not marked.
What's bothering you so much, Mr. Ames?
Kind of a crude job.
Yes, Jimmy. Little ticks on the edges, like this. But the person who did it could tell the cards, all right.
Get out of here, both of you, Jimmy Stewart.
Hey, slow down, Buster.
Look, I've got to see you, Valentine. I've got to see you alone.
Have you been sampling some of that stuff Chester uses, Mr. Ames? What's so important about
Chester? Chester.
Hey, where are you going, Miss Ames?
He was downtown. He's back now.
Look, Buster, will
the
you
bar.
please?
He's here in the bar. He's having those last 2 drinks.
Well, there you
Oh,
are.
hello, Angel.
Oh, Mr. Ames, I saw your wife to the station. She said to tell you.
Yes, of course. Where is he?
What?
Little guy, Brooksy. He was in here a few minutes ago.
He was having a couple of drinks.
Yeah, he's gone now.
Well, I did see somebody leaving just when I came in. He looked like he could use a little sleep.
It's 5 minutes to 12.
Time for you to clear it up, friend. Where's Chester gone? What's happening tonight?
Could have been any one of us. I mean, the cards marking them. But I didn't try to save my own skin. I would have gone through with it if I'd been high man.
What on earth?
I'm trying to remember. The watchman's spare gun, that was it.
Quit fooling, Buster. What?
Yeah, the closet, the back hall. Come on, hurry, will you? The watchman's gun, that was it.
Only the cupboard was bare.
He's taken it already. Chester.
Certainly no gun in here.
We drew. High man. He had the King of Hearts. Little Chester, the weakest one in the whole bunch. Didn't even seem to react.
What do you look?
I know I'm talking wildly. I'll explain later. We've got to find him first. Hurry.
Oh, we're with you, all right, but who's he going to use this gun on?
Who's he? Oh. Isn't it perfectly obvious, Mr. Valentine? On himself.
Yes, just like Jimmy said. House over by the bluffs across the golf course.
Certainly deserted looking. For sale, for lease.
Chester must be here. It's where he'd come.
It's Dorothy Fullman's house, huh? Where she was killed?
Yes, in the living room. Found her body there.
Beaten to death.
Door's open, you see. Chester? Chester!
Well, he's not here. The fall guy. Well, we're a long way on the outside of that old crime now, aren't we?
Perhaps we beat him here, missed him in the dark. Chester!
What do you mean, George?
Ames here knows what I mean. This is where it happened. It wasn't a pleasant crime. And inside a man, a terrible thing like that can get bigger in a year, huh?
Mr. Valentine, I didn't kill her.
Sure. That's what they all say. But, Buster, I'm just finally beginning to realize what a hopeless, crazy thing is happening tonight.
Wait a minute, George, listen.
Upstairs.
Come on.
Chester? Where are you, Chester? It's me, Victor Ames.
Salto. Salto, what are you doing here?
Mr. Valentine's all right, Salto. He knows the whole story now.
But I didn't mark any cards. It wasn't
Then
me.
what are you doing here, Salto? Hiding?
Leave him
and waiting?
alone, Ames. Leave him alone. And never mind who marked the cards. But what do you think, Brooksy? 4 men actually drawing to see which one would be a fall guy. Which one would confess to a murder.
I don't believe it.
Oh, yes, it's very easy for the two of you to talk like that.
I told them it was ridiculous.
Same as Russian roulette. Spin the cartridge wheel. See who gets the bullet. Yeah, they couldn't stand to be pointed at. The suspicion, the shadow of guilt. The crime that would never be solved otherwise.
Yes, I told them that, but Ames and Norton kept
You
saying
were willing enough, Salter. You didn't have any solution anyway to keep yourself from going insane. Maybe you can't believe it, Miss Brooks. Why should you? You don't have a private hell to live in.
I don't think that's exactly what she meant, Ames. Sure, I know it's not like in books where people just forget about murder. But to try to dig yourself out of a swamp by drawing, taking one chance in 4 of being tapped for guilt, just to lay all the ghosts for the others.
If we did it, so what? We did it. We've nearly killed each other trying to make each other confess anyway.
I was thinking about the second part of the bargain. Suicide for the elected guilty one.
Yeah, to make sure the police would accept that confession.
Mr. Ames, you might have gone through with it. You're that kind. But I just don't believe that most men
Check,
would...
Angel. All right, how about it, Soldo? That's why you're here, isn't it? To see if Chester would go through with something that you wouldn't do yourself.
That I? I'm sorry, Victor. I wouldn't have. I couldn't have. I went along with it. Of course I did. If I'd been high card, I don't know what I would have done, but...
Okay, there's one down. Wet feet. By this time, Chester must be aboard the nearest freight train headed for parts unknown.
Chester? He signed the confession.
But he wouldn't do it. I know he'd been
At the
drinking,
last
but...
moment, it's a little hard to pull the trigger.
Is that so? You're so sure, aren't you?
Huh?
Moonlight out there. Window, come here. Look.
It's him. It's Chester.
But he's not coming toward the house.
Just walking. That's the path runs up by the bluffs.
Yes, and if anything happens to him, it's our fault, Salto.
Come on, step on it. Run!
Chester! Chester! What's the matter with him?
He doesn't even listen. Oh, look out, George.
Yeah, these bluffs are pretty steep, aren't they?
Chester! I'm going to climb up this way, too.
Oh, no, you don't, Buster.
Huh?
You
What?
just stay behind me with Miss Brooks.
Valentine.
There's another way this whole thing tonight can work, but I'm going to see that it doesn't.
George, look. He's up on one of the edges.
Yeah.
Stand still! Oh,
What a... Norton.
get out of here. Leave him alone.
Norton, wouldn't you know?
Stand still! I'm warning you, I have a gun.
Oh, yeah, sure. The one from the watchman's locker?
He didn't take it. Chester didn't take it. Hey, what's all this?
So you did. Sure. You guys wouldn't just make a deal for somebody to commit suicide. You'd get him to write a confession and then murder him.
He killed her. He killed Orthifelman. He confessed.
George, he's up on the edge. Look at him.
Leave him alone. He'll jump, I tell you. Look at the way he's acting. I just followed him. To give him the gun he didn't take. Ames, listen to me. It will all be over. For all of us. You inhuman old... Let it happen. If you don't, it'll be the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah, look. We can't stop him from here, and he does look like he wants to jump. Okay, so I've been wrong, so I...
Valentine!
Get out of the way with that gun!
Hey, I just...
Okay, now you're all
I've
right,
got it.
Norton. Stay there, all of you. Chester! Mr. Chester!
I'm all right. Yes?
Mr. Chester, now you listen to me. I can't reach you.
But get away now. There's something I'm going to do.
Yeah, I know. Kill yourself. But you were supposed to do it where she died, weren't you? Wasn't that the agreement, Chester, to make it look good? Can you understand me, Mr. Chester?
I'm all right.
That's it. Just keep looking at me. It should have been the living room, though. Or were they always wrong? She was beaten, bruised. I remember they said they never found a weapon. Was it really up here that she died? Did she dump? Was she thrown? It would have looked the same if somebody then carried her body back to her house.
I'm going to jump, you know. Get back, get back.
No, you're not. You're too curious, Chester. This year, since Dorothy Fullman died, must have been the worst for the one who really killed her. Don't you think so, Mr. Chester?
What do you mean?
But admitting it is worse. Some people can't ever do that. They'd rather die than do that.
I'm going to jump. You can't stop me.
But you don't even want your death to be a confession, do you? Well, they gave you a chance, the little card drawing. You knew the masked deck, the marked one, would be found sooner or later. You deliberately left it behind.
No, go away
The
now.
world would say your confession was a fraud. You were a poor little patsy.
Well, any of them could have marked the cards. Norton, Salto,
The high man marked him. The guilty man, Chester. All I've said is built on that. When there's a drawing, a man can't make another man take a certain card. So if he marks them, he only marks them for himself. Check?
Yes, I understand, but...
To pick his own card. But the lowest card picked tonight was a 9. If a man wanted a low card, that's not very safe, is it, with 52 cards in the deck? You know, it baffled me for a while, until I saw that you really did want to die.
She was faithless. She was bad. Get out of my way!
Oh, no, you don't. Now, just hang on. You're going to live, Buster. You're going to write a real confession.
George, it did work out that way, didn't it?
Yeah, Brooksy, they pieced it together again. That's why Chester went up to the bluffs instead of taking the gun. That's how he had killed Dorothy Fulman a year back.
And if the first confession had gone through, if he'd shot himself, nobody ever would have believed it.
Well, the other 3 would have always thought they railroaded the poor little Punchy.
Trade their private little hells for new ones. If Mrs. Ames weren't still in love with her husband and called you here.
Mm-hmm.
George, isn't it remarkable what a woman will do for the man she loves?
Remarkable.
Forgive, forget, protect.
I'll remember that.
Darling.
The very next time I'm suspected of murder.
Oh!
Good night, Brooksy.
A newspaper reporter does plenty of stop-and-go driving in a month's time, short trip driving around town. And that's tough on car engines. Short trips prevent an engine from warming up. Corrosive rust gets a bigger chance to attack cylinder walls. One newspaper reporter wrote that he beat this kind of engine punishment by using RPM motor oil. I've driven my 1940 Buick, he wrote, for more than 92,000 miles. During this time, RPM motor oil was used exclusively. This is probably the reason why no repairs to the running gear or engine have been necessary. I thought you'd like to know about it, unquote. Well, friends, that's why RPM is first choice where driving's toughest. Ask short trip drivers anywhere in the West. They'll tell you more people prefer RPM than any other motor oil. And you'll find it's the best engine insurance you can buy for your car. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Larry Dobkin was heard as Ames, Bob Griffin as Chester, Harold Deerenforth as Salto, Ted Osborne as Norton, Lorene Tuttle as Mrs. Ames, and Bob Bruce as Jimmy. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. The Treasure of Millie's Wharf, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Sir, Mr. Valentine. Dear Mr. Valentine! Oh, but what will I say? What will I write? How can I ever tell how exciting it is? This is the town of Millie's Wharf. Yes, Millie's Wharf. And, dear sir, my name is Millie. And as my fourth husband used to say... Valentine! Shut up, you skinny, cockeyed, brainless bird! Oh, now, did I hurt him, little feelings? Poor, dumb little parrot. Can't talk back. There, Cupid. Cupid! Shut up, you skinny, cockeyed, brainless bird! Dear Mr. Valentine! Nothing ever happens in Millie's Wharf. At least not since my last husband died, and that was years ago. Nobody of any importance lives here anymore, but here we are, situated on the historical old bay of islands. Yesterday, when I was gone picking blueberries, my parrot, whose name is Cupid, and who steals things and whose wings ain't clipped so he can fly, stole something. I don't know where he got it or how, but it's a map. Here in this place where the Spanish ships used to come. And on the map is a mark. But why would anyone put a mark at a place underwater? Yes, out behind one of the islands where it's easy 2 fathoms. On this map, there are arrows and directions and a great big red X. Shut up! Oh, a map, Mr. Valentine, and something underwater, and an X to mark the spot.
Well, but it's only a torn piece of notebook paper, the kind you buy in a 5 and 10.
I know.
And the red is just pencil, just ordinary pencil.
I know.
I certainly don't see anything to get excited about in just a...
Mr. Valentine, why should anyone draw such a map?
Well, to locate a shoal, maybe. You said it was shallow out there.
20 or 30 feet, but no.
Maybe somebody wanted to remember a place to anchor.
Hasn't been a ship in the bay bigger than a snipe since my second husband went to the bottom in a lumber scow. Exciting, ain't it?
Yeah. Now, look, Millie, so your bird wanders around the wharf picking things up. So he gets a piece of paper with scratches and arrows.
Azimuth readings, compass bearings, so whoever drew it could find the place marked X again.
Oh, that's the way it looks, but...
Now, Mr. Valentine, tell me, why would anyone draw such a map, huh?
So maybe somebody was out fishing and lost his wristwatch and wanted to mark the place, that's all. Just because there's a lot of legends about this bay.
There are ships sunk here, lots of ships. Miss Brooks, now, when Henry Morgan sacked the city of Panama in the year 1600-something, there were Spanish ships that fled to the north, and lots of them big galleons was just simply loaded down to the gunnels with...
Hey, Millie, look, I've heard how the suckers used to come flocking to this place looking for buried treasure.
And so did you, didn't you? The minute I wrote the letter... Just 'cause I need the help of a red-blooded man who...
I came here to tell you not to spend time and money trying to get in on whatever somebody else has already found.
There now. You said it yourself. Somebody's found something. That's what the X is. Somebody's found something and marked the place so they could come back. But we're going to beat them to it. You and me, Mr. Valentine.
What?
It's finders keepers, ain't it? So here's what you do. Now, there's a long drink of water, owns a little store and hotel down the road. Now, his name's Uriah Jenks, and he's about as wide awake as a barnacle. But he owns a little rowboat, you see? Only one around here, and he never uses it. But you're going to borrow that boat, and we're just going
wait a minute. Slow down, Millie.
Huh?
You mean you expect me to row all the way out just to take a look at that place marked X on the silly piece of paper?
Oh, you'll row fast, 'cause now I'll show the bird, the parrot. Come on in here.
You what?
Been bandaged and put in a cage ever since I come home and found him last night. Oh, yes, I had to. My poor little Cupid who stole the map. Only look at him, Mr. Valentine, at his wing. Now, you're not going to tell me that X isn't exciting and important when the same day he was innocently stealing the map, my poor little bird got a hole in his feathers. Yes, somebody shot at Cupid with a gun.
X, 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 X.
How about leaks, Mr. Valentine?
But it's been used lately, Mr. Jenks. I noticed.
Leaks like a sieve. Man practically drowned.
What man? When was this?
Man who used it, naturally. Wouldn't be anybody else.
All right, but would you tell
Now,
me?
my advice to you is to stay away from that Millie woman, her and that nuisance bird. Good advice for any man.
But, Mr. Jenks, we want to know who it was.
Man, that's all.
Man who... Oh, go on. Let's hear some more.
Just rented it for the day. Come in the night
But
before.
where did he take the boat? I mean, George, he might have been the one who went out and
He
drew
bought
that map.
some red pencils. I know that much.
Huh? That's him, all right. Now, look, what's his name?
Come in night before. Yes, sir. Windy night it was. I remember that. Just a man. Short he was. Stocky. Just sort of there he was at the door. Middle of the night.
But didn't you ask him anything about
Spent
himself?
the next day out in the boat. That's all I know.
Oh, brother. First it's a parent with a map, and now it's a mysterious stranger in the middle of the night.
Leave well enough alone, I say. What's mysterious? The man's name was Laver, Dr. Laver. You know how I found that out? He signed my register. See?
Emil Laver.
And you know where he is now? On his way to catch a bus out of town. Why should you interfere? Nothing to get excited about. Forget him. Forget the whole thing.
Well, this must be where the bus driver met, Angel.
Yes. There's the water tower over there.
Where he dropped Laver off, 12 miles from town.
Only there's nothing out here, George. Just sand dunes.
This part of the shore is closer to the little islands, though. Sure. Look, here's the tracks where the bus stopped.
And the tracks of a man, George.
Huh? Dr. Laver. Come on, they cut across the sand.
Well, at least he doesn't have a wooden leg, does he? But I bet he has a patch over his eye or a
Brooksy, there's
bandana.
a perfectly logical explanation for all this Robert Louis Stevenson stuff. That's why I want to find Laver before I go galloping out after an ex.
What is it? This logical...
I don't know. I'll ask him.
George, there's the water.
Yeah.
And his footsteps. So you're going to ask him, huh? They just walk right out into the ocean.
Oh, now, wait a minute. They can't just... Hey, Brooksy, look. Up the beach there, see?
Man.
Yeah, and they're working at something. Hey, stay here, will you?
But, George...
Hey, where are you going?
Well, hello there, friend.
Sure, I'm everybody's friend. Where are you going?
Oh, just out for a walk, Skipper? What's it to you?
When a man is bigger than you
Oh,
are...
lay off that. I was looking for a guy named Dr. Laver.
Huh? Look someplace else.
Why? You're off a ship, aren't you? Laver's tracks go down to the water there. Well, who picked him up in a small rowboat? You?
Oh, now look, friend, don't be so smart. Just go away.
Now you got a crew of men working up the beach.
Yes, of course I picked him up several hours ago. So what? Now he's out on my ship, and those men are loading water for my ship. Isn't that exciting?
Well, it might be.
And it might not. Goodbye.
Might even be worth shooting a hole in a parrot.
What?
Tell me, is your friend Laver the kind of guy who draws maps? Does he go around putting X's on...
I told you when a man is bigger
Oh,
than...
get off it, Buster.
My friend, it's too bad you're so curious.
George, look out!
Oh, wait a minute. You...
But they just went off and left you, George. And you wouldn't wake up. They loaded water tanks into a boat and headed out for their ship. Wherever that might be.
Around this next island, lady.
Yeah, sure, Mac. Hey, can't you crank a little more speed out of this outboard?
We're doing all right. Turn in just a second. Daylight now.
George, it's crazy to go banging right back out here.
I'm all
when
right, Brooksy. I tell you, I'm fine. I just slept through a couple of reels, and I want to catch up with that captain.
But why? He's still bigger than you, and nothing has actually happened that you know he's mixed up in
Well,
anything.
maybe I just want to see that X underwater.
And to sing the ship as soon as we get out of the line of those trees.
How do you know how exactly where this boat's anchored?
Suppose I come out during the night, that's why.
The night?
What?
Yeah, I'll hire up for anybody, mister. Millie and that sleepy fella Jenks over Millie's Wharf. So what did you think I was doing over there with my outboard anyway? They gave me a call. I brought them both out here and then left him.
Brother, I did miss a lot, didn't I? Half the feature.
There it is, George.
Yeah, that's her. Nice tub, ain't it?
Yeah. And with practically everybody on board now, huh? Say, what's all that funny rig, you know?
Oh, not sure. Diving, I think.
Diving?
Oh, I don't mean real deep-sea stuff. But there's lines running down there, see? And, well, that's a pump on deck.
George, so it is a treasure
Hey,
hunt.
look, somebody's been below just now, just coming up. Look, a skinny guy in a helmet, see?
Yeah. I wonder what he found down there. I wonder what the X really is.
Look, I found it. It's there. Emil, where are you? Lever.
Hey, wait a minute, friend.
Oh, of course. Of course. So glad to have you aboard, Mr. Valentine. Oh, excuse my trunks, Miss Brooks, but you see, when I'm diving...
Let's see what you found, Professor Schmidt. That's what interests me.
Yes, our last trip we should get it. Down amongst those rocks, I knew we would. They're dangerous. They're so big. Look. You see?
George, look what he was diving for. A lobster.
Oh, no, Miss Brooks. No, not just a lobster, a type of crayfish. Yes, certainly, but up and down this coast we have chased, looking but never finding this exact specimen.
You mean that's what you're here for, crayfish?
Hey, what did you get? Look at him, Emil. Isn't he a beauty? Oh, I'm sorry. Permit me. Dr. Emil Lever, Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
Hello.
Emil is the other half of our little expedition.
Expedition?
Yes, he's the marine botanist. Crustaceans are my specialty.
Harry, I think Mr. Valentine had a little different idea about our mysterious presence.
Huh?
Yeah, I've talked to that old harpy, that Millie.
Oh, yes, that nonsense. Yes, I know. Oh, but now see here, Emil, I found another one of those.
What?
Mm-hmm. I haven't scraped the stuff off. Now, wait a minute. There. M-L...
Hey, wait a minute.
Well, anyway, it's the year 1600
It's
something.
a coin.
Yes. Rather interesting, isn't it? Minted by the Spanish, I should say. I think it's called a doubloon.
Oh, now, wait. Let's get this straight. You guys are a scientific outfit, but you turn up Spanish coins. You make a map with an X on it. Now,
Mr. Valentine, please, there's an explanation.
And the captain
for
of your
this.
boat takes a poke at me. Let's get him in on this explaining, too.
Of course, be patient.
I suppose he's one of the eager beavers who jumped to the rail the minute that word doubloon came out.
He's somewhere, perhaps in his cabin.
George, there's the captain. There's enough light so that you can see now. X marks the spot, all right.
What?
In the helmet. See? The helmet underwater. He's down there, George, down on the bottom, only the way his arms are moving, he looks more like he's dead.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. One of these evenings, you may have some friends over for canasta. Comes midnight, and you want to drive them home. But what's this? First, your car's hard to start. Then it kind of hiccups down the avenue. It has no pep in traffic, and it pings on hills. Better your friends had walked than be embarrassed like this. But seriously, if your car does act like this most of the time, it may be the fault of gummy gasoline. Most raw gasoline contains impurities that form gum. Then the gum gets into the fuel line, carburetor, spark plugs. To avoid this trouble, depend on Chevron Supreme. It's the gasoline that's super refined to get rid of those impurities which could form gum. That's why Chevron Supreme gives faster starting, smoother pickup, ping-free power on hills. And that's why folks say Chevron Supreme gives them that new car feeling. Try super refined Chevron Supreme in your car tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You go to the town of Millie's Wharf. You meet a parrot that someone shot at. You meet a woman who is all excited over the idea of Spanish treasure and sunken galleons. You meet two scientists who seem to be a good deal more interested in the discovery of a new type of lobster. But if your name is George Valentine, the one person you met whom you'd like to meet again is the captain of the scientist's ship, the man who knocked you out and left you on the beach hours ago. Only now, in the water below you, the captain has just been found. He's wearing a diving helmet, but from his appearance, he's dead.
Grab these lines. Pull him up. Hurry now. Get that winch going. Oh, for heaven's sake, get that bird out of here.
Don't you touch Cupid. He's not doing anything, Mr. Smith.
Nothing much we can do, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yes, there is, Laver. Come here, lady.
I'm just watching, that's all.
We're keeping air in his air hose.
Let go of me.
Why did you come out here, you and that bird of yours?
But you just up and disappeared. And then Mr. Jenks said he'd seen this ship from driving up on the hill.
So the two of you hired a boat and came out, huh?
Well, I've just been sitting here waiting for daylight.
Sure, so you could see what they were diving for.
No, keep the air going. He may just be in trouble.
No, I already knew about the money. The Spanish treasure. Here, you see? After you'd gone, I got looking around, and Cupid had brought it back, and it was hidden in the...
Here, please, may I?
You don't have to tell me. It's one of them pieces of 8.
Cupid's stealing things again, huh?
And that's why I'm here, and I'm going to stay until every last penny of it's brought aboard. I'll have you know my third husband owned a lot of property around this bay, and if I haven't got some legal rights to own a ship, then I might as well...
Join the gold rush, then. Hold hands with your friend Jenks.
With what? That spineless, sleepy-headed...
Oh, Skipper, will you? Any luck, Schmidt?
Well, the winch won't pull his line up, Mr. Valentine. The current seems to have snagged one of those lines.
Yeah, you could swing the boat around, Professor. Might be able to get a better pull from the other side.
Let's try it, Harry.
Oh, try anything. Only step on it, will you? Get that guy up.
So strange. He never liked to dive. Laughed at us for doing it. He was lazy. Just a hired captain. When we could pay him.
He wasn't so lazy when he hit me. He'd already heard about that first doubloon, hadn't he?
I guess so. Professor Schmidt found it last evening. We joked about it. Meant nothing to us. Curiosity.
But it would drive a guy like the captain crazy. Look, didn't anybody know he was down there?
So early before dawn. He was eager, I guess. The pumps are automatic. You just take a helmet and go over the side.
Why did you draw that map, Dr. Laver?
What?
You did draw that map, didn't you?
Oh, that. Of course. I draw them all, 50 or 60 this summer. Here, I could show you.
Never mind. Just show it.
Oh, well, sometimes I go ahead of the others. Sort of reconnaissance. From our last place up the coast, I came down to this Millie's Wharf. I hired a boat. I found this place. It looked good. That map had nothing to do with, well...
Were these coins that drifted into the same place, huh?
Well, there's no ship sunk there. I know that. But, yes, things drift on the floor of the sea, perhaps.
Boat's all the way around now, sir.
Those lines have foul. That's why we can't pull him up.
Hold it, Dr. Laver.
Down on those rocks. You see them? I've had that same trouble
Now,
myself.
what's the matter, Professor?
Oh, I'm going down now myself. His ropes are all tangled.
No, you were just down, Harry. I'll take a helmet.
Well, there are 2 of them.
That's right. You sit still, Professor Schmidt.
Hmm?
Come on, Laver. I'll help you get the captain.
Well, it's easy enough, but if you're not experienced...
Come on, let's do a little diving.
George, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, sure. Feels a little silly being lowered like this. These weights on the sandals.
Well, the professor didn't want you to just climb down, but it's only 35 feet or so, he says.
I know. To me, it looks like 70. Boy, it's sure getting darker.
Can you see him yet, George?
Yeah. I'm dragging these lines. It's a little hard.
Well, don't get them tangled on the rocks like he did.
Now, just take it easy, Brooks. This is so shallow you can kick the gear off and swim up.
The captain couldn't do it, could he? What?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, wait a minute. George on the other phone. Dr. Laver says there's nothing wrong with the captain's lines. Looks more like he fell and then they got tangled.
Yeah, I know. Laver's right beside me. He's pointing. Yeah, I can see. I think he's right, Angel.
George, you get there already? George?
Captain's dead, all right, Brooksy.
Oh.
I don't know what could have gone wrong. The air's still pumping into his helmet, but it's all crooked. Water got in, too.
You mean he drowned?
Yeah, I guess so. Nothing else wrong with him, though. Looks more like he fell, and that knocked his helmet cockeyed. Only I don't know how a man could fall underwater. It's all slow motion. Unless he was... Hey, Brooksy. Brooksy. Hey. What in the name...
Get that cigarette away from there, Mr. Jenks.
I didn't do anything.
Well, it's all right, George.
Oh.
It was the air intake, but it's all right.
Yeah. Oh, brother. Cigarette near the air intake, huh? Yeah, I heard Schmidt. I was going to say a second ago. I guess that's how it was done.
What?
How the captain was murdered, Angel. Yeah, you heard me, murdered. Only we'd never be able to prove it. Hey, listen. There's a pouch thing on the captain's belt. Yeah, Laver, I see him. 1, 2, 3. The captain was down here collecting them all right. 7, 11. 11 more Spanish doubloons. Brooksy. Brooksy.
Nothing to get excited about, Mr. Valentine.
Huh? Jenks. Hey, where'd she go? Put her on.
Man should stay in his element, though. Good advice.
Hey, look, Buster.
That's where you're staying. Below, I mean. Hope it don't get too cold for a while, Mr. Valentine.
Put that gun down. Put it down, I said.
For heaven's sake, Mr. Jenks.
Never mind, Professor. It won't go off.
Uriah Jenks, I'm warning you.
Won't go off unless you open your mouth, Millie. Close it.
You worm-turning chiseler. You've got no more right to the treasure.
Millie, I warned you. Any more of your chatter, and you'll have powder burns like that pesky bird of yours did. And if you don't shut him up, I'll get my aim better and hit him.
So you're the one. You shot at him. Uriah Jenks,
Stop it, both of you.
That's what I say, miss. Words are a waste of thought. Can you hear me down there? Hello?
Of course, yeah. Harry, what's
Applies
going on
to
up
you,
there?
too. Just listen. We got a treasure now.
A few piddling coins.
We've stumbled into something may turn out to be bigger than Fort Knox. And all I want's an agreement, fair and square. Now's the time to make it. Now, isn't that reasonable, Mr. Valentine? Well?
George?
Valentine. Here, give me that phone. Valentine!
There he is on the surface.
Hey, throw me a line, will you? Hurry up.
No, here, I've got you. What happened? Oh, you got out of your helmet.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, it's like being thrown out of a jack-in-the-box, Angel. Now, I'm okay. Well, hello, everybody.
Oh, George, this crazy Mr. Jenks.
He shot you with Mr. Valentine. He admitted it.
All right. He's got a gun. Leave him alone.
George.
Sure. Just hold it steady, friend. That's all. You know, I kind of like you, Jenks. You give me ideas.
Well, if that ain't...
So you shot at the bird, huh?
Nothing to be ashamed of in that. Pest. Stole that coin and the map from the rowboat the other day. Seen him do it.
You got the fever bad, haven't you?
Mr. Valentine, Laver is still down there.
Yeah, he's all right. On the phone, isn't he? Professor, how'd you guys get along with the captain? Somebody said you didn't pay him very often or something.
Oh, no. We did owe him money. He was trying to get possession of the boat, but really...
I met the guy, not very pleasant, I can imagine. Here, let me have that phone.
Well, it doesn't have anything to do
That's
with...
not your idea, is it, Laver? Laver, can you hear me?
Of course. I will come back up to deck and...
A helmet, couple of lines, and a phone. Be almost impossible for an able-bodied man to get in trouble down there. And he could always get out the way I did. Unless his lines were really tangled, which the captain's weren't. Here, let me have that cigarette.
George, you said the
If
air
you're
intake...
smoking, it's easy to make a man cough down there. Like this.
Hey, what is it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor.
I'm coming on deck.
Oh, now there, that's better. But a cigarette isn't enough to kill a man, even if he choked and had trouble with his helmet. You have to stand up in one of those helmets, though, don't you? To really keep the water out.
I'm coming up.
You're not coming up. Not even the way I did.
What?
I was dragging the lines for both of us, remember? For the time being, you're with the fish, Buster. I tied your lines.
You're crazy.
I want to try a lot of things in front of this air intake. Maybe I can tell by the way you act what you used on the captain. Was it formaldehyde? Gasoline? Ether?
Valentine, what do you think you're
That's
trying...
how you killed him, wasn't it? How you made him pass out down there so he'd fall and drown? Fairly shiny coins, too, aren't they? Where'd you get them, a museum?
What are you talking
Well,
about?
a man couldn't dive down that deep from a rowboat and get a coin, could he? So where did the parrot steal that coin of his along with a map? Oh, and he's been bandaged ever since that day, so he couldn't have wandered around to steal it since then.
Valentine, please let me...
So if you had a coin that day, you didn't get it from the bottom of the ocean, you brought it here.
You brought all of them here. Sure, and the map makes more sense that way anyway. You draw a map when you bury treasure, not when you dig it up.
I always drew them. I told you. I located the
Skip it. You salted the ocean like you sawed a fraudulent mine. And why? To get that loud-talking captain who'd never do any diving himself down there. To sucker him into a spot where you could commit a perfect murder.
I didn't. Take that away from the antique.
Buster, you started a fake treasure hunt. But too many people got excited over Spanish doubloons. That's what trapped you.
Take it away. I can't breathe right when you...
Keep talking, friend. We'll be down to get you in a minute. But we'll haul up a confession first. No, Angel. There was no gold in that bay. Laver admitted it when he wrote his confession. Stole 13 doubloons from the collection up north.
Did he ever explain why he killed the captain, George?
Well, he hated the guy. The captain did have a lien on the boat. Was going to take it away from the hard-working scientists. And I guess that's all Laver lived for, puttering around on the bottom of the ocean.
But Professor Schmidt didn't have anything to do with it.
No.
George, wait a minute. You said the confession said 13 coins.
Yeah?
But as I remember, when we added them up, there were 14.
So?
Now, listen. I mean, there really were Spanish ships in this bay, and... Well, where did the extra coin come from? Aren't you curious at all?
Definitely. I'm... Oh, hey, say something, Cupid, not just X, X, X. What a...
Shut up, you skinny cockeye brainless bird.
When you go on a vacation, you usually plan on spending a certain amount of money. But here's a way to enjoy your motoring trip and save money at the same time. Before you start out, have your car's crankcase drained and refilled with RPM motor oil. First choice where driving's toughest. And have your car's oil filter inspected. By keeping grit and dirt out of your precision-built engine, the oil filter is a real money saver. But if you use clean, fresh oil with a clogged-up filter, it's just like throwing money away. Start your vacation trip with a new Atlas Micronic filter element, and you'll be money ahead with a cleaner engine. This low-cost Atlas Micronic filter element traps all the sludge, all the abrasives, right down to particles as tiny as 39 millionths of an inch. How about doing this tomorrow? Get an Atlas Micronic filter element at your standard station or independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Martha Wentworth was heard as Millie, Herb Butterfield as Jenks, Harold Deerenforth as Laver, Joe Duvall as the captain, Larry Dobkin as Schmidt, Dick Ryan as the man, and Bill James as Cupid. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The High Price of a Penny, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, how high is the price of a penny? Well, how high is up? I doubt if you can figure it. In fact, I doubt if you'll be much of any good in the present case. And if you think I talk in riddles, you're right. However, Mr. Valentine, I'll waste my time by telling you the facts. I'm a prematurely retired lawyer and tax consultant. Neighbors of mine out here in the Fish Lake country, name is Mom, elderly man and wife, they spent a penny once, a number of years ago, on a lollipop. Let me tell you, the price of that penny is going to be more than $1 million. In plain words, those nice people are going to be taken. But just to really mix you up, I think you and I can stop the swindle with a diamond bracelet. Now, here's what I'd like you to do. Telephone the Moms. Tell them you're friends of mine and would like to come visit
the country. I'll lay the groundwork. They know there isn't room for you to stay in my place anyway. Maybe you can't do any good, but at least you can wear down your teeth for a change, biting on the penny. Sincerely, Amos W. Fell.
Spoken like a lawyer.
He certainly has a lot of faith in you, doesn't he?
$1 million penny, diamond bracelet, lollipops.
Faith in your curiosity.
Well, come on, Brooksy. Hand me the phone.
Look, Mr. Valentine, they're not home, I said.
Well, when will the Moms be home?
When they get tired of being where they are now. And don't ask me where that is, because I don't know. Playing 500 maybe, or helping somebody pickle some peaches, I don't know. They get all kinds of fascinating ways to spend their time.
Well, who's this speaking? One of the servants?
Mister, just call back later, will you?
But I'm afraid that I'm a friend of Mr. Amos Feld, and I wanted to
and
talk to
the housekeeper isn't here either, in case you're thinking of beating Feld's time with her. Sure, Mr. Valentine. I'll be a good boy. I'll write it all down.
You're too kind.
Yeah, and don't be insulted. I'm right in the middle of a poker game, and my luck isn't good. My name is Clifford. I'm the Mom's nephew. Come to live here for a while, so don't worry. They'll get your message all right.
Clifford, huh?
Yeah. Good night. Keep 'em rolling.
Well, Brooksy, maybe there is a penny. A bad penny.
Name of Clifford?
Yeah. Come on. We're not going to wait for an invitation.
The Mom's place is around here somewhere. Road to the right, I think, mister.
How about Mr. Amos Fell? He has a small cabin or something.
Gosh, I don't know. It's kind of late. My mother will be mad.
Fish Lake, you must know where that is. Kid your age in the summertime.
Oh, sure, mister. That's where I was today. Why, I'm so late walking home. I got a bet on with another kid, see? And using only worms, I got 3 of the best looking...
Yeah? Trout? Well, where are they?
Well, anyway, it's the road to the right. First turn to your left. It's pretty far. I hope you have better luck than I did, but I'll bet you don't.
Here's a turn, George.
Yeah, so dark you can't see the signs.
Everybody wishing us bad luck. I doubt if you can do much good, says Mr. Fell. And that boy, there was something funny about the... George!
See that?
What was it?
Down on the brush there, I don't know.
It looked like lightning.
Somebody with a flashlight, maybe.
There, again.
Oh, I'll find out quick enough.
George, be careful.
Easy. Yeah, take your own advice. Those rocks are loose.
Hey there, stand still. You're messing up the scenery. The birdie don't like it when
What in the...
All right. Pass on. Pass out. I don't care.
Flashbulb, that's what it was.
At this time of night, for heaven's sake, taking pictures
It
of
ain't
what?
for nature study, lady. Stand away from the fender there, will you?
The George.
Yeah. Used to be a fender. Brother, what a wreck that must have been.
The car must have rolled all the way down from the curb.
I know. It's horrible, but stand back. That's it. You've got to get it from this angle. Car didn't roll, lady. It bounced.
What about the people? There's blood in there.
It's a bad corner. Over it went. That blacktop road slippery in the evening. Oh, they hauled them out hours ago. Hauled them out dead.
Oh, no. George, it's such a big car.
Should be. Belongs to the Morms.
What did you say?
Man and his wife live up the road, sole occupants of the car. Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Morm, real nice and real rich. Only long about sunset, they clipped their last coupon.
But listen, Buster, we were on our way to see the Moms. Say, who's been there? Who investigated?
Highway Patrol and the city police, both. Now, if you'll let me finish up, get pictures of the skid mark.
Well, what did they say? What did they find?
He was driving, that's what they said. Mrs. Morm killed instantly, sitting beside him. You know how it is. Steering wheel gave him a break for an hour or so, I guess.
What do you mean?
Found his body where he crawled back up toward the road to flag a car for help, I guess. Only trouble is there aren't any cars on this road, so he just died there.
But why?
An accident, my friend. No other traffic. They just slipped going around the corner. Ask the police if you don't believe me. Phone in the next house down the road half a mile.
Slow down, will you, Buster? Why'd they leave you behind to take pictures if they were so sure it was just an accident?
I'm losing my sleep for the insurance company. They want pictures to close their report, and they'll want to know what I see nosing around. And you know what it is? Nothing, not nothing. Now you happy?
No. Come on, Brooksy. This was no accident.
If it's murder you're thinking of, you won't do any good around here. Waste your time being wrong, that's all. It's an accident.
Yeah. I'm coming. Yes.
I just wondered if we could use your telephone for a minute. There was a wreck half a mile up the road some time ago, and I wanted to.
Valentine. That's who you are. George Valentine.
Mr. Fell?
Yes, come in. How convenient I live so close, huh?
Well, we didn't expect
To enjoy my meager hospitality? Place isn't much. Tired with bad health, you know. So I confine my extravagance to doctor bills. But I'm happy. Sit down.
You're happy, huh?
Yeah, I know. Bad taste. I heard about the accident. Shame, wasn't it? However, that's the way it goes. Nothing we can do. It's all over now.
What was it in the first place, Mr. Fell?
Oh, you mean...
The double talk in your letter, bad pennies and bracelets. And you kept saying there was nothing we could do even then.
Oh, yes. I'm a skeptic, Miss...
Brooks.
Oh, yes, of course.
You were worried about this guy Clifford, this nephew of the Moms. Was that it, Mr. Fell?
Worthless tramp. Of course that was it. He was the one the Moms bought a lollipop for 15 or 20 years ago. And he's been trying to get something better out of them ever since. He's one of those young men watches every angle. You know what I mean. Counts every penny.
He came to live with them.
They were suckers, I told you. Well, Mr. Mom made a lot of money, and the boy was his relative. But he even took in the missus, too. I tried to warn them, but they wouldn't listen.
And I could stop the swindle with a diamond bracelet, you said.
It's all over. What difference does it make? Yes, that's what I wanted you for. Kid never earned a penny in his life. But he bought a bracelet for Mrs. Mom, and was she impressed. I tell you, he's the kind who plays every angle.
But how did he pay for it?
That's what I meant, Miss Brooks. Diamonds. But how did he pay for them? Fair-sized one, too. Well, I checked into him a little. He's tangled with the law once or twice. I had an idea you might be able to find his little gift wasn't exactly legal, where he got them, or... What's the matter? What was my angle? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, their housekeeper is a friend of yours, isn't she?
You haven't got a job anymore, so you don't have to be wrong. She is, and so what? My angle was trying to make the blinders off some nice people, that's all.
Mr. Fell, I want to check what the police had to do.
Don't be a detective, will you? Mr. Mom's sole heir after his wife was Clifford.
What?
And her sole heir was Clifford, too. Don't you understand? They're both dead now. What can you do? The bad penny is going to collect his $1 million. The penny's already cashed in.
I know it looks fishy, Valentine.
Look, Lieutenant Riley.
The best accident men on the force say there's not one chance in a million that it was anything but an accident.
This Clifford may have figured his chances, and there are some other angles we don't know about.
No. The doctors and lab men were in on it, too. Injuries sustained in the accident were what killed them both. First her in the front seat, they figure. Then him when he tried to make it up to the highway for help.
Well, what made their car go over?
A normal skid at normal speed. Now, look. You can't tamper with a car to make it go over at a certain point, can you?
No, but you...
You can't scare somebody off the road without making them jam their wheels sharp so it'll show, can you? I tell you, Valentine, it was absolutely nothing.
I know. An accident. My client says there's no more job for me. You say go home and forget it. So maybe I can't do any good out here. Or can I?
George.
Oh, I don't know, Brooksy. A hunch is a hunch is a hunch.
You going to go around and see Clifford before
Well, that's the trouble. Why? On what excuse now? He's got his money, or he will have it as soon as the probate and tax boys get through with it. No, I'm afraid he'd just throw us right out on our rear. Hey. That photographer, what did he say his name was? Clem?
Yes, but I don't understand.
You weren't watching the road, Angel.
What? Well, his car's gone. He's not... Oh, George!
Yeah, his car's gone, but he's not. It must have just happened, Brooksy. He's... No, he's dead already.
Oh.
The photographer who took pictures of the scene of the accident has been accidentally murdered.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. How old is the battery in your car? The average automobile battery loses half of its original power in 2 years, and after that, it can give up the ghost within a matter of months. The safest thing to do with an aging battery is to have it checked regularly at your independent Chevron gas station or standard station. They'll make sure that water in the battery is at the proper level, that cables and terminals are free of corrosion. They'll recharge your battery if needed, or test it to tell if it will give you trouble-free service. And they'll be glad to show you all the advantages of a new Atlas battery. These power-packed Atlas batteries have their certified capacities plainly stamped on the sides. And with a new Atlas battery, you get a printed certificate, which is a positive warranty of performance honored by 38,000 Atlas dealers across the United States and Canada. Why not have your battery inspected tomorrow? Get this car saver service at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're bound to be wrong, says everyone, from your client, Mr. Fell, to Lieutenant Riley. And maybe they're right, because Mr. and Mrs. Mom are dead, result of an automobile accident. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you don't like it much, but how can you argue? The mere fact that Mr. Mom was worth more than $1 million, does that make him the victim of murder? No, 1,000,000 times no. Only now the other man who sang that same refrain, the photographer, Clem, has been found dead. And this time at police headquarters, there's no argument when you say that it's murder.
Looked like he'd been hit from behind, Riley, by a rock or something.
His camera, that's what it was. My sergeant found it thrown in the brush a few feet up the road.
Uh-huh. Somebody grabbed the camera. There was a fight.
What about the car? His car was gone.
Up the road, Angel. They found that, too.
Oh, they did?
Abandoned. Whoever it was took the car to get away fast.
Yeah, they must have seen us coming. Only, Riley, why do you suppose...
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, don't ask me why he was killed.
Obviously, he must have been taking pictures of something that was...
We looked around there, and we didn't see anything.
Any film in his camera?
Of course not. Or in his car, either. It was all cleaned out.
Well, Riley, I've noticed that sometimes a photographer working fast shoves exposed packs in his hip pocket.
Yes, I've noticed that, too, and I've already checked, and he did. But you know what it was?
Huh?
A couple of films with specks on them, overexposed.
Mm-hmm. Still, he was killed because he was taking pictures.
Miss Brooks, whoever was watching the photographer, whoever killed him also must have killed whatever scrap of evidence there was to prove the mom's death wasn't an accident. So now you see where we are, huh? Nowhere.
Okay, then, Riley. Let's start all over again. In fact, I'm going to start from scratch with the penny. Clifford, I want to see that bracelet you gave your aunt.
All right. Isn't much. Must be someplace around here in my aunt's room.
I don't understand. She wore it most of the time.
Oh, don't worry. It's someplace here, Mrs. Purdy.
Tell me, where'd you get the money for it in the first place, Clifford?
Here and there. What's it to you?
Nothing, just wanted.
You might try the other dresser.
Yeah. Got a dozen diamonds, Mr. Valentine. Nicest thing anybody ever gave me, she said.
How to get on a woman's good side.
Or into a woman's will.
But I bought it legitimately, despite what Phil thinks. I'll tell you what the secret was. I picked it up on a resale. Every diamond in it was a second and had a flaw or a chip of some kind. Cost me exactly $600.
Flaw, but she never knew that.
Oh.
You never told her that.
Why should I? She couldn't see the difference.
Oh, Clifford, you're a great boy. Indian gifts real close to the chest.
George.
Yeah, Brooksy?
Lieutenant Riley called. He said no.
What? Look, what's all this?
Clifford, you better keep looking for that bracelet. Miss Brooks means that they didn't find it on her body. Your aunt wasn't wearing it when she died.
Well, I'm sure it's just mislaid.
But you just can't find it. Yeah, I know. Or maybe I'll find it myself. Let me see those negatives, Riley. Hey, hold the flashlight.
Yeah, here we are.
Films with specs on them.
George, it'll be dawn pretty soon. You'll see better.
Overexposed, I said. I'll grant you I'm no expert.
I see them all right, Angel. Easy enough mistake, Riley. Only it bothered me that a professional photographer would make a mistake with a couple of his pictures and still put them in his pocket. Besides, I remember the roads of blacktop, and Clem was up here looking for skid marks.
Here's the place, George. Here's where we found his body.
Wait a second. These negatives.
But those are white. Transparent.
Well, that's what I meant, that he'd end up with a black print.
Except for a couple of specks. Two. One there, one there.
Hey, this little blur in the corner, it must be this skid here.
Yeah. Now we're oriented.
It's a picture of the road. It is, isn't it?
That's right, Angel. Looking straight down on it.
Then the speck should be right about... Hey, there's nothing here now.
Wait a minute. Knife mark. There was something. See it? And the tar here?
Huh?
The other one, just a foot over there. Some later car tracks have mashed it down a little, but...
The diamonds. George, what else would he have taken a picture of? The two specks. Only they're so far apart.
Yeah, the bracelet might have been broken. We know she generally wore it.
Well, there's nothing here now, that's a cinch. Either the photographer dug them out of the road, or whoever caught him here being curious did it. Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Get those men closer in here. Have them beat every bush.
George, I'm the one who's curious. If Mrs. Mom was wearing her bracelet when they had the accident, how would the diamonds from it get clear up here on the road? Their car went over. And if there were a couple of them here, what's so sinister about it? And where are the rest of them?
Not much luck, Lieutenant, unless you call this luck.
What are you talking about, Sergeant?
It's a long way from water, but they're beauties, all right.
What? 3 fish.
What?
Hey, give me those.
Oh, that does it. We got enough riddles, and you come up with...
With fish. Fish, sure, of course. 3 of them.
Huh?
Remember, Brooksy? The kid said, I caught 3 beauties today. Only we thought he was just telling a tall story, because where were they? Yeah, the whole thing makes sense now, Riley. Diamonds and all. Only come on, move fast. There's a kid we gotta find before the murderer figures it out and finds it first. That's why the kid was so nervous, Riley. Why he left his 3 trout behind. He'd been at the scene of the accident.
Hey, there he is, fishing.
Hey, you!
He'll scare him off. Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's me, kid.
What in the heck
Well, that's nothing. Just somebody shooting. Game warden will get him. Only, mister, what do you want with me?
Get down, kid.
Up on the ridge. They came from up on the ridge.
Go on, Riley. We're all right. Get him.
Mr. Valentine. I'll tell you anything.
Okay, kid, let's see the diamonds.
I didn't know they were them. I would have told somebody.
Sure. You didn't know who they belonged to? 6, 7, 8, 9 of them, huh?
They were just scattered there by the side of the road.
Not any of them down the grade where the wreck was?
Oh, no, sir. I don't think there was any connection with that. There was a clasp, a catch thing. Here, see? It was caught in one of them low bushes by the road. The diamonds were just scattered along from there.
Did you find anything, Riley?
Oh, 3 empty shells. But whoever it was shot at the kid's gone now. By the time we climb out of the brush here...
By the time we do, you can make an arrest, Riley.
Mr. Valentine, before you say anything to Clifford here, I think you ought to know that he couldn't have killed his aunt and his uncle. He was playing cards at the time of their death. Well, I was playing cards with him.
What's all this?
And so were some other men.
Oh, Valentine. Here we go again. The whole case hangs on the mom's death not being an accident. On all this other stuff being a cover-up for the fact that it wasn't.
Riley, take it easy, will you? It was an accident, all right. There's no argument. You and the experts persuaded me a long time ago.
What's that?
And, Mr. Fell, you told me a lot of other things, I believe, too. That Clifford here'd do anything for a few pennies. Get as much money from his aunt and uncle as possible.
But how in the world...
The whole case hangs on a few low-grade diamonds, Riley. That's why the photographer was killed. That's why Clifford tried to get at the kid. Only we beat him to it. And that's why you're a sucker staying around to listen to this, Clifford.
Go on, Mr. Valentine.
Sure. You're just counting on one thing that we'll never figure why that cheap bracelet is so important. Why you could have been up to something if the death of your aunt and uncle was an accident. Well, I know why. Double inheritance tax.
What?
Yes,
What's that?
That's right. Every penny counts. Every $100,000. It's the location of the bracelet that tips it, isn't it, Clifford?
Is it?
It's who died first, your uncle or your aunt.
But we know that she did, remember? She was in the front seat, and he tried to get up to the road for help.
Finally, that accident wasn't discovered for several hours.
Huh?
Well, suppose it was discovered first by the ambitious miser here. Suppose he was all happy about seeing him dead. Until he noticed a terrible thing. The uncle was in the car. The uncle died first. How about that, Fel? You're a tax expert.
You don't need my help.
Hey, and it was Mr. Mom's money. So legally his wife would inherit, and then it would be passed on to Clifford.
Now you're getting it, Riley. No matter how close their deaths were, a few minutes or an hour, both wills would have to come into play when the estate would be settled.
And that means 2 taxes.
You know what the tax is on $1 million inheritance? You weren't out just to save pennies, were you, Clifford? Because what you found was your aunt up by the side of the road.
Now, wait a minute.
How else could her bracelet have got caught and broken on a bush? Unless she was the one who died last, who struggled up that embankment for help. So it's pretty simple, isn't it? All you did was change the bodies around.
So we'd think she died first, and Clifford would inherit from his uncle, and we would think
It was
that
a
he had
body
outlived
switch, Riley. A little investment in his future, that's all. Only the interest got compounded, didn't it, Clifford? You overlooked a bracelet. And then a photographer didn't and began to get curious. He might have even figured it out. And when you counted the diamonds he'd found mashed into the road, there weren't enough. So you had to run frantically someplace else, someplace we almost led you. To the kid who'd picked him up and couldn't see any harm in keeping him.
Mr. Valentine, I did stay around too long, didn't I?
The nice little gift you gave to your aunt. It really came back to haunt you, busted a snowball until...
Yeah, a gun makes a lot of difference, don't it? Go on, talk away, Mr. Valentine. Talk to yourself for a change.
You won't get away with this.
Let him go, Riley.
But he's got a car.
I said let him go.
As if there were any argument. Much obliged, friend. Keep 'em rolling.
Valentine, of all this...
Cool off, will you? Keep 'em rolling, he says. There's a laugh.
I can see him from the window here. He won't get it very far in that car.
What's that?
He's got a flat tire, Riley.
Yes. 9 diamonds from the boy, 2 mashed into the road. That makes 11. But there were 12 in the bracelet. The high price of a penny. The extra diamond. He's got a flat tire. He found it.
Mr. Fell, I grant you that a diamond is sharp enough. But one from that bracelet would be so small, it just couldn't have...
But it did. You saw it happen. You saw them catch him. Yes, Miss Brooks. It was the stone, all right.
Well, now, it would have been neat, Mr. Fell. Retribution and all that stuff, but... You see, Clifford had a flat tire because I let the air out of him.
Huh? Oh, no, now, look. When did you have a chance
a
to...
whole lot earlier. You see, I took the precaution, that's all.
But how did you know then that it was he who...
Oh, I played safe and let the air out of your tires, too.
Oh.
Mr. Fell, we're skeptical of clients who keep insisting we're bound to be wrong.
Oh. I didn't want to say it, Mr. Valentine, but now I'll have to. This business of double inheritance tax.
Oh, sure, I know. It's your field, not mine.
There was a recent ruling. You made the same mistake Clifford did. I mean, about saving all that inheritance tax.
What?
Oh, it's a perfectly logical mistake. You and he would have been absolutely correct until recently. Courts decided in a case like that the same money can't be taxed twice.
Oh.
Then Clifford didn't have to move the bodies or kill the photographer.
That's right.
And it's only because I was wrong that I was able to put myself in Clifford's place and figure out his motive.
That's right.
But what difference does it make? Lieutenant Riley caught Clifford and he confessed, and now one thing's sure. George, you and I are going to have this dance and forget all... Oh. No music.
Angel, this seems to be the kind of case where everybody's bound to be wrong.
When we say that RPM motor oil is first choice where driving's toughest, it is not a statement made of dream stuff. It is based on facts. For example, one man in the Spokane Valley, where temperatures vary from 40 below to 105 above, drove 40,000 miles on RPM with no repair work necessary and without needing makeup oil between regular crankcase drains. But you ask motorists anywhere in the West, and they'll tell you more people prefer RPM motor oil than any other brand. Why is RPM first choice where driving's toughest? Because it's compounded to cling to cylinder walls in the coldest temperatures, even when a car stands idle for days or weeks. In sizzling temperatures, ordinary oils run away from engine hot spots, but not RPM. And this premium quality motor oil cleans your engine as it lubricates. In fact, it's the best engine insurance you can buy. Get it for your car tomorrow. Ask for RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Ted Osborne was heard as Fell, Anthony Barrett as Clifford, Herbert Butterfield as Clem, Jeffrey Silver as the boy, and Noreen Gamil as Mrs. Burley. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Sweet are the uses of publicity, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, believe me, trouble I've got like the hives, danger I've got like dandruff. But who wants to scratch either one? Why should I ruin my expectancy when there's a man like your caliber advertises he should unwrap people's loads from their backs? No answer. It's for you. You've got it. A job, it's yours. Now listen, so much for politeness. You're going to keep me from an early death. You're going to throw out of work my tombstone maker. And how? By only making yourself pleasant while I throw a party. The place? East Bay uptown. Meet you at the side entrance at 8 o'clock. The name, Jacob S. Flannery. Jake to you. That's me. The job? Believe me, Mr. Valentine, it's a job, all right. You're going to be a bodyguard. A bodyguard to a man who doesn't exist. Only got 10 minutes, Valentine. Guess we'll be upstairs in 10 minutes. A bartender, Pete, the usual, and make it fast.
Yes, sir, Mr. Flannery. Coming up.
Is there anybody around here you don't know?
Anywhere, Miss Brooks. Anywhere, and I wish it weren't so. 10 minutes rest. The first all day. 10 beautiful
You know, friend,
little...
you're quite a character.
Mr. Valentine, you surprised me, too. No, I said that. You'll have to excuse the letter. But I figured Private Eye, Tough Joe, make 'em like it. Get in tune with his symphony. Get 'em here. If it sounded like no grammar, excuse it.
There you are, Mr. Flannery. Oh, thank you, sir.
The usual water?
For my pills. Dietitian says they're no good. Stomach specialist does. Analyst doesn't care, so I take the advice of myself. Valentine, I get myself into a person's personality, see? I'm fluid, flexible, in harmony with the situation.
Suppose you just tell us what your business is and what our job is tonight and let it go at that.
But that's what I'm doing. It's me, my talent, my career. And it's all teetering in the balance. Tonight is the night.
Mr. Flannery...
I build romance, Miss Brooks. I give glamour where there was only gallstones, pearls out of paste. Oh, here's my card.
Personality builder?
Publicity, is that it? Is that what you are, publicity agent?
Valentine, please. There's no person alive who can put his own best foot forward, so I do it for him. I touch up his public picture. I stick him in the public eye. Sure, publicity, press relations, whatever you like. But in 2 years, I built up a suite of 10 offices. You'd be surprised at some of the clients
Skip it, please.
Caleb Romano. Have you ever heard of that name?
Caleb, well, of course. He's that Czechoslovakian or Romanian.
I'll say I have, and he's not in your league, Buster.
The epitome of romance. He was my first client, Valentine.
Okay, sorry. But he's a big shot foreign businessman, isn't he? Always see his name going to some glamour spot over there in Europe? Being chased by some rich widow?
The bachelor, the charmer, the dilettante, the dream of what every dull man of 40 would like to be. My dream. Mine, you understand?
Huh?
Caleb Romano does not exist. I made him up.
What? Oh, now, wait a minute. I've read about
Yeah, but you've never actually seen a picture of him, have you?
Well, maybe not, but Caleb Romano is...
Quiet. I'm trusting you. What I've told you could kill me in this town, ruin me. Newspapers, magazine editors. I built my business on Caleb Romano. The other clients I've got, they're honest men. I'm an honest man.
Oh, yeah, sure. Honest like the day is short, pulling a fraud like this.
Listen, 2 years ago, I wasn't even eating regular. I had to do something. So I dreamed up Romano. It's easy to get publicity for somebody who doesn't exist, particularly when you keep them in Europe. Well, you're not bowed down. You don't have to tell the truth about them. Well, anyway, it worked. When other people heard Romano was a client of mine, in came business. The tailored suits, I'm in.
Well, then what are you worried about?
Being out, being exposed. I made the mistake of having him come to the U.S. incognito. Reporters are beginning to get puzzled. They sniff around. He's been an albatross around my neck.
Frankenstein built a monster, and now Frankenstein's monsters...
Haunts me. I try to forget him, drop it. But they won't let me. It's every day. Where's Romano? Press agents grab me and say...
Now, wait a minute. Calm down, will you? This party tonight upstairs, and this bodyguard to nobody stuff, and your letter...
I said tonight's the night. Caleb Romano is going back to Europe to retire forever. Tonight, we lay the ghost.
What?
It's a farewell party. The whole press in town is invited. Columnists, the works. I say I've got a surprise for them. A chance to say goodbye to the man they've been itching to meet. Only, of course, he'll be regrettably detained and forced to dash straight for the boat instead. So they don't know it, but they'll never meet him in the first place. You get it?
Genius. Sheer genius.
Desperation, that's all. Be sarcastic, but help me. Please help me. Stand by if I need you, in case any of that bloodthirsty mob up there won't swallow the sweet talk and demand they gotta see him. Mr. Valentine, believe me, not even I've got this far before. Takes help to give a party for nobody.
It also takes guests to give a party for nobody. Don't look now, Mr. Flannery, but I don't see anybody but the waiter.
The gentleman of the press left Mr. Flannery just a moment ago. Apparently, they received a phone call. I don't know what this party of yours
Stop
was to be.
waving
But...
your arms. What phone call?
Yes, sir, of course, sir. But apparently, they had an opportunity to meet someone they wished to meet. I can't say as I blame them. I've been fascinated by the stories about him myself.
Hey, what is all this?
Yes, sir. I believe they all went somewhere together. Someone had arranged a personal interview with that foreigner, Caleb Romano. Imagine, they're going to meet him in person.
But, sir, I tell you can't go aboard.
Look, I know the president of the line, the chairman of the board, and me are just like
Hey,
that.
come
Don't
back
argue
here.
with the stockholders. Come on, Valentine.
All right, ballyhoo. We're aboard now, so slow down.
I got tickets for him for stateroom 1A.
When you perpetrate a fraud, you certainly do it up fancy.
Well, I had to. Had to carry out the full pretense. It's not easy to get rid of a man who doesn't exist.
Climb out of that squirrel cage and say it straight, will you? The reporters didn't know what kind of a party you had planned back there. Somebody else phones and says Caleb Romano can be seen in person someplace else. Well, what makes you think we'll find...
Claude. He's the only one it could be. Claude. The steward. Valentine, I had to take him into my confidence, too. I paid a steward $1,000 to maintain the pretense until the ship was at sea. We reserved an empty stateroom, bought tickets. Some editor was bound to check out when I gave out the story that Romano had left,
You
so I
think
thought...
the steward was the one who telephoned? But why would he say they could come down here and see Romano in person?
Oh,
when...
just to get in the act to grab up the spotlight publicity. What else does anybody do anything for? Takes my cash, then gets the credit for exposing me. Come on. I'll shove that laugh right through the other side of his face. He'll never be able to bite another hand that feeds him.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. Stop, would you? Brooksy, find me the purser of this ship.
Huh?
Buster, you're just going to take some more pills.
Valentine.
I'll take care of your double-crosser for you and the newspapermen. So long, Ulcer. I'm going after this publicity myself.
Young man, are you going to be on this ship? Oh, delightful. I was only just saying to the chambermaid, I said, how dreary the ocean must be without...
I'm sorry, lady. Excuse me. I'm looking for...
Oh, but that's the end of the corridor. There are no more rooms.
The lady is quite correct, sir. Perhaps you are lost. There is only 1A.
Well, that's what I'm looking for, 1A. Hey, you're Claude, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Claude. Oh, well, perhaps you could help me, steward.
Oh, lady, please.
I only wanted a cup of bouillon. Excuse me.
In just a moment, madam. No one is to be admitted to cabin 1A, so the gentleman doesn't wish to be disturbed.
Buster, where are the reporters?
I beg your pardon, sir?
Look, I work for the same guy you do, Flannery. Did you call reporters?
Really, sir, I don't follow you. I haven't seen a single gentleman of the press aboard this ship.
Oh, you haven't, huh?
Oh, no, sir. Everything's gone beautifully, just beautifully. If you're on the in, as we say, you may tell Mr. Flannery we've done a masterful job of his little deception.
You have?
Oh, yes, sir. See, even dummy suitcase is outside the empty cabin, and I have the only key. You may tell him no one has come near here. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir, the lady's bouillon.
Yeah, sure, go on.
There's a companionway up there for you to get back up to the deck, sir.
Yeah. Cabin 1A, huh? Masterful deception.
No!
George, the ship has sailed. I'm trying to tell you, the ship has sailed.
I can hear you. Hey, where are we?
On the ship. We left the dock half an hour ago.
Oh, that does it. Of all the crazy, stupid...
I found you just wandering around with a blank look on your face.
Hey, where's Flannery? I suppose he got off all right.
Open your eyes, detective. I'm right here.
Huh?
Don't make like you have the only headache. Have a pill. A bartender.
Oh, Buster, where did I
George,
get...
the ship stops pretty quick at the Outer Harbor Light Station. We can get off when they drop off the pilot.
Just a second, Angel. Now, listen, Buster, you're a fraud.
Let go of
There's no Caleb Romano, you say. Come help me, you say.
Valentine.
George, I believe it.
There's a million reporters running around loose, only they keep disappearing.
No. Stop it. What's come over you?
Buster, I'm going to bang down the door to that cabin 1A, and if I have to, friend, I'm going to use your head.
You see? Nobody.
Yeah, it's empty, all right, just like you said. Like the steward said.
Mr. Valentine.
All right, so I'm wrong. Just because somebody saps me, I act like one. But Flannery somehow on this hot air excursion... Hey, the boat's stopping.
George, that's what we were just trying to tell you.
Huh? Oh, yeah, the light station. We get off.
No, George, the reporters. That's why we're stopping.
The what? There aren't any, are there? The little genius's hoax is still nice and undetected, isn't it?
At the light station, the purser got them there.
What?
When you sent me to find him, remember? The purser said he was the one who telephoned that hotel. He's having the ship stop half an hour at the light station for them to come aboard.
The purser? Why?
Oh, you innocent babe. Why, he says. They saw Romano's name on the passenger list, that's why. Now the steamship company wants to get into the act. Show up their big passenger, Romano. It's for... Oh, no. No, I can't say.
It's for publicity, George. They want some publicity, too.
Oh, brother. Now I've heard everything. All right, Brooksy, this is where we came.
Hey, wait a minute. Valentine, wait.
You built yourself this headache, Buster. Oh, don't worry. Just show the boys from the press the albatross around your neck. You explain to them why this cabin's empty. But me, I'm through with them.
Where do you think you're going?
Lieutenant Riley.
That's right. Nobody's coming aboard this ship but me, Valentine.
Now, what in the name of...
A fisherman complained somebody threw a body in his net.
What?
You heard me. Right in the harbor here, a body was thrown off this ship. A man, a big shot. That guy you read so much publicity about. Caleb Romano.
The man who doesn't exist.
Hey, what's the matter with that bird there behind you?
George, I think Mr. Flannery fainted.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Every time you have to use the choke to get your car started, don't forget it results in extra engine wear as well as a delay in time. And what makes an engine hard to start anyway? Often it's the fault of gummy gasoline. Gummy gasoline? Yes, indeed. It's caused by the impurities that exist in most raw gasoline. But Chevron Supreme is the gasoline that is super refined to prevent engine sticking gum, to keep spark plugs, rings, and carburetor free of this contaminant. That's why Chevron Supreme gives you that new car feeling. Not only faster starting, but quicker pickup in traffic and ping-free power on the steepest hills. Just try super refined Chevron Supreme. It's the gasoline that gives you full mileage in the kind of driving you do. Buy Chevron Supreme at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Caleb Romano was a romantic, mysterious figure, a bachelor sought after by many women, friend of the great, maker of tabloid headlines, the dream of what every middle-aged man would like to be. But, according to Jake Flannery, Caleb Romano was only a dream himself, a nightmare that Flannery created in order to build up his own publicity business. A fraudulent ghost returned to haunt Flannery forever, because now it's no longer a ghost. It's a body, the body of Caleb Romano. Well, if your name is George Valentine, that's what you want to see. In the police launch, tied alongside the big ship several hundred yards off the Outer Harbor Light Station.
Now, you believe me, Valentine. This is the main feature.
Bullet, huh?
Yeah, that's right. He was shot twice. .38 revolver. See what I mean? He was murdered and then thrown overboard.
Murdered, I said.
And all for publicity.
What's that?
Oh, never mind. Refrain of a song. Riley, it must have happened just after I got cracked over the head.
There's a big window in cabin 1A. Somebody must have heard the ship was going to stop again and have reporters running all over the place. So they got scared and shoved the body through it.
Hey, wait a minute, Riley. Hold it.
Huh?
Mr. Valentine. Oh, there you are.
Hi, blood pressure.
Where's your respect for the living? Got any way to talk? Just wondered if you got things straight with the inspector.
Flannery, I'm a lieutenant this season. And yes, I've heard that sluiced-up story of yours, and furthermore, I'm convinced you're the only fake around here, see? You see this pretty gold cigarette case?
Huh? Oh, initialed, huh?
Yeah, very classy. C.R.
Or would you rather paw around in a wallet?
Same initials, CR. Hey, what else was on the body, Riley?
Doesn't mean anything. Might be Chauncey Rose or Charlie Rappaport or even Captain Riley for all you can...
And he was wearing a nice new wristwatch. Caleb Romano.
But it can't...
You engineered all of this. Cooked up the stories for Valentine here.
It doesn't exist, I tell you. I don't know why that stuff's on him.
Well, who collects now that Romano's dead? That's all I want to know.
No. Listen to me. It's not true.
And don't give me any more that don't exist stuff. I know, see? I read an article once about Romano in a magazine myself.
I wrote that article myself. I made it up.
And, friend, I'm going to write you a nice long ticket
Hey,
for...
cut it out, both of you.
Huh?
Riley, I got some more initials.
Huh?
Yeah.
Mr. Valentine, please tell
Stop babbling, will you? Take a look here. J.W., 1929. Mamie H., 1931.
Hey.
Yeah, some marks under his shirt. Here.
The names and dates all seem to end around 32.
Tattoo?
That's right, Buster. Now, look here. I'll always love you, Susie. Supposed to be a big romantic international glamour boy, Riley.
Yeah. With the names of his girls tattooed on him.
Yeah. I think we're finally going to believe you, Flannery. You wrote up Romano as being a foreigner, didn't you?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes. Czechoslovakian, a Romanian, a...
And here on this guy's chest it says, tell it to the U.S. Marines.
So now where are we, huh? It's an impersonation, all right. Impersonation by this guy, whoever he was, of a character written about in the newspaper. Even the wristwatch and the wallet are new. So he either bought it recently or it was planted on him.
Well, naturally, I wouldn't have any reason for... Well, I only dreamed up Romano. I didn't... Well, what's the matter?
Come on, Riley. We're going to dream up some answers. And stick around, Flannery. Maybe we'll all get our names in the paper.
But I'm trying to think, Mr. Valentine. There's so many men aboard a ship, you know, and it's all so exciting, at least for a single girl like myself.
Yeah, sure, Miss Nelson. Is that it, Nelson?
The Topeka Nelsons. Oh, I've taught Latin there in the high school for I don't know how many.
Yes, well, will you please try to remember? You see, you were there almost at the right time. You must have seen...
But I prowl all over the ship. I always do at sailing time. I travel a great deal, you know, all of us girls, and it's so thrilling to see what kind of experiences you're going to have.
Like men, you mean?
Well, really, Lieutenant.
Well, that's what he's trying to ask you. Did you see a man in cabin 1A? Did you happen to look into...
Certainly not that forward.
Well, did you see a man in the general area? Oh, excuse me, ma'am, but this guy who was in 1A was killed, and you're the only person who had even a remote chance of seeing or hearing what...
I'm trying, Lieutenant. I am trying. But I was late coming aboard myself, and, well, I remember you, Mr. Valentine. There was so much luggage in the corridor, we bumped into each other, didn't we? And, of course, the steward in that section...
that's you, Cron.
Yes, sir. Yes, of course, sir.
I wish I could. Well, there might have been something if... Only I could...
Think, will you, lady? Think, will you, please?
Oh, skip it, Riley, skip it.
Huh?
I understand, Miss Nelson. Thanks very much.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah. Claude, you want to repeat that story of yours?
If you wish, sir. I was quite busy with the embarkation.
From the beginning.
I accepted $1,000, yes, sir. Mr. Flannery is an old customer of the line. I only wished to oblige him. It was a very small fraud merely to pretend there was somebody in what I thought to be an empty cabin. I never even looked in that cabin, sir. I locked the door, told anyone who came near that the gentleman inside did not wish to be disturbed. I was pretending that the fictitious Mr. Romano was in there, and I went about my duties.
You locked the door without looking in.
Yes, sir.
If it was already locked by somebody leaving, you'd have noticed it.
Perhaps.
Or if it was locked from the inside by that guy who got killed or somebody else, you'd have noticed that too.
What?
And it would have been locked, of course, since the body hadn't been thrown overboard yet. So in either case, you would have noticed it, but you didn't. You said the door was unlocked.
Really, the logic you're trying to use,
Now
sir...
tell me, Buster, why is it the more nervous you get, the tighter you hold your hand against your side?
No,
That's where you keep your precious $1,000? Or is that where
Get away from me.
He's got a gun. Grab him.
Stop it. Let go.
Oh, no. No gun, Riley. Just his wallet, that's all.
Give it back. Give it to me.
Wow. 1,000? Jake Flannery said he gave you $1,000, but...
Holy smoke.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right now, Claude, where'd you get the extra 5? And don't waste any words this time.
His name is Burnell, Sam Burnell.
Go on.
I met him. Never mind, that's not important. He's just a man, or was, I should say, unsuccessful at a good many things, in and out of trouble, in and out of the Marines, in vaudeville with a knife-throwing act, bicycle stunt rider on a tandem. You can check all this yourself. The only important thing was he had some money saved up and wanted to invest it.
And you had something to sell.
Well, in a manner of speaking, yes, sir. Well, it did seem ridiculous to me for Mr. Flannery to have built up that beautiful personality of Caleb Romano and then just want to throw it away.
So you sold the vacancy to this Sam Burnell?
Well, the role did have inducements. Perhaps he wished to write a book or marry one of these wealthy creatures who were always chasing after Mr. Romano in the Sunday supplements. Perhaps he...
Yeah, sure, I get it. It was a perfect confidence game for him.
But I don't see yet why he got killed.
Neither do I, sir. I know nothing about his murder.
Thank you, Claude. You're under arrest.
But, Lieutenant...
We'll call it material witness for the time.
Overboard! Somebody overboard!
George, it's that little school teacher.
Somebody pushed her. You can't just fall over that rail. What's the matter with the lights? Get a light down there!
Miss Nelson, huh?
She did know something. She did remember
She'd be on
something.
the surface if she were alive, wouldn't she?
Sail her down there now. I wonder where Flannery is.
The tide's running offshore, Lieutenant. It's carrying her out.
Well, get that launch going. Come on, come on.
Oh, George, maybe she never even guessed what it was she saw or heard that was important.
Come on, hurry up, Valentine.
Go on. Don't wait for me.
George!
I got something else to do, Angel. So long. I'll see you later. You heard me, Buster. Give me that boat. I'm going ashore. Well, welcome, lady. I've been on shore waiting for you.
Mr. Valentine. Oh, you don't swim very well. Saw the lights. Couldn't tell direction.
Yeah, the current's pretty strong, but you'll be all right. Now, give me your hand.
Oh.
Easy does it. That's it.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
Yeah, not as young as you used to be, I guess.
Oh.
No, don't try to talk. You must have had the daylight scared out of you tonight. Oh, here we are. Just sit here now and get your breath. It's pretty tough trying to swim like that after killing a man.
What did you say?
Yeah, you're the one who knocked me out, too, I guess. I was headed for cabin 1A. I had to be stopped so the body could be gotten out of there, tossed overboard.
You mustn't talk like that, young man.
Cabin 1A. You called it a room. The old traveler, huh? Called a passageway a corridor, too. Several other things.
Mr. Valentine.
JW, 29. Mamie H, 1930. Dates all ended in 32. None after, I noticed that.
No.
What happened then? Claude says Burnell tried vaudeville with a knife-throwing act. That takes a partner. Bicycle stunt rider for a while. On a tandem. Takes a partner. Little Latin teachers don't develop the nerve or muscles for a swim in water like that. Mrs. Burnell?
No, I'm not Mrs. Burnell.
You answer pretty quick, don't you? Sure, it must have been. And now that half-failure confidence game husband of yours latches onto the one thing that'd take him away from you forever. Old girlfriends and all. He was on his way to become the big international bachelor, pursued by the women of 5 continents. Oh, what a life.
Oh, you can never understand.
So you follow after the heel, get aboard ship, and then lose your temper, I guess. From then on, it's a 3-ring madhouse. The tide's running offshore now, you know. Of course you know, it almost killed you. But you wouldn't be here, would you, unless you dived off that ship on purpose. Unless you were trying to run away.
It was his gun. He had a gun. We struggled.
Yeah, sure. I guess there's a lot on your side.
Hey down there.
What's that?
What's going on down there?
Just take it easy.
Let go of me. Who are they?
Hey, what's the pitch? What's with the ship out there? We're running out of poker chips. You just come from that ship out there?
Reporters, that's all, Mrs. Burnell, from the Outer Harbor Light Station. Every reporter in town still waiting.
Hey, what is it? What's up? I tell you, we're getting pretty sick and tired of these publicity gags.
The jury will let Mrs. Bennell off easy. I'm in tune with that kind of stuff, Miss Brooks. Symphony and sob, that's the angle. Husband was a rat, going to go away and be a playboy like he was before 32. Like I remember once, I ran up some stuff in a bomber. Stabbed his mother-in-law. The angle
Mr. Flannery, I thought you were all through with publicity.
You mean it's through with me, don't you?
If you hadn't got smart in the first place, this guy Burnell...
No, George. If the job of being Caleb Romano hadn't been around, that man would have left his wife some other way, with probably the same results.
Thank you, beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Brooksy. So long, Flannery.
No, wait a minute, Valentine. I've got an idea. I'm grateful, see? So I take and I build you up, see? I make people George Valentine conscious.
You what?
Well, what's the matter? You want to be a hermit or something?
Get out of here.
The only trouble is you need a little more human interest. Home and fireside, soft lights and junk. Now, if you'll just take that dame draped around your neck there and...
I said get... Hey, wait a minute. You mean...
Well, it's an idea, isn't it?
Mr. Flannery, it's a wonderful idea.
Imagine how you'd feel if you found that your car's fuel tank had a slow leak and that you were losing 1 gallon of gasoline out of every 10. Expensive? You bet. But many motorists are losing that much gasoline simply because of worn and neglected spark plugs. At 35 miles an hour, your car's spark plugs have to fire about 5,000 times a minute, and in a temperature ranging from 2,000 to 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. No wonder the porcelain sometimes cracks. No wonder the plugs need cleaning and resetting periodically. In fact, if your spark plugs have traveled more than 10,000 miles, chances are you'll be money ahead by getting new Atlas Champion spark plugs. They have the finest insulating material ever developed for spark plugs, and efficiency beyond that of any other spark plug. So, to prevent gasoline waste and for better engine performance, go on Atlas Champion spark plugs and have them inspected at regular intervals. Get this car saver service at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer as Lieutenant Riley. Eddie Marr was heard as Flannery. Lee Patrick as Mrs. Burnell. Eric Snowden as Claude, and Bob Bruce as the reporter. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The voice of the giant. A transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
And so from hour to hour we ripe and ripe, and then from hour to hour we rot and rot, and thereby hangs a tale. Right together tonight, aren't you? 8 o'clock. The giant and the midget. And don't worry over there, I'll wind you. I'll wind all of you. And the fat duchess, too, in the next room. It's her turn tonight. Oh, did I? Yes, of course, already, didn't I? Time is money. Time goes, you say. Ah, no. Alas, time stays, we go. All the silly. Death chooses his own time. Listen, it's not running. The Duchess. Oh, no. I can't hear. It stopped. She stopped. She stopped!
Well, Charlotte, what is the matter with you?
Uncle Giles!
You come galloping like...
Be quiet! Oh. She's running again.
Did you think the Duchess would stop? Oh, no. No. She is not one of those English clocks with the foolish quotations. Time is this, time
This is my father's collection, not yours. This is my father's workroom, not yours. You go to your own cottage. Why don't you stay over where you belong?
I go where I like. The clock should be mine, every one.
Get out of here. Get out. Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Giles.
Middle-aged lady with a heart like a lemon, like her face. I don't touch anything. I don't stop anything. What do you think happens? What do you think to be afraid of?
Thank you for the compliments. I'm going to lock up, go back to the main house.
I only come here to look for you, Charlotte. Such a beautiful night. And you should fix your hair. He is come.
What?
The young man I see you with several times, weekends ago.
Walter.
Yeah, him, Walter Stanton. He is out by the garden to see you. Well, he has brought friends. You'll have amusement and maybe go out someplace. A young lady and a man.
What's that?
Very nice. Very nice. He's brought a man for you to meet. His name is Valentine. His name is George Valentine.
No, I'm sorry, Walter. Tell your friends I'm sorry.
But we drove all the way out from town, Charlotte.
Please, I don't feel well. I have a headache.
I haven't seen you for 2 weeks since your letter.
I'll write again, but I'm going inside.
Charlotte, we really wanted to see your father, not you. Look, I'm George Valentine. I wanted to meet your father.
I'll write you. I'm going into the...
Charlotte, what's the matter? What are you listening for? What is it? Charlotte!
Oh, you're there, aren't you? Pick, pick, boom, boom. Pick, pick, boom, boom. I didn't mean to leave you so long. I can hear your voice. You're all right, aren't you? The voice of the giant.
So that's Charlotte.
Yes, Miss Brooks. Charlotte there, she's my wife.
What?
What?
Well, yes, I know. I told you I'd seen her only a few times, but 3 weeks ago...
Dear Mr. Valentine, would you please come for a drive to the country with me this evening? There is someone I want you to meet. That was your letter. That's all you've told us.
Yeah, Mr. Stanton. I'd be happier with some facts.
Well, I'm a teacher, college in the city, summer session now. Been carrying a very heavy load, but on weekends I've managed to get out a bit to paint. It's a hobby. I'm not much good. Well, quite by accident, the start of the summer, I happened to stop off at a little train station down the road here, and I met Charlotte that same day. I was painting a cow, as a matter of fact.
Well, that could be a romantic situation.
It wasn't exactly, but well, you can see what I'm like. Maybe not the ordinary ardent lover, but to me, Charlotte is the most beautiful person in the world.
I understand.
I know that possibly to anyone else.
Charlotte lives out here taking care of her father, is that right?
Yes, I told you that. She loves her father very much. She always has. She's devoted her entire life to him.
He's a watch manufacturer, isn't he?
Well, he's retired now. He's been an invalid ever since she's been grown, a bad heart or something. Has to just stay in his room up there on the second floor. Can't even come out to wind the clocks in his workshop anymore.
And this uncle of hers, this Tile
Saxeborg, he's a second cousin, really, or something. Helped her father get started in the old days, I guess, a master mechanic. They don't get along very well.
But he's the only other person around. Doesn't sound like much of a life for Charlotte.
I came up every weekend. I know she enjoyed seeing me, too. I rented a room at a farm the last few times. It wasn't convenient for me here, apparently. Well, to make a long story short, I asked Charlotte to marry me 3 weeks ago. I had no idea what she'd say. We'd never been together for long. She never liked to leave the house for more than an hour or so at a time.
But she said yes, didn't she?
Well, she just cried. I got a license, like an optimist. The next weekend, I was delayed. Took a much later train. She'd been waiting for me 3 hours. But the minute I got there, she took me a couple of miles farther on to a neighbor's place. Justice of the peace was waiting for us.
Well, congratulations, only I don't understand.
It was the only full, complete afternoon we ever had together. I had to catch the night train back. 2 solid weeks of final examinations coming up. And every day I wrote a letter, and she didn't.
Go on.
I mean, she didn't answer mine. I tried to telephone a couple of times, and I wired. And then I got this.
Here, let's see. Letter?
Just these few words.
Here, George. Dear Mr. Stanton, I must tell you to stop trying to reach me, trying to see me. My lawyers will contact you shortly regarding our annulment. Sincerely, Charlotte.
Annulment?
I know there was a lot for us both to overcome. We're both shy sort of people. We're not young,
hold
but...
it.
Maybe you are not so much of a man, Walter.
Hello, Mr. Saxeborg.
I will not excuse myself for listening. The night is as much mine as yours.
Yes, but what did you mean
you
by
are too considerate for what you should have. What is yours?
But her father is ill. I didn't
A
want
nasty situation is no place for a gentleman. If you had asked some more questions, be rude, snoop to find out things.
Okay.
Then you would know that her father is dead.
What did you say?
He died of a heart attack 2 weeks ago. The day of your wedding.
It strikes like that 5 minutes before the hour, before the biggest bell rings.
The tower clock? Yes, I've heard 'em like that. But look here, Charlotte, the reason I broke in here to talk to you
The giant. That's its name. The giant from Zurich. My father brought it all the way over here. The tower had to be specially built. A staircase goes up 3 flights from the land.
Sure. Must be quite a job to wind, but...
The biggest bell is 9 feet across.
I want to know why you won't talk to Walter down there.
A crew of men comes once a month to reset the machine.
Charlotte, I said I want to know why you...
Shh. Oh. I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine. Just don't talk so loud, please. I'm trying to listen.
All right. I understand the giant hasn't stopped running for 300 years. Your uncle tells me your father was very proud of his collection. Great believer in time is money, time is this, time is that, time is everything.
Walter's in the house, too, isn't he?
Yeah. Now, look, Charlotte, all I want to know is...
Where?
Well, in the study, but it's not important. It's you that
My uncle is an avaricious fool, Mr. Valentine. If you don't mind, I think we'd better...
Mr. Valentine!
George!
He was looking in the desk, your father's desk. I only stepped out for a minute and
I was not. Let go of me. I
Stop
didn't
it.
touch a thing.
Cut it out. Cut it out. Both of you. He keeps all his papers. He was reading the letters.
I wasn't doing anything of the... Oh.
Well, that's better.
What in the world is the matter with you? You told me to snoop around, didn't you?
Prying into the things of the mind when Charlotte is what you are here for. To take her away, to make her happy, to get her...
Oh, stop it. Stop it, all of you.
Charlotte.
I don't want either one of you in this house.
Now, young lady, you listen to me.
It's my house, not yours. And I don't intend to leave. Not ever. And there's nothing in that desk to pry into. No secret anywhere but in me.
Charlotte, please.
I'm the one, and I don't want you, Walter. You can't help me, any of you. It's in me. I'm the one who left her. Not you and not Tyler.
You did what? Left whom?
I left him. I left him. I killed him.
Wait a minute, Charlotte. As I understand it, I understood your father died of a heart attack. Sure. The giant. That's what you listen to all the time, isn't it? Only somehow you're afraid of...
It stopped, Mr. Valentine.
Huh?
I left him all day, and it stopped. And I wasn't here to fix it. The giant stopped. The voice of the giant. And I wasn't there. So you see, I killed my father.
Charlotte, wait! Charlotte!
And when the giant stops again, I will die.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When you're driving through hot desert country, 120 degrees in the shade may seem cool to you, but what happens to your car's engine when you're in that kind of country? The fact is, the engine gets even hotter when you stop, and internal engine parts get so hot that ordinary motor oils run away from them. But not RPM motor oil. It's compounded to cling to overheated metal. And that's why folks in western deserts will tell you more people prefer RPM than any other brand of motor oil. There are other good reasons for RPM being first choice where driving's toughest. RPM cleans your engine as it lubricates, prevents ring clogging, and stops carbon formation. So for the best engine insurance you can buy, ask for RPM motor oil, first choice where driving's toughest. Ask at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The voice of the giant, the huge tower clock that overlooks the strange house in the country, the clock whose owner died of a heart attack 2 weeks ago. But now his daughter Charlotte says that she killed him. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you realize it's Charlotte you must help. And you only hope that Claire Brooks, alone with Charlotte, will have better luck talking to her than you did.
I came back, and it was dark in the house, and I was all excited inside, and... Listen. Pick, pick, bomb, bomb. Pick, pick, bomb, bomb. It says that, doesn't it? I've always thought it did, ever since I was a little child. Only when I stood there, down in the hall, I suddenly realized that it stopped. The voice, the giant, had stopped. I ran upstairs, and there on the landing by the door to the tower, by the head of the stairs, was Father.
But I thought you said...
He was just standing there. He couldn't talk. His face was...
I understand.
I got him back to his room. He collapsed. He was dead.
Oh, you poor thing.
Oh, don't be stupid. Don't. The clock was running again, and don't you understand?
What?
Yes. After I called the doctor in the back hall, I heard it. The giant's voice. It had started again, even earlier than that.
You mean the giant stopped sometime while you were gone, and your father tried to climb up to fix it himself.
Of course he couldn't make it. Or maybe he did.
And you blame yourself because you weren't here to look after it. To keep him from climbing those stairs with his heart.
If it sounds peculiar to you, Miss Brooks.
Why not tell all this to Walter? After all, he deserves
No. I don't ever want to see Walter again.
You certainly hated your father, didn't you?
I did what? What did you...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's none of my business.
You'll go now, won't you? All of you. Now you understand.
Yes, I guess I understand. Except maybe how it was that the clock stopped.
What?
And Charlotte. Charlotte, why is it that you still keep listening? What is it that you're still listening for now?
A sense of guilt, justified or not, can be a terrible thing.
Did you telephone the local doctor, George?
He said her father was a very sick man and had a heart attack, period. But I suggested he might take a look at the daughter.
Yes, I suppose he should. There's nothing I seem able to do.
Mr. Stanton, Charlotte hadn't told the doctor about the giant stopping that day. Hadn't told anyone else, I guess.
Why on earth do you suppose she didn't tell you any of this, any of it? And you didn't even find out about the death until today.
I'm not very good at riddles, Miss Brooks. Or at romance. I think we might as well be going. You've apparently done all you can for me, Mr. Valentine. It's up to time now.
You mean it's up to you?
Time. Everybody trying to grab onto it in this house. Oh, yes, Miss Brooks, I know. Perhaps in the future I'll be able
Just 1 second, Mr. Stanton.
Oh?
What was that business earlier of you prying into her father's desk?
I told you nothing. Crazy tile socksabook. Charlotte won't let him in here, but he thinks it all belongs to him. Her father hated the man, so she hates him, too.
Financial statements. That's all I could see on the desk.
I didn't even notice. I didn't see anything. Well, I'm taking the train back to town, so...
Yeah, sure. We're leaving, too. Good night, Mr. Stanton.
George, he was lying just now.
I know it.
And so is Charlotte. About something.
Or still hiding something else.
Well, there's nothing we can do. She won't tell us. And what is it she still keeps listening for?
Haven't you figured that out, Brooksy? The sound of her own death. Come on. We're not giving up so fast.
This must be the cottage, George.
Yeah. Not much, is it? Guess the second cousin doesn't get much of an allowance. Mr. Saxburg?
I don't see any lights.
Charlotte's only relative now, Angel. Door's unlocked.
But Walter's legally her husband.
Only for the time being.
Mr. Saxburg?
Out of luck, Brooksy. Not at home.
And the doctor's the only person who can help us get Charlotte out of this
Wait a
place.
minute. Hold it.
What?
Look here. A piece of paper.
What is it?
A letter. A torn letter. Only it's torn roughly, twisted.
George, remember when they were fighting in the study?
Yeah. You want to bet this is it? Walter was looking at something, only Tile got it away from him. It's a letter to Charlotte. Bronson, Burdick, and Locke.
What?
Lawyers, apparently. Sure. Real old line stuff. And they're coming up here, Brooksy, August 1st.
That's tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
Well, they would, naturally, to settle the estate
No
and get...
more than that, Angel. We are delighted with your decision to remain on in your father's house and are confident that you will eventually find happiness there. Please don't feel that we are criticizing your judgment concerning Mr. Stanton.
Walter?
But again, we must remind you to say and do nothing which would interfere with the annulment proceedings. Our investigation of him and of the circumstances of his first marriage confirms our belief that Mr. Stanton's interest in a woman of your lonely and susceptible position is solely money. And if he gets the opportunity, he will demand the largest possible settlement.
First wife. George, Walter's never mentioned a wife.
So as of tomorrow, Charlotte will have help. Lawyers in the house.
Walter must have seen that letter. That's why the fortune hunter ran out. He wanted to get away. What's that? Oh, the Zurich Giant.
5 minutes to the hour, Angel. Midnight. Yeah, as of tomorrow, the wheels will be in motion to cut the legal rights away from a fortune hunter and set up the poor little spinster to live here with a clock she really hates for the rest of...
Did you hear that?
The giant.
That last bell.
Somebody's trying to stop the giant. George, run to her!
Charlotte! Charlotte, where are you? Charlotte! Where did you... Hey, it's running again. The giant. Only don't kid me. Clocks like that don't stop by themselves. That's no electric boudoir number. Hey, who's up there? Who is it? Okay, friend. 3 flights to find out. Oh! Where are you? Where in the name...
Up there!
Socks aboard.
Stand there! Stand there, don't move! Yeah. A wrench in the hand of a strong man above you is better than a gun, no?
All that machinery, I can barely see
Stand
you.
still, I said, while I work.
So you're the smart apple who stops clocks, huh, Socks aboard?
I haven't stopped anything. I only slow up the chime.
All right, so you're stopping it now then. I don't care. Because I got a different plan. Buster!
I warned you.
Well, Hammer. Whole carload of tools, huh? The master mechanic.
The man who really owns this clock. Don't move. I'm going to.
Yeah, sure. That's right. Work away. Man who really owns this clock, huh?
I own all of them. Her father stole them from me.
I bet there are 2 sides to that, Buster. Where's Charlotte?
I don't go away with Walter. I stay here, she says. She will keep me from ever having them. I show her.
The minute that stops, it'll kill her. Wherever she is.
You think people die because time stops? You superstition.
In her condition, the power of suggestion's enough to...
Who's up there? Who is it?
Charlotte.
It stopped. I heard it a few minutes ago.
I'm a realist, Mr. Valentine. No superstitions. I do not get the heavy wheels to stop, but she comes anyway.
Yeah, sure. That's what you wanted, just to get her up here.
I knew she would come. Come up to see.
Uncle Dial? Uncle Dial?
You wanted to get her up here to kill her. To do it tonight before the lawyers come, so maybe you can get this house, get the clocks.
Quiet. I wouldn't touch her, Mr. Valentine. We will slip past her, slip down the stairs.
What?
There's only you who are in danger for interfering.
Uncle Giles, where are you? Uncle!
Stanton!
Walter!
Let him come. There is time. Him, too.
Time for... Hey, what's that?
Hurry now. Slip past it.
Not so fast. What's this?
What's the name of...
Walter, grab her.
Yeah.
I got this guy. Grab her, Stanton. Can't you hear that ratchet? Get out of here, both of you.
Yes, but what?
It's the clock winding up. That giant bell's gonna... Get down those stairs, fast! It'll strike! The giant! Come on, the giant! Yeah, the realist. You wouldn't have to kill her, would you? Just get her up there next to that bell and lock the door. And she'd be a stark, raving lunatic for the rest of her days.
All my life, I wait for her father to die. And then she won't go away with the young man. She must keep the clocks, too.
But a lunatic would have to leave.
Why not? She killed her father. I wasn't here that day. Before she left the house, she must have stopped the giant, so her father...
All that, who killed him? Who stopped
Take
him?
it easy, Stanton. Charlotte all right?
Yeah, sure.
Nobody's been killed. Get it out of your head.
What? But he climbed with his
Her father
heart, huh?
died of a heart attack, period. And after what Tile here did tonight, it'll be nice to wrap him up for a lot of things.
But
Charlotte came home that day and realized her father was standing by the landing by the tower door. But that's also the head of the stairs. Suppose he'd heard her come in, just walked out there from his room, had his attack right then and there.
I suppose he could have.
Why would
but
he
then...
have climbed all the way up to the tower and back? Because the clock stopped? Well, big machinery like the giant doesn't stop and then start up again like she said it did all by itself. No, and nobody stopped it either. I just watched the master mechanic try it, and he couldn't. So how could Charlotte or you or anybody?
Yeah. I slow up the first bells a little.
Now get this straight, Stanton. Charlotte said the clock wasn't running, and then later on it was. Tonight she ran up into the tower saying it had stopped, and it hadn't.
You mean it's all in her imagination?
I mean, maybe there's a simple explanation for that. Oh, sure, your mind can make your senses play tricks. But think back. How often tonight has she listened for the sound of the giant? How often has she been frightened because she thought some other clock wasn't running? How often have all of us had to just plain repeat things to Charlotte?
Well, yes,
it certainly wouldn't be surprising if, in her condition, she'd never even guess or want to guess that she's slowly becoming deaf from the pick, pick, pom, pom all her life. Always listening for it. And I'll bet the giant runs on forever.
I'm so grateful, Mr. Valentine. I know now I'm not responsible for Father's death. The silly, hopeful delusions I used to cling to.
You mean Walter? Oh, don't say that, Charlotte. You wouldn't have been so upset about your father if you didn't really love Walter.
Oh.
I know he was married before, but that doesn't...
But that was a very unhappy marriage. Only the lawyers
Listen to me, Charlotte. Your old line lawyers think he's a fortune hunter. And he's read their nasty letter and started to leave. But he came back when he was needed. Sure, he told me. His history takes a little explaining. But there's another side to it, Charlotte. He doesn't want your money. And he did come back here to fight for you, didn't he?
Well, I'd like to believe... Do you know that over our mantel there's a thing that says, I am chained to time and cannot thence depart?
I know one about time, too. The time God allots to each one of us is like a precious tissue which we embroider as we best know how. That's a better one to remember.
I think you're right, Miss Brooks. I wonder if Walter's still here.
I told him to stay, Charlotte. And I know one about time, too. Angel, it's time for us to go.
When your car begins to squeak, it's saying money, 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 money. It's a reminder that 60% of all auto repair bills are traced to irregular and faulty chassis lubrication. But there's a sure way to avoid repair bills and to enjoy riding comfort throughout the year. Every 1,000 miles, get a Car Saver chassis lubrication at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station. Here they do a job that's thorough. They follow a lubrication chart that's designed and specifically approved for your car. They check more than 50 different trouble points. And they use RPM oils and greases. Also important, they do a neat, clean lubrication job. If you've already driven 1,000 miles or more since your last grease job, why not ask for this Car Saver service tomorrow? Ask for a chassis lubrication at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Lorene Tuttle was heard as Charlotte, Larry Dobkin as Walter, and Herb Butterfield as Tile. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. The Golden Lizard, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, in the year 1911, in the shipyards of Glasgow, the keel was laid for what was to become the most fabulous yacht of modern history. It has been converted and reconverted, each time more luxuriously. It has carried princes of India and emigres of Paris. It has flown every flag and sailed every sea, and its deck has been washed by everything from champagne to the blood of a noble suicide. Yes, in the midst of our troubled and businesslike world, this magnificent relic still exists. And like a true internationalist, though its registry is Nice, its present location is somewhere at anchor, off a small exclusive resort near Acapulco, Mexico. The name of this ship is Lézard d'Or, Lizard of Gold. And Mr. Valentine, it's the ship you're going to buy. Mr. Valentine, my letterhead told you I'm a yacht broker. I buy and sell ships. It's my idea that the Lizard of Gold could be made over into a cruise ship for one of the lines.
I see.
You understand, you won't actually purchase it for me, but you'll investigate the price, its availability. You'll get my bid in first.
Why me, Mr. Murray? And never mind the double talk. What kind of trouble are you expecting?
If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't... Well, danger is your business, not mine. You see, Mr. Valentine, through social connections, I received information that the boat might be up for sale soon. So I'm one jump ahead of my competitors already. And I'm also one jump behind.
Go on.
There's a South American firm, not really a recognized company, but, well, I hear that an employee of theirs has been seen at the Hotel Cavalier recently. A young marine engineer, Enrico. Rather a playboy, to put it politely.
Put it another way.
At the mildest, not quite honest. Slick, tough.
But if all Enrico's there for is to put in his company's bid for the boat...
There's so much profit at stake, they might try anything.
And they might try it on you.
Yes, that's their system, to see that theirs is the only bid.
Yeah, nice, simple job. Push an expert like Enrico out of the way.
But, Valentine, I can't do it myself. I'm too well known. Any man in my company would be spotted a mile away. For your information, this is no boy-sized deal. At present prices, the yacht's worth well over $2 million.
Okay. My job is to size up a situation for you without losing my own health. I just want to know who's on it now. Who owns this floating palace?
That's a little easier. 2 people. Just 2 people in all that luxury. An Argentine millionaire and his wife.
Argentine?
Or Chilean, or Romanian, or Turkish. It's not important. The international set. Relics of another age, just like the ship.
What's the matter? No more millions?
No more millions. I'm told it's definitely his last yacht.
His last yacht?
I suppose he's owned everything in his time, but times change. It's either give up his little floating kingdom, his beautiful golden lizard, or give up his imported caviar.
What a heart-searching decision.
Yeah, just the kind of decision that could make a guy real unhappy.
Oh, no. I'm sure you can help him make the right decision, Mr. Valentine. The Signore Bolivar de Lombroso. He would have bet on the horses in the Trojan War. He'd have fiddled while Rome burned. But it's his own funeral now, and I'm sure he knows he's half dead already.
Half dead?
Yes.
The Signore Bolivar de Lombroso. Okay, Mr. Murray. I just hope he's the only one who gets that way.
Caviar, Monsieur Valentine, should always be served plain. With the aperitif or dry cocktail, this use of chopped egg, even blini, it's barbarous.
Yeah, I'm sure. Signore Di
Barbarous.
Lombroso.
Oh, did I say that?
You know, this yacht of yours is even more impressive than I expected. Panels in the salon here are rosewood, aren't they?
It's a hard name, De Lombroso. It's Italian, from my mother, the Countess. Poppy, Bolivar. Call me anything. That's what I meant.
Huh?
She only had one eye. Loved the opera, though, and used a monocle.
Your mother?
Oh, I say, served with coconut, it's not bad. Grated the coconut.
Well,
what, my mother? Oh, good heavens, no, no. She hated this stuff.
Hated? Oh, caviar.
Yes. Oh, here, of course, that's rosewood, man. Can't you tell?
Who's the young giant working on it?
That panel, oh, yes, lovely. Name is Paul. I love beautiful things, Monsieur Valentine. The music, too. That's why we anchor just off the hotel every tea time. Their music, like women. I was quite slender once. Yeah, I just came into my wealth in Paris, but so ignorant. Oh, well.
Yeah. Well, now look, about selling the boat, about business.
That panel, of course, you asked. I didn't answer. Paul is his name. Finest woodworker in the world, aren't you, Paul?
If you say so, signore.
I had him flown here especially from Denmark. Such a young man, it's unusual, isn't it?
Not so in my country, signore.
The rosewood was fluted before. An effect abominable.
Excuse me, signore.
What's that? Oh, Pierre? No, go away.
But the souffle. The chef says Paul's hammering. It will make it fall. The noise of his bolts and the big wrench. The chef says if Paul could only work in the other compartment
Be quiet. Go away. He's got to finish it. I can't have those flutes staring at me, can I? You tell the chef he will die if the souffle falls. That rosewood is a thing of beauty, I tell you. Oh.
I brought you your medicines, Papi. 5 o'clock.
Oh, thank you, my dear. Pierre, leave us. Tell the chef.
Oui, signor.
Perhaps you too, Paul. You can finish your work
No,
tomorrow.
Papi, it's pleasant to watch him. Such beautiful hands.
Good afternoon, signor.
Go on, Paul. Do your work. Don't let me bother you.
My dear, it's Mr. Valentine. La padrona de casa,
I know.
signora.
I saw him come aboard. I was taking my sun bath.
How do you do, Senora?
I'm rather tired, thank you. And, Papi, it's time for your nap. I thought I'd just sit here and watch Paul while I read a book. I'm sure your little visit is over.
Signori, I hate to bring up the question of money, but now about this boat.
Money? That's what this is all about? We have money. Pierre! Oh, never mind. I'll show you myself.
Signori, please. Look, I'm a little baffled. Don't make it worse. Like this man Paul working on your ship when you're planning to sell it.
He has such beautiful hands.
So will you answer one question? Are you going to sell?
There we are. Money, you see?
Yeah. Yeah, that's money, all right.
$30,000, $40,000, I don't know. I enjoy looking at it. Cash is necessary aboard the ship. Vulgar, but beautiful.
Uh-huh. You've answered the question. You never had any intention of selling the boat. I'm here on a bum steer.
Oh, to sell my ship would be to sell my kingdom, my chef, my whole existence. There is nothing I would not do to keep my beautiful golden lizard. I would sooner sell my wife.
You understand it's a joke, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, sure. I understand a lot of things. Like I suppose there wasn't anybody else here to try and buy it either. An engineer from South America, a guy named Enrico.
What about Enrico?
Well, there was such a guy, huh? And you turned him down, too.
Enrico? He didn't wish to buy the boat. He was just a young man with beautiful shoulders. Isn't that so, my dear?
Papi, please.
What's not important, anyways? Enrico's dead.
He's what?
Such a shame. Such an attractive young man. He had an accident. So strange, isn't it? With a world so full of desirable things, so easy to pick, a young man should be short-sighted enough to fall into a swimming pool and drown. I'm sorry, my dear. What's the matter? Are you cold?
George, maybe that was Enrico's money that they showed you.
No, Brooksy, no. The South American wasn't here to buy the ship at all.
Well, I know that's what Enrico's company says.
Never
but
mind his job. What did you find out about his death?
Well, he just drowned in the swimming pool.
Who pushed him?
George, the police don't know anything. They say there's nothing to go on that shows it wasn't an accident.
Oh, yeah, sure. What do you suppose this guy Enrico was doing down here, Angel? Young, energetic engineer, slightly crooked. Loafing? Playing baccarat in the casino?
Not exactly in character, huh? Well, in my opinion, George, the charming young man was here for just one purpose.
Angel, never mind. I can see as well as you can.
Good evening, Mr. Valentine. Are you a gambler, too?
Hello, Senora. I'd like to present
Don't, please. I'd only forget her name. I come ashore every evening at something to do. To watch the roulette.
Well, that's one way of making 20 or 30,000.
Oh, but my darling, I wouldn't think of betting myself, would you? I just like to watch. It's so much more relaxing. Bye.
That sleepy-eyed blonde. I'd only forget it.
Easy, Angel.
Who is she? What's her name? She's gorgeous. The golden-haired one, her name.
Well, I doubt if she's your type, friend.
With the ermine. Yes, it's she.
She'd look better if she didn't drag it on the floor.
Signora Delambrosa, is it? I beg your pardon.
No offense.
I beg both your pardons. Excuse me.
George, what on earth is that?
It's another conquest, that's all. She attracts him like flies.
I've seen that man before. I know I have, or his picture.
A trench coat isn't exactly the right costume for this place.
Come on, George. Let's do a little watching ourselves.
Oh, Monsieur Valentine. Oh, and this must be Miss Brooks. Charming. Yes, charming. You're very fortunate. A man should never let go of a beautiful thing. He should guard it, cherish it.
You're here for the roulette, Senora?
What's that? Oh, no. In fact, it's my first time at the shore. Abominable place, abominable. For the rum, that's all.
The what?
My wife, she's someplace here that amuses her, I suppose. Rum, I said, Mr. Valentine. A neo rum for the Crepe Suzette.
Oh, not for your wife.
Cubana style from the Vedado Club in Havana. I'm on my way back aboard now to cook it myself. You see? Their wine steward sold me the rum. What's the matter? You looking for someone?
No. They've gone out now anyway.
What a pity. Well, adieu again.
George, he's crazy like a fox. Didn't you watch his eyes?
They're practically buried.
But he knows everything that goes on, I'll bet you. Everything.
What such a tragedy. The last week my casino is open.
All right, take it easy, Buster. Who is it? What happened?
It's right here in the garden, sir. My doorman insists no one saw it, and he saw no one else.
Yeah, but... Oh.
It is a thing that happens with a casino every once in a while. A man loses, a man shoots himself.
Yeah. And he's dead, all right. Still holding the gun. But this guy's Paul. It's Paul. It's a young Danish woodworker named Paul.
I know, of course. He has been in off the yard every night to play a game perhaps over his head. To play roulette.
And you think this is just an accident, a suicide?
But of course. But what else? Oh, yes, a tragedy, of course. I have noticed this Paul. He had such beautiful hands.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. For a motoring vacation, what could be better than having that new car feeling over every carefree mile? And what could be worse than a car that drags on hills and delays whole lines of traffic? When a car does act badly, it's often the fault of gum that's robbing the engine's power. It's the gum that comes from the impurities found in most raw gasoline. Only way to get rid of those impurities is to refine them out. And Chevron Supreme is the gasoline that's super refined to get rid of impurities and prevent power-robbing gum. Just try a tank full of Chevron Supreme. You'll get and keep that new car feeling. Faster starting, faster pickup in traffic, extra power on steep hills. Ask for super refined Chevron Supreme wherever your vacation takes you in the West. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The Lézard d'Or, Golden Lizard. It lies sleepily at anchor in the moonlit Mexican waters facing the casino of the luxurious Hotel Cavalier. The last yacht of an impoverished millionaire, the only home of an aging, food-loving man and his strangely beautiful young wife. What bothers you more, if you're like George Valentine, you can't help but wonder why two other young men who've supposedly come here because of the boat have died. Accidentally, like the South American engineer Enrico, who fell into a swimming pool and drowned, or suicidally, like the young Danish woodworker Paul, whom you last saw being admired by the young Signora.
Mr. Valentine, it happens. That's all that I know. I have seen it in other gambling casinos that I've managed.
Uh-huh. Senora Lombroso was mixed up with Paul, wasn't she? I saw the way she watched him.
Yes, she was watching him in the casino, too. But I'm sure that was all.
Oh, quit trying to save your hotel's reputation, friend. You know what her husband's like. So this was her current interest.
And before that, it was Enrico, who had the accident in the pool.
But Enrico was here to work on the boat, to work on the motors.
Oh, well, that makes it even clearer. Makes it even more convenient.
Mr. Valentine, I only saw those two together, Enrico and the Signora, once or twice. The yacht was gone much of that time for some loading, an industrial port down the coast. And that once or twice that I did see them, it wasn't... Well...
What's the matter? What did you see?
It was the same way with Enrico, too, before Paul came. The Signora used to watch Enrico and just smile.
Uh-huh. Get smiled at by a lazy blonde and die.
Now, I suppose if a man's crazy enough to smile back, well, an object of beauty should be guarded forever, her husband said.
Excuse, senor.
Yeah?
Excuse, Senor Valentine?
It's one of the men from the boat pier. What is it?
Not, senor, for the American.
For me? Well, congratulate me, Angel.
What?
I've been tapped for skull and bone.
George.
From the Senora. Wants to see me right away. It's a smile for me. It's my turn. Senora?
Mr. Valentine?
Oh, thought you wrote me from out on the yacht.
Oh, no, I've been waiting for a small boat. They're all busy.
Oh, I see what you mean. What's going...
And who is this, senora?
Hey, wait a minute.
If you please.
He's an American.
Get that flashlight out of my face. What are you trying to do? What?
Official, senor. Your partner. Good night.
Police?
Government, something, I don't know. They've been looking for someone. They've been out on the yacht.
Yeah? Someone like who?
An older man, a scar, they say, with a trench coat.
Oh, yeah. I remember him.
It's a troubled world, I suppose, but it's not important.
Isn't it? I last saw the man chasing after you.
Can I help that?
Maybe. Maybe he gives me an idea. Only I thought he might be slated for next man on your list.
My list? I'm not nearly that well organized.
The list that Enrico and Paul had been on. What's the matter, Senor? Are you cold? I remember you shivered the first time your husband mentioned Enrico's name.
Death makes anyone shiver, doesn't it? Will you come aboard ship with me?
Lady, I don't like spider webs. In my right mind, I wouldn't.
Life is so full of emptiness, Mr. Valentine. We're going on another long voyage soon, to Bali.
Yeah? Tell me more.
I'll help you get the yacht. I'll tell you everything I know about him, about Enrico and Paul. If only you'll help me.
Oh, so that's it. You're not as lazy as you look. You figure it's about time to dive off the sinking ship.
Hold very still while I slap your face.
Okay, lady, I'm coming with you. For my own reasons. But let's understand one thing.
What's that?
That I'm not armed. That I'm not going out there to kill your husband for you. So don't get your hopes up. Why didn't you ask Pierre where your husband is?
Why should I? What difference does it make?
None, I suppose.
I'm sorry I slapped you. Did it hurt?
No. Sorry about that, too?
Mr. Valentine, please. You think I'm worthless, don't you? You think I'm a golden lizard myself?
Didn't occur to me. But maybe not a bad description.
You think I have nothing to do, that I'm bored with my jealous husband, that I take up with every young man that I meet, even though I know what will happen to him?
You're saying it, not me.
You can't believe that I won't do the same thing to you.
Well, it takes two even to play canasta, Senora.
Did you mind very much?
No. But just don't do it again.
Well, so you're aboard.
Oh, the husband. The old-fashioned two-bit frame-up, so that's the way it works. This I didn't figure.
Oh,
Well, of all the neat...
we are ready for the Suzettes. Beautiful, just in time.
Huh?
I think he said Suzettes, Mr. Valentine.
Of course, Cubano style, didn't I tell you? With that special
What's all
rum.
the delay, Senora? What's the matter with that gangplank? Who's this?
Well, you're more like what I expected. Hello, friend. Where's your trench coat?
You said there would be no one else.
The Suzettes come first, General.
So, your friend's a general, huh, fat boy? So that's where we'd seen his face before. The other side of the world, a nice, juicy trouble spot. And the local government boys looking
Signore, I don't know who this man is.
I
but
won't have you speaking like that on my ship. Now, we'll be underway any moment. I'm cooking you crepe Suzette, one of the beautiful things of the world. Come with me, General. Leave them alone. He's my wife's friend, not mine. Don't worry, it's all right.
What's the matter, Mr. Valentine? Have you been wrong about something?
Part of it. I doubt if your husband would even care if you kissed me.
He knows it wouldn't mean anything.
It would, only not what I thought. Where are we going? Bally? No. But the general's trouble spot is in that vague direction. They need help, supplies. And it hasn't been able to get back to stir up more trouble than there is there already, right?
You read current events, don't you?
The woodworker, Paul, working on delicate rosewood. Yet I remember Pierre tipping that the guy used heavy, rough tools. But what was Paul really doing? Adding an extra room for the renegade general? A room for the general to be smuggled back to his own home? A room those men who searched here a few minutes ago could never have found?
We received a bank draft this afternoon, $50,000 from his party for our effort.
Oh, brother, the international set. Do anything to stay on top, wouldn't you?
We don't belong to any country. We owe no allegiance.
That other so-called boyfriend of yours, Enrico, he was here to tune up your engines, I suppose. That's why he had to be killed.
Mr. Valentine.
I said killed. Because, lady, I figured out what your attraction is. Yeah, you kept your eyes on the boys to make sure they didn't get too wise.
You have such beautiful arms, Mr. Valentine.
The better to hold you with. Because you get your excitement out of doing things that probably weren't even necessary. Out of getting rid of witnesses like Enrico and Paul who might conceivably upset things because they knew too much. Too much of what you were doing on the boat.
They didn't mind dying.
Oh, sure. You smiled at them first, like you're smiling at me.
The general has chartered our boat for his own exclusive use.
Stop shivering, lady. I know why you got me out here. You're going to kill me because I was nosing around.
Mr. Valentine, would you please stand?
Well, I got a different plan, sister.
Stop it. Breathe off, Pierre!
Let go of that gun. Overboard. That's better, Senora. But shut up. You're not hurt.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Well, it's your tune now, Valentine. Cross your fingers.
Stop that noise. They can hear it across the water.
Yeah, it's me, alive. Now get back in there, General.
What's this all about? The brochure. Oh, yes. I have a gun too, young man. And I know how to use it.
I came here to use a few things myself.
You my wife. The rum you bumped against me. I was holding it. My only bottle.
Be quiet.
The Eneo rum running through the floor to the next compartment.
Listen to me, General. Stop waving that gun.
You fat, stupid fool. Get the ship going. Get it moving.
General, do you know they've killed 2 people already?
Silence. Where's the captain?
He can't do you any good.
What's that?
My rum, every bit of it.
You thought you were buying yourself a foolproof passage back home. But you're up against a couple of nuts.
I chartered this ship for my own private use.
You want to bet you didn't? Both ends against the middle. That's the way they work. The carpenter built 2 special compartments, not one.
What's that? Get on your feet, you
my
fat...
wife, don't...
You paid them in a bank draft, but I saw lots of cash. And they've been to a commercial port, special loading. You want to bet they're carrying something else to your part of the world? Maybe even for the other side? There'd be a way they'd operate...
No, don't listen. It's my ship. I'll have more crepe Suzette.
I've heard enough. Now get on your feet or I'll shoot closer. You see? And I'll summon your captain myself.
General, not so fast. I only lit your fuse to get us out of trouble, not into it. There isn't much time for us to get
I
ashore.
said enough, young man. The engines are in repair. There is fuel. I'll do this my way. It's called piracy, I think, but...
Signore! What's the matter?
Follow me, stop! Now, get this clear. I'm your new master. From this minute, you'll be...
Yeah, something's wrong, General. They're not even looking at you, gun and all.
The rum running down through the floor.
It's on fire! The brandy, the rum!
Get an extinguisher.
Young man, do you know what there must be in another compartment below this, perhaps? Do you know what would paralyze men so?
Hold it. Come on, Buster, get out of here. Hit the water.
It's ammunition, you fools! Ammunition!
And so there's your boat, Mr. Murray.
About 3/4 of a mile out.
And only 5 or 6 fathoms down.
Mm-hmm. Along with some of my eyebrows and hair.
Even his shirt was burned off. He was already in the water, but...
What happened to the General, Valentine?
Oh, same as me. Same as most of the crew. We were overboard before it actually went up. I guess the General's back being a political refugee under surveillance.
There'll be less trouble over there without him. A good many people will be thanking you, Valentine.
But the Senora, we don't know.
What?
We just don't know about neither one of them.
We know they didn't get ashore, so I guess...
6 fathoms.
Yeah. You can verify when you salvage the wreckage, Mr. Murray.
I'm not so sure we will. Raise it, I mean. Maybe not worth it. Maybe not the kind of a ship people would, well...
You think it's out of date, too? All the selfishness of a private kingdom, a luxury yacht that never gave them any happiness. Well, my tastes run more to a canoe on a lake than a yacht.
Mine more to a hamburger with onions than caviar.
And mine to women I can understand. Dance, Angel?
Even in hot summer weather, you can usually find a way to keep cool. But it's different for the tires on your car. They have to roll mile after mile over blistering hot pavements, the greatest threat to tire life. Best thing to do is to drive on new Atlas Grip Safe tires. Thanks to plenty of shoulder ventilators, Atlas tires run cooler at all driving speeds. And the use of cold rubber in the tread gives greater resistance to wear, longer mileage. To back up this claim, you get a double warranty with each new Atlas passenger tire against tire damage from any road hazard for a full year and against any defects in workmanship and material for the life of the tire. And this double warranty is honored by 38,000 Atlas dealers from coast to coast, many of them open 24 hours a day. Ask about Atlas tires tomorrow. Ask at your standard station or independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Daly is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Larry Dobkin was heard as Lombroso, Gene Bates as the Senora, Ted Osborne as Blank, Norman Field as Murray, Elliot Reed as the manager, and Hal Gerard as Paul. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. 11 o'clock. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Who's Mr. Valentine? Estella, who's Mr. Valentine? Hey, book of the month, unglue yourself. I said, who's Mr.
How should I know he's a man?
Just like that, she says it.
Oh, don't talk like a girl's college, Maggie.
This is your alma mater, dear, not mine. I don't know how you stand it. Oh, I don't mean it hasn't been nice for summer session, but for an aging school teacher like me...
I know. Give you a handy football team every time. You're like all the rest of the man-happies around this place.
I just wondered why I was coming here, that's all.
I don't know. Friend of my uncle's, I guess. Be here this morning. I mean, Valentine, somebody named Miss Brooks. I don't know, just coming.
I thought you had a class this morning.
Educational Psych 110.
Oh, I don't know how you stand all that garbage. Leave your mind alone, I say. Your mind's for wearing hats on, not hocus pocus, and Psychology 110. Hey, that's Ferris, though, isn't it?
Yeah, the teeth. Seen my scarf anywhere?
Estella, why don't you tell me what goes with him and that blonde drawl down the hall?
Not interested. Who cares? Women never talk about anything.
Oh, I know you can't stand him, but you know, don't you? The girls always tell you things. And somebody said they go horseback riding together, and he's married, too. Did you know that? I mean, Vicky the blonde was an undergraduate here herself, wasn't she? So you ought to know. What's the big secret, anyway? What's with this guy, Ferris? What's so mysterious about him?
What time is it?
Oh, 11 o'clock. Where are you going?
11 o'clock.
Aren't you going to wait for Mr. Valentine?
I must go someplace.
Well, hey, at least take your books for you. 11:30. Estella, what's the matter with you?
I don't want to see Mr. Valentine. There's too much to do. I'm not going to class.
What? Oh, listen, you never missed a class in your life. Estella.
Let go of me.
But you look sick. Oh, I always said you worked too hard.
I promised her I wouldn't tell. I promised the other...
Honey, wait a minute.
No, I'm going. I have to go. Ferris told me to.
What?
Goodbye, Maggie.
Estella, look out! Oh, that girl's not going to live very long.
That was my car, Mrs. Ferris. We almost hit her.
But what does that have to do with me?
We didn't know who it was at the time. We weren't going fast.
Crazy kid didn't even look up. Afterwards, she just kept on walking. In fact, she ran. I yelled at her, but she wouldn't stop.
Oh, well, that's Estelle. Estelle?
Estella. Blair is her last name.
Oh, yes. And somebody wrote to you about her, Mr. Valentine?
Her uncle, Mrs. Ferris. I explained that to you. I wanted to see your husband, the professor, about it, but you...
Oh, well, he's in class. Good heavens, there are so many in summer session. Some of his classes are 70 and 80 regular tent shows. And in psychology, too, the poor thing.
Now, look, Mrs. Ferris, it was this Estella's roommate who suggested we come right over here, a girl named Maggie.
Well, I don't... This Maggie was scared to death about her. She's out looking for her now. She can't find her.
She said Estella suddenly started acting so strangely and ran out saying that your husband had told her to go someplace.
I can't imagine where. Or maybe she meant she told my husband to go someplace. Oh, look here, Mr. Valentine, I really don't understand what you're doing.
Okay, here, take a look.
Oh, letter. Oh, the uncle. Dear Mr. Valentine, would appreciate it if you dropped by to see my niece, Estella Blair. I'm her guardian and now too busy to see her very often. But I've been worried the way she's acted lately, her last few visits. She's finished studying for her degree at summer session at, Well, that makes it so clear. Some sort of a woman's counselor, are you? Dorothy Dick? Oh, I'm afraid now I'm really baffled.
Mrs. Ferris, I talked to her uncle on the phone. He's worried about the girl because he feels she's hiding something. Something to do with your husband, Professor Ferris.
Oh, excuse my underestimating you. You do go straight to the point, don't you? You think this girl and my husband. So you come to me. Well, come in. Like some iced tea? Awfully hot. I'd give you something cooler if I thought you wouldn't tell.
No, thanks. You're wrong, Mrs. Ferris. Nobody thinks that at all. If we did, we wouldn't be so tactless.
If you'd seen the girl, I'm sure you wouldn't. I remember her now. A little too dull, I'm afraid, for the teeth.
The teeth?
That's what the girls call my husband. You know, the teeth. He smiles so beautifully, and at everyone. No, I understand you're worried and blunt because you think the next car might not stop as quickly as yours did. You almost killed a girl, and you think she's still in danger and outlost someplace.
And we want to know about her fast.
Well, it's a logical enough conclusion, though. Thinking of my husband that way. Every girl in college is always in love with him, you know. But you just picked the wrong girl, that's all. Now, if it had been a red-headed research student named Mrs. Cyril Jensen who keeps his notes for him, bless her heart, then my...
Look, Mrs. Ferris.
No, you look. I'm not just talking. I think you should know that my husband and I don't have much in common except existence. If it weren't inconvenient, we'd be separated. So none of what I'm talking about means anything to me. My husband is a perfectly harmless research psychologist. In love with nothing but his deep, dark work. And that's quite all right with me. This is the way I stall gossip, you see. I tell people first. But did all this happen about 11 o'clock?
11 o'clock? Well, yes, in a way. Estella ran out of the dormitory at 11. Started acting strangely then.
Just what do you mean, Mrs. Ferris? Well, I don't quite know. But there is something peculiar. I don't mean the Cecile Jensen I spoke of, but you see, the campus stables are right up the lane from here. And another girl, Vicky, who goes riding sometimes with my husband, is quite innocent, really. Oh, I know this is so confusing. There are so many women around.
Well, go on. What was it you started to say?
George, listen. Well, just that this other girl besides your Estella was cutting my husband's class, too. It's 11:30. I met her on the sidewalk. She had her jodhpurs on, just looked right past me, but she said, very quietly, she wasn't going to class. She was going riding instead. Look, George, it's an ambulance. Riding. It's going up the lane, Mr. Valentine. The stables. Hurry, out this way.
It was Vicky, Mrs. Ferris, that blonde girl. Goes riding with the professor, you know the one. It was the square nose that threw her.
Calm down, will you? Calm down. Just tell me what happened.
They don't even know whether she's going to live or not. Oh, she took a terrible spill. She was thrown, mister, don't you understand me? By one of my gentlest horses, too. I thought it was funny, Mrs. Ferris, when she came here this time of day, but she said she had to go riding because it was 11 o'clock.
There. Now, I told you, Mr. Valentine, that's what she said to me. And what Estella said...
All right, okay. Come here, friend, come here. Now, which horse was it?
The square nose. He came galloping in by himself. I called an ambulance.
All right, never mind. Just stop shaking, will you? You've seen riding accidents before. Now, what's the rest of it?
Well, it's just that I don't know what I should do, mister, who I should call.
What do you mean, call?
Well, here. This strap holds the cinch. Now, that girl, that Vicky, she always saddles up herself. Has her own stuff. She's a good rider, too. Yeah. But anybody would have been thrown with this. See?
Yeah, I see. Strap's been cut. Cut halfway through.
Yeah.
Then it broke the rest of the way, I suppose, when the horse galloped.
That's what I figure, sir. Well, I mean, what should I do? She came here and she said, Professor Ferris told me to go riding at 11 o'clock.
What?
Only looks more like somebody wanted to kill her at 11 o'clock.
It's so confusing, so many women around. But somehow they all seem to be tied up together, George.
You mean tied up with the same guy, Brooksy, in the same time?
And Estella, George. She did all the same things and said all the same things that this girl...
Okay, get the police. They can find her faster than we can.
George,
Me? I got a date with a professor right now.
Well, I'm glad you liked my little show. Perhaps I should go on the stage. But of course, in an educational class such as this,
Excuse me.
one is not
This
really concerned
is
with the
Psychology
more clinical
110, isn't it?
considerations such as therapy.
Isn't that Professor
It is
Ferris?
hypnosis I wish to
Look,
demonstrate.
I said,
That is the
excuse me.
point. Give you a
Look,
little
young lady,
idea of
it
the
can't be that
potential
fascinating.
suggestion of what
Oh,
may be done
I
through
see. Center
hypnosis
stage
and other
seems to be
teachings.
up this way, doesn't it?
Naturally, our experiment
Or is it
perfectly
you they're
harmless,
all
really
staring
more
at, Miss...
amusing, as you've
Jensen.
Jensen?
And as I
Cecile
think you're
Jensen,
on the
excuse me.
Oh, wait a minute, sure, but...
Are you visiting or something?
remember, I
I'm
gave
sorry.
her
I have to leave early.
yesterday.
Excuse me?
Because she's heard the chimes, hasn't she? The 12 o'clock chime. Yes, there she goes. Where are you going, Cecile? Miss Jensen?
The redhead.
I'm sorry, Professor, but I have to leave early.
Well, but we were talking about hypnosis, Miss Jensen. I have some very interesting things to say about the things people can be made to do through hypnosis.
I know. Forgive me, sir, but I must go now. It's quite all right, really. Ferris told me to.
Ferris told me.
All right,
Hypnosis.
ladies, I guess we're a success. Those words were given to her yesterday. Class dismissed.
Hey, wait a minute there.
Demonstration is all over, young man.
Oh, no, it's not, friend. Here, let me get by. Will you excuse me, girl?
I guess we've scared another visitor, ladies. I'll reassure you, sir, there's nothing to be frightened of. You've only stumbled into a very ordinary demonstration of post-hypnosis.
Yeah, where'd you send that girl?
Miss Jensen? Oh, she won't even leave the building. It's only a joke. You see, a person can't be hypnotized into doing anything really dangerous or against his nature.
She said Ferris told me to. Now, that's you. And that's what the others said. So you do all this hypnotizing stuff, huh?
Of course. It's part of our classwork in psychology.
Did you hypnotize Estella Blair, too, and a blonde girl named Vicky?
Well, naturally. Suggestions, really. Under hypnosis, I give them suggestions on what they should do, you see, at 11 o'clock. Well, for heaven's sake, young man, there's nothing to be alarmed about. They don't know why, but they do what I tell them, that's all. And why those particular girls? Well, in demonstrations like this, I've given hypnotic suggestions to practically every woman in this class.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When you get in your car and start out for the high mountain country, make sure your car's engine has the extra protection of RPM motor oil. Those long, winding, steep grades mean extra work for your engine, a good chance for carbon to clog up rings and valve stems. But you can avoid carbon trouble by using RPM, first choice where driving's toughest. It's specially compounded to prevent carbon formations, and that's why folks will tell you more people prefer RPM than any other motor oil. RPM also prevents the corrosion caused by acid-laden moisture, sticks to engine hot spots, and stops sludge trouble. In fact, it's the best engine insurance you can buy. So wherever you motor in the West, ask for RPM. First choice where driving's toughest. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. 11 o'clock, and Estella, the girl you came to this women's college campus to visit, walked out of her dormitory and disappeared. At 11 o'clock, too, another girl, Vicky, a blonde, strangely decided to go horseback riding, and now Vicky is in a hospital because she was thrown from her horse. Only her saddle had been tampered with. Someone wanted to kill Vicky. Well, you found that there's quite a simple explanation for 11 o'clock, for the girl's strange behavior. They were part of a demonstration in Professor Ferris's psychology class. If your name is George Valentine, what you want to explain is attempted murder.
But what has actually happened, Mr. Valentine? A cut strap, that's all. I can't believe there's any connection. Why, this little exhibition of mine, there's nothing to it.
Yeah, post-hypnotic suggestion, you call it.
I ask for volunteers. The whole class sees it. They all want to get in on it. I hypnotize the subject, tell her to do something the next day. Now, that's the only difficult part, the time. But after I've instructed her, I wake her up. She doesn't know what she's been told to do. But then the next day, when she hears the chimes, that's the cue I use, the campus chimes.
11 o'clock.
Exactly. Then the subject is seized with a desire to do what I have previously told her. She still doesn't know why. Of course, she's not in a trance or anything. She simply does it. Post-hypnotic suggestion.
Of all the
now,
tricks.
please listen to me. You can't instruct a person to do a harmful thing, to commit murder, for instance. It can't be done.
But you sent that girl, Vicky, straight into
I
what...
told Vicky to go riding at 11, that's all. She wasn't in a dream. She had all her faculties.
What did you tell Estella to do?
Oh, well, I have notes on all the suggestions I gave. Merely to cut the class, I think. I noticed that girl had never missed one before, and so it occurred to me a little vacation.
I'll take it from your notes, thank you. That one at 12 o'clock, you said she was only to stand up and walk out just now, as she did.
Oh, Cecile, the redhead. Come on, quickly.
What?
I'll show you. Oh, no, nothing is going to happen to her.
Better not, Buster.
Yeah, just a couple of rooms down.
A few of the girls are still there.
I'll show you what sinister things I tell them to do.
She's putting water in a bucket.
You worried about the flowers, Cecile?
Well, they need a little water, don't you think?
Look at her.
Hey, what's this all about?
She's
What
going
the
to
name?
water some flowers. Paper flowers, if you look closely.
Paper And she doesn't know why she's doing it? She won't question it until it's over? Oh, this is very, very funny.
Yes, but you see, I'd scarcely send anyone to the brink of a precipice.
Okay. So let's see the others, those notes.
Of course. I have them right here. Someplace. Oh, yes, here we are. Naturally, I want to take every precaution, but I assure you that Cecile's case there is a typical example of the
Did you see it? What happened? She just poured the water. Look at her face.
Look out. Get away from there.
Cecile,
Don't touch her.
She's dead. Her face.
Look out, I said. I'll get it. Stand back, will you? Hey, get that flower blind. There we are.
But what in heaven's name?
He can still save her. Call the fire department. Get a pull motor, quick. Well, don't just stand there. She poured water on the flowers, didn't you see? But look what was hidden in the middle of them. A live electric wire.
Almost all the class, that demonstration, almost all of them. Cecile will live, won't she? Electric shock isn't always...
Come on, the rest of them, I said.
Miss Duval. No, we've got to her already. Miss Perkins, she's gone somewhere by now.
I'll try the soda fountain, sir.
Oh, good Lord, Valentine, I can't
The rest of them, I said. Now we're sure somebody's using your harmless demonstration for murder.
Well, we found 3 girls doing somersaults on the lawn, sir. 2 others went out by the lake someplace. Oh, I got a doctor, another one of them fancy birds. He claims he can help unsnap 'em from that suggestion thing. Oh, there's another girl went out for a walk someplace. And the ones who'd already left the class for lunch are scattered all over.
George, look at this.
What is it, Brooksy?
Just a handkerchief, but I think it might explain
Skip
whether...
the explanations. There are 14 girls still unaccounted
But,
for.
George, it's Estella's handkerchief. It was right in here, George. I didn't realize whose it was until that Maggie girl told me that...
It's a funny place to come walking, though. Brush, tall weeds.
Maggie saw Estella take this handkerchief with her purse when she left the dormitory.
Professor Ferris insists he just told Estella to cut class.
A shot.
It was over this way, Brooksy. It was
George,
coming.
there she is.
Hey, Estella.
It's all right. Wait. Estella.
Hey, kid, slow down. We're not going to hurt you.
That shot. Where did it come from? Who are you? Who are you?
My name's Valentine. Now, you're not hurt, are you?
No. Mr. Valentine, you're coming to see me. You're a friend of my uncle.
Oh, the poor kids are scared to death, George.
Yeah.
Shot. With a shot. I went for a walk, didn't I?
Who was it, Estella? Somebody shot at you. Who was it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Come on, let's get out of here.
The other way, George. It's only a short distance to the lane where the...
Lane?
Yeah, I see what you mean. The riding stable.
What?
Come on, kid, you'll be all right.
George, I meant it's right near the Ferris house.
Well, you found her. That's Miss...
Stella Blair, Professor Ferris.
Oh, of course. Well, where on earth have
Let's
you...
get on the phone. Tell the sergeant.
All right, George.
Come on now, sit down, kid.
I'm all right.
Well, young lady, we've been pretty worried, you know. We've
I'm
thought...
perfectly all right. My uncle sent Mr. Valentine to see me.
Oh,
hello, Charlotte.
I was just, Mr. Valentine,
Yes, that's right, Mrs. Ferris. We found her.
Oh, Well, I was outside, you know. I've been looking for you, too, Estelle. I thought I heard something out there.
Yes, I don't doubt it.
I'll get you something, my dear. Wouldn't you like to lie
Oh,
down?
Charlotte, Miss Blair is
Oh,
perfectly
you
all
and
right.
your smart aleck show-off tricks.
What?
So much fun telling all these poor girls what to do.
Charlotte.
Listening to them laugh at
For
your wonderful
heaven's sake,
demonstrations.
please.
The big smiling teeth. Where were you a few minutes
Charlotte,
ago?
now stop it.
And this is the girl they tell all their secrets to. I know. I've been finding out things
Cut
today.
it out. Cut it out. Cut it out, both of you, will you?
11 o'clock. 11 o'clock.
It was a legitimate demonstration, Mr. Valentine.
Mr. Valentine came to see me.
Oh, look at her. Look what he's done to her.
Stella,
She's still hypnotized.
Don't be ridiculous. It doesn't work that way.
works any way you want it to, doesn't it?
Of course not. Now, look at me, young lady. It was only for a few moments yesterday, Valentine, when the suggestions were given.
I'm perfectly all right.
Oh, my dear, there's no possible reason for
No,
you to...
really, I am. I just...
Well, then why can't you look at me? Perhaps I'd better see her for a few moments alone, Valentine. Miss Blair...
Did you hear that? Did you? I'll tell you what I meant a minute ago, Mr. Valentine. I'll see you alone for a few minutes.
Oh,
Wait a minute. Go on, Mrs.
The
Ferris.
magic words. Oh, I don't mean he does anything, that he isn't a beautiful moral specimen. It's his ego that gets petted. And maybe their imaginations, every one
I'm
of
sorry,
them.
but I will not stand for these...
Vicky! She was in love with him. And Cecile Jensen worse than any. The big smiling male in the middle of a woman's college. What he teaches isn't important. But every one of them, every one he preens in front of, he goads into making them fall.
I've never
for
so
him.
much as looked twice at this girl,
She
Charlotte.
knows what I don't know. You've looked twice at plenty of the others.
Be quiet, will
I'll
you?
see you alone for a few minutes. And whatever it is, that might explain the terrible thing that you've been the cause of today will disappear in a pink cloud.
Stop it! Stop it! I can't stand to hear you fighting like that. Listen. Chimes. 2 o'clock. Only 2 o'clock. Mr. Valentine, I do know something that might help. But I'm afraid I would rather tell it to the professor first.
George.
Yeah.
George, I talked to the sergeant.
Yeah, Brooksy?
Every one of the girls has been rounded up. They're all safe.
Oh, thank heaven.
So that's that. Professor, a person can't be hypnotized unless he wants to be. Isn't that correct?
Oh, yes. But if we're going to find out what Estella has
And everybody in your class yesterday heard that the others were told to do, right? You also wrote it down on notes.
Yes, of course.
So
sir.
whoever cut the saddle and rigged up the electric wire and fired the shot out here just now would have known what to arrange in advance. There was plenty of time. It's only by luck that they didn't turn out to be murders.
Mr. Valentine.
Take it easy, Stella. Now, don't be frightened.
But what are you driving at, Mr. Valentine?
It's also possible for a person to resist hypnosis. You can't be hypnotized unless you want to be. But you could quite easily pretend to be hypnotized. That is possible, isn't it, Estella?
I
Never
don't...
mind, never mind. Yesterday, the professor gave a cue on which his suggestions would take effect. The campus chimes, ringing 11 or 12 o'clock, whatever it was.
Yes, that's right. It was the sound of the chimes which
But
was
Estella, that friend of yours, Maggie, told me that before the chimes started ringing, you said you had to go for a walk and cut your class because Ferris had told you to.
It was 11 o'clock.
Yes, you knew what you were supposed to do, which you wouldn't have if you'd really been hypnotized yesterday. So you asked her the time. And then because she said 11, you started acting strangely, which a person acting out a post-hypnotic suggestion also doesn't do. There's no dream, no trance.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, Estella just couldn't...
I'm afraid she did, Mrs. Ferris. The girl who always had to listen to the other girl's confidences. And they don't really generally confide in another pretty girl. I'm sorry, Estella. But, Professor, you're not much of a psychologist, are you? She's been in your classes 4 years, and you still have trouble remembering her name. You just now slapped her in the face saying you wouldn't look at her twice. Oh, she kept up a great pose of disinterest.
But that shot you mentioned that someone fired
That was
at
my
her.
mistake. Well, Estella, your wild plan to attract attention for once, to get even with the girls who really were on the smiling list, it scared you pretty badly when it started happening, didn't it? So badly you almost killed yourself.
Oh, is
Or
that
tried
what
to, or had buck fever when you heard us coming.
I love him. I love him. I can't help but...
You're so mixed up you don't know what you're doing. But a minute ago, I thought you might be in danger if you went into the other room alone with Professor Ferris. You just finally realized what you wanted to do in the first place, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I wouldn't.
Because it was the other way around. He was the one in danger.
Let go of me, please.
I'm sorry, kid, but I have to have that gun in your
no,
purse.
No, none of it's true. None of it. I did.
Look out, look out. Okay. Nobody's hurt. It's all over.
Oh, George, that poor thing. And I think Professor
You
Ferris...
see, Brooksy, Mrs. Ferris was just jealous. Shot her mouth off because that sophisticated pose was a bluff. But he didn't actually do anything. Oh, sure, he was a little blind, a little egotistical. But how could he know what an unhappy, twisted-up little girl Estella was behind the surface?
Her uncle should have gotten somebody to help her a lot sooner.
That's right. Well, at least nobody's dead. Whatever happens to her, she won't have murder hanging over her. Oh, what do you say we change the subject, huh?
Okay, sure, George. But you know, hypnotism is...
Oh, no, there we go again.
George, how do you suppose it feels to be hypnotized?
How should I know?
Haven't you ever wondered what...
Well, sure, I've wondered about it. Hey, Brooksy, look me straight in the eye.
What?
Yeah, go ahead, that's it, yeah. Now, relax. Relax completely. That's fine. You're feeling drowsy, receptive. Your eyes are staring straight at mine. Staring.
Yes, George? Well, what do you want me to do now?
Whatever you want. I feel sort of sleepy.
Oh!
Good night, Angel.
Here's a word of advice about that big investment of yours, your automobile. The Car Saver men at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations will tell you this. You can stretch the oil in your crankcase, or you can stretch the life of your car, but you can't do both. Now, as a matter of fact, the surest way to reduce the life of your car is to run the oil so long that it begins to do more harm than good. Contamination becomes excessive, and the additives have little opportunity to control wear and protect the precision-fitted engine parts from rust and harmful deposits. So, to give your car best protection, have the crankcase drained and refilled with RPM motor oil every 1,000 miles. Ask for this Car Saver service at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Virginia Eiler was heard as Estella, Lorene Tuttle as Mrs. Ferris, Larry Dobkin as Ferris, Charlotte Lawrence as Maggie, Jane Webb as Cecile, and Bill Boucher as the groom. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Scream of the Eagle, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, I hate injustice, even when it happens to one of my own relatives. Matilda Jonathan, a distant cousin, young girl, tragic case. If I weren't so busy with my own investment service, I'd help her myself. But then again, I might not. Because a man in my position can't afford to have people misconstrue his intentions. And I'll thank you not to misconstrue that either. No, sir, I don't mean intentions romantic. Because this Matilda really isn't much of a one for waltzing, being more of the outdoor type. Nor is she much of a one for looks. Just an ordinary girl with nothing special coming her way except
$5 million, which she won't get unless she has some really high-powered help and fast. Because, Mr. Valentine, have you ever heard of a Blackstone bloodhound named McNeil? Well, sir, that lawyer will spin Matilda out of her millions faster than you could say San Quentin. So will you please jump in there fast and do something about this? Matilda, I happen to know, is going to see McNeil this morning at his office, 10 o'clock. And be careful, you're up against a man who can squeeze the eagle and really make it scream. Yours very truly, Jameson Piazza.
The guy's really worried about poor little Matilda, isn't he?
George, make the eagle scream. I don't know
The
what...
eagle they print on bills and coins, Angel. The almighty dollar, the fast buck. Only in this case, there seem to be 5 million of them.
Well, anyway, George, here's your hat. And I wrote McNeil's address down for you on a piece of paper. The lawyer...
Hey, not so fast. I'd like to know a little more about the poor innocent heiress before I go tearing out after...
Well, the letter came while you were down having coffee. I already phoned Mike Landry down at the Daily Record.
Ah.
He looked up the files. Matilda's father was a big mine owner, made his money in South America. And I think you want to take the case all right, George. Because Matilda Jonathan died over a year and a half ago.
Mr. McNeil's very busy this morning, sir.
Yes, so I see. I won't take much
If
of
you
his
could
time.
just tell me what it's about, maybe I could...
I'm not quite sure myself. The original idea was... Well, does the name Matilda Jonathan mean anything to you?
Yes, sir. It means I won't be able to go to the baseball game this afternoon, and I won't have time for lunch.
Oh, it does. Well, suppose you tell
If
me...
you'll just take the last chair in line, you'll have your turn.
Now, just a minute. Clear it up, will you?
It means I'm going to stop reading law and get me a soft job as ringmaster in a flea circus. It means
Come on now, what's the trouble? Matilda Jonathan is dead, isn't she?
Sir, you see all these men with the briefcases and all the girls?
Yeah.
Well, every one of them claims she's Matilda Jonathan.
Mr. Valentine, I'm a skeptic by nature.
All right, Mr. McNeil, and I'm just as confused.
I don't believe some of the people all the time, or any of the people any of the time. I know she's dead. She's not dead. Million, who's got the million? You see any hair on my head? No, of course you don't. Have an aspirin.
But you're the lawyer who took...
I'm the sucker who took a will client sight unseen. Matilda Jonathan's father, 2 years ago. Mining man. Never lived in this country.
Oh.
Doctors ordered him up here. He came with his only daughter. Took a place in the country to die in, and he did. He died.
Okay, I follow you that far. But there's more to the story than that.
Well, aside from handling their baggage when they came and finding an up-country real estate man for them, I'd never seen the Jonathans. Daughter, at least. So I had to pitch into a will probate, flying a little blind.
Go on.
But it was all in order. Only one principal heir, the daughter. Would have been just routine, only then it has to happen.
What happens?
Daughter has to go morbidly tragic about her father's death. This is all before the will is settled, you understand? And then she has to go swimming, all by herself, apparently. Got drowned.
Drowned? Ah, so that's how Matilda Jonathan died. But what brought her back to life? What multiplied her?
The whisper of the eagle, my friend. Here's an old photo taken of her. Taken in South America.
Uh-huh. Well, it's all out of focus. Only, wait a minute. Hey, yeah, there is some kind of a big bird in this shot. A hawk or something flying over her.
Yes, eagle's no joke. Falconry. Matilda liked falconry. If she'd liked her own looks a little better and had her photo taken a little more often.
Get back on the rails, will you?
I'm in tune, don't worry. Her father's will has never been settled, you understand? And all those people are out there claiming to be Matilda Jonathan for the very simple reason that she drowned, but her body was never discovered.
Oh, it's beginning to dawn.
It's come up like thunder around this office, my friend. You should hear the stories I'm told. I just wandered off, sir, says one. I was kidnapped for that year and a half, says another. I've been living with the fish in the bottom of the lake, says a third. Now give me my daddy's $5 million.
Yeah, people like money, all right. But this kind of fraud wouldn't be easy. You must have some things to check against.
Very few things, Valentine. Anyway, the phonies are just an echo. Follow-up of the real headache. A week ago, this item came out in the newspaper. You see it?
No, I didn't. Amnesia victim, claimant for Jonathan Fortune.
Amnesia.
Young girl who's been living in a small mountain town for the past year and a half claims to have recovered her memory. States that she is the one and only Matilda Jonathan, whom police have previously assumed to have drowned while swimming alone in the murky waters of the lake.
Has been living under the name of Irma something or other. And she's got a good story. Not like the others, oh no. They're just trying to copy her idea. But Irma, she remembers Spanish. Remembers what her supposed father looked like. All sorts of things. She's done a lot of studying, Irma has.
So you think Irma's a phony, too, huh?
You got a letter from one Jameson P. Edsel, didn't you? Distant cousin of Jonathan?
Good spy system.
No, just 2 and 2. Edsel's been hounding me for the past 2 weeks. He says he knows this girl is the right one.
Well, if he's a relative.
Johnny! 10 o'clock, isn't it?
Nearly 1:15, sir.
Well, if that Irma girl is here, tell her to come in.
Yes, sir.
Let you take a look at her. Oh, and Johnny, that sailor, that Juan, whatever his name is.
Juan Fernandez, sir.
Yeah. Phone his hotel. Ask him to come over.
I'll take care of it.
Look, Mr. McNeil.
I'm still with you. This Jameson P. Edsel, who was so sure that Irma's really Matilda, never saw that dear rich relative of his until now. He's also in his will for $1,000, which he won't get until it's settled, one way or the other.
You think everybody's a fraud.
I think Matilda drowned like the straight. Yeah, tough lake to recover a body from. Happened to other people up there. If the money doesn't go to this girl Irma, or if the real Matilda doesn't turn up after a reasonable length of time, then the money all goes to a charity, a nice, deserving charity. Well, do you blame me if I'm a little skeptical about this?
Tell me, who's this Juan Fernandez?
The clincher. The only one I could find. Sailor, Bolivian. Used to be a servant of the Jonathan. I had him flown up here.
Oh, I get it.
Probably the only person who'll ever be able to look at this girl Irma and tell us whether she's really...
Excuse me, but that girl, she was here just a second ago, but she left. I can't find her.
What?
Took off, huh? You told her about this Fernandez coming to identify her this morning, McNeil, huh?
Yes.
Well, I guess that does it, doesn't it?
I don't know what it does, sir, but whatever it is, it won't be done.
What do you mean?
No, sir. I telephoned Fernandez's hotel like you said. Only somebody named Lieutenant Riley was there. The Bolivian is dead.
No, he wasn't murdered. He was hit by a truck. It happened last night.
Yeah, but Riley, after what we told you...
I know. He wasn't hit by a truck. He was murdered. How could I tell the difference? How could anybody?
But if it was a street accident, surely the truck driver
What
could
driver, Miss Brooks? It was hit and run.
No witnesses to help?
Of course not. It may be murder, but we'll never prove it.
Mm-hmm. Riley, you say there were a lot of old scars on Fernandez's arm.
Yeah.
Now, they don't have anything to do with...
Oh, but they do. Yeah, they prove he knew the girl, that he really did know her in the old days. Eagle scratches, that's what they are.
What?
Scratches from handling birds, Miss Brooks. Hawks, eagles.
Yeah. McNeil talked about falconry.
Yeah, we got a little on that ourselves. There was some stuff in some old magazines. This guy taught Matilda what she knew about handling the big ones without getting killed.
Brooksy, did you locate Jameson P. Edsel?
Huh?
Yes, George. Mr. Edsel has an office downtown, but he said he'd meet
Come on,
us.
let's go.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Where are you going?
I'm going to chase the other kind of bird lovers, Riley. The ones who make a hobby of the other kind of eagle. Only I don't think it'll be the eagle who does the screaming.
In heaven's name, what is this? All you've done since you picked me up is make insinuations. I don't know anything about any murder. No. Next block, Mr. Valentine.
Okay.
Mr. Edsel, why were you so sure that this Irma is really Matilda?
But I'm taking you to see her, aren't I? There it is, Valentine. The Sterling Arms. Now, after all, I never told you that I was positive or that I could prove she was...
Oh, backsliding now. Huh? The man who hates injustice doesn't want to get caught being...
I beg your pardon, sir. I'm a man of some standing. I'm not used to being talked to like a...
Oh, yeah, sure. Be careful. She may not be here. Last time I heard of her, she was scared by something. So maybe she's running now. Or maybe she's all ready to claim $5 million. But whichever way it is, you don't want to spoil anything. Not if you're working together.
Matilda. Matilda, dear. Oh, Matilda.
Try calling her Irma.
Matilda. Well, she stepped out for a moment, Mr. Valentine.
Not here, huh? All right, Buster, let's have it.
What?
And never mind the big shot routine.
Well, I don't know.
This investment service you run, I should have spotted the pitch, the racetrack squint. Which horse do you like at Holly Park in the third?
Get your hands... Uh-huh.
How much is Irma paying you to swear she's your relative?
But I
Or is
don't
it you
know
that's paying her to act the part? Is it both of you trying to defraud an estate out of $5 million?
I said to let
You don't
go
know
of
anything about a murder, do you, huh? When the guy who gets killed by accident happens to be the one person in the world who could foul up Irma's and your claim.
Mr. Valentine, we should find her. Perhaps she is in danger, too.
Oh, she's in no danger. The job's done. It's all over. With Fernandez out of the way, all little Irma has to do to cash in is to...
What are you doing?
Matilda.
Huh?
I was just George Catcher.
Matilda. Oh, poor child.
She's bleeding. Look at her arm.
Yeah, what are all these bandages?
The man in the drugstore bandaged it for me. Took a lot of skin off. He said I should get a doctor, but I thought I could come up here first.
Slow down now, easy. It'll be all right.
He knocked me straight over. I threw up my hands to keep from falling on my face.
What did?
Cousin Edsel? Are you my cousin? I'm Irma. I'm Matilda. I had to leave an office this morning because I felt sick again. I don't know who I am. I don't care who I am. All I want is for cars to stop coming up behind me like that. So fast and then leave.
Run, George. The same thing that
All
happened.
I want is for people to stop trying to kill me.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Did you know that both new cars and older cars can be slowed down by gum? Yes, gum can rob them of power and pep, can make your car act logy under the best of driving conditions. This engine-sticking gum comes from the impurities existing in most raw gasoline, and the only way to get rid of those impurities is to refine them out. Now, Chevron Supreme is the gasoline that's super refined to get rid of gum. For best car performance, for extra power, and for that new car feeling, depend on super refined Chevron Supreme. Count on this premium quality gasoline, too, for full mileage in the kind of driving you do, whether it's everyday hometown driving or out on the vacation highway. Try a tank full tomorrow. You'll get and keep that new car feeling. Ask for Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. One man might have been able to tell whether an amnesia victim named Irma is really Matilda Jonathan, the heiress who is supposed to have drowned over a year and a half ago, but whose body was never found. Yes, Juan Fernandez might have been able to tell about Irma, but Juan Fernandez is dead. And if your name is George Valentine, you realize how difficult it's going to be to tell about Irma, because just when you thought you'd found a simple explanation for her, along came Irma herself. And it seems that a similar attempt had been made on her life. Why? Well, that's Lieutenant Riley's question.
She's not responsible for the South American's death, or why would it happen to her, too? That's plain enough. Only...
Yes, Lieutenant, it doesn't answer whether she's Matilda or not. Whether I should recommend to a court that she be just handed $5 million. Nor does it explain why anybody should possibly want her out of the way. After all, if she doesn't swindle us out of the money, it goes to charities, no one else.
You know, for a while there, McNeil, I went out on a long limb and thought Edsel and the girl were working together.
Don't apologize. We're all stupid together.
Only why do you still use a word like swindle? What makes you so sure she's phony?
Because I don't trust anybody, Mr. Valentine. I've got a sour stomach from trying to digest this greedy world.
Look, Valentine, we're rechecking all the evidence. But is it really likely she could have just disappeared and got amnesia? And Fernandez just get accidentally killed right now? And she just get accidentally bumped by somebody? Oh, brother, I ask you.
Me, I'd rather ask Irma. Or is it Matilda? How's her arm now, all right?
Well, it wasn't bad, George, just the skin. They put on another bandage.
It was silly of me to faint like that. But I was in the hospital just a couple of weeks ago, virus pneumonia, high fever. That's what brought my memory back. When I was sick.
You mean when you remembered that you were really Matilda?
Yes, that's right.
Uh-huh. How did you lose your memory, Matilda?
I think I did go swimming that day. They found my clothes and all, so I must have.
Uh-huh.
But I remember putting on some old jeans and things, going out on the highway, just wanting to get as far away from there as I could. From the lake, from the house, my birds. Anything that reminded me of my father's death.
And then you don't know what happened?
Well, sort of. I mean, I had a fever then, too, and somebody took me to a doctor in a small town there in the mountains. I thought my name was Irma for some reason. When I got well, I used that name to work in a department store.
I see, but didn't the doctor understand or
Oh,
try
yes,
to...
he went to the police. But I guess they just didn't check down there. And they thought I was dead anyway.
Ah. Well, $5 million is a lot of money.
If it's mine, I should claim it, shouldn't I? But it's not important enough for things to happen. Like happened to Juan.
You remember Juan Fernandez from South America? He was the one who taught me not to be afraid of the birds.
What kind of birds did you have up at the lake? Hawks? Falcons?
Well, they were just, local varieties. But I did have one that I brought from South America. I remember I called him Bobo. It took me years to train. He was a type of eagle.
An eagle? Wouldn't you know?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Valentine, here we go again.
Yeah, that's right, McNeil. Back to the other kind of eagle.
What's become of those birds in the last year and a half?
I don't know. Banks handle the estate.
Well, it's been held in trust, so nothing would have been sold yet.
Yeah, I guess so. Birds are still there, probably. Local real estate man makes a trip up once every week or so, check things over. He might know, but
Okay, let's all take a trip. And, Ronnie, we'll round up James and Edsel, too.
Valentine, what do you think you're going to prove by this?
Irma or Matilda, excuse me. How big is Bobo?
About 8 feet, I think. I mean his wings, tip to tip.
Plus the usual beak and claws, I suppose. Someone who'd never really worked with a bird like that before, someone Bobo didn't recognize, might even get killed.
Down this way, still the same old cages.
Yes, I remember. Everything's so overgrown, though.
Have you been taking care of the birds, Mr. Jenkins?
Well, been up here every week to feed them. The size of their cages, though, part out in the open this way. They don't need much tending.
I see what you mean. More like tennis courts with a net. Oh!
Can't reach you, won't hurt you. Some of them get sort of friendly, not like that Bobo. He still charges me like an express train. Either turns up his nose or gets mad and won't let me near his cage.
Yeah, these look plenty tough, all right. You don't mean that Bobo... Uh-oh.
That's him.
Yes. That's Bobo, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah. About 3 times as big as the others. You haven't been saying much, Matilda. Why don't you tell me about it?
This is all rather an experience, coming back here for the first time.
George, look at his eyes. He just sits there staring at nothing.
Mm-hmm.
They look like agates, huge agates.
Yeah. Say, Jenkins, let me have the key to the padlock there. You run back and see if Lieutenant Riley's car is here yet, will you?
Sure, Mr. Valentine.
Thanks.
George, you're not going to open the gate.
No. Might as well wait. Whatever you want, Matilda.
Whatever you think.
Hey, your arm, the one that's hurt. Isn't it the one he perches on?
It's all right. Doesn't bother me, and the bandages are thick.
Well, that is the routine, isn't it? You go in there and sort of hold up your wrist.
Yes. Usually you wear a long glove, but I don't
there's
have
some gunny sacking over there if you'd like to wrap it over the bandage.
All right.
Maybe that's a good idea.
Yeah. Those claws look like razors from here.
Yeah.
How about it, Bobo? You like strangers? Now, what do you do when a stranger leans against the gate of your cage? All right. Never mind.
Mr. Valentine, what was that?
Well, hello, Mr. Redsel. We're all here now, huh?
Yes, I ran ahead. I wanted to see you for a moment. Good heavens, that's quite a bird, isn't it?
Uh-huh. What do you want, promoter?
Well, I thought you should understand my position, that's all. When a man acts in good faith for the sake of someone he's never met in the past, but he thinks needs help now, Matilda's nervous, is she? This is quite a strain, for her.
Go on. What's the matter?
Isn't that dangerous?
Huh?
The lock there. You left it loose on the...
Look out, she'll drop it.
Yes, but the gate, you...
Get out of the way, you fool.
The gate, I'm sorry.
Open, I said. Look out.
The gate, George! Get out!
Hey, get that bird! Get him!
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't
Shut
know.
up, Buster. The bird's loose.
I saw that was the idea. So...
Let go of me.
Take it easy, Riley. Take it easy. He didn't want the girl to get hurt. It's done now.
Well, I'll say it is. There goes the second identifying witness. You never saw a jet plane climb like that.
Yeah, Mr. McNeil. Bobo's in good condition, almost out of sight.
First, a South American, now a bird. Come over here, young lady. I think it's about time that we...
Here it comes!
Look out! Look out! He's diving down again!
He won't hurt you. He just came down to my wrist. You see? Nice Bobo.
Well, how does that strike a skeptic, Mr. McNeil? Probably not one person in a million could do that. All right, get him back in the cage, will you? Thanks.
Show that to a judge, and you'll get your money all right, Matilda.
I knew I was right about you, my dear. I was just telling the...
I'm afraid even the skeptic has to bow his head.
Oh, yeah, it was a nice demonstration, all right. After that, nobody would argue. Except me.
What's that, Valentine?
Well, let's look at a few things, Emma. Like your arm there. The arm you got skinned up saving yourself from being knocked flat on your face by a car.
I don't understand.
When you're knocked forward like you said you were by a hit run, how can you expect to protect your face with only one hand? Why isn't the other arm hurt?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, that doesn't...
I think now I know why that arm got skinned and how. You did it yourself, didn't you, Irma? And then got some bandages over it so we wouldn't look.
Oh, Valentine, for the love of...
Well, I know it's confusing. That's what they counted on. But you see, I just didn't trust anybody. Not even an eagle.
If you think that bird isn't dangerous, you're crazy.
A nice, well-fed, healthy eagle that chases away the man who brings the food every week. Well, doesn't that give you the idea that somebody else might have been feeding that eagle, exercising it? And most important, training it.
But Matilda trained it years ago.
And Irma's been training it for the last year and a half. Maybe coming down on weekends.
I certainly have not.
Then will you show us that arm of yours, Irma? For $5 million, people won't do anything. They'll do most anything, even smart people like lawyers.
Of all the crazy ideas, Valentine, what are you trying to prove?
McNeil, you told us you took care of the Jonathan's baggage when they first arrived. And probably the worst job you ever had, because they brought Bobo from South America. What a time you must have had getting him through customs and all. Now, why didn't you mention the bird earlier? Why didn't you tip us off there was a perfect way to prove whether this girl was Matilda?
Yeah. Wanted us to prove it for him.
Now you're catching the ball, Riley. But he hinted a little with his double talk about the other kind of eagle.
That's right.
You haven't a shred of evidence.
A rich man dies. No friends in this country. No close relatives. Leaves a lonely daughter that nobody's paid much attention to. Suddenly she goes swimming and she drowns. Police can't find the body. But a little while later, a girl named Irma shows up in a mountain town nearby. And she does a great job of acting out amnesia.
I won't listen to any more of this.
Sister, your tough job was getting over here to train the eagle. You had to have help. Well, Riley, suppose that's why Juan Fernandez was brought up here. McNeil would have known about him from the Jonathans. Poor Fernandez thought he was just training a new devotee of the sport, getting somebody else ready to handle Bobo.
And then he found out what they were really up to.
Yeah, the minute Irma claimed to be Matilda, they had to get him out of the way. Come on, sister, the arm. Let's see it.
Get away from me.
You had to scratch that arm yourself.
I remember the old scars Fernandez had on his arm. The real Matilda would have old scars from handling those birds all her life.
Go, you're hurting me.
Any cuts you've had are more recent, from the last year and a half. And a doctor can tell how old a scar is.
Mr. Valentine, I'm a lawyer. I look at logic. I live by it. Don't you see how ridiculous it is to assume I'd go ahead with such a plan when at any time the real Matilda's body might be recovered from that lake? I'd never get myself that far out on a limb.
Mr. McNeil, you've got a good argument there. So good it's going to hang you. The only way all this really makes sense, makes a neat, safe plan out of hiring Irma for her job, is that there is no body in that lake. It's probably around here someplace buried. And the police will never stop till they find it. Now that we know you murdered the real Matilda, Jonathan, a year and a half ago.
Yes. Yes, he killed her. I had nothing to do with it.
Look out, Valentine.
Grab it. Money, 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 Mr. Edsel. The scream of the eagle. Once McNeil sold everybody with that demonstration by Bobo, he would have just waltzed the phony Matilda through court. Together, they would have lived happily ever after.
I think you did a wonderful job, Mr. Valentine.
I don't quite understand the way you've been acting, Mr. Edsel.
Well, Miss Brooks, I was just taken in. I certainly didn't want to see any relative of mine.
You couldn't collect your $1,000 until the will was settled. You would have said Brooksy here was Matilda.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I assure you a paltry little $1,000 to a man in my position.
Well, you did hire us, you know, and sooner or later you will be getting that $1,000 from the estate, so, George, since Mr. Edsel doesn't care about money, maybe we should give him a bill for our services right now.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
For $1,000.
No!
Well, the eagle flies again, darling.
Angel, that's the scream of a stuck pig.
You're thinking about your vacation trip and wondering how you can get your car in good shape for safety and comfort without a big cash payment. Maybe you need a set of tires or a battery or both. But there's that problem of ready cash. Well, the solution is really easy. You can get tires and a battery on convenient budget terms at your standard station or independent Chevron gas station. Sure, pay as you drive over a period of months. Why not get those tires and that battery tomorrow? You'll have more peace of mind, more driving comfort, and more personal safety. Whether you're starting out on a vacation or not, ask tomorrow about the easy budget plan for your car's needs. Ask at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer is Lieutenant Riley. Ted Osborne was heard as McNeil. Jane Webb as Irma. Howard McNear as Edsel. Stan Waxman as Jenkins. And Bill James as the Eagle. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we join George Valentine, here's a tip for car owners. You may be wasting 1 out of every 10 gallons of gasoline you buy due to worn spark plugs. They can also rob your engine of power and pickup. To avoid this waste, let Car Savers check your spark plugs soon. They'll clean them and reset the gap, or if necessary, they'll be glad to install new plugs. It takes just a few minutes to check the condition of the spark plugs in your car. So stop in tomorrow for a Car Saver spark plug checkup at your independent Chevron gas station or Standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now for tonight's story, The Meddler, another adventure of George Valentine.
Hey, Angel, how do you spell inaccessible?
Inaccessible, I think.
What? Who in...
There was no one in the outer office, and I saw the door open, so I walked in.
Oh. Well, you might as well put those suitcases down. They must be heavy.
Thank you. I wish a person could put other burdens down as easily, don't you, Mr. Valentine?
Coffee coming up, Master. Oh, maybe I should have brought another container.
Mr. Valentine, my name is Sally Riker, and I'm supposed to be on a bus going back to college. I'm a freshman at Laurentine. But I just had to see you.
Why?
Because I feel as though I'm living under a dark, heavy cloud just before the storm breaks.
Oh, did you have breakfast, Sally?
No, I could hardly think about food under the circumstances.
Okay, well, here.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, this is Claire Brooks, my assistant.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, now, Sally, what's this about living under a storm cloud?
Well, last night I heard a shot. There was no mistaking it. But when I asked about it, everyone in the house just simply clammed up, said I'd imagined things. Even after I saw the broken glass in the French doors where the bullet hit.
You mean this happened in your parents' home?
Oh, no, my father's been dead ever since I was a little girl. My mother works for Mr. Mayhew. She's his secretary. And since it's such a great big house on Fairway Terrace, we all live there, too. Except now that I've grown up, Mother doesn't like me to be around there, and so she sent me to college out of town.
Mayhew on Fairway Terrace. You don't mean Henry Mayhew.
Of course.
No wonder your mother isn't too anxious to have you live there.
Yeah.
Oh, you're wrong about Mr. Mayhew. I know he has a rather romantic reputation, but after all, an actor...
Romantic reputation? He's a middle-aged chaser. As I get it, even his wife is finally fed up with him, going to divorce him.
He's a sensitive man, and people don't understand him, not even Mother. All she thinks of is business. And Mrs. Mayhew...
Yeah, well, never mind, please. What happened last night? Why did you come to me?
Well, I couldn't go to the police. The publicity and all.
Why don't you start at the beginning?
Well, I heard a shot. It sounded as though it came from Mr. Mayhew's study. I ran there, and he was just coming out. He was pale and shaken. But he said there wasn't any shot.
And the broken glass?
His study faces the garden. They're big French doors. One of the panes was broken.
Didn't you talk to your mother?
Well, that's just it. She was very upset, too, but she bawled me out for making such a fuss and said I was to go back to college immediately.
So was Mrs. Mayhew there?
Well, she was somewhere in the house, but I didn't speak to her. And another thing. Earlier in the evening, I saw a man sneak away from the garden. I couldn't see him clearly, but he was a very tall man. Mr. Valentine, something, sinister's going on. And you must find out what it is.
Hey, Sally, you're not worried about your mother being mixed up in all this, are you?
Oh, no, of course not. She's wonderful. She couldn't do anything wrong in her life. But she was so happy to see me when I came home for the weekend. Happier than she's ever been. And she laughed and said maybe next summer we'd go to South America. And then after that shot, she wasn't the same person somehow.
Well, now, look, apparently no one was hurt. And it's not a good idea to go meddling into other people's lives.
But I won't go back to school until I know I can't. Mr. Valentine, you don't have to let them know who you are.
George, maybe you could.
Okay. You stay here with Sally, Angel. You say there's a pane of broken glass in Mr. Mayhew's study, huh?
Yes.
Well, I fixed a broken window once. Maybe I could fix another one. Oh, look out below, Mr. Mayhew.
What? Oh, yes.
Yeah. Sure funny how high up this glass was broken. Good 9, 10 feet. Kids broke it with a baseball, maybe, huh?
That's right. Kids.
Oh, sure. Do it every time. Now, I'll go down and tackle this thing from the terrace side again. My. Sure a beautiful place you have here.
Beautiful place. A home where love dwells.
Yeah. Well, I'd better sweep some of the glass away. Don't want to hurt this rug.
Yes, of course.
Gee, I hate to see nice things spoiled. Like this chair near the desk, Mr. Mayhew. That burn along the back. Must have been a little careless with the cigarette, eh, Mr. Mayhew?
What? Oh, yes. Yes, that's what it must have been, a cigarette.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, wait till I tell people where I've been today. I know a girl says you're the most romantic man on the stage.
Oh, I am a great lover. I understand women perfectly.
Wish I could.
Here you are, Mr. Mayhew. I'm sorry, but I had to wait a few minutes for the druggist to make them up.
Thank you, Mrs. Riker.
Henry,
Oh, that's all right, my dear. The man to fix the broken glass.
I see.
Oh, good afternoon, ma'am.
I'll just put these in the bathroom. Don't want to risk having a sleepless night.
Gosh, lady, you don't know what it means for me to be in Mr. Mayhew's house. You work for him, huh? Secretary? Say, is it true that his missus is going to divorce him? Guess she found out something she shouldn't have, huh?
She's not so pure herself. But suppose you do a little more work and a little less talking.
Oh, well, I'm not butting in now, lady. Just curious, you understand. And, say, when I was out in the garden, right there on the terrace, I found this little gold thing.
Phi Beta Kappa key.
Belong to somebody in this house?
Honorary Scholastic Society? Hardly.
Oh. Well, I'll find out who it belongs to and see if I can return it.
Mrs. Riker?
Yes, sir?
If Mrs. Mayhew condescends to leave her room, tell her I want to talk to her about her favorite subject, honor. Honor is like that glossy bubble that finds philosophers such trouble, whose least part cracked, the whole doth fly, and wits are cracked to find out why.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Lillian, wait!
Who understands women?
I told you before, I do. That's why I'm the happiest man in the world.
My, sure drove off in a temper.
Young man, how did you know about the broken glass here? Who called you? Not that it makes any difference.
Well, if it doesn't make any difference, why answer? Who knows about men, either?
That was very nice of you, Mr. Valentine, to go to all the trouble to return this key to me.
Oh, I knew it must have meant a great deal to you, Mr. Dwight. People say someday soon you'll be giving up your law practice and running for Congress. I'll finally have a friend in high places.
Well, thanks again.
Yeah. That's funny the way I found this thing. I just happened to be visiting the Henry Mayhew home, and the key was in their garden.
Who? Oh, you must be mistaken where you found it, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, no. That's where it was, Mr. Dwight.
I tell you, it's impossible. I don't know the Mayhews and never met them.
Besides, someone saw a tall man, as tall as you, out there only last night.
Get out of my office.
Okay, friend. Take it easy.
You're not just someone who happened to find this. How did you trace this key to me anyway?
Saw your name on it? Check with the Alumni Association?
Oh, spoken like a detective. Well, go back to whoever hired you.
Hired me?
Tell him you were as unsuccessful as the others have been. Because there's nothing to find out. Now, I said get out.
Oh, easy. I said relax.
Why?
I know. You're a lawyer. You'll sue me. So long, Buster.
Mr. Valentine, I told you I don't know this Mr. Dwight. And as long as no one was hurt by what you say happened here last night, I see no reason for you to go on meddling.
No, neither do I, Mrs. Mayhew, but I think it's your business to listen to what I have to say first.
Really? Well, I'm sorry Sally Riker went to you. She's too imaginative. She romanticizes things.
Maybe. But if you want to hear my opinion, I think your husband tried to kill himself last night.
Oh,
I say the most comical
Yes.
things.
You don't know how comical. You forget I've been married to Henry for a long, long time.
And?
And I know he would never hurt a hair on his head. He loves himself too much. He's too vain. He's too selfish.
Uh-huh. Well, he seems to be taking your leaving him very hard.
Mr. Valentine, I know he has a fatal charm for women, but not for me any longer. There. Simple enough?
In other words, you don't care.
Come on, he's in his study. Let's ask him.
Oh, I don't think putting it to him as bluntly as this.
My
is-
husband is a very strong person, really. Henry?
Yes? What are you doing back here, young man?
He's sort of a private detective, Henry.
What?
You've had dealings with private detectives before. Don't be shocked.
But why would a private detective...
His name is George Valentine. And he thinks you tried to kill yourself last night.
Oh, now, that's silly. It's not true at all.
Mr. Valentine says he has some proof for his statement. What is that proof, Mr. Valentine?
Well, where the bullet hit, so high up. If anyone shot at you or if you shot at anyone else, it would never be that high. Not even an amateur would have such bad aim.
Well, that doesn't prove anything.
Well, there's that chair. You were sitting in it. The bullet from the gun you held left that burn. You lost your nerve at the last minute. I even think I could find the gun somewhere in this house.
Of course there's a gun. I was cleaning it last night and held it just the way you described. And accidentally it went off.
Uh-huh.
That explanation seems logical, Mr. Valentine. The whole matter can be considered quite closed now, can't it?
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, I'm a meddler and I'll get out. But if you don't mind, I'm going to check with Mrs. Riker on who to believe and what to believe in this thing.
Excuse me. Yes, hello. Yes, this is Mr. Mayhew. State police? What? No. Oh, no. All right.
Oh, what is it, Henry? What happened?
Lillian Riker. She's had an accident. A car swerved off the road and crashed into a ravine. She's dead.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. With colder weather here, you've probably already taken steps to protect your car during the frosty days ahead. But did you know that you can buy a gasoline that is also designed for winter driving? One of Chevron Supreme's all 8 high-performance qualities is area blending, which means that Chevron Supreme is specially blended for every climate and area. The Chevron Supreme you buy in Los Angeles, for instance, is refined differently from that which you buy in the Rocky Mountain area or the San Francisco Bay region. For Chevron Supreme, gasoline is always right for the kind of driving you do where you do it. And that's just one of the all 8 necessary high-performance qualities in every gallon. In addition, you get mileage, power, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, starting, warm-up, and acceleration. So for top, all-round driving pleasure, wherever you drive in the West, just remember to fill her up with the gasoline that gives you all 8 Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A highly excited 17-year-old girl bursts into your office.
I feel as though I'm living under a dark, heavy cloud just before the storm breaks. I know my mother isn't mixed up in any of this because she's wonderful. She couldn't do anything wrong in her life. But you must help me.
Well, you've just about convinced yourself that all there is behind the storm cloud is the attempted suicide of a man who also likes to dramatize himself. The aging matinee idol Henry Mayhew, whose cynical wife is finally leaving him. Of course, the girl's mother could help to explain all this, but now she's been killed in an automobile accident. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you know there's need for more meddling in this case.
I went down to identify her. It was Lillian, all right. And she's gone.
Well, what sent her out of here like a bolt anyway, Mr. Mayhew?
She was my strong right arm. Took care of me all these years. Helped me out of scrapes so my wife wouldn't know.
You didn't answer my question.
Huh? Oh, I don't know. I suppose she was upset over the way I've been acting. She told me to snap out of it, that I had to snap out of it. I guess she was impatient with me. But I never
I
thought...
see. What do you intend to do now, Mr. Mayhew?
What can I do? Maybe it's some sort of poetic justice. I haven't been exactly a model man or husband, Mr. Valentine. Besides, a man can only fight up to a certain point.
You don't still have any fancy ideas left, do you, Mr. Mayhew?
I don't know what you're talking about. By the by, I've invited Philip Dwight to come over here this afternoon.
Dwight? Do you know him?
Not exactly, but I think I should. Yes, I think I should meet him once.
You know, there's something that's been bothering me, Mr. Mayhew.
Yes?
Both Philip Dwight and Mrs. Mayhew have made some cracks about private detectives. Now, what were they driving at?
I don't know. Anyway, all that is unimportant now. That's all in the past. Oh, stay where you are, Mr. Valentine. I'll see who it is.
Honor is like that glossy bubble that finds philosophers such trouble.
Oh, George.
Yeah, Brooksy.
I came out as fast as I could.
Where's Sally? The poor kid must be half crazy after she learned about her mother.
She's a pretty wonderful girl and brave. I left her with the state police lieutenant.
Well, what about that accident?
Not a single thing to show that it wasn't just that. Apparently, Mrs. Riker was driving too fast and lost control of her car.
She sure took off here in a great big hurry.
Hey, what's going on out here? I came in with a tall, distinguished-looking gentleman.
You did? That'll be Mr. Dwight. Come on, Brooksy. Let's find him before Mr. Mayhew gets cute again.
There, in there. That's Mr. Dwight. And that's Mrs. Mayhew, isn't it?
Yeah, just the two of them. I thought there might have been some bloodshed.
Well, they're doing some pretty fast talking for two people who are not supposed to know each other.
Watch this. See what I mean? Come on. Well, we meet again, Mr. Dwight.
Yeah.
Mrs. Mayhew, this is my assistant, Miss Brooks.
Mrs. Mayhew?
I had the slight feeling that this was supposed to be some sort of showdown or noble renunciation or something. Where's Mr. Mayhew?
I don't know.
He told me to come in here, that he'd be back in a few minutes. Why?
I think we'd better find him.
Henry? I don't know where he could have gone. And I certainly don't see the need for all the excitement.
It's a big house, Mrs. Mayhew. We'd better keep looking.
Look, George, on the night table, a note.
Let me have it, please. Dear Rhoda, forgive me for all the heartache I have caused you in the past. But I still can't let you go unless I go first. This time, I won't miss. Love, Henry.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, he'd never kill himself, I tell you. He wouldn't.
Come on. Hey, this box almost empty. What is this? You take medicine or something?
Sleeping pills. Take only as directed.
What's beyond this bathroom?
Oh, just a little dressing room. It leads nowhere. Henry!
Don't come near her, any of you.
Don't be a fool, Mayhew. Put that gun down.
Stand still. Yes, this is the gun you were looking for, Mr. Valentine. I didn't have the courage to shoot myself last night at the last minute. But this way is simpler.
I'll phone for a doctor, George.
Stay where you are. I don't want to be rescued. It'll all be over in a minute. There were 10 pills in that packet.
Henry, please.
No, it's too late. Better this way.
You must listen to me. I want to explain something to you.
Better this way.
Oh, Philip.
Rhoda, darling, please.
Brooksy, get that doctor. Hurry.
Yes, doctor. Sleeping tablets. Please, as soon as you can.
Oh, that's a fine thing.
Oh, I can't help crying, Philip. I know we shouldn't have met the way we did, secretly and stealthily.
Now, don't blame yourself, Rhoda, please.
But I knew what he would have done with his love for scandal. And I didn't want you to get hurt. Your career.
No, we didn't do anything wrong.
I've had enough of that. So you finally succeeded, you poor sap. The stupid way out. Big romance. Only this was a pretty fancy death, even for a character like you. Too fancy. And why you did it before me, a stranger. Unless you wanted a witness. Do you hear me, Mayhew?
Of course I hear you. But let them go on. Listen, let them dig their own graves. Let them keep talking. Detectives could never find out anything like that.
Get up off that bed, you
Enough,
low-driving phony.
Throw them out.
Get up here.
What's going on in this?
What's the matter?
Mr. Mayhew. Welcome, mourners. Come in, join the party.
Yeah, it's him, all right. Back from the dead.
Even the devil won't take me. You were always so right, Rhoda. It took quite a build-up to make you believe in my death, didn't it?
What is this?
George, what's going on?
That suicide note, those pills.
Harmless, bad-tasting imitations, Counselor. I'm afraid they only look like my regular sleeping tablets. The druggist did a good job, didn't he? Now, shall we talk about the divorce?
Divorce? You mean all this was just
But you two have been so discreet, my dear.
Oh.
And with my reputation, it isn't easy for me to plead injury, for me to be the aggrieved party.
I'll show you what a plea of
Watch it,
injury
Mr.
is.
Dwight.
Now let him go. Give the witnesses even more to testify about. You two just don't seem to understand yet, that's all. Rhoda, I'm going to divorce you. And, of course, if the word alimony is mentioned even once...
George, if you don't kill that man, I'm going to.
You staged all this just to save yourself some money.
I'll see. A ticket to South America. And a delightful blonde showgirl waiting for me there who would be much too expensive for me to afford otherwise, don't you think?
Oh, Buster.
You don't think I would use my talent as an actor just for love, do you? Do you?
What's the matter? You want an answer to that?
No. I mean, of course it's money, to save money. To get my grounds for divorce on that ridiculous wife. Money.
George?
Now leave me alone, all of you. What more do you... What more... Mr. Valentine, come here. I said leave me... Dead? Of course he's dead.
Casey, that's not what I asked you.
Well, poison. What do you think?
But he said those pills of his were harmless. They wouldn't hurt a
Look,
fly.
Valentine, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a magician. I don't know who switched his medicine around. I don't know who took advantage of a silly suicide to make a perfect murder.
But, George, then the secretary's death must have been murder, too.
Skipper, will you? I'm calling from the office, and I got some visitors coming in.
But what did Lieutenant Johnson say? If somebody switched Mayhew's pills on him so he took real ones,
Brooksy, please, wait. We've already got all the facts we need.
Yeah.
Now, just do what I say and take Sally back to your place fast. And don't let her talk to anybody either. See you later, Angel.
Hello, Mr. Valentine.
Yes, we got your message. We got here as soon as we could.
Yeah, hello. Well, sit down. Make yourselves comfortable.
Mr. Valentine, please. You told me on the phone you knew who killed my husband.
Don't you?
Well, I
Mr.
don't...
Dwight, you're an attorney. You have a clear, logical mind. Examine the evidence.
Well, I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
Well, the date on that box he took the pills from was today.
Well,
We checked up and found that nobody else had delivered any packages to the house.
I don't understand.
Well, I was out there when his secretary, Mrs. Riker, brought in a package for him. From the drugstore, too. That must have been the pills.
You mean she was in on it with him?
I mean more than that. I mean she murdered him.
What?
Yes. It's quite a mess, isn't it? Oh, the police checked up on the drugstore. They confirmed it, too. And nobody ever bought any phony pills.
She always did everything he told her to.
Yeah, and there's her fingerprints on them and everything else. It ties in with what both of them said. He sent her to get some phonies for his little act. And then she brought him real ones instead. Not that I blame her.
But why? Why would
Sally
she...
told me her mother was so businesslike, so calm and reserved.
Oh.
Yeah. In love with him, wasn't she? Just like every other woman he ever met.
He treated her miserably.
Did he? When Sally even told me her mother thought she was going to South America, and the police said she told several other people, too?
She thought Mayhew was going to take her with him?
Well, she agreed to help your husband with this lousy act of his, just so he could marry her.
And then she found he had only one ticket to South America. I remember she was all upset last night.
But do you really think her accident was an accident?
All I know is she just left the house after handing the man the stuff to really kill himself with. Her perfect way of getting even.
And so, that's it.
Oh, no, it's not. Sit down, please.
What?
Well, I just finished a selling job on Lieutenant Johnson. Now I'm going to do one on you. I don't think it'll be too difficult. But this time, I'm really going to meddle for good.
If you aren't already using new RPM, the motor oil that was developed through atomic energy, then you're not using the oil that doubles engine life. Yes, compared with premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM motor oil doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication, more than meets the heavy-duty requirements